Ken Kramer's last moments must have hit him like a freight train, no warning, no mercy. 1 second, he was riding high, thinking he'd outsmarted the world. The next, his heart gave out, leaving nothing but silence and a mess for someone else to clean up. He'd been reckless, pushing his luck in all the wrong ways, but that didn't matter now. The game was over. Nobody really knows what it's like when your heart stops for good. Doctors throw around terms like myocardial infarction and ventricular fibrillation, but all that means is lights out. No second chances. Ken dropped dead, taking every secret with him, and the fallout nearly dragged me down too. I was sitting in a borrowed office, staring at a clock that didn't tick. No second hand, just the slow crawl of minutes. The electric hum of silence pressed in as I watched the minute hand jerk forward 6 degrees, then nothing. 1 minute down, 1 to go. Midnight hit, and 1989 became 1990. I stood up just as the phone rang. Not a New Year's greeting. A cop from town, voice flat, reporting a dead soldier in a motel 30 miles off base. Military police duty officer? He asked. You're talking to him, I said. Got one of yours. Dead. One of mine. Army guy. Heart attack probably. I flipped the calendar page to January 1st. Nothing suspicious? Doesn't look like it. Seen plenty of heart attacks before? Enough to know one. Call Post HQ, I told him, rattling off the number. Happy New Year. He hesitated. You're not coming out. No. I hung up. The Army's a machine bigger than some cities, just as cold. Soldiers die at the same rate as civilians, just with more adrenaline and bad habits mixed in. 22 a day, give or take. Heart attacks, car wrecks, bad luck. I wasn't about to play coroner for one more. The clock jerked to 12:03. The phone rang again. This time it was the sergeant from the outer office. Happy New Year, she said. Yeah, I answered. You too. Couldn't you just stand up and poke your head in here? Couldn't you lean yours out? I was on a call. Who was it? Nobody important, I said. Just some poor grunt who didn't make it to the 90s. Coffee. Sure, I said. Why not? I set the phone down. After 6 years in, 2 things kept me hooked: sergeants and Army coffee. Nothing beat it. This particular sergeant was a tough-as-nails woman from the Georgia mountains. We'd only crossed paths a couple of days ago, but she'd already told me about her baby boy, living with her in a trailer park near the Carolina backwoods. No mention of a husband. She was all muscle and grit, but for some reason she didn't mind me. The proof: she brought me coffee. In the Army, that's the real test. No coffee means you're on the wrong side of someone's knife. The door swung open and she walked in with 2 steaming mugs. Happy New Year, I said. She set them down. You think it will be? Don't see why not, I said. Berlin Wall's halfway gone by now. Saw it on TV, people swinging, sledgehammers, singing, dancing, like it's the end of history. Glad someone's celebrating. Whole crowds of them. 6 hours ago, anyway. Time zones. Bet they're still at it. Wouldn't blame them. 45 years keeping that city free, they've earned the party. Soon we won't have anyone left to fight. I took a sip. Perfect. Black, scalding, unbeatable. We won. Isn't that the point? Not if your paycheck comes from Uncle Sam. She was squared away in full camo, sleeves rolled just right. MP Brassard level as a ruler probably pinned in the back where no one could see. Boots polished to a shine. You ever get issued desert gear? I asked. Never been sent, she said. Heard they botched a new pattern. Big brown blobs. Troops are calling it chocolate chip. It's garbage. They'll scrap it eventually after another 5 years of meetings. Meaning? If it takes them half a decade to fix camo, your kid'll have his degree before they figure out downsizing. So relax. She didn't buy it. You really think he's college material? Never met the kid. Silence. The army hates change, I said. And there'll always be someone to fight. She didn't answer. The phone rang again, and she grabbed it before I could, listened, then passed it over. Colonel Garber, she said, calling from D. She took her mug and left. Garber was my boss, a decent guy, but not the type to ring up for holiday small talk. Some officers play that game, slapping backs on New Year's like they're just another grunt. Not him. Especially not with me. Reacher here, I said. A beat. Thought you were in Panama. Got reassigned. Fort Byrd. Why? Above my pay grade. When? 2 days ago. That's cold, he said. Panama was fine, I said. And they've already got you on duty New Year's Eve. Volunteered, I said, trying to win friends. Good luck with that, he said. A sergeant just brought me coffee. Another pause. You get a call about a dead soldier in a motel. 8 minutes ago, I said. The call came in while I was at a holiday party. They kicked it up the chain, I said, shrugging. And now it's landed in my lap, Garber replied. Somebody's got to deal with this mess. What's the big deal? The deceased happens to be a general. 2 stars. Silence stretched between us. Didn't cross my mind to ask, I admitted. The line stayed dead. Generals bleed like the rest of us, I added. Still nothing. No red flags, I continued. Natural causes heart gave out. Probably weighed down by decades of rich food. Nothing worth losing sleep over. It's about respect, Garber cut in. We can't have a high-ranking officer left sprawled in some roadside motel without proper protocol. We need boots on the ground. And those boots are mine. Wish I had options. But you're the highest-ranking MP, not currently 3 sheets to the wind. So yeah, it's you. Give me an hour. He's not exactly in a hurry. And good luck finding a medical examiner who is in half-cut right now? Fine, I muttered. Keep it professional, he warned. Off base, we play by their rules. Local PDs running the show. Civilians. I think I remember those. But keep a lid on things, he added. If it needs keeping. Probably passed in his sleep, I said. Like normal people. Check in if things go sideways. Party any good? Outstanding. My kid's in town. The line went dead. I called dispatch for the motel details, left my coffee half finished, briefed my sergeant, and headed to change. If I was playing diplomat, I needed the dress greens, not fatigues. The Humvee rumbled out of the motor pool, past the gate, and into the North Carolina night. 45 minutes later, I found the place 30 miles north of Fort Byrd, past a blur of strip malls, patchy woods, and what might have been fallow farmland. New territory for me. The roads were deserted, everyone still nursing eggnog or champagne. I almost pitied the civilian cars I might meet later. My Humvee wouldn't flinch in a collision. The motel crouched near a highway interchange, surrounded by the usual suspects, a truck stop with a 24-hour diner, a gas station big enough for semis, and a windowless dive bar glowing with neon. Pink letters promised exotic dancers, and the lot was packed 3 deep with cars. The whole block stank of diesel and booze. the air thick with fog and the bass line of some rowdy holiday playlist. The motel itself was a sagging relic, 20 rooms of peeling paint and quiet desperation. 2 cop cars and a sad little Ford, definitely a rental, were haphazardly parked outside the second-to-last room. No lights on, door cracked open. Cops were probably trying to slow down the inevitable. First thought, what's a 2-star doing in a dump like this? No Pentagon investigator would have batted an eye if he'd checked into a chain hotel. I parked the Humvee beside a cruiser and stepped into the cold. Music thumped across the street. The room waited, dark and quiet. Time to meet the general. I wasn't exactly an expert on dead generals, but something told me this wasn't a common sight. 3 squad cars idled nearby, engines running, while one officer stepped out to meet me. He wore tan uniform pants and a leather jacket zipped tight, no hat in sight. The badges on his jacket gave him away Deputy Chief Rick Stockton, mid-50s, with that weathered look cops get after too many years on the job. He wasn't built like a linebacker, but the way his eyes flicked to the insignia on my coat told me he knew his way around rank. "Major," he said, nodding. I returned the gesture. The guy had a sharp eye. Those little gold oak leaves on my shoulders weren't exactly front and center, but he'd spotted them. That meant military background. And when he spoke, I recognized the voice from the phone call earlier. "Midnight on the dot. Jack Reacher," I said. "MP duty officer." A flicker of recognition crossed his face. "You actually showed up," he said, almost amused. "You left out the part about the 2-star. Figured you'd find out soon enough." I glanced toward the motel. "Not every day you see a dead general." "Not many people do," he said, and something in his tone made me peg him as enlisted. "Army?" I asked. "Marines," he corrected. "First sergeant." I nodded. My old man was a Marine. I always throw that in, gives me a little credibility, keeps them from writing me off as just another Army grunt. But I leave out the rank. No need to complicate things. Stockton's gaze shifted to my Humvee parked nearby. "You like driving that thing?" "It does the job," I said. "Looks like a pain in the city." "Tanks go first," I said. "They clear the road. That's the plan anyway." The bass from the bar down the street pulsed in the background. Stockton didn't react. "Let's see the body," I said. Inside, the motel was exactly what you'd expect: dim, cramped, and smelling like stale air freshener. A narrow hallway led to a room with a queen bed, a sagging mattress, and a dead man sprawled face down. Naked, pale, built like a guy who used to be in shape but was starting to lose the fight. His skin was weathered, his hair buzzed short, the kind of look that screamed military even without the uniform. "He was found like this?" I asked. "Yeah," Stockton said. I frowned. "How?" "Guy checks in, expects privacy until checkout." "You'll see," he said, cryptic. I stepped closer. "You rolled him already?" "Took a look, then put him back." "Mind if I do the same?" "Knock yourself out." I grabbed the guy's shoulder and turned him over. Cold. Stiff. Rigor was just kicking in. I eased the man onto his back and took in the scene. His skin had an unnatural grayish tint, his expression locked in a grimace of shock and pain. His right hand clutched his left bicep, fingers digging in like he'd been trying to stop something from tearing loose inside him. And then there was the condom limp, half detached, a sad little detail that told its own story. The guy hadn't even made it to the finish line. "Cardiac arrest," Stockton muttered from behind me. I nodded. The ashen complexion, the way he'd grabbed his arm, classic signs. "Big one," I agreed. Stockton's voice held a hint of dark amusement. Question is, did it hit before or after the main event? I studied the bed. The spread was still neatly tucked, but the fabric told a different story. Indentations from his head, disturbed sections where knees and elbows had scrambled. She was under him when it happened, I said. Had to fight her way out. Rough way to check out. Could be worse, I said. Stockton just smirked. No trace of her. I asked. Vanished, he said. Like a ghost. The front desk guy see anything? Another knowing grin. Then it clicked. This wasn't exactly a five-star hotel, just a cheap roadside spot near a truck stop and a strip club, 30 miles from the nearest base. She was working, I said. Desk clerk recognized her, saw her bolt too early, got suspicious. Stockton nodded. Called us right after. But by then, poof. And now is playing dumb, acting like this place doesn't rent by the hour. Your guy's been here before. Often enough to know better, he said. Control the situation, Garber had said. So, heart attack. I pressed. Nothing else. Most likely, Stockton admitted. But we'll need the docs to confirm. The room was eerily quiet. Just the distant chatter of police radios and the thump of bass from the bar across the street. I turned back to the body. No recognition in his face, but his hands told a story. A West Point ring on one finger, a worn wedding band on the other. His dog tags were wedged under his arm, the chain tangled where he'd grabbed himself. I yanked them free, the rubber silencers muffling the clink. Kramer, Catholic, blood type O. We could handle the autopsy, I offered. Up at Walter Reed. Out of jurisdiction. He's a general. You're covering for him. Wouldn't you? Stockton exhaled. Yeah, probably. I let the tags drop and moved through the room. Nothing on the nightstands, no phone, just a pay booth by the office, I figured. The bathroom held a black leather dop kit, initials crack stamped on the side. Inside, the usual toothbrush, razor, travel-sized toiletries. No heart meds, no extra condoms. The closet was more telling, a full Class A uniform, meticulously arranged on separate hangers, pants folded, jacket and shirt pressed, tie still threaded through the collar. Above it all, a service cap gleaming with gold braid. A man who cared about appearances right up until the end. The closet was neatly arranged, a crisp white undershirt folded on one side, a pair of white boxers on the other. Below them, 2 polished black shoes sat side by side, each with a tightly rolled sock tucked inside. Leaning against the back wall was a worn green canvas suit carrier, its edges reinforced with scuffed leather. It didn't look like it held much. You'd get the full report, I said. Straight from our pathologist, no edits, no omissions. If something doesn't sit right, we hand it back to you, no hassle. Stockton stayed quiet, but I didn't sense any pushback. Some local cops are decent to work with. A major base like Byrd sends waves through the surrounding towns, so MPs and local law enforcement end up crossing paths a lot. Sometimes it's smooth, sometimes it's a headache. Stockton struck me as the type who wouldn't make things difficult. He had that easygoing vibe, the kind of guy who'd rather pass the buck than deal with extra work. How much? I asked. How much what? For a hooker around here? $20, he said with a shrug. Not exactly high-end options in this part of the country. And the room? 15, give or take. I flipped the body back over, no easy task, given the dead weight. What's your take on Walter Reed handling the autopsy? Stockton hesitated, eyes drifting to the wall. Could work, he finally said. A knock at the door interrupted us. One of the uniformed cops poked his head in. Me just called. He's tied up for at least 2 more hours. It's New Year's Eve. I almost grinned. Acceptable was about to turn into urgently necessary. In 2 hours, Stockton would be itching to leave parties winding down, roads turning chaotic. He'd be begging me to take the body off his hands. While he stood by the window, back turned to the corpse, I pulled the uniform coat from the closet and hooked it on the bathroom doorframe. The light caught every detail. A Class A coat tells a story. This one belonged to Major General Kramer, according to the nameplate and dog tags. The Purple Heart ribbon had 2 oak leaf clusters matching the scars. 2 silver stars on the shoulders, armor insignia on the lapels, a kind core patch. The rest was a history lesson, medals from Vietnam, Korea, a few foreign honors. The coat was well kept, standard issue, no fancy tailoring. A guy who cared about his rank but not his threads. I checked the pockets empty except for a rental car key on a plastic 1 keyring, the Hertz logo, and a handwritten plate number on a slip inside. No wallet, no cash. The pants and shoes yielded nothing. Even the hat was clean. The whole scene was methodical, deliberate, like someone had scrubbed away anything personal. I unzipped the garment bag and spread it open on the floor. Inside was a military uniform, complete with a field cap, fresh socks, underwear, and polished black combat boots. One section was noticeably empty, probably meant for a toiletry kit. That was it. No surprises. I zipped it back up and slid it into place, then crouched to check under the bed. Nothing. Anything sketchy in there? Stockton asked. I straightened up. Nope, I lied. Then he's all yours, he said. Just send me the report when you're done. Deal, I said. Happy New Year, he tossed back before heading to his car. I climbed into my Humvee and radioed for an ambulance, adding that I needed 2 soldiers to inventory Kramer's belongings and deliver them to my office. Once Stockton's team cleared out, I waited, watching their taillights vanish into the fog before going back inside. I fished the rental key from Kramer's jacket and popped open the Ford. The interior smelled like industrial cleaner and stale paperwork. The rental agreement showed he'd picked it up at 32p. From Dulles Airport, paid with an Amex and snagged a discount. The odometer read 13,215 at pickup. Now it was 13,513. A 298-mile trip. Exactly what you'd expect for a direct haul from D to here. I pocketed the paperwork, checked the trunk, then crossed the street toward the bar. The bass thumped louder with each step. 10 paces away, the stench of spilled beer and cigarettes hit me. I weaved through parked cars, shoved open the heavy wooden door, and got smacked by noise, heat, and bodies. The place was packed wall-to-wall people under purple lights, a mirror ball spinning, and a dancer in nothing but a cowboy hat, crawling on stage, collecting cash. A mountain of a guy loomed behind the counter, his face shadowed, arms like tree trunks. I noped out fast, letting the door slam shut behind me. The cold air was a relief. Back across the street, the motel office was a depressing box of fluorescent glow and vending machine hum. Fake wood paneling, a pay phone, and a clerk slouched on a stool, early 20s, greasy hair, no chin. Happy New Year, I said. Silence. Did you swipe anything from the dead guy's room? He shook his head. No. Say it again. I didn't take anything. I believed him. When he'd check in? Dunno. I started at 10. He was already here. Kramer had left Dulles at 1:32 p. The mileage said he drove straight through, no detours. That put him here by 7:30, maybe 8:30 if he stopped to eat. Or 9:0 if he drove like a grandpa. Did he ever use the payphone? I asked, glancing at the broken receiver dangling from its cord. Nah, that thing's been out of order for weeks, the kid behind the counter said, barely looking up from his magazine. Then how'd he get in touch with the woman? What woman? The one he was with when he died. The kid scoffed. Nobody like that comes around here. Did he go down to the bar to find her? Man, I don't know. He was all the way at the end of the row. I wasn't watching him. I leaned in. You got a license? He hesitated. Why? Just answer the question, I said, letting my tone drop low. I had a good 6 inches and 50 pounds on him, not to mention the uniform. He swallowed hard, then fished out his wallet from his back pocket and flipped it open. The plastic sleeve held his driver's license photo, name, home address. Good, I said. Now I know where to find you if you disappear before I'm done asking questions. He didn't say a word as I walked out. Back in my Humvee, I waited. 40 minutes later, the military transport rolled in, followed by another Humvee. I gave my team orders to secure everything, including the rental car, then headed straight to base. My borrowed office smelled like stale coffee and paperwork. I told my sergeant to get Garber on the line. 2 minutes later, the phone rang. What's the situation? Garber asked. Guy's name was Kramer, I said. I already got that much from the dispatcher, he snapped. What happened? Cardiac arrest. Midway through an encounter with a professional companion. Place was so bad even the roaches would have demanded a refund. Silence. Then a heavy sigh. Damn it. He was married. Yep. Wedding ring and a West Point class ring. Class of 52, Garber muttered. I checked. Another pause. Why do guys like this throw everything away? I didn't have an answer. We need to keep this quiet, he said. Already handled. The locals let me reroute him to Walter Reed. Good. That's good. He exhaled. Walk me through it. He had in-corps patches stationed in Germany. Flew into Dulles yesterday, probably Frankfurt. Civilian flight, since he was in dress uniform. Would have been fatigues if it was military. Rented a junker, drove almost 300 miles, checked into a dump, and hired company. I know about the flight, Garber cut in. Called his unit, told them he was dead. When? Right after I hung up with the dispatcher. Did they get the details? Just heart attack. No specifics. Starting to think that was the right call. What about his itinerary? American Airlines, Frankfurt to Dulles, landed at 1 p.m. Had a connecting flight to Lax this morning for an armored branch conference at Fort Irwin. He was a big deal over there, commanding officer, on track for vice chief of staff in a couple years. Armored's turn next, but I guess that's off the table now. Probably, I agreed. Being deceased tends to derail promotions. Garber ignored that. How long was his stateside trip supposed to be? A week max. Full name: Kenneth Robert Kramer. Bet you've got his birthday, hometown, flight numbers, seat assignments, meal preferences, the whole dossier. So, nothing. Just impressed by your thoroughness. Irwin Falk had some explaining to do, like which room he planned to stash the guy in. What's your deal? Garber shot back. My deal is, why am I the last to know any of this? Because you were busy playing detective at a motel while I handled the real work, Garber said. I leaned against the wall, thinking. Every time I travel, I've got a stack of plane tickets, hotel confirmations. And if I'm coming from abroad, a passport. Conference. Add a briefcase stuffed with paperwork. Garber sighed. Get to the point. The point is, the motel room was missing all that. Tickets, passport, itinerary, the kind of stuff you'd keep in a briefcase. Silence. Then I added, he had a green canvas suit carrier with brown leather trim. Bet you anything there was a matching briefcase. Probably a gift from his wife, ordered from L. Been a decade ago. And it wasn't there. With all those metal ribbons on his uniform, the inside pocket would have been packed. Wallet too probably kept it in the briefcase when he was in dress blues. Daba exhaled. So the hooker saw where he stashed his wallet after paying her. Then things went south, he died, and she saw an opportunity. She took the briefcase. A pause. Is that going to bite us? Depends what else was inside, I said. I hung up and spotted a note from my sergeant. Your brother called. No message. I crumpled it and tossed it in the trash. After 3 hours of restless sleep, I was back at the motel before sunrise. Dawn didn't do the place any favors, just exposed the same cracked pavement and empty lots. New Year's Day at daybreak was eerily still, like the whole world had hit pause. No cars, no movement. The diner was open but empty, the motel office deserted. I stopped outside Kramer's room, door still locked. I turned my back and tried to think like a panicked hooker client, dead, adrenaline pumping. Grab the briefcase, bolt. But why take the whole thing? Just the cash and credit cards mattered. So she'd ditched the bag after rifling through it. But where? Inside the room would have been easiest, but she didn't. Too rattled, maybe. The lounge bar. Possible, but she wouldn't walk in carrying both a purse and a briefcase. Too noticeable. Behind the motel, then quiet, shadowed. I circled around back, weeds crunching underfoot. If I were her, I'd stop in the dark, fish out the valuables, and chuck the bag into the night. I scanned the scrubland, estimating the arc of a desperate throw. 30 feet, maybe. Somewhere in that mess, the briefcase was waiting. The search area was roughly the size of a small studio apartment, maybe 150 square feet of uneven ground littered with rocks and hardened by last night's frost. My boots kicked over empty wrappers, discarded needles, crumpled foil, even a rusted hubcap from an old Buick, and a lone skateboard wheel. No briefcase. At the back of the lot, a weathered 6-foot fence blocked my path. I hauled myself up, balancing on the top rail to scan the next patch of weeds and rubble. Still nothing. Dropping down, I circled toward the motel office from behind. A grimy pebbled glass window, probably the staff bathroom, overlooked a stack of ancient air conditioners, their metal shells rusted into a single crumbling sculpture. No signs of recent movement. Rounding the corner, I found a gravel clearing with a dented dumpster. The lid creaked open to reveal rotting food and busted packaging. No briefcase. Across the street, the lounge bar sat dark and quiet, its neon signs lifeless. Their dumpster loomed like a forgotten truck in the lot. Empty. Inside the diner, the air smelled of old grease. I checked under tables, behind the register, even in the women's restroom, just a cardboard box of abandoned umbrellas. Nothing. My watch said it was still early. The bar wouldn't open for hours. Back outside, the motel office remained deserted. A crackling radio call pulled me toward the Humvee. 1017, return to base. I gunned the diesel engine and hit the empty highway, making it to Bird Inn under 40 minutes. Kramer's rental car sat in the motor pool. Inside, a new Corporal compact, dark-haired with that Louisiana drawl, guarded my borrowed office. "Your brother called again," he said. "No message. Why the 1017? Colonel Garber wants a 1019. I almost laughed. The military's love for code could turn a simple call me into a whole production. Inside, Kramer's gear was staged like a museum exhibit: suit carrier, shoebox, uniform, hanging in triplicate. I grabbed the phone. Garber answered on the second ring. "Reacher here," I said. "It was a heart attack," he cut in. "No doubt." Walter Reed didn't waste time. He was a general. "With arteries like clogged pipes," I said. The official report: severe arteriosclerosis, fatal fibrillation. Garber believed it. I scribbled Joe on a scrap of paper, underlining it twice. My brother had gone to serious lengths to track me down Panama, then who knows where. If Joe was hunting me this hard, it wasn't for small talk. The conversation turned serious when they started talking about the cause of death. "Probably hit him when that woman took her clothes off," someone muttered. "No pills on him," another voice pointed out. "Could have been undetected. Happens all the time, fine 1 minute, gone the next. No way to fake that. You might rig a heart rhythm with a shock, but you can't fake decades of clogged arteries." Who said anything about faking it? Garber's voice cut in. Could have been KGB involvement. Kramer and his tanks were the Red Army's biggest headache. Right now, they've got bigger problems. Too soon to say if that's permanent. Silence stretched over the line before Garber spoke again. "I can't hand this off to anyone else." "Not yet. You get why, right?" "What's that mean for me?" "Means you're handling the widow. She's not in Germany, she's back in Virginia for the holidays. They've got a place there." He rattled off an address, and I scribbled it down under Joe's name. "Anyone with her?" "No kids. Probably alone." "Should I bring a priest?" "Not a combat death. Maybe take a female partner." "Mrs. Kramer might need a shoulder." "Got it. Keep it vague." Official story is he died during a layover on his way to Irwin. Only you and I know different, and it stays that way. If you bring someone, brief them, she might ask questions. "What about local cops? Any leaks?" The guy I talked to was ex-Marine. "He'll keep it quiet." "Semper Fi," Garber said. I hesitated. Still, no sign of the briefcase. Another pause. "Handle the widow first. Then keep looking." I had the day shift move. Kramer's belongings to my quarters, better safe than sorry. Widows always ask for personal effects eventually, and on a base like Bird, things have a way of vanishing. Next up was the O Club, hunting for MPs. They always stick together, since nobody else wants them around. I spotted 2 men, 2 women, all in standard BDUs. One captain had her arm in a sling, struggling with her food. The other woman, a lieutenant named Summer, looked about 25, petite, with smooth mahogany skin. "Lieutenant Summer," I said. "Sir." "Happy New Year." "Busy today?" "Just routine duties, sir." "Good. Meet me out front in 30 classes. We've got a grieving widow to visit." I changed into my dress uniform and called for a sedan. No way was I spending hours in a Humvee. A private dropped off a green Chevy, and I waited outside headquarters. Summer showed up right on time, moving with effortless grace despite her small frame. She looked sharp, expert badges lined up like a ladder down her chest, longer than mine. I only had rifle and pistol. I held the door open. "Ready?" She nodded. "Let's go." She froze in front of me, snapping to attention with a crisp salute. "Lieutenant Summer reporting, sir," she said. "Relax," I told her. "Skip the formalities, just call me Reacher. And lose the salute. Not my thing." She hesitated, then eased up. "Got it," she said. I yanked open the passenger door and started climbing in. "You want me to drive?" she asked. "I barely slept last night." "Who was it?" "General Kramer," I said. "Big-time armor commander over in Europe." She frowned. "What was he doing here?" "This is an infantry post." "Just passing through," I said. She slid behind the wheel, shoving the seat all the way forward before adjusting the mirror. I stretched my legs out as far as the cramped space allowed. "Where are we headed?" she asked. "Green Valley, Virginia. Figure 4 hours, give or take. That's where the wife is." "Home for the holidays," I said. "So we get to knock on her door with a cheerful Happy New Year. And by the way, your husband's dead." I shrugged. "Lucky us." Not that I was sweating it. Generals' wives? They're steel. Either they spent decades shoving their husbands up the ranks, or weathering the fallout while they clawed their way up. Either way, not much rattles them. Half the time they're tougher than the men they married. Summer tugged off her cap and tossed it into the back. Her hair was cropped close, nearly buzzed, framing sharp cheekbones and smooth skin. I liked the look. And damn could she drive. She buckled up and hit the gas like she was gunning for pole position. "Accident?" she asked. "Heart attack. Bad arteries." "Where?" "The VOC." I shook my head. "Some cheap motel in town." With a $20 hooker pinned under him when he checked out. We're skipping that detail with the widow, right? Nobody's hearing that part. So why was he even down here? Wasn't here for Bird. Just a layover Frankfurt to Dulles, then National to Lax. Had a conference at Irwin. She went quiet for a beat. We were nearing the highway when she finally spoke again. "Permission to speak freely?" "Always." "Is this some kind of test?" "Why would it be?" "You're 11/10, aren't you?" "Yeah. I've got a transfer request in with them." "To the 11/10th?" She nodded. "So is this some undercover eval?" "See if I'm cut out for it." I needed a woman in case the widow's the hugging type. "Picked you at random." The captain with a broken arm couldn't grip a steering wheel. And it'd be pretty lousy timing to wait for a dead general just to run personnel drills. "Fair," she said. "But I'm guessing you're waiting to see if I ask the obvious." Any MP with a heartbeat should be asking. "Fine." General Kramer had a 20-hour stopover near D. If he just wanted to pay for company, why drive 300 miles to do it here? 298, I corrected. Then turn around and haul back. Exactly. So why? "You tell me," I said. "Give me an angle I haven't considered, and I'll put in a word for your transfer." "You can't." "You're not my CO." "Maybe I am this week." "Why are you even here? Something going on I should know about?" "Got orders." "That's all I've got." "You're really a major." "Last I checked," I said. I thought 110th guys were usually warrants. Working undercover or in plain clothes. Most of them do. Then why drag you out here instead of just sending a warrant officer and slapping a major's rank on him? "Good question," I said. "Maybe I'll get an answer someday." "Mind if I ask what your assignment was?" "Temporary detached duty as Fort Bird's Provost Marshal's executive officer." "The Provost Marshal isn't even here," she pointed out. "I noticed," I said. "He shipped out the same day I arrived." Some last-minute reassignment. So you're the acting CO now. Like I said, an MPXO isn't exactly a specialized role, she said. I can handle it, I replied. Started out as a regular MP, same as you. Summer stayed quiet, eyes on the road. Kramer, I said, why drive 600 miles round trip? 12 hours out of his 24, just to blow $15 on a motel and 20 on a hooker? Why does it matter? A heart attack's a heart attack, right? Was there ever any doubt? I shook my head. Walter Reed already did the autopsy. So the where and when don't change anything. Except his briefcase is gone. Ah, Summer said. I watched her process it, her eyes narrowing just slightly. How do you know he had one? She asked. I don't. But have you ever seen a general walk into a conference empty-handed? No, she admitted. You think the hooker took it? I nodded. That's the theory for now. Then find her. Who was she? Summer frowned. Doesn't add up, she said. Exactly. 4 reasons Kramer might have skipped D. 1, he was traveling with other officers and didn't want them catching him with a hooker. Easier to slip away somewhere else. 2, even alone, if he was on a DoD voucher, he might have worried about a clerk spotting her and calling the press. Happens. So he paid cash in some no-name motel. 3, maybe he was a regular at a big hotel, didn't want the staff recognizing him. 4, his tastes were too niche for D. Mass usual offering, so he went where he knew he'd get what he wanted. But problems 1 through 3 could have been solved by driving 10 miles, tops. 300's overkill. And while I'll buy that D might not cover every kink, I doubt rural North Carolina's the hot spot for it, or that it only cost $20 if it was. So why the detour? She didn't answer, just kept driving. I leaned back, shutting my eyes for the next 35 miles. He knew her, Summer finally said. I opened my eyes. How? Some guys have a type. Maybe he met her years back. Got attached in his own way. Happens more than you'd think. Where would they have crossed paths? Right here. Birds all infantry. He was armored. Could have been joint exercises. You should check the records. I stayed quiet. Armored and infantry trained together all the time, but never here. Moving tanks is a nightmare compared to moving men. Or maybe he met her at Irwin, Summer added. In California. Maybe she worked there then relocated. Like the military crowd. So she set up near Bird. What kind of hooker prefers military bases? The kind who likes steady business, she said. And let's be real, that's all of them. Bases keep the local economy running in more ways than one. I didn't argue. The hum of the engine filled the silence as we rolled past another stretch of pines. Somewhere out there, answers were waiting if we could just piece them together. Maybe she usually worked in Bird, but followed the infantry to Irwin during a joint training exercise. Those things drag on for weeks. No sense sitting around with no business back home. Your best theory? I asked. They probably met in California, Summer said. Kramer would have rotated in and out of Irwin for years. Then she relocated to North Carolina, but he still made the trip whenever he was in D. For $20, she's not offering anything fancy. Maybe he wasn't looking for fancy. We could always ask the widow. Summer smirked. Or maybe he just liked her. Maybe she made sure of it. Women in that line of work know how to keep a guy coming back. Regulars mean safety less risk with someone familiar. I rubbed my eyes. So, she pressed. Did I figure out something you missed? Nope, I said. I dozed off before we even crossed the state line and jolted awake 4 hours later when Summer took the Green Valley exit too sharp. My head smacked against the window. My bad, she muttered. You should pull Kramer's call logs. He wouldn't drive that far without checking she was available. Where would he have called from? Germany, she said, before he flew out. More likely a payphone at Dulles. But we'll check. We consider it a trial run. Partnering up. She stayed quiet. Think it matters? I asked. Maybe. Depends what was in that briefcase. Could have been troop deployments, strategy notes, anything classified. The Soviets are collapsing anyway. I nodded. I'm more worried about headlines. Imagine some reporter digging classified files out of a dumpster behind a strip club. That's a PR nightmare. The widow might know. He could have mentioned something. We can't ask her, I said. Far as she's concerned, he died peacefully in his sleep, no questions asked. Whatever we suspect stays between us and Garber. Garber, she said. You, me, and him, I clarified. She cracked a smile. Minor case or not, having Garber involved was a lucky break for someone angling for a 101/10th transfer. Green Valley looked like a postcard colonial charm, manicured lawns, the whole deal. The Kramer house was a sprawling Victorian with white turrets, wraparound porches, and a roof covered in fish-scale shingles. Ancient evergreens framed the property like they'd been placed there by some meticulous landscaper a century ago. We idled at the curb, taking it in. No clue what Summer was thinking, but I was memorizing the scene, filing it under American as apple pie. I've got the passport and the social security number, but between my dad's assignments and my own, I've barely spent 5 years stateside. I know the capital of Nebraska and Lou Gehrig's RBI stats, but ask me the going rate for gas or how to use a parking meter. Clueless. So I soak up the details when I can. And this place, worth every second. Pale sunlight glowed on the white clapboard. The air smelled like wood smoke, crisp and cold, the kind of quiet that makes you wish your grandparents had lived somewhere exactly like this. The crisp autumn air would have been perfect for raking leaves and sipping hot cider. And by summer, you could have packed that old station wagon with a canoe for a lakeside getaway. It felt like stepping into one of those illustrated storybooks I'd flipped through back in Manila, Guam, and Seoul until we stepped inside. Ready? Summer asked. Absolutely, I said. Let's get this over with. The widow thing. She didn't answer. I figured she'd been through this before. So had I, more times than I cared to count. Never pleasant. She rolled off the curb, inching toward the driveway before stopping a few yards from the front door. We stepped out into the biting wind, adjusting our jackets but leaving our hats behind Mrs. Kramer's first warning, if she happened to be looking. 2 MPs at your door is bad enough. But bareheaded? That's a whole different kind of bad news. The door was a faded antique red with a storm screen in front. I pressed the bell. Nothing. The wind cut sharper than expected, whipping past us. Should have called first, Summer muttered. Not how it works, I said. Can't exactly say. Be home by 3. We've got some life-wrecking news to drop. Kinda ruins the surprise. She sighed. Drove all this way and now I just want to hug someone. Now you've got the makings of a country song. Next thing you know, your truck stalls and your dog runs off. I hit the bell again. Still nothing. Maybe check for a car, Summer suggested. We found one in the detached garage, a metallic green Mercury Grand Marquis, sleek and massive, the kind of ride a general's wife would drive. Not flashy, not outdated, just solidly respectable. Think it's hers? Summer asked. Probably. Started with a Ford, upgraded to a Mercury after he made lieutenant colonel. Probably had their eyes on a Lincoln once that third star came through. Kind of depressing, you think. Remember where he was last night. So, where is she? Out for a walk? We turned, catching the wind at our backs, when a sharp bang echoed from the rear of the house. Maybe gardening, Summer said. On New Year's Day? Nothing's growing this time of year. Still, we circled back to the front and tried the bell again. Better to let her come to us. No luck. Then another bang, loose, repetitive, like the wind had a grip on something. We should check that, Summer said. I nodded. A door slamming on its own never means anything good. The flagstone path led us to the kitchen door, swinging inward with a weak spring fighting the gusts. It kept popping open a few inches before snapping shut 3 times while we stood there. The lock was wrecked, steel still intact, but the wood around it splintered. A pry bar had done its job, leaving a crescent-shaped scar on the door. The lock itself lay on the path, surrounded by wood shards. No alarm system, Summer noted. No wires, no sensors, nothing to call for help. Just a broken door and the wind howling through. The house was eerily quiet, no way to know if the intruders had left or were still lurking inside. Now what? Summer whispered. We were defenseless, dressed in formal uniforms with no weapons. Watch the front, I told her, in case someone tries to leave. She slipped away without a word, and I waited a beat before nudging the kitchen door open with my elbow. The hinges groaned as I stepped inside, pressing my weight against the door to keep it shut. The air smelled like old coffee and overcooked greens. The space was large, lived in but not messy, with a door on the opposite side slightly ajar. A sliver of polished oak floor peeked through a hallway. Moving slow, I adjusted my angle to get a better look. The hallway stretched toward the front entrance, with a closed door on the left, probably a dining room and an open one on the right leading to a study. Inside, I spotted a desk, a chair, and dark wood shelves. Then I saw her. A woman lay sprawled on the floor, her long gray hair tangled, her white nightgown rumpled. She was on her side, limbs twisted like she'd been running. A shotgun lay half buried beneath her. The left side of her skull was crushed. Blood and brain matter matted in her hair, a dark pool spreading on the wood. I crouched beside her, checking for a pulse. Cold skin, no heartbeat. The wound was deep, a single brutal strike from something heavy, angled from above. She'd been facing the kitchen when it happened. Stepping into the study, I scanned the room. A Persian rug covered most of the floor, marred by a streak of blood and hair. Someone had wiped the weapon clean here. The space felt staged, like it existed out of obligation rather than use. The desk held a few framed photos, fewer than you'd expect from a long marriage. One showed the dead woman and the man from the motel, General Kramer, posing in front of Mount Rushmore. Another captured Kramer in uniform, grinning as he climbed into a C-130, a canvas suit carrier in one hand, a matching briefcase tucked under his arm. Same scene, different promotion, 2 stars this time. Both photos had the same forced cheer, the same rehearsed wave. The silence pressed in, heavy. I could almost hear footsteps creeping down the hall, the phantom weight of a wrecking bar in my grip. But the house stayed still. just the ghost of a life that wasn't what it seemed. The hallway was silent when I stepped out again. I listened carefully but heard nothing. Searching the house would have been pointless. I already knew it was empty, and there was nothing left to find. One last glance at Mrs. Kramer confirmed it. The soles of her feet were visible, pale against the dark floor. She hadn't been a widow long an hour, maybe 3. The blood had dried hours before, but pinning down the exact time would have to wait for the medical examiner. I slipped out through the kitchen and found Summer outside. No need for words, I just motioned her inside. 4 minutes later, she stepped back out, cool as ever. Impressive. "You like coincidences?" she asked. I stayed quiet. "We need to go to D," she said. "Walter Reed. We have to make them re-examine Kramer's autopsy." I didn't answer. "This changes everything," she pressed. "The odds of a soldier dying on any given day are slim. But his wife murdered the same night? That's not random." "Not the same night," I corrected. "Different year." She nodded. "New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Doesn't matter. You think Walter Reed had a pathologist on duty last night? Probably dragged some poor guy in from a party." You really trust his judgment after midnight champagne?" I smirked. "So we stroll in and ask if their doc was sober enough to tell a heart attack from a homicide?" "We have to check," she insisted. "I don't believe in coincidences. What's your take on what happened in there?" "Intruder," she said. "Mrs. Kramer heard the door, grabbed her shotgun. Generals' wives don't mess around, but she was too slow. Guy was already in the study, caught her from the side with a crowbar. Taller than her, right-handed. I didn't argue. "So, Walter Reed? Once we're done here," I agreed. We called the Green Valley PD from the kitchen phone, then Garber. He'd meet us at the hospital. Then we waited, Summer watching the front, me the back. 7 minutes later, sirens wailed in the distance. 2 cruisers, a detective's car, an ambulance, lights flashing, then silence as they rolled up. We stepped aside, letting them swarm past. "No jurisdiction here, Mrs. Kramer was a civilian." Normally I wouldn't care, but the house had given up its secrets. No need to ruffle feathers. Brownie points never hurt. A patrolman kept an eye on us while the others worked inside. Eventually, Detective Clark's sharp suit, sharper eyes came out for our statements. We told him everything. Kramer's heart attack, the widow, the busted door. He didn't blink, but I could see the gears turning. 2 deaths, same night, miles apart. Coincidence? Not likely. Poor Rick Stockton down in North Carolina. Letting me take Kramer's body was about to look real bad. Half this mess was now the Army's problem. The tension was building. After giving Clark a direct line to reach us at Bird, we climbed back into the car. Was still about 70 miles out, another hour or so, maybe less, with Summer behind the wheel. She hit the gas hard, the Chevy shuddering like it might fall apart any second. "You spotted the briefcase in those photos, right?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "Does seeing dead bodies bother you?" "Not really," I admitted. "Why?" She hesitated. "It gets to me a little." I didn't respond. "You think this was just random?" she pressed. "No," I said. "I don't buy coincidences." "Then you think the autopsy missed something?" "Nah," I said. "I'm sure the report's solid." "Then why are we hauling all the way to D?" "Because I owe the pathologist an apology. I dumped Kramer's body on them, and now they'll be swarmed with cops asking the same questions for weeks. That's gonna tick them off. Turns out, the pathologist was a woman doctor. Sam McGowan, and she had the kind of cheerful energy that made it hard to imagine anything could ruin her day for long. We met her in the Walter Reed lobby at 4 in the afternoon on New Year's Day. The place looked like any other hospital holiday decorations sagging from the ceiling, already past their prime. Garber was waiting for us, perched on a plastic chair, like it was the most natural thing in the world. He didn't say much, just nodded at Summer as she stood beside him. I leaned against the wall while Dr. McGowan faced us, flipping through her notes like she was about to give a lecture. General Kramer died of natural causes, she said. Massive heart attack late last night. No doubt about it. If you want a second opinion, go ahead, but it'd be a waste of time. His talk screen was clean, and the signs of ventricular fibrillation were textbook. The man's arteries were a disaster. The only question you might have is whether someone triggered the fibrillation artificially, but even then, he was a ticking time bomb. How would that even work? Summer asked. McGowan shrugged. If he'd been soaking in a tub, someone could have juiced the water with an electrical current. But he wasn't wet, and there were no burns, no needle marks, nothing. What about shock? Fear? Possible, McGowan said. But we know what he was doing, right? Sudden. Excitement can be a trigger. Silence. Natural causes, folks, she repeated. Every pathologist on the planet would agree. Guaranteed. Garber nodded. Appreciate it, Doc. Sorry in advance, I said. You're about to get swarmed with cops asking the same questions. She grinned. I'll just print up a statement. With that, she gave us one last smile and disappeared through a door. The decorations swayed in her wake before settling back into place. Garber exhaled. That's it. Kramer's death is clean, and his wife's case is civilian jurisdiction. We're done. You ever meet him? I asked. Garber shook his head. Only heard stories. What kind? Arrogant. Armored branch through and through. The Abrams tank is the ultimate status symbol. In the military, those crews strut around like they own the place, and honestly, they kind of do. What do we know about the wife? I asked. Garber grimaced. From what I heard, she barely left their estate in Virginia. Old money, one of those historic families. Sure, she played the part, spent some time on base in Germany, but if you tally it up, barely enough to count. Ty Corps mentioned she was home for the holidays, but that just meant Thanksgiving through spring. By all accounts, they weren't exactly inseparable. No kids, no common ground. Explains the escort, I said. Separate lives, separate priorities. Garber shrugged. Yeah, well, it was a marriage on paper. More for show than anything else. Summer cut in. What was her first name? Garber shot her a look. Mrs. Kramer. That's all that matters here. Summer turned away and I shifted gears. Who was Kramer traveling with to Irwin? Two of his inner circle, General Vassell and Colonel Coomer. The three of them were Armour's golden boys. Kramer, Vassell, Coomer. The brass loved them. He stood, stretching his back. Walk me through your night, I said. Start at midnight. Why? Because coincidences make me twitchy. And you hate them too. I didn't do anything wrong. Everyone did something, I said. Except Kramer. Garber locked eyes with me. I watched the ball drop, had a drink, kissed my kid. Then I made the rounds, hugs, handshakes, the whole old lang syne bit. And after that, my office called. Said they'd caught wind of a dead two-star in North Carolina, and Fort Bird's MPs had brushed it off. So I called them and got you. Then, you handled your end. I reached out to local PD, got Kramer's name, and called the Corps in Germany. Gave them the bare minimum. You know this already. Keep going. That's it. I waited for your report. All right, I said. Garber wasn't buying it. All right. Spit it out. The briefcase, I said. Still missing. Then keep looking. Track down Vassell and Coomer, they'll know if there was anything in it worth chasing. You can't find them. He shook his head. Checked out of their hotel, never boarded their flight to California. Vanished. Gaba took off for town, and Sama slid behind the wheel as we headed south. The air was biting, dusk settling in. I offered to drive, but she refused, something about loving the open road. Garber seemed off, she said, voice tight, like she'd just blown a big moment. He's carrying guilt, I said. Why? Because he got Mrs. Framer killed. Summer whipped her head toward me, the speedometer nudging 90. Metaphorically, I added. How? This wasn't bad luck. The doc said Kramer died naturally, sure. But his death triggered hers. Garber lit the fuse when he alerted Temcor. Word got out, and 2 hours later? Widow's dead. So what's the play? No clue, I admitted. And Vassell and Coomer. She pressed. They were a trio. Kramer's gone, his wife's gone, and now they're ghosts. Garber's right, it's above us now. You're just dropping it? Nope. I'm hunting a sex worker. We took the fastest route back to the motel bar Beltway to I-95, light traffic for a holiday. New Year's Day, and the world was moving slow. Except us. The night was still and icy beyond the car windows, streetlights flickering to life as we raced south. Summer pushed the speed limit just enough to shave an hour off Kramer's estimated drive time. Our first pit stop was for gas and questionable sandwiches, stale relics from what might as well have been another era. We choked them down between miles, the hum of the engine filling the silence, until I finally broke it. Talk to me, I said, watching her grip the wheel, her fingers precise, her gaze steady. About what? Anything. Your life story. She exhaled, amused. Not much to tell. Try me. So she did. Born in Birmingham, Alabama in the 60s, she grew up quick and clever, turning cartwheels and perfect grades into a ticket out. Scholarships got her to Georgia, but when money ran thin, the Army stepped in 5 years of service in exchange for her education. Now halfway through, she'd crushed MP school and found the military more fair than the world outside. But the 1/10th was her shot at permanence. Make it and she'd stay. Miss it and she'd walk. Your turn, she said. I kept it short. Berlin-born, raised on bases, West Point lifer. No wife, no kids. Just a mother and a brother somewhere in the fog of memory. Ever think about leaving? She asked as the miles blurred past. Not really. You? Maybe. She shrugged. If the Army cuts me loose. We pulled up to Kramer's motel right on schedule. The fog clung to the pavement, streetlights cutting through like dull knives. Summer killed the engine, grinning at her own efficiency. I'll hit the bar, I said. You play nice with the front desk kid. Warn him I'm the alternative. We stepped into the cold. The Coke machine bathed her in red as she passed it, while I crossed to the lounge. The parking lot was packed, the air thick with smoke and bass-heavy music. Inside, bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, another dancer under the spotlights, the same broad-shouldered cashier lurking in the shadows. I felt his eyes on my insignia before I even saw his face. The military police insignia on my uniform, those polished gold flintlock pistols crossed over each other, stood out like a sore thumb in a place like this. Definitely not the warmest welcome. The bouncer at the door barely glanced up from the register before barking, "Cover charge." The bass from the speakers made his voice almost inaudible. "How much?" I asked. $100. "Yeah, right." "Fine, 200, he shot back. "Real comedian," I muttered. "I don't like cops in here," he growled. "Can't imagine why," I said. "Take a good look at me." He did. Not that there was much to see, just the dim glow of an overhead light catching his gut, his thick arms covered in faded ink, and hands like frozen turkeys weighed down with chunky silver rings. The rest of him stayed swallowed in shadow, like he was hiding behind a curtain. "You're not welcome," he said. "I'll survive. Not exactly the sensitive type. This is my place and I don't want you in it. I'll make it quick. Leave. Now." "Not happening. Look at me." He leaned forward, slow and deliberate, letting the light crawl up his chest, his neck, finally revealing a face that looked like it had lost an argument with a meat grinder. Razor scars webbed across his skin, his nose busted and reset so many times it barely resembled one, and thick brows hiding small, cold eyes. The guy was built like a retired gladiator, 5'10", 300 pounds of bad decisions. I smirked. "What? The dramatic lighting's supposed to scare me. Should tell you something. Only that you lost a lot of fights. Want to make it one more?" Silence. "Or," I added, "I could shut this place down for every enlisted man at Bird. See how long your bar stays afloat." Still nothing. "Not that I want to," I said. "No reason to punish my guys just because you're an idiot." He leaned back into the shadows, his voice a low growl. "I'll see you later. Count on it." "Terrifying," I said, pushing past him into the crowd. Inside, the place was bigger than it looked, a sprawling maze of flashing lights and pounding music. Civilians mixed with military, the soldiers easy to spot by their regulation haircuts and awkward attempts at blending in. Every pair of eyes tracked me as I moved through the room. Near the stage, I zeroed in on a sergeant special forces, probably, judging by the way he carried himself. Older than me, compact, holding a sweating beer bottle like he owned the place. He caught my stare, hesitated, then raised his drink in a mock toast. I stepped close, speaking low over the music. "Spread the word this isn't official. Nothing to do with our guys. Just lost property." "Lost property?" he echoed. "Nothing major. Everything's cool." He studied me for a beat. "Special forces?" I nodded. He took a swig of his beer, then grinned. "Good luck." The bartender glanced at me. "Lost something?" "Nothing major," I said. "Just a thing that disappeared over there." He considered it for a second before lifting his beer and tapping it against the empty space where mine would have been, if I'd ordered one. A silent gesture of approval, like a quiet nod in the middle of all the noise. Still, a slow trickle of guys began edging toward the door. Maybe 20 bailed within my first couple minutes inside. MPs tend to clear a room fast. No surprise the guy with the busted face hadn't wanted me around. A waitress sidled up, dressed in a cropped black tee, shorts that barely covered anything, and towering heels. Nothing else. She stared until I caved and ordered. I went with a bud, paying way too much for it. Took a sip, then scanned the crowd. The working girls spotted me first, probably eager to get me out of sight before I scared off the rest of their clientele. 2 of them made a beeline. One platinum, one brunette, both squeezed into glittery dresses that clung like second skin. The blonde cut off her friend, wobbling toward me in ridiculous plastic heels, while the brunette veered toward the Special Forces guy I'd talked to earlier. He dismissed her with a look of pure disgust. The blonde closed in, pressing against my arm and stretching up until her breath tickled my ear. "Happy New Year," she purred. "You too," I said. "Haven't seen you before," she murmured, like I was the missing piece of her world. Her accent wasn't local, not Carolina, not California. "Georgia, maybe? You just get into town." I smirked. I'd been in more joints like this than I could remember. Every MP has. They're all the same, yet each has its own rules. The "you new here" line was classic, an invitation to negotiate without crossing legal lines. "What's the setup?" I asked. She batted her lashes, playing innocent, then laid out the options. $1 tips for a stage show or $10 for a private performance. To drive the point home, her fingers trailed up my thigh. I could see the appeal. She was young, early 20s, except for her eyes. Those looked decades older. "What about something more?" I said, somewhere quieter. "We can discuss that during the private show." She led me past a dressing room, through a heavy curtain into a shadowy back room. Not exactly intimate, about 30 by 20 feet, with a padded bench circling the walls. Half a dozen guys sat with naked women in their laps. The blonde guided me to a spot, waited for me to hand over the cash, then draped herself across me, her dress hiking up just enough to make it impossible not to touch her. "You're eager," she teased, shifting closer. "Where you from?" I asked. "Atlanta," she said. "Nam Sin. S-I-N. Definitely a stage name." "Reacher," I said. No reason to lie. I had just come from the widow's house, still in my dress uniform, my name tag gleaming on the jacket pocket. "Nice name," she said, her tone automatic, the kind of compliment she probably gave to anyone, whether their name was John Doe or Genghis Khan. Her fingers trailed down my chest, undoing each button with practiced ease, slipping beneath my tie, smoothing over my shirt. "There's a motel right across the street," I said. She pressed her forehead against my shoulder. "I know. I'm looking for the girl who went there last night with a soldier." "Seriously?" "Dead serious." She shoved me back slightly. "You here to have fun or interrogate people?" "Interrogate," I said. Her hands froze. Silence stretched between us. "I need to find the girl who went to that motel," I repeated. She scoffed. "Honey, we all go to that motel with soldiers. There's practically a trench worn into the sidewalk from all the traffic." Maybe she left earlier than usual. Maybe something spooked her. No response. Maybe she got a call before she went. I pushed. She shifted off my knee, tugging at the hem of her dress, not that it helped much. Her fingers brushed my lapel pin. "We don't answer questions here." "Why not?" Her eyes flicked toward the velvet curtain, like she could see straight through it to the bouncer by the door. "Him," I said. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. He doesn't like us talking to cops. This is important. The soldier was someone worth finding. You all think you're worth finding. Any girls here from California? Maybe 5 or 6. Any ex-Fort Irwin? No idea. Here's how this goes," I said. "I'm heading to the bar for another beer. You've got 10 minutes to bring me the girl from last night or point me to her. Tell her no one's in trouble. She'll understand. Or what? Or I shut this place down. Permanently. You'll all be job hunting by sunrise." Another glance at the curtain. Don't sweat the fat guy, I said. If he whines, I'll rearrange his face again. She didn't move. This is important, I said. Fix it now, no consequences. Ignore it, and someone's gonna have a real bad night. I don't know anything, she muttered. Spread the word. 10 minutes. I nudged her off my lap and watched her vanish behind the curtain. A minute later, I pushed through the crowd to the bar, leaving my jacket open, trying to look less like I was on duty. Didn't want to kill the mood. 12 minutes and one overpriced beer later, I scanned the room. Waitresses wove through the crowd, the big bouncer lumbering between tables, keeping an eye on things. No sign of the blonde. The place was packed, dim, throbbing with music and strobe lights. The air was thick, the fans useless against the heat and sweat. My head was pounding. I circled the room once, twice. Nothing. On my third pass, the Special Forces sergeant from earlier stopped me. Looking for your date? He asked. I nodded. He jerked his chin toward the dressing room. Think you just got her in trouble? What kind? He didn't answer. Just slapped his fist into his palm. And you didn't stop it? I said. He gave a casual shrug. You're the officer, he muttered. Not me. The dressing room door was a simple black rectangle, cheap plywood with peeling paint. I didn't bother knocking, figured the women inside weren't the modest type. I just pushed it open and stepped in. The air was thick with the cloying scent of perfume and sweat. Flickering bulbs cast harsh light over the mess clothes strewn everywhere, vanity tables cluttered with makeup, a sagging red velvet couch in the corner. Sin sat there trembling, her face a wreck. A bright red handprint stood out on her cheek, her right eye puffed shut. Looked like she'd taken 2 solid hits, one from the front, one on the backswing. Her left shoe was kicked off, and between her toes, tiny puncture marks told their own story. People in her line of work knew how to hide the signs. I didn't waste time asking if she was all right. Stupid question. She'd survive. But she wouldn't be working for a while, not until the bruising faded from black to something makeup could cover. I just stood there until she finally noticed me through her one good eye. Get out, she spat, turning her face away. Bastard, she added under her breath. You find the girl? I asked. Wem zuerst in Siffen? She whipped her head back toward me. There was no girl, she snapped. I asked everyone. Nobody had a problem last night. Nobody. I let the silence hang for a second. Anyone missing? We're all here, she said bitterly. Gotta pay for Christmas somehow. I didn't answer. You got me slapped over nothing, she hissed. Sorry for your trouble, I said. Get out, she repeated, refusing to look at me. I left her there, pushing through the crowd near the stage, past the bar, out into the cold night air. The guy with the busted face was lurking in the shadows again, behind the register. I didn't hesitate, just swung my open palm and cracked him hard across the ear, sending him stumbling. You, I said. Outside. I didn't wait to see if he followed. The parking lot was packed with off-duty soldiers, leaning against cars, nursing beers they'd smuggled out. They wouldn't be a problem, too smart to pick a fight with an MP, but they wouldn't be any help either. I was on my own. The door burst open behind me. The big guy stepped out, flanked by a couple of locals who looked like they'd spent more time behind a plow than in a bar. We moved into the sickly glow of a streetlight, breath fogging in the cold. No words needed. This lot had seen plenty of brawls, tonight wouldn't be any different. I shrugged off my jacket and draped it over the mirror of a well-kept Plymouth, somebody's pride and joy. The Special Forces sergeant I'd talked to earlier stepped into the light, gave me a long look, then melted back into the shadows with his buddies. I took off my watch, tucked it into my jacket pocket, then turned back to size up the guy in front of me. I wanted to wreck him not for me, but so. Sin knew someone had her back. His face was already a mess, so no point aiming there. Better to put him out of commission for a while, keep him from taking his anger out on the girls later. He was built like a barrel, heavy but slow. If I played it right, I might not even need my fists. The farmers were the wild card if they jumped in. Things could get messy. But that was their choice. Everyone gets to decide how far they're willing to go. The two men hesitated, sizing each other up. I had height on the guy with the busted nose, but he outweighed me by a solid 70 pounds and had a decade of hard living on me. I could see him doing the math in his head, deciding whether he liked his odds. Probably thought his street brawler instincts would make up for the difference. Maybe the uniform made him assume I'd fight by some gentleman's code. Wrong move. He lunged first, swinging wild with those stubby arms of his. Easy to dodge. I sidestepped, let him stumble past, then clipped him with an elbow when he came back around just enough to stun him, make him plant his feet. He wound up for a haymaker, putting everything into it. Bad idea. Before he could throw it, I drove my boot straight into his kneecap. 300 pounds of meat coming down on a joint that wasn't built to take it. The crack was loud, and so was his scream when his leg folded the wrong way. I stepped back, giving him space to writhe in the dirt. No need to hit him again, that knee was done for. He'd be shopping for a cane by the time they patched him up. I'll come back for the other one, I said, though he was too busy gasping to hear me. The second guy was still waffling, flexing his thick fingers like he might take a swing. I made the choice easier for him, head-butted him square in the nose. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, and his buddy bolted behind a truck. Brushing off my jacket, I checked my watch. The soldiers nearby just sipped their beers, indifferent. No cheers, no jeers. Just another bar fight to them. Lieutenant Summers stood at the edge of the crowd, tense like she'd been ready to jump in. "What happened?" she asked. "Fat guy hit a woman asking questions for me," I said. "His friend stuck around too long." She glanced at the two on the ground. "What did the woman say?" "Claims nobody had issues last night." Summer exhaled. "The kid at the motel still swears there was no hooker with Kramer." "Dead certain." I clenched my jaw. Sin's voice echoed in my head. "You got me slapped for nothing." "Bastard." "So why'd he check the room?" I asked. Summer frowned. "That was my first question." Eventually, he said he heard a vehicle peel out like someone was running. "What kind?" "Didn't see it. Just heard a big engine gunning it." I shook my head. "Doesn't add up. A panic exit means a call girl, and this town doesn't strike me as the type for that scene." Kramer had no reason to hire a call girl, not when the bar across the street was crawling with them. Summer kept shaking her head. "The kid swears the truck had a unique sound. Loud, diesel, not gas. Claims he heard it again later." "When?" "Right after you took off in your Humvee." I froze. "What?" She locked eyes with me. "He says he checked Kramer's room because he heard a military vehicle tearing out of the lot like it was running from something." We marched back to the motel and grilled the kid again. He was stubborn, barely cooperative, but his story held up. Sometimes the most reluctant witnesses are the most reliable. They're not trying to impress you or spin a tale. He claimed he was sitting alone in the office around 11:25 p.m. when he heard a door slam, followed by the unmistakable roar of a turbodiesel engine. Then came the grinding of gears, the clunk of a transfer case locking in, and the crunch of tires spinning on gravel as something heavy bolted out of there. "Why'd you check the room?" I asked. He shrugged. "Thought maybe it was on fire." On fire? People do crazy stuff in places like this. Torch a room for fun, then bail. It was weird, so I checked. "How'd you know which room?" He clammed up. Summer and I took turns pressing him good cop, bad cop routine until he cracked. Turned out Kramer's was the only room rented for the whole night. The rest were hourly, serviced by foot traffic from the bar. That's how he knew no call girl had been there. He handled all the transactions, kept track of who came and went. A job perk he wasn't supposed to talk about. "I'm gonna lose my job," he muttered, voice cracking. Summer had to talk him down before he spilled the rest. Stockton showed up fast, then me. And when I left later, the kid recognized the same engine growl, the same drivetrain whine. He was convincing. No reason to lie now, he'd already admitted the motel's side hustle. Plus, Humvees weren't exactly common back then. Their sound was unmistakable. We stepped outside, the Coke machine's red glow washing over us. "No call girl," Summer said. "A woman from the base." "An officer," I added. "Probably high-ranking if she's got her own Humvee. Nobody checks out a pool vehicle for a secret meetup. And she's got his briefcase. Should be easy to track. Gate logs will show her in and out. Might have even passed her on the road. If she left here at 11:25, she wasn't back at Bird until after midnight. I was heading out around then. If she went straight back." "Yeah," I said. "If he see another Humvee?" "Don't think so." Summer frowned. "So, who is she?" I shrugged. "Same as the phantom call girl theory. Someone he knew. Probably from Irwin, but who knows?" I stared at the gas station. Cars blurring past. "Vassal and Coomer might know," Summer said. "You think she and Kramer had something long-term going on?" "They might have. Any idea where they are now?" "Not a clue," I said. "But I'll track them down if it comes to that." Turns out I didn't have to. They found me first. When Summer and I got back to my borrowed office, they were already inside, waiting like they owned the place. She peeled off to park the car while I headed in, passing the night shift sergeant, the same no-nonsense woman with the kid and the bills to pay. She jerked her chin toward the inner door, her expression telegraphing big shots inside. "Coffee?" I asked. "Machine's running," she said. I grabbed a cup, still disheveled from the parking lot scuffle coat hanging open, hair a wreck. I walked straight to my desk, set the coffee down, and took in the two men planted in the visitor chairs. Both wore woodland camo, one with a brigadier general's star, the other a colonel's eagle. Their name tapes read Vassal and Coomer. Vassal was bald, Coomer had glasses. They looked like a pair of middle-aged guys playing soldier soft around the edges, pink-faced, the kind of men who belonged at a country club brunch, not in fatigues. First impression? Not fans. I dropped into my chair and spotted two notes stacked neatly on the blotter. The first, "Your brother called again. Urgent." This time a D. Number scribbled beside it. The second, "Cole. Garber called. Green Valley PD puts Mrs. K's time of death around 0200. I folded both slips, tucked them under the phone base just enough to keep them visible, then glanced up, as Vassal's face flushed red. "Don't you salute senior officers?" He snapped. Only if they're in my chain of command, I said. You're not. That's not an answer. Look it up, I said. 11th Special Unit. We're separate. Can't police the army if we're tangled up in it. I'm not here to be policed, son, Vassal said. Then why are you here? Bit late for a chat. We have questions. Ask away, I said. Then it's my turn. Difference is I'll answer out of courtesy. You'll answer because the UCMI says you have to. Vassal's glare could have melted steel. He shot Coomer a look, and Coomer cleared his throat. We're here about General Kramer, he said. We're his senior staff. I know who you are. Tell us what happened to him. He's dead. We're aware, Coomer said. We want the details. Heart attack. Where? Vassal demanded. Last I checked, inside his chest. Vassal's scalp turned a deeper shade of red. Where did he die? Coomer pressed. Can't say. Part of an active investigation. How is it relevant? Confidential. It happened near here, Vassal muttered. That much is obvious. Then you're ahead of the game, I said. What's the conference at Irwin about? Vassal blinked. What? The conference. The one you were all heading to. What's on the agenda? Vassal and Coomer exchanged glances, but before Coomer could spit out a rehearsed line, my phone rang. The sergeant again. Summer was outside, waiting. I told her to send her in. A second later, the door creaked open, and Summer stepped inside. I brought her into the room and made introductions before she grabbed an extra chair and settled in beside me at my desk. Now it was 2 against 2. I slid the second note from under the phone, Colonel Garber's update on Mrs. Kramer's estimated time of death, and handed it to her. She unfolded it, scanned the words, then folded it neatly and passed it back. I tucked it away again before turning my attention to Vassal and Coomer, pressing them once more about the Irwin agenda. Their reactions shifted, but not in a useful way. If anything, they just got more evasive. Having a woman in the room changed the dynamic, though. The open hostility faded, replaced by a condescending politeness that was almost worse. These guys were old school, the type who despised MPs and probably had zero respect for female officers. But suddenly they were on their best behavior. It was just a routine meeting, Coomer said, waving a hand dismissively. Nothing worth noting. Which is why you skipped it, I shot back. Makes perfect sense. Why bother when you could just sit around here instead? How did you hear about Kramer? I asked. BG Corps notified us, Vassal replied. From Germany. That's where Court's Corps is stationed, son, he said, emphasizing the last word like I was some clueless rookie. Where'd you stay last night? The Jefferson, Coomer answered. In D. On the DoD's dime? It's an approved hotel for senior officers. Then why didn't Kramer stay there? He made other arrangements. When? Coomer blinked. When what? When did he decide to skip the hotel? A few days ago. So it wasn't a last-minute thing. No. Any idea what those arrangements were? Vassal cut in. Obviously not, or we wouldn't be asking you where he died. You didn't think he might have been with his wife. Was he? No, I said. Why do you care where it happened? A heavy silence settled over the room. Their smugness melted away, replaced by an almost theatrical sincerity. Vassal leaned forward, shooting Summer a glance like she was intruding on a private moment between men. We don't need to know, he said, lowering his voice. And we have no concrete details, but given the circumstances, we're concerned about potential embarrassment. How well did you know him? Professionally, very well. Personally, about as well as any officer knows another. Which means not well enough. But you've got a rough idea what he was up to. Yes, he admitted. We have our suspicions. So it wasn't a shock when I said he wasn't with his wife. Not entirely, no. You just didn't know where he was. Vassal gave a slow nod. Roughly. Any clue who was involved? He shook his head. No specifics. Doesn't matter, I said. You know how the army works. If there's a mess, we clean it up. Another pause. Coomer cleared his throat. Did you remove everything? We took his things, I confirmed. Good. Now the Irwin agenda. Silence. There wasn't one, Vassal said. I smirked. This is the army, not some improv class. There's always an agenda. Coomer exhaled. Nothing on paper. Relax, Major. It wasn't anything serious, I said. Vassal leaned forward. So, what exactly kept you busy today? Running down whispers about the general. Coomer raised an eyebrow. How'd you even make it down here from D? We've got a Pentagon loaner car and driver included. You cleared out of the Jefferson? Checked out this morning. All your gear's in the car? Right where we left it. I crossed my arms. And where's that car now? Parked outside your HQ. Not my HQ, I corrected. Just passing through on temporary assignment. I motioned to Summer to grab their briefcases from the vehicle. They protested, but they knew the rules civilian rights don't mean much once you're past an army gate. While Summer was gone, I studied them. Annoyed, sure, but not nervous. Either they were clean about the Irwin trip, or they'd already dumped the evidence. Summer returned with 2 matching briefcases, the same dull leather as the one in Kramer's photos. Staff officers love sucking up in the smallest ways. I dumped the contents on my desk: passports, flight tickets, travel docs, but no Fort Irwin agenda. My apologies for the hassle, I said. Vassal smirked. Satisfied, kid? Kramer's wife is dead too, I said. You knew that. Their faces went slack. Genuine shock. Vassal swallowed hard. How? Last night. Homicide. Where? Coomer demanded. Her house. Somebody broke in. Any leads? Not ours to chase. Local cops have it. Burglary gone wrong. Started that way maybe. They fell silent. Summer and I escorted them out to the curb where their black Mercury Grand Marquis idled, a newer model than Kramer's old green boat. The driver, a tall guy in BDUs with muted insignia, gave me a blank stare before swinging the car around. We watched the taillights vanish into the night. Summer exhaled. Thoughts. They're lying, I said. Badly. And they're idiots. Why am I suddenly obsessed with Kramer's briefcase? Sensitive material, she offered. Whatever he was taking to California. I nodded. They just spelled it out for me. It's the agenda itself. You really think there was one? There's always an agenda. Paperwork runs this place. You want to swap out light bulbs, there's a form in triplicate. So, yeah, there was one for Irwin. Stupid to pretend otherwise. If they're hiding something, they should have just said it was classified. Maybe the conference wasn't a big deal. I snorted. A 2-star and a 1-star flying out on New Year's Eve? While Berlin's popping champagne over the wall coming down? Nobody misses that for some backwater meeting unless it's huge. Summer frowned. They seemed more shaken about the wife than Kramer. Yeah, I said. Interesting, isn't it? Maybe they actually liked her, I said. Then they must have liked Kramer too, Summer replied. I shook my head. Kramer was just a chess piece to them. At that level, it's all cold calculation. They tied their wagon to him, and now that he's gone, they're scrambling to figure out how it affects them. Could be their ticket up the ladder, she suggested. Or their downfall, I countered. If Kramer's death turns into a scandal, they'll sink right alongside him. She gave me a pointed look. But you already gave them an out. You told them you'd keep it quiet. There was something almost judgmental in her tone, like she thought I'd gone too easy on them. We look out for our own, Summer, I said. That's the job. But here's the thing, they didn't stop there. They should have walked away happy. Deal made. Problem solved. Instead, they kept pushing. They wanted to know where his things were. Exactly, I said. Which means they're hunting for Kramer's briefcase. His copy of the agenda is the only one they don't have locked down. They came here to see if I had it. Summer stared down the road where their car had disappeared, the faint scent of exhaust still hanging in the air. How does it work with civilians? I asked. Say I'm your husband and I drop dead from a heart attack. What do you do? I call 911, she said. And then? Ambulance comes, takes you to the ER. Now let's say I don't make it. Where are you? Riding with you in the ambulance. And my briefcase. Still at home, she said, then caught on. Wait, you think someone went to Kramer's place last night looking for it? Logical move, I said. They hear he died of a heart attack, assume he was declared dead at the hospital. Figure his wife would have gone with him. Easy to slip in and grab what they need. But Kramer never made it home. First try doesn't always stick. You really think Vassal and Coomer would do that? Summer asked. I stayed quiet. That's insane, she said. They don't seem the type. Appearances are deceiving. They're armored branch, trained to crush anything in their path. But the timing doesn't add up. Gaba wouldn't have called say call before 12:15. By the time word got back to D, to be past 12:30. Green Valley's over an hour away, and Mrs. Kramer was dead by 2 a.m. That gives them maybe 20 minutes to react, and they'd just landed. No car, no tools. You don't pack a crowbar in your carry-on just in case. And good luck finding a hardware store open at midnight on New Year's. So someone else is after it. We need that agenda, I said, before this gets worse. I sent Summer off with 3 tasks. Track down every woman at Fort Byrd with Humvee access, cross-reference any who'd crossed paths with Kramer at Fort Irwin, and get Vassal and Coomer's exact hotel timeline check-in. Check out all calls. Back in my office, I filed Garber's note, laid out my brother's message, and dialed. He answered instantly. Joe, I said. Jack? Yeah. I got a call. From who? Mom's doctor, he said. My grip tightened on the phone. About what? She's dying. I hung up, numb, then called Garber's office. No answer. Left a message 72 hours out. No explanation. Sat there staring at the desk, the words echoing in my head. Summer walked in 5 minutes later, clutching a stack of motor pool paperwork. She looked like she was ready to dive into her Humvee inventory right there at my desk. I need to get to Paris, I said. She raised an eyebrow. Which one? Texas, Kentucky, Tennessee, France, I said. Why? My mother's sick. Your mom lives in France? Paris, I repeated. But why? Because she's French. Summer hesitated. Is it bad, being French? No, whatever's wrong with her. I shrugged. Not sure. But yeah, probably. That's rough, she said. I need a car. Now. Dulles Airport. I'll take you, she offered. I don't mind driving. She dropped the paperwork on my desk and headed out to grab the same Chevy we'd used earlier. I went to my room, stuffed an army duffel with the bare essentials, and threw on my coat. January wasn't kind anywhere, and Europe wouldn't be any different. Summer pulled up outside, keeping it steady until we cleared the base. Then she hit the gas like we were racing for the state line. She stayed quiet for a while, her eyes flickering like she was working through something. We should loop in the Green Valley PD, she finally said. If Mrs. Kramer was killed over that briefcase. I shook my head. Want bring her back. If it's connected, we'll handle it ourselves. What do you want me to do while you're gone? Work the lists. Check the gate logs. Find that woman, find the briefcase, stash the agenda somewhere secure. Then dig into who Vassal and Coomer called from their hotel. Maybe they sent someone out on an errand. You really think that's likely? At this point, I'd believe anything. But they didn't even know where Kramer was, which is why they hit the wrong place. Who would they send? Someone who's got their back, no questions asked. Got it, she said. I'll also track down who was driving them earlier. We didn't talk the rest of the way. At Dulles, I spotted my brother Joe in the Air France line, booking our tickets. Last time I'd seen him was at Dad's funeral 3 years ago. Morning, little brother, he said, smoothing his tie. He looked sharp in his overcoat, same as always. 2 years older, an inch taller, a little leaner. Growing up, I'd studied him like a preview of my future. Now, standing next to him, I could see the years had been harder on him. How's life, Joe? Can't complain. Busy. You have no idea. I nodded. Truth was, I didn't actually know what he did. Treasury Department, sure, but the details had never stuck. Too late to ask now. You were in Panama, he said. Operation Just Cause, right? Just because, I corrected. That's what we called it. Because why? Because we could. Because the new boss needed to flex. How's it going? Like a tank versus a tricycle. Noriega still loose. Last I checked. Then why'd they pull you back? 27,000 guys down there, I said. They'll manage without me. He smirked just for a second before his expression tightened. That same look he'd had since we were kids. Joe had that look, the one where his brain was grinding through some overly complicated logic puzzle. Thankfully, we reached the front of the line before he could launch into an explanation. He swiped his card for both tickets without a word. Maybe he assumed I'd cover my half later. Maybe not. The guy never was big on clarity. Coffee, he announced, like it was the next logical step in human evolution. Joe and I had been mainlining caffeine since we were kids, him at 6, me at 4, neither of us slowing down since. Our habit made junkies look like casual weekend dabblers. We found a diner with a zigzag counter, half empty under the glare of flickering fluorescents. The vinyl seats had that tacky, well-worn feel, the kind that sticks to your jeans. We slumped onto the stools, elbows on the counter like every bleary-eyed traveler before us. The cook tossed mugs in front of us without a word, filling them from a steaming pot. The place smelled like fresh brew and sizzling bacon, shifting from graveyard shift to breakfast rush. Panama, Joe said suddenly, like he'd been waiting to drop the word. Me. I took a sip. Nothing happened. What were you even doing down there? Supervising. Supervising what? The Noriega mess. Making sure it didn't turn into a Wild West show. Had to look legit for the courts. You were gonna Mirandize a dictator? Not exactly. But it couldn't look like we dragged him out of a bush. Did you mess up? Doubt it. Who took your spot? Some new guy. Same rink. Yeah. Hotshot? I shrugged. Never met him before. Seemed like a prick. Joe drank his coffee, silent. What? I said. Bird's not exactly a backwater, he said. But it's not the Pentagon. What's your assignment? Right now. A 2-star dropped dead, and his briefcase is Mia. Murder. Nope. Heart attack. Last night. I didn't answer. You sure you didn't screw up? He pressed. Pretty sure. Then why'd they yank you out of Panama? One day you're handling Noriega, the next you're twiddling your thumbs in North Carolina? You'd still be bored out of your mind if that general hadn't keeled over. Orders, I said. You know how it goes. Assume they've got a plan. Who signed them? No idea. Find out. Figure out who wanted you at Bird bad enough to pull you from Panama and stick some jerk in your place. And why? The cook sloshed more coffee into our mugs and shoved laminated menus at us. Eggs, Joe said. Over hard bacon toast. Pancakes, I countered. Egg on top, bacon separate, drown it in syrup. The guy snatched the menus back and vanished. Joe spun on his stool, legs sprawled into the aisle. What her doctor say? I asked. He shrugged. Not much. European docs dance around bad news. Privacy laws, all that. But we're flying over for a reason. He nodded. He suggested we come. Hinted sooner was better. What's she saying? That it's nothing. But we're welcome anytime. We finished eating and I grabbed the check. Joe handed me my ticket like it was a business exchange. Yeah, he probably made more than me, but not enough to make a cross-country flight equal to a stack of pancakes. Still, I took it. We pushed off the sticky stools and headed for check-in, the hum of airport chaos swallowing the rest of the conversation. Lose the coat, Joe told me. Why? Let the agent spot your ribbons, he said. With everything happening overseas, we might score better seats. It's Air France, I pointed out. They're not exactly NATO's poster child. The guy behind the counter will be American, Joe insisted. Trust me. I slipped off my jacket, draping it over my arm while angling my chest toward the counter. Happy? Perfect, he said, grinning. I returned the smile. The top row of my uniform held the Silver Star, Defense Superior Service Medal, and Legion of Merit. Below those sat the Soldier's Medal, Bronze Star, and Purple Heart. The rest were just filler decorations I'd stumbled into, none of which meant much to me. If they could wrangle us a first-class upgrade, fine by me. Joe, though, admired the top 2 rows. He'd put in 5 years with military intelligence and never made it past the participation trophies. We reached the front of the line and Joe slid his passport and ticket across the counter, adding a treasury badge for good measure before stepping slightly behind me. I dropped my own documents in front of the agent, a tired-looking middle-aged guy who barely came up to my shoulder. Joe nudged my back. I shifted, letting the clerk get a clear view of my uniform. Any chance of extra legroom? I asked. The guy blinked up at us 2 giants taking up more space than physics should allow. He glanced at Joe's ID, then my ribbons, before tapping at his keyboard with forced politeness. I'll move you gentlemen up front, he said. Another nudge from Joe. I didn't need to turn around to know he was smirking. We ended up in the last row of first class, skirting the real topic between us. Instead, we talked music, then politics, then ate another breakfast. Air France's first-class coffee wasn't half bad. Who's this general? Joe finally asked. Kramer, I said. Armored division based in Europe. Armored? Then why was he near Byrd? Not on post some motel 30 miles out. Meeting a woman. We think she took off with his briefcase. Civilian. I shook my head. Probably an officer from Byrd. He was supposed to be stopping in D. on his way to a conference in California. That's a 300-mile detour. 298. Joe gave me a look. Anyone else would have rounded up, but not him. If we had middle names, his would have been precise. You don't know who she is? Senior enough to drive her own Humvee out there. Must be serious then. Kramer wouldn't tack on a 596-mile round trip for just anyone. Byrd was still mostly infantry rangers. Delta, the usual. There's a PSYOP school now, I said. Plenty of women captains, majors, a couple of light colonels. What was in the briefcase? Conference agenda. Kramer's people are acting like it doesn't exist. There's always an agenda, Joe muttered. Check the majors and light colonels. That's where I'd start. Noted. And figure out who really called you to Byrd, he added. Kramer wasn't the reason. Your orders were cut before he turned up dead. We flipped through old French newspapers, and somewhere over the Atlantic we switched to speaking the language. Rusty but passable. Some things stick. Then, because apparently French made it acceptable, Joe asked about my love life. I told him about a woman in Korea, then the Philippines, Panama, now North Carolina. Geography had a way of ending things before they really began. I mentioned Lieutenant Summer to him, and he perked up, asking a few questions before admitting he wasn't seeing anyone. Then, shifting back to English, he asked when I'd last been in Germany. 6 months ago, I said. The end of an era, he replied. Germany's going to reunite. France will restart nuclear tests, old fears die hard. Then they'll push for a shared currency to keep Germany in line. Give it 10 years and Poland's in NATO while the USSR crumbles. What's left might even join too. Maybe, I said. Guess Kramer picked the right time to bail. Future's gonna look real different. Probably. What's your move? I asked. When? He turned in his seat, studying me. They're cutting forces, Jack. Face it. No way they keep a 1,000,000-man army when the other side's collapsing. Not yet they aren't. But they will. Give it a year. Gorbachev's done. The old guard will try one last grab, but it won't stick. Yeltsin's the future. And they'll slash budgets like kids in a candy store. Never forget your commander-in-chief's a politician first. I thought about the sergeant with his newborn. It'll be gradual, I said. Joe shook his head. Faster than you think. We'll still have enemies. No doubt, he said. Just not the kind with 10,000 tanks parked in Germany. I stayed quiet. You should figure out why you're at Byrd, he said. Either it's a dead end meaning you're on the way out, or something's brewing and they want you there. Either way, you need to know. They'll always need cops, I muttered. Even if the army shrinks to 2 guys, one better be an MP. Make a plan, he said. I don't do plans. You should. I ran my fingers over my ribbons. They gave me a front row seat on the plane. Maybe that means something. Maybe, Joe said. But even if they keep you, will it be worth it? Everything's about to get cheap. I glanced at his crisp cuffs, the silver and onyx links, his perfectly squared sideburns. My brother hated anything less than perfect. A job's a job, I said. I'm not picky. We dozed until the pilot announced our descent into Paris. By then, most of the second day of the new decade had vanished somewhere over the Atlantic. The taxi line at Russie was a nightmare, endless and barely moving, so we grabbed a shuttle instead, standing the whole way through the gray outskirts. Paris at night was quiet, the streets slick with rain. Cafe lights glowed behind fogged windows, and the parked cars were coated in dew. We crossed the Seine at the Pont de la Concorde, the river dark and slow beneath us. The city felt empty, like it was holding its breath. The streets were empty, not a soul in sight. Should we grab some flowers? I asked. Everything shut down by now, Joe replied. We turned onto Avenue Rapp, the Eiffel Tower glowing gold in the distance, its light reflecting off the wet pavement. Our footsteps echoed sharply in the quiet night. The building was tucked between two ornate facades, its plain stone exterior standing out like a quiet guest at a loud party. Joe pulled a key from his pocket. You have a key? I said. Always have, he answered. Inside, a narrow cobblestone path led to a dim courtyard. The concierge's door was shut tight, and the old elevator groaned as it carried us up to the 5th floor. The hallway was wide, lined with dark tiles, the air thick with the scent of wax and old wood. One door bore a polished brass plaque, M. Vociper in semses timbres monte. Girard, while ours was plain, just Madame. Reacher in faded letters. We knocked. A slow shuffle of feet, then the door creaked open. Bonsoir, maman, Joe said. I couldn't speak. She looked fragile, her skin almost translucent, her frame swallowed by a bulky plaster cast and an aluminum walker. Only her eyes were unchanged, bright blue, sharp, amused. Joe, she said. And Reacher. She'd always called me by my last name. Some old habit never explained. My boys, she murmured, breathless but smiling. We hugged her carefully, her body light as paper under my hands. What happened? I asked. She waved us inside, her movements slow and unsteady. The living room was all white sofas, walls, even the mirrors as if she'd tried to bleach away any shadows. She sank into the couch, disappearing into the cushions. Tell us, Joe pressed. I thought you were just visiting, she said. You know we weren't, I said. She exhaled, staring past us. Bad timing, that's all. How? A car hit me 2 weeks ago. Right outside. Her voice was steady, but her fingers tightened on the walker. It was raining. I had an umbrella, couldn't see well. The driver braked, but the street was slick. Felt like slow motion, just a tap, really. But it snapped my leg. I pictured the guy from the parking lot near Bird, twisting in the rain. Why didn't you call us? Joe asked. She shrugged. It's nothing serious. Joe shot me a look. What else? She didn't answer. Just waved her hand again, like she was shooing away a fly. She turned her gaze from me to him. Her expression unreadable. They took an X-ray, she murmured. Apparently, I'm officially old now. And old women with broken bones? They told me pneumonia's a real danger, something about being stuck in bed, lungs filling up, infection setting in. And I pressed. Silence hung between us. Do you have pneumonia? I finally asked. No. Then what? They saw it. On the X-ray. Saw what? Her voice was steady. Cancer. The room went still. But you already knew, I said. She gave me that familiar smile, soft and knowing. Yes, sweetheart, she admitted. I knew. How long? A year. The quiet stretched. What kind? Joe asked. All of them at this point. Can they treat it? She shook her head. Could they have? I didn't ask, she said simply. What tipped you off? My stomach hurt. I stopped wanting to eat. And then, now it's everywhere. My bones ache. This damn leg just makes it worse. Why didn't you say anything? She lifted a shoulder, that stubborn, graceful shrug I knew too well. What was there to say? Why didn't you see a doctor? For a long moment, she didn't answer. I'm exhausted, she finally said. Of what? Joe's voice was rough. Living? Her smile didn't waver. No, Joe. Just tired. It's late and I need sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. No fuss tonight. We let her go. What else could we do? She'd always been impossible to sway. In the kitchen, we found food she'd stocked: pâté, cheese, coffee, things she'd bought for us, not for herself. We ate in silence, the apartment quiet except for the hum of the fridge. Outside, Avenue Rap was empty, the street lamps casting long shadows 5 stories below. What do you think? Joe asked. She's dying, I said. That's why we're here. Can we force her into treatment? It's too late. And since when has anyone made her do anything? Why wouldn't she fight it? I had no answer. Joe just stared. She's always been this way, I said. 60 isn't old. I nodded. She'd been 30 when I was born, 48 when I left home. I hadn't noticed her aging at 48. She'd looked younger than I did at 28. The last time I saw her, a year and a half ago, she'd been vibrant, 2 years past losing Dad, like she'd turned some invisible corner. Why keep it from us? Joe asked. Who knows? I wish she'd told me. Life doesn't work like that, I said. She'd prepared the guest room, meticulously fresh sheets, towels, flowers in delicate vases. I imagined her shuffling with the walker, tucking corners, refusing help. Joe and I didn't speak. I hung up my uniform, washed up, set my mental alarm for 7. Lying in bed, I stared at the ceiling for an hour before sleep took me. At 7 sharp, I woke to find Joe already in the kitchen, coffee brewing. Mom's still asleep, he said. Probably the meds. I'll grab breakfast. I walked to a bakery on Rue Saint. Dominique, the morning air crisp, and brought back croissants and pain all chocolat. She still hadn't emerged. She's giving up, Joe said. We can't let her. I didn't reply. What? He demanded. If she grabbed a gun and pointed it at her own temple, wouldn't you try to stop her? I just shook my head. She already pulled the trigger, just took a year for the bullet to land. By the time we realized, it was too late. She planned it that way. But why? Only she can answer that. The truth came out slowly, in fragments, over hours. It started at breakfast. She emerged from her room, freshly showered, dressed neatly, moving stiffly with her walker. Despite the illness, the broken leg, the exhaustion, she carried herself with a quiet dignity. She brewed coffee, arranged the pastries I'd picked up on delicate plates, and set the table like she used to like. We were still a family sitting down together, not just surviving the inevitable. For a moment, it was like stepping back in time. Joe and I were kids again, and she was the unshakable woman who'd held everything together through every move, every deployment, every challenge. I was born just down the street, she said suddenly, stirring her coffee. Avenue Bosquet. As a girl, I could see Les Invalides from my window. The Germans marched in when I was 10. I thought the world was ending. By the time they left, I was 15, and I believed everything would be different. She smiled faintly. Every day after that felt like a gift. Meeting your father, having you two, seeing the world, I don't think there's a corner of it I haven't stepped foot in. Joe and I stayed silent. I'm French, she continued. You're American. There's a difference. An American gets sick, and it's an insult. How dare the universe betray them? Fix it now. But the French understand you live, and then you die. It's not personal. It's just the way things have always been. It's not about that, Joe cut in. It's about when. She nodded. Exactly. And my time is now. I've read the studies, talked to doctors. The odds aren't just bad, they're brutal. 5 years. Maybe. With treatments that would leave me hollowed out. Why fight a battle I can't win? We circled the same argument all morning. Different words, same conclusion. Some fights aren't meant to be won. And honestly, the discussion was already too late. The decision had been made long before we ever realized. At lunch, Joe finally asked the question hanging between us. He leaned forward, all 6'6" of him, his hands flat on the table. Won't you miss us? She didn't blink. That's the wrong question. I'll be gone. I won't feel a thing. You're the ones he'll miss me. Just like you miss your father. Just like I miss mine. That's how it works. Silence. You're really asking something else, she said softly. You're asking how I can walk away. If I don't care what happens to you next. If I've stopped loving you. She sighed. I asked myself the same thing. It's like leaving a movie halfway through. You never get to see how it ends. I'd never get to see how your stories ended, what paths your lives would take. That used to tear me up inside. Then it hit me. None of us stick around forever. At some point, the credits roll for everyone. I'd always be left wondering about you, no matter how things played out. Once I accepted that, the ache faded. There's no perfect moment to step away. You'll always leave something unfinished. We sat in silence for a while. How much time? Joe finally asked. Not much, she said softly. The air between us felt heavy. You don't need me now, she continued. You're grown. My work's done. That's how it should be. So let me go. By evening, we'd run out of words. An hour passed without anyone speaking until Mom straightened in her chair. Let's have dinner, she said suddenly. Polydor, that little place on Rue Monsieur le Prince. We took a cab to Odeon, then walked the rest. Mom insisted, even though she moved slowly, leaning on her arms, her coat wrapped tight. The street was pure Paris, narrow, worn at the edges, lined with tall buildings that had seen centuries pass. Polydor felt like a place where stories collided. Artists, wanderers, lovers, thieves. We ordered the same meal, warm goat cheese pork with prunes, vanilla ice cream, and a good bottle of red. But Mom just watched us, her face tight with pain. Joe and I picked at our food while she talked, not about the future, but the past. No sadness, just memories. She laughed, tracing the scar on Joe's forehead, teasing me like always for causing it. I rolled up my sleeve to show where he'd jabbed me back with a chisel, and she scolded us both like we were still kids. She brought up handmade birthday cards, parties on military bases under sweltering skies, or in freezing barracks. Our father, how they'd met in Korea, married in Holland. His 2 awkward bouquets in 33 years. One for Joe's birth, one for mine. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Joe asked. You know why, she said. Because we'd have argued, I finished. She nodded. Some choices are mine alone. We drank coffee, smoked, then called a cab back to Avenue Rap. The ride was quiet. That night, we barely spoke before turning in. The next morning, I woke early to Joe speaking French in the kitchen. A young woman stood there, short hair, bright eyes. A private nurse, she explained, covered by an old insurance policy. Usually here daily, but Mom had asked for yesterday, off just her and her boys. How long do you stay? I asked. As long as she needs me, she said. The policy covered round-the-clock care, which she thought might be soon. After she left, I showered and packed. Joe leaned in the doorway. You're leaving. We both are. You know that. Maybe we should stay. We came. That's what she wanted. Now she wants us to go. Think so? I nodded. Last night at Polydor, that was goodbye. She's ready to be alone. You okay with that? It's what she needs. We owed it to her. I grabbed breakfast from a cafe on Rue Saint. Dominique fresh bread, jam, and strong coffee served in bowls, the way Parisians do it. The three of us sat together. My mother dressed in her finest, carrying herself like a woman half her age, as if the cast on her leg was just a minor nuisance. She moved with quiet determination. Like this was how she wanted us to remember her. We passed the coffee and food between us, the way families do when they're trying to hold on to something slipping away. It felt familiar, like the meals we used to share before life pulled us in different directions. Then she did what she always had, pushed herself up from the chair, wincing just a little, and walked behind Joe. She rested her hands on his shoulders, leaned down, and kissed his cheek. What don't you need to do? She asked, her voice soft. He stayed quiet just like always. It was part of the routine. You don't have to fix everything, Joe, she said. Just your share. There's plenty to go around. She kissed him again before shifting behind me, her breath uneven from the effort. Her lips brushed my cheek, and then her hands settled on my shoulders, testing their width like she used to when I was a kid. She had always been tiny, amazed that her son had grown so big. You've got the strength of two men, she murmured. Then came the question I knew by heart. What are you going to do with it? I didn't answer. I never did. You'll do the right thing, she said, kissing me once more. Was that the last time? 30 minutes later, we were at the door, hugging her tight, telling her we loved her. She said it back like she always had. We stepped into the tiny elevator, blinking hard, not saying a word. The medals pinned to my jacket didn't impress the check-in agent at Rossi Charles de Gaulle. She stuck us in the last row of the plane. Somewhere over the Atlantic, I flipped through Le Monde and saw Noriega had been captured in Panama City. A week ago, that mission had been my whole world. Now it barely registered. I set the paper down, trying to focus on where I was supposed to be heading next. But my mind was blank. If I'd known what was coming, I would have turned around right then. Flying west stretched the day, giving back the hours we'd lost. We touched down at Dulce just past 2 in the afternoon. Joe grabbed the cab into D, while I headed for the bus stop. I never made it. 3 warrant officers, 2 W3s, and a W4 stepped in front of me. The W4 flashed his credentials and orders while the other 2 kept their Berettas trained on me, cuffs at the ready. Behave or we drop you, the W4 said. I almost smiled. He was good, no hesitation, no nerves. I'd have done the same in his place. You armed, Major? He asked. No. If he'd believed me. I'd have been disappointed. Some officers would have hesitated, uneasy about detaining one of their own. Not this guy. The second, I answered. His men moved in, one patting me down like I might be hiding a grenade, the other rifling through my duffel. They took their time. Thorough. Professional. And just like that, my day got a whole lot worse. The officer in charge eyed me carefully. "Should I cuff you?" he asked. I shook my head. "Where's your vehicle?" Silence. Two junior officers closed in on either side, while the senior man took point. We moved past the bus lanes toward a restricted parking area, where a faded olive sedan sat waiting. This was the moment of highest risk. Anyone desperate enough would have made a move right then. They knew it too, tightening their formation like a well-drilled unit. 3 against 1 might have evened the odds, but I didn't resist. Later, I'd replay that choice in my head, wondering what might have happened if I'd bolted. The car was an old Chevy Caprice, its original white paint peeking through the hasty military green job. Vinyl seats, crank windows, standard issue for local law enforcement. I slid into the back, wedging myself behind the passenger seat, while one of the officers crowded in beside me. The driver took his place, and the lead man rode shotgun. Not a word was spoken as we rolled east toward the city. We wound through Tyson's Corner, then veered south before the Rock Creek signs confirmed my suspicions. The town sat about 20 miles north of Fort Belvoir, a stone's throw from Quantico. It was the closest thing I had to a home base HQ for the 110th Special Unit. But why bring me here? The place had offices, storage, 0 holding cells. They dumped me in an interrogation room I'd used myself more than once. My bag tossed on the table before they locked the door. No surprises. 1 guard outside, maybe 2. I tipped the wooden chair back, propped my boots on the table, and waited. An hour crawled by, my stomach empty, throat dry from the flight. If they'd known how miserable I was, they'd have left me there longer. Finally, the door opened. The lead officer jerked his chin move. They flanked me up 2 flights, through a maze of dull gray hallways, until we stopped at a familiar door. Reeded glass, gold lettering Co. I'd walked through it plenty. Never like this. A knock, then the door swung open. Inside, behind the desk, sat a stranger. A colonel, judging by the uniform. Willard Yu. Army, his nemetip read. Iron gray hair, badly parted, overdue for a cut. Steel-framed glasses perched on a face that had looked middle-aged since his teens. He was built like a filing cabinet, his uniform sagging where it should have fit. The man couldn't sit still, shifting, tugging at his pants, adjusting every few seconds. Hemorrhoids, nerves. His hands were soft, nails ragged, no wedding ring. Divorced, no question. No spouse would tolerate that hair. Or the fidgeting. Not for long. Military protocol demanded. I snapped to attention, salute, and announce myself properly. "Sir." Major Reacher reporting. But I wasn't in the mood for formalities. Instead, I took my time scanning the room before settling into a loose stance in front of his desk. "I need explanations," Colonel Willard said, shifting in his chair. "Who are you?" I asked. "Verd du." "You can see who I am." "I see a you." "Army colonel named Willard," I said. "But I don't answer to strangers." "Are you in my chain of command?" "I am your chain of command, Major." "What's on my door?" "Commanding officer." "And where are we?" "Rock Creek, Virginia." "Good," he said. "Now that we've established that, let's talk about your little disappearing act." "Unauthorized absence?" I said. When? Last 72 hours. Wrong, I said. Colonel Garber authorized it. No, he didn't. I called this office before I left. Did he personally approve it? I hesitated. I left a message. Are you telling me he refused? He wasn't here. Got reassigned to Korea hours before you took off. Korea? Acting MP commander. He'll pin on his star by fall. I stayed silent. Garber's gone, Willard said. I'm here. The army moves fast. Adjust. The room fell quiet. Willard smirked, not the friendly kind. More like he'd pulled the rug out and was enjoying the view of me crashing down. Nice of you to leave a trail, he said. Made tracking you easy. You really think UA warranted an arrest? You don't. Miscommunication. Nothing more. You left your post without clearance, Major. That's the fact. Hoping for approval after the fact doesn't cut it. This isn't some free-for-all. We follow orders, not guesses. I didn't answer. Where'd you go? I thought of my mother gripping her walker, my brother's silent stare. As I packed my bag. Took some time off, I said. Went to the beach. The arrest wasn't for the UA, Willard said. It was for wearing class, as on New Year's. Since when is that a crime? You had your nameplate on. I stayed quiet. Put 2 civilians in the hospital while wearing it. I studied him. No way those 2 idiots from the parking lot had ratted me out. They weren't that stupid. They knew I'd find them. Who says? I asked. You had an audience. One of ours. Willard nodded. Who? Not your concern. I clenched my jaw. Button to say? Willard asked. Damn. Your witness won't make it to the stand. But I kept it to myself. Nothing. What should I do with you? Learn the difference between tough and stupid? Fast. Your call, I said. He leaned back. I've also got complaints from General Vassell and Colonel Coomer. About disrespect. Then they're lying. Like the UA was a lie? Silence. Stand at attention, he ordered. I held his gaze. 1, 2, 3. Then I snapped 2. Slow, he said. Not here to win a parade, I said. What exactly is your concern with Vassell and Coomer? There's a missing agenda from an armored branch meeting. I need to confirm if it held classified material. Willard leaned back, unimpressed. There was no agenda. Vassell and Coomer have stated that repeatedly. To me and now to you. Questioning them is within your rights, sure. But refusing to accept a superior's answer, that's borderline insubordination. With all due respect, sir, this is my job. I know there was an agenda. Silence. I pressed further. What was your last command? He stiffened. Intelligence. Field work? Or pushing paperwork? No response. Desk jockey then? Ever run a meeting without an agenda? I asked. His stare sharpened. New orders, Major. One dropped the Vassell and Coomer inquiry. Now, 2. Cease all interest in General Kramer. We don't need attention on that situation. 3. Remove Lieutenant Summer from Special Unit Operations. She's a junior MP, and frankly, her file suggests she'll stay that way. 4. No further contact with the civilians you roughed up. And 5. Don't go digging for the witness who testified against you. I stayed quiet. Understood? He snapped. I'd prefer written orders, verbal stands. Do you understand? Yes. Dismissed. I held still for 3 long seconds, then snapped a salute and turned. My hand was on the doorknob when he threw his final jab. They say you're a golden boy, Reacher. But right now, you're choosing between staying one or turning into an entitled pain in the ass. And let's be clear, nobody likes a pain in the ass. Especially when it starts mattering who likes you. I didn't bite. Am I clear, Major? Perfectly. One more thing, he added. I'm holding off on the brutality complaint. For now, out of respect for your service. But don't forget it's still active. I left Rock Creek by late afternoon. Catching a bus into D, then another south on I-95. After that, I ditched my insignia and hitched the last stretch to Bird. Experience taught me, MPs get fewer rides when they advertise the badge. A trucker dropped me off just shy of the main gate around 11 that night. North Carolina was freezing, the kind of cold that gnaws at your bones. I jogged the last stretch to warm up, breathing hard by the time I reached the checkpoint. Inside, the night sergeant, the one with the newborn, had coffee brewing. She handed me a cup as I walked in. On my desk, Summer had left a note clipped to a slim green file. 3 lists inside, women with Humvee access, personnel from Irwin, and the New Year's Eve gate log. The first 2 were short. The log was chaos, dozens of comings and goings. Only one name appeared on all 3, Lieutenant Cole, Andrea Norton. Summer had circled it each time. Her note read, "Call me about Norton. Hope your mom's okay." I dug out Joe's number and dialed him first. "You doing okay?" I asked. "We never should have left," he muttered. "She gave the nurse a single day," I reminded him. "That's all she asked for. Doesn't matter. We should have been there." "She doesn't need an audience," I said. Joe stayed silent, the phone pressing uncomfortably against my ear. "Listen," I added, shifting gears. "Back when you were at the Pentagon, did you ever run into a guy named Willard?" "Total prick." There was a long pause as he sifted through old memories. He'd been out of intelligence for years. "Short guy," he finally said. "Couldn't sit still, always fidgeting, adjusting his uniform?" "Desk jockey. Major, if I remember right." "Full bird colonel now," I said. "Just got handed the 110th. He's my new CO at Rock Creek. Intel to MP command. That tracks." "Not to me." "It's the new trend," Joe said. "They're borrowing from corporate America. Figure outsiders shake things up. Don't get stuck in old ways. Fresh eyes, all that crap. Anything I should watch out for with this guy?" "You called him an asshole. Sounds like you've got the gist." "Smart, but yeah, a real piece of work. Vindictive, small-minded, all about climbing the ladder. Master of office games, always sniffing out which way the wind's blowing." I didn't answer. "Hopeless with women," Joe added. "That much I remember. Still, nothing from me." "Perfect example of what we talked about," he went on. He was on the Soviet desk-tracked tank production, fuel usage. Came up with some formula to predict their training cycles based on gas consumption. Big shot for a while. But he saw the writing on the wall, got out before the ship sank. You ought to do the same. At least think about it. Silence. "Watch your back," Joe said. "Wouldn't want him calling the shots over me." "I'll manage," I said. "We should have stayed in Paris," he muttered, then hung up. I found Summer at the O Club bar, nursing a beer and leaning against the wall with a couple of warrant officers. She peeled away when she spotted me. Garber's headed to Korea, I said. We've got a new boss. Who? Colonel Willard. Intel transfer. And that qualifies him how? It doesn't. He's just an asshole. Doesn't that piss you off? I shrugged. He's ordered us to drop the Kramer case. Are we? He also told me to stop talking to you. Says he's rejecting your transfer request. Her face went blank. She turned away for a second. Damn, she finally said. Sorry, I said. I know you wanted it. She looked back, eyes sharp. He's serious about Kramer? Dead serious. Had me arrested at the airport to prove it. Arrested? Somebody ratted me out for the parking lot mess. Who? One of our own. No idea who. That's low. Yeah. First time for everything. She exhaled, quiet for a beat. How's your mom? Broke her leg. She'll live. Elderly patients can get pneumonia. She's clear. X-rays came back fine. Summers studied me, skeptical. Can I ask the obvious question? Is there one? Assaulting civilians is a felony. And they had a report, a witness solid enough to get you cuffed. So why are you still free? Willard's burying it. Why? If he's such a bastard. Said it was out of respect for my service record. You buy that? I shook my head. There's gotta be a hole in their case. A guy like him would use it if he could. He doesn't give a damn about my record. Can't be a weak complaint. A military witness is gold, they'll say, whatever they're told to. Willard might as well have drafted that complaint himself. I stayed quiet. Why are you even here? She pressed. Joe's voice echoed in my head. Find out who wanted you at Bird so bad they yanked you from Panama and stuck you with some jerk as your replacement. No idea, I admitted. I'm in the dark. Tell me about Lieutenant Colonel Norton. We're off the case. Just humor me, not her. She's got an airtight alibi, some bar off post, packed with witnesses all night. What's her deal? Psychops. PH. In messing with enemy morale, specifically targeting masculinity. Charming. Someone thought so, invited her to a party. Who drove Vassal and Coomer down here? Summer nodded. Major Marshall, according to the gate logs. Psi Corps, temporarily assigned to the Pentagon. Bolden boy. Been here since November. Any calls from their D. Hotel? Just one incoming 12 Faustin 28A. Probably Gore from Germany. 0 outgoing. None. Zip. Electronic switchboard logs every outside call. No way around it. Dead end. Fine, I said. Drop it. Seriously? Orders are orders. Unless you prefer chaos. Back in my office, I called Rock Creek. Willard was probably already home. Guy kept a 9-to-5 routine like clockwork. A clerk dug up the transfer order that shipped me from Panama to Bird. 5 minutes of scanning Summers' meaningless nameless later, he came back. Colonel Garber signed it, sir. Thanks, I said, hanging up. Then I sat there, chewing on the lies, until the phone rang again. A young MP, voice shaky, reported a homicide in the woods. Bad enough he had to stop twice to puke mid-call. Army posts like Bird sprawl, neat little hubs, ringed by miles of scrubland. I'd never been stationed here before, but I knew the drill. Rolling hills, patchy trees, decades of training scars trenches, ranges, mock hostage scenarios. Rusted fences marked the perimeter, dotted with U. Government property signs. I grabbed a Humvee with a working flashlight and rallied a team. The woods were waiting. I started the engine and followed the private's directions. heading southwest past the last of the base housing until the road dissolved into a rutted dirt path cutting through the wilderness. The night was pitch black, no moon, no stars, just the Humvee's headlights carving a narrow tunnel through the dark. After about a mile, I spotted another set of headlights ahead. The private's vehicle was parked crooked, its high beams aimed into the trees, throwing jagged shadows across the underbrush. He was slumped against the hood, staring at the ground like he was trying to burn a hole in it with his gaze. First thought, how the hell did a guy on routine patrol spot a body this far out, buried in the trees? I pulled up beside him, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out into the biting cold. Then I saw it, the trail. A single boot sat in the middle of the path, scuffed and dull, the kind every soldier knew too well. A few feet west, a sock. Then another boot, another sock, a dew jacket, an olive undershirt, all laid out in a sickening line, like some twisted breadcrumb trail. Except these crumbs were stiff with dried blood. The ground was frozen solid, no chance of footprints, no need to tiptoe. So I followed the trail, bracing myself. And when I reached the end, I understood why the private had lost his lunch twice. At his age, I might have lost it 3 times. The body was sprawled face down in the frozen leaves, naked, medium build, pale skin streaked with dark blood. His arms and shoulders were slashed deep, the wounds gaping. His face was a mess, swollen, bruised. No dog tags. A leather belt was knotted around his neck, the buckle glinting in the flashlight's beam. And then there was the rest, thick pinkish fluid pooled on his back, a broken branch shoved where it didn't belong. The ground beneath him was black with old blood. I didn't need to roll him over to guess what was missing. I walked back to the road where the private still stood, eyes locked on the dirt. "Where exactly are we?" I asked. "Sir, still on base." He nodded. "A mile inside the perimeter. Every direction. Good. Army property, Army problem. Nobody goes in there until I say so." "Got it, sir." "You're holding up okay?" I told him. He didn't answer. "Still standing," I said. "That counts." I radioed my sergeant, gave her the details, told her to track down Lieutenant Summer and have her call me ASAP. Then I waited. The ambulance arrived first, followed by 2 more Humvees packed with forensics. I held them back, no rush now. Summer got on the radio within minutes. "Dead guy in the woods," I said. "Find that PSYOPs officer you mentioned. Lieutenant Colonel Norton? Bring her here." Willard said no special unit involvement. "This is regular police work." "Why Norton?" "Because I want to meet her." The line went dead. I climbed out of the truck and joined the others. All of us stamping our feet against the cold, engines idling just to keep the heat running. The night wasn't done with us yet. The air was thick with diesel fumes, hanging in layers like a dirty fog. I instructed the forensics team to catalog the scattered clothing without disturbing anything or stepping off the road. We stood there in the silence, the only light coming from our idling trucks. No moon, no stars, just the hum of engines and the glow of headlights cutting through the dark. My mind wandered to Leon Garber. Korea wasn't the flashiest assignment, but running the MP division there was no small feat. It meant he'd likely retire a major general, a far cry from where he'd started. If the rumors about cuts were true, he'd landed on his feet. Good for him. Then the thought twisted. What if it wasn't just luck? Before I could untangle it, Summer pulled up in a Humvee, a blonde woman in fatigues beside her. The truck stopped dead center, headlights blinding us. The woman stepped out, scanning the crowd before zeroing in on me. I saluted out of habit and caught her tape, Norton. Light Colonel. She had the kind of sharp features that belonged on a magazine cover, not a military base. What do you need, Major? Her voice carried a Boston edge, irritation barely masked. I'd like your take on something. Why me? Because you're here, and I don't have time to wait for someone else. She arched a brow. I teach. I don't do field work. I'm not making a point. I just need fresh eyes. She exhaled sharply, then snatched the flashlight I offered. Fine. For the next 10 minutes, her silhouette shrank into the trees, the beam flickering like a firefly before vanishing. When she returned, her face was drained of color. She thrust the flashlight back at me. My office. 1 hour. Without another word, she climbed into the Humvee, and summer peeled away. I signaled the team to move in, watching as flashlights crisscrossed the ground and camera flashes froze the scene in bursts of blue. I radioed my sergeant, get the morgue prepped. Have a pathologist ready by dawn. Half an hour later, the ambulance rolled up, and my guys loaded a body under a white sheet. The night wasn't over yet. The truck doors slammed shut and the engine rumbled to life as it pulled away. Evidence bags, transparent and neatly labeled, were stacked in the back. Yellow crime scene tape stretched between trees, marking off an area roughly the size of a football field. I left the team to wrap things up and drove through the night toward the main base. After checking in with a guard, I got directions to the PSYOPs building a squat brick structure with dark green trim tucked away from headquarters, closer to where the Special Forces guys were stationed. The place was quiet, almost too quiet, with only a faint glow from one office window and the hallway lights cutting through the dark. I parked and headed inside, my boots echoing on the worn tile floors until I reached a door with frosted glass. LT's, Colonel. Norton's name was stenciled across it in crisp black letters. I knocked once and stepped in. Her office was small, but immaculate, the air carrying a hint of something floral. No salute this time, we were past formalities. She sat behind a massive oak desk, textbooks spread open in every direction, her phone exiled to the floor to make room. A yellow legal pad sat under the glow of her desk lamp, casting a soft light that caught in her hair. Hey, she said, barely glancing up. I took the chair across from her. Any luck with the ID? She asked. Not yet, I said. Too much damage for a visual. We'll need prints or dental records if he's got any teeth left. She leaned back, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Why bring him to me? Because I needed your take. I'm not a profiler. Didn't ask you to be. Just need a quick read. Am I on the right track? She exhaled, tapping her pen against the pad. Obvious guess? He was gay. Killed for it or at least targeted because of it. I nodded. Genitals were removed. I noticed, she said, unflinching. Sorry I touched him. You told me not to. I studied her. No gloves, no hesitation. Maybe the rumors about her being all theory and no grit were wrong. Don't sweat it, I said. Bet you'll find what's missing stuffed in his mouth. Cheeks don't swell like that from punches alone. Symbolic, she agreed, cutting off the deviant parts, forcing a sick imitation. Same with stripping him and taking his tags, I added. Erasing the soldier, leaving just the sin, she said. And the foreign object? Speaks for itself. I rubbed my jaw. Then there's the yogurt. Strawberry, probably, she said dryly. Classic joke. How does a gay man fake it? Groans, then chucks yogurt on his partner's back. Neither of us laughed. What about the cuts? The belt? I pressed. Hate, she said simply. And the belt could have been autoerotic, choking for extra thrill. I leaned forward. So, first impressions. You tell me. I think it's staged, I said. Why? Too many signs, I said. Nudity, missing tags, mutilation, the branch, the yogurt, the belt, any two would have sent the message. 6 is overkill. It felt like they were putting on a show instead of just getting to the point. Like they were overdoing it, you know? Norton stayed silent. I pressed on. Way too much. Like killing someone 6 different ways, just to be sure. They weren't subtle, more like hanging every possible clue on the crime scene like it was some kind of twisted holiday display. She studied me from behind her desk, the lamplight framing her face, calculating maybe. I'm not sold on the belt theory, she said. Autoerotic stuff isn't just a gay thing. Biologically, all men finish the same way, straight or not. None of it was real, I said. She gave a slow nod. You're right. You've got a sharp eye. For a cop. No reaction. But we both know letting homosexuals serve is against regulations. So we'd better be damn sure we're not bending the rules just to protect the institution. My job is to protect the army, I said. Exactly, Norton replied. I shrugged. Not taking sides here. Maybe the guy was gay, maybe not. Honestly, I don't care. His killers might have known, might not. Either way, that wasn't the real motive. They wanted it to look like the reason. But they weren't passionate about it. They were sloppy. Piled on the details like they were checking off a list. I paused, almost like they were following a textbook. Her posture tightened. A textbook. You think we train people for this? We don't teach murder, she said. That's not what I meant. She exhaled. We discuss it. Have to. Mutilation's been a tactic forever. Vietnam, Afghanistan, you name it. There's psychology behind it. Fear, humiliation, sending a message. Whole studies on how grotesque wounds mess with morale. And yeah, we cover sexual degradation too. Undermining the enemy's manhood? Oldest play in the book. What about the yogurt? She rolled her eyes. Ancient joke. And the choking. Not in PsyOps manuals. But most guys here have seen enough movies, or worse. So, you do teach them to question an enemy's sexuality? Of course. It's strategic. Makes him look weak, makes us look stronger. Classic warfare. I let that hang. She locked eyes. You asking if I saw our training in those woods? Guess I am. You didn't need my opinion, she said. You already knew. I smirked. Sharp guy for a cop. Answers no. Not directly. But it's possible. Anything's possible. Ever meet General Kramer at Fort Irwin? A couple times. Why? When was the last time? Can't recall. Recently? No. Why? How'd you know him? Work. We briefed armored units too. It's not just infantry at Irwin. Silence. Surprised tankers need psychological warfare. I shrugged. Seems redundant. You're in a 70-ton steel beast. How much more edge do you need? No smile. We trained them. Kramer hated his boys, missing out on anything the infantry got. The tension between us was thick enough to cut with a knife. "Who's your current class?" I asked. "Delta Force," she answered. "Only them." "Appreciate the insight," I said. "But nothing tonight matched anything we'd claim." "Not exactly. It was vague," she countered. "Psychological noise." "Got it," I replied. "And I don't like being questioned like this." "Understood," I said again. "Good night, Major." I pushed out of the chair and made for the exit. "Then what's really going on?" she pressed. "If that whole scene was staged?" "Beats me," I admitted. "I'm not the brains of this operation." I paused in the outer office, where a sergeant, the one with the newborn, handed me a cup of black coffee. By the time I reached my desk, Summer was already there, waiting to retrieve her files now that the Kramer case was officially shelved. "You verified the other women?" I asked. "Besides Norton." She gave a quick nod. "Solid alibis, every one." New Year's Eve isn't exactly a solo event. "Tell that to me," I muttered. She didn't bite. I squared the papers, slid them back into the folder, and peeled off the sticky note. "Hope your mom was okay." I tossed it in the drawer and passed her the file. "What did Norton say?" Summer pressed. She agreed homicide disguised as a hate crime. I asked if the symbols tied to PSYOPs training. She dodged, called them psychologically generic. Didn't appreciate the question. Where does that leave us? I rubbed my eyes, exhaustion creeping in. Same as always. We don't even have an ID on the victim. Tomorrow's problem. Be here at 7. "Copy that," she said, tucking the folder under her arm. "I called Rock Creek," I added. "Had a clerk dig up my transfer orders from Panama. And Darber's signatures on it. But impossible?" He called me New Year's Eve, shocked I was even here. Why would a clerk lie? Doubt he did. More likely the signature's fake. Seriously? Only explanation. Garber wouldn't forget transferring me 2 days prior. So what's the play here? No clue. Someone's moving pieces. My brother said to figure out who wanted me here badly enough to yank me from Panama and slot in some jerk. Now I'm wondering who wants Garber out of Rock Creek that bad. But Korea's a legit promotion, right? Garber earned it, no doubt, I said. But the timing's off. Senate confirms 1-star posts in the fall, not January. This was rushed. Then it's a pointless game, Summer said. Bring you in, pull him out? They cancel each other. Unless there are 2 players. Tug of war. Win some, lose some. Except the opposition could have crushed you both. They had that civilian complaint to bury you with. I stayed quiet. Doesn't track, she said. Whoever's backing you let Garber go but kept you here, even with that complaint hanging over you. Means they've got enough pull to freeze Willard in his tracks. You realize what that implies? Yeah, I said. I do. She locked eyes with me. You're being protected more than Garber was, she said. He's gone. You're still standing. Then she glanced away, silence settling between us. Permission to speak freely, Lieutenant, I said. She met my gaze again. You're not more important than Garber, she stated. You can't be. I stifled another yawn. No disagreement here, I said. This isn't about choosing me over him. She hesitated, then nodded. No, she replied. That's not it. This comes down to choosing between Fort Bird and Rock Creek. Fort Bird takes priority. What's going on here is considered more critical than anything happening at Special Unit HQ. Understood, I said. But what exactly is going on here? The answers started taking shape just after 7 the next morning inside Fort Bird's morgue. 3 hours of sleep and no breakfast, standard procedure when you're walking into an autopsy. Military investigations don't run on strict rules, just gut instinct and quick thinking. But one ironclad guideline? Never eat before examining a body. I killed time during breakfast, flipping through the crime scene report, a thick stack of pages that told me nothing useful. Detailed descriptions of uniform fragments, meticulous notes on the corpse, timestamps, temperature logs. Dozens of Polaroids backed it all up, but none of it gave me what I needed. Tossing the file into my desk drawer, I called the Provost Marshal's office, hoping for an AWOL report that might ID the victim. No luck. Everything was running smoothly, no missing soldiers, no red flags. Stepping outside, the morning chill bit at my skin. The morgue, built back in Eisenhower's day, still did its job just fine. We weren't dealing with some civilian accident. This wasn't a slip and fall case. I didn't need a full forensic breakdown. Just 2 things, time of death and a name. Inside, the lobby branched 3 ways left for offices, right for cold storage, straight ahead for the real work. I took the center path, where the air smelled sharp with formaldehyde and the hum of saws filled the room. 2 metal autopsy tables dominated the space, lit by harsh overhead lights, drains gurgling beneath them. Scales dangled from chains, ready to weigh organs. Steel carts held glass jars, surgical tools laid out on green canvas. The right table stood empty. The left was crowded, pathologist, assistant, note-taking clerk. Summer lingered near the back, watching. They were mid-procedure, tools in motion, jars half-filled. The drain gulped loudly. Through the cluster of people, I caught glimpses of the body legs washed clean, pale under the lights. No dirt, no blood, just blue-white skin. Moving beside Summer, I got a full view. The victim lay on his back, the top of his skull removed. A precise cut circled his forehead, his face peeled down like a folded blanket, resting at his chin. Exposed cheekbones, empty eye sockets. The pathologist worked on the brain, searching for clues. The skull cap sat nearby, sawed off clean. Any leads? I asked. Got fingerprints, the doctor said. Send them in already, Summer added. Should have an ID by tonight. Cause of death? Blunt force trauma, he said. 3 heavy strikes to the back of the head, something like a tire iron. The rest, just theatrics. Post-mortem. Signs of a struggle? None, the doctor replied. Guy never saw it coming. The scene was eerily calm, no signs of a struggle, no desperate fight. How many attackers were there? I asked. The doctor shrugged. I'm not psychic. The killing blows were likely from one person, but I can't say if others were just watching. Give me your best estimate. I deal in facts, not hunches, he replied. Summer spoke up. Just one killer. Call it intuition. I agreed. Time of death? Hard to pin down, the doctor admitted. Somewhere between 9 and 10 last night. But don't quote me on that. That timeline fit. Late enough for darkness to hide the crime, early enough for the killer to vanish before anyone noticed. Was he killed here? Right on the spot or close to it, the pathologist confirmed. No evidence he was moved afterward. I scanned the room. A severed tree branch lay on a cart, and beside it, a jar containing something far more disturbing. In his mouth? I asked. The doctor gave a silent nod. What kind of blade? Most likely a K-bar. Perfect. Those knives were everywhere, as common as dog tags. The killer was right-handed, the doctor added. And the tire iron. Same. He pointed to a stack of Polaroids nearby, 4 shots of the fatal wound. The first was gruesome, blood and grime, obscuring everything. The next showed it cleaned up, then trimmed, and finally shaved completely. I leaned in for a closer look. The body was unnervingly clean, pale under the harsh lights, smelling faintly of soap beneath the metallic tang of blood. His groin was a disaster, hacked apart like something from a horror film. Deep gashes on his arms exposed muscle and bone, the edges of the wounds tinged blue. One slash had sliced clean through a tattoo, an eagle clutching a scroll that read, "Mother." I expected more bruising, I muttered. The doctor shot me a look. Like I said, all the damage was post-mortem. No pulse, no pressure, no swelling. If he'd been alive when they did this, the place would have looked like a slaughterhouse. He finished reassembling the skull, tapping the bone cap into place before smoothing the skin back over the face. When he stepped away, I recognized the Special Forces sergeant I'd met in that dimly lit strip club, now lifeless, staring blankly at the ceiling. I grabbed a Humvee and headed toward Delta Force's compound, passing Andrea Norton's PSYOPs school along the way. The base was tucked inside an old prison, its rusted wire and concrete walls repurposed for secrecy. Nearby, a massive WE-era hangar loomed, likely hauled in from some decommissioned base to store their gear Humvees, maybe even a few helicopters, ready for rapid deployment. The guard at the inner gate waved me through, and I headed straight for the adjutant's office. Even at 7:30 in the morning, the place was buzzing, lights on, people moving. That told me everything I needed to know. The adjutant, a captain, sat behind his desk. In Delta Force, the sergeants run the show, while the officers handle the paperwork. "You missing anyone?" I asked. He hesitated, glancing away. That told me even more. "I figure you already know I am," he said. "Otherwise, why show up? Got a name for me?" "A name," he scoffed. "Thought you hauled him in for something." "Not about an arrest," I said. "Then what's it about? This guy get in trouble often?" "Never. Solid soldier. Name?" The captain didn't answer. Just bent down, yanked open a drawer, and pulled out a file. He handed it over. Like every Delta file I'd ever seen, it was stripped down just 2 pages. The first had the basics: name, rank, service number. Christopher Carbone. 16 years in, unmarried. Infantry, airborne, Rangers, then Delta. 5 years older than me. Sergeant first class. No mission details, no medals listed. The second page held fingerprints and a photo of the guy I talked to in the bar, now lying cold in the morgue. "Where is he?" the captain asked. "What happened?" "Someone killed him." "What? Homicide? When?" "Last night. Around 9 or 10. "Where?" "Woods near post." "Jesus Christ. Why?" I tucked the file under my arm. "Don't know yet. Who did it? Still working on that." He exhaled hard, rubbing his face. "Next of kin?" "Think he's got a mother somewhere," he muttered. "I'll let you know." "Don't." "That's your call." Silence. "Any enemies here?" I pressed. "None I knew of." "Any friction?" "Lifestyle issues." His jaw tightened. "What are you implying?" "Was he gay?" "What? Hell no." I stayed quiet. "You saying Carbone was?" He dropped his voice. I pictured Carbone at the strip club, beer in hand, grinning at the stage. Not exactly a guy hiding in the closet. But then I remembered the way he'd brushed off the brunette, almost uncomfortable. "I don't know what he was," I said. Then shut your damn mouth, he snapped. Sir. I took the file back to the morgue, grabbed Summer, and hit the officers' club for breakfast. We claimed a corner table, away from the crowd. I went for eggs and bacon. She had oatmeal. Coffee for me, tea for her. Pathologist calling it a hate crime, she said, flipping through the file. Thinks it's obvious. He's wrong. Carbone wasn't married. Neither am I. Neither are you. You gay? No. Exactly. But misdirection needs a kernel of truth, right? If they knew he gambled, they'd plant IOUs or cards. Otherwise, it's just sloppy. Your take. Someone knew he was gay. But that wasn't the reason. I nodded. Made sense. It wasn't about that, I said. Let's say he was gay. He made it through 16 years, most of the 70s, and all of the 80s. Things are easier now. He's learned to blend in, hitting up strip clubs with the guys. So why now? If it was going to happen, it would have been years ago when he first enlisted, or every time he switched units. Not out of nowhere like this. Then what was the reason? No clue. Either way, it's messy. Like Kramer and that motel fiasco. I nodded. Bird's got a real talent for awkward situations. You think that's why you're here? Because of Carbone? Maybe. Depends on what he stood for. I had Summer handle the paperwork while I headed back to my office. Word travels fast. The Delta sergeants were already waiting, restless and wired. Special forces through and through, compact, wiry, and rough around the edges. The youngest had a sunburned tan, fresh from some desert hellhole. My sergeant, the one with the newborn, was eyeing them like they'd been alternating between pacing and bad pickup lines. Compared to them, she looked downright refined. I herded them inside and took my seat, leaving them standing. Is it true about Carbone? The older one demanded. He's dead, I said. Don't know who did it or why. When? Last night, around 9 or 10. Where? Right here on post. This place is locked down. I nodded. Wasn't some civilian. We heard it wasn't clean. Messy enough. When do we get answers? Soon, hopefully. You got anything to go on? Nothing solid. When you find out, we'll know too, right? You really want in? Damn right we do. Why? The guy just stared at me. Didn't need to say it. Gay or not, Carbone was one of theirs. And Delta doesn't let things slide. For a second, I almost envied him. If I got taken out in the woods, I doubted 3 hard cases would be banging down doors at 8A. Ditching for payback. Then again, if I ever ID'd the killer, they'd save me the trouble of dealing with him. I ran through the standard questions: enemies, grudges, threats. Blank stares all around. Anything else? I pressed. Anything that made him a target? Like what? Like anything, I said, leaving it vague. They shook their heads. Got any theories? The young one spoke up. Check the Rangers. Find some washout with a chip on his shoulder. After they left, I mulled it over. A Ranger with something to prove? Unlikely. Delta guys don't wander into the woods with strangers and get blindsided. If a Ranger had come at Carbone, we'd have found the Ranger dead. Or at least signs of a struggle. No, he went out there with someone he trusted. I could see him relaxed, maybe laughing, leading the way completely unaware until it was too late. The image flashed in my mind. Somebody pulling a tire iron from under their jacket, swinging it hard. The sickening crunch of bone on the first hit. Then again, and again. 3 brutal strikes to take down a guy like Carbone, who wasn't the type to get caught off guard. My phone buzzed, cutting through the grim scene. Colonel Willard, the jerk from Rock Creek, barked into the line. "Where are you?" "My office," I said. "Where else would I be when the phone rings?" "Stay put," he snapped. "Don't move, don't make calls, don't even breathe wrong. Just sit there until I get there." "How long's that gonna take?" "Long enough." The line went dead. I set the phone down and did exactly what he said. Nothing. My sergeant brought me coffee and I drank it. Willard hadn't ordered me to dehydrate. An hour later, the young Delta guy with the scruffy beard and desert tan walked in alone. I motioned for him to sit, then reconsidered. Technically, talking to him counted as doing something, and Willard had been very clear about that. But then again, blinking was doing something. My body was burning calories, my nails were growing hell, even sitting still was technically an action. So I figured the order was more about attitude than literal compliance. "You need something, Sergeant." He hesitated. Carbone was gay. You think he was, or you know. Okay, he was. Who else knew? All of us. And nothing. Just thought you should hear it from me first. You think it's relevant? He shook his head. We didn't care. And nobody outside the unit knew. So it wasn't a motive. Then why tell me? Because you'll find out eventually. I didn't want it to blindside you. Because once it's out, that's all he'll remember. He was a solid soldier. Doesn't deserve that. I didn't answer right away. I can't bury it, I finally said. The scene's too messy. People are gonna draw their own conclusions. His face tightened. You saying it looked like a hate crime? Didn't say that before because I was trying to avoid exactly this conversation. But yeah, somebody wanted it to read that way. Then someone knew. Or they guessed. Or they just wanted to frame it that way. The sergeant exhaled hard. Either way, it's gonna stick to him. Maybe not if we push back hard enough. He stood jaw set. For the record, I'm not gay. Don't care who is. Got a wife and kid at home. Then he left, and I went back to staring at the wall, turning over the facts. No weapon at the scene. No fibers, no prints, no skin under Carbone's nails. Easy enough the killer took the tire iron with him. Probably wore standard issue BDUs designed not to shed. The Army thinks of everything. Except how to keep its people alive. Textile factories nationwide have strict durability benchmarks for military-grade fabrics like twill and poplin. The ground was solid ice, no chance of tracking footprints. North Carolina's usual freeze lasted maybe 4 weeks, and we were right in the thick of it. The attack had been sudden, leaving Carbone no time to fight back. No useful evidence. But we had a few edges. The base was locked down tight, and the military keeps meticulous records of personnel movements. We could start with a stack of printouts, marking names as possible or impossible, then narrow it down. The usual detective trio means motive, opportunity would come into play. Means and opportunity? Useless here. Anyone on our list had opportunity by default, and every soldier could swing a tire iron. Basic training covered that, so it boiled down to motive, which was where my gut had led me from the start. I sat another hour, motionless, no calls. My sergeant brought coffee. I asked her to page Lieutenant Summer, who arrived in minutes. Before I could brief her, she'd already pulled the base roster and gate logs, sealed Carbone's quarters, and scheduled interviews with his CO. Perfect, I said. She frowned. What's Willard's deal? Power play, I said. Big case, he wants to flex. Remind me I'm still on thin ice. Turns out I underestimated him. Willard marched in exactly 4 hours later. My sergeant wisely didn't offer him coffee. He barged into my office, avoided eye contact, and perched on the edge of the visitor's chair like it was electrified. His fingers drummed his knees like he was trying to start a fire. Yesterday, he snapped. Account for every minute. You came all this way to grill me? Yes. I shrugged. Plane landed at 2. With you till 5. And after. Got back here by 11. Took you 6 hours. I did it in 4. Buses and a hitchhike. You had a car. He twitched. Then, phone call with my brother. Willard's lip curled. I know him. Yeah. He mentioned. After that, chatted with Summer. Casual. And then, Carbone turned up dead at midnight. He fidgeted, sweat beading at his temples. Keep your bus tickets. Doubt it. Remember your ride? Why? You think I'm lying? His smile was thin. I'd hate to be wrong about you. Silence. Then he leaned in. You're either incompetent or sabotaging this investigation. Which is it? Are you trying to humiliate the army? I scoffed. Give me the big speech, Colonel. The Cold War's over. Adapt or get left behind. His chair creaked as he shifted. You're not making that easy. The military's a competitive beast, every branch scrambling to look sharp and stay relevant. But guess who always gets the short end of the stick? The Army. Damn right. The Air Force has their flashy jets, the Navy's got subs and floating cities, and the Marines? Untouchable. Meanwhile, we're knee-deep in the dirt. Literally. Washington sees us as the dull grunt work branch. And now this? This being Carbone. A guy with a secret that in Willard's eyes was worse than the murder itself. You really think the Army needs that kind of spotlight right now? A Delta operator with that kind of lifestyle? You should have called it a training accident and moved on. Would have been a lie. Since when does that matter? He wasn't killed for being gay. Bull. He was. I investigate homicides for a living, I said. And I'm telling you, orientation had nothing to do with it. Willard's glare could have melted steel. After a tense silence, he leaned back. Fine. We'll circle back. Who else saw the body? My team, a PSYOPs colonel, and the pathologist? Handle your guys. I'll deal with psychops and the doc. Deal with them how? By making sure they understand this gets buried. Training accident. No investigation, no scandal. You really think Delta wants this leaking? That they had an unauthorized soldier for 4 years? Wake up. The sergeants want answers. Their CO won't. Trust me on that. Then give me a direct order. Plain English. Willard leaned in, voice sharp. Don't. Investigate. The dead guy. File a report saying he took a bad fall during night maneuvers. End of story. That's your order. I'll need it in writing. Grow up. We locked eyes, the air between us thick enough to choke on. My fingers curled into a fist under the desk. One solid hit to his chest, just one, and I could write his death off as an accident too. Slipped reaching for a pen, sir. Tragic. Willard broke first. Time of death. Between 9 and 10 last night. And you were off post until 11. Already answered that. Can you prove it? The gate logs would back me up. Do I need to? Another pause. Willard shifted in his chair. Next question. If Carbone wasn't killed for being a, let's say, unconventional soldier, what's your theory? Scene was staged. Too messy. Hiding the real motive. Which was? Don't know yet. That's what investigations are for. Humor me. Assume the killer benefited. How? By stopping Carbone from doing something. Or covering up something he knew. Silencing him. Or cutting off a loose end. And you're the expert. Yeah, I am. How would you find this guy? By doing my damn job. Willard smirked. And if you did, hypothetically, arrest him before his squad does. I could already picture Carbone's unit, restless and armed, itching for payback. Suspect pool would be on post personnel? I nodded. Summer was probably drowning in paperwork right now, cross-referencing gate logs and duty rosters. Verified through records, I said. Willard exhaled, like the whole conversation was beneath him. Then consider this your lucky day. Because you're not investigating. Willard leaned forward, tapping the desk. Facts matter, he said, especially for someone in your line of work. This base sprawls over 100,000 acres. The last time they bothered with perimeter fencing was back in '43. That's the kind of detail you should dug up yourself. Ever consider that not everyone enters through the front gate? That someone marked as absent could have slipped in through a gap in the wire? I shook my head. Not likely. That mean hiking 2 miles in the dark, dodging random patrols all night. A skilled man could avoid them. Still a stretch, I said. And how would he have linked up with Carbone? Prearranged meeting point. Wasn't a point, I countered. Just some random patch of dirt near the tracks. Call it a grid reference then. Possible, I admitted, though I didn't like it. But is it plausible? Willard shrugged. Anything's possible. So let's say someone met Carbone, took him out, slipped back through the wire, then strolled up to the main gate like nothing happened. How long would that take? Depends on how fast he moved. Maybe he ran. Maybe. Then he'd be winded when he signed in. I stayed silent. Willard pressed. Best estimate how much time? An hour, maybe 2. He nodded. So, if the guy was killed around 9 or 10, our killer could have logged in by 11. Hypothetically, I said. But why? To cover something up? Willard smirked. And here's the kicker, you took 6 hours for a 4-hour trip. Leaves a nice 2-hour gap, which you hand-wave with some story about taking the scenic route. I didn't bite. Convenient, isn't it? He added. Those missing hours line up perfectly with the window for the kill. And guess what? The gate log says you showed up out of breath. I kept my face blank. Now motive, he mused. You didn't run in the same circles as Carbone. At least I'd hope not. You're chasing ghosts, I said. And picking the wrong fight. Am I? Yeah. You don't want me as an enemy. Willard ignored the warning. Here's another fact, he said, pulling a folded sheet from his pocket. Sergeant Christopher Carbone filed a complaint against you. He smoothed the paper onto the desk. Official letterhead, a case number, dated January 2nd at Fort Bird's Provost Marshal's office. The affidavit was stiff formal, observed Major Reacher. Strike 2 civilians, unprovoked, no self-defense evident. Carbone's signature sat at the bottom, his service number typed beneath it. I glanced at the wall clock, remembering Carbone slipping out of the bar that night, giving me one last look before vanishing into the crowd. Without a word, I slid the paper into a drawer. Willard leaned back. Delta Force takes care of its own. Everyone knows that. It's part of their reputation. So, what's their next move? One of their guys gets killed right after filing a complaint against some cocky MP major. And now that same major has to salvage his career, except he doesn't exactly have an alibi for the night it happened. I stayed silent. The Delta CO's office gets a copy of every complaint, Willard continued. Standard procedure. Paperwork everywhere. The news will get out fast, and then the questions start. What should I say? That you're definitely not a suspect. Or that you are, but some technicality keeps me from doing anything about it. I'd love to see how they handle that kind of injustice. Still, I didn't respond. Carbone never filed a complaint before, he said. 16 years in, and this was his first. Makes sense a guy like him keeps his head down. But Delta won't see it that way. First time he speaks up, and now he's dead. They'll assume you two had history. A grudge. That won't exactly win you any favors. Silence. So what's it gonna be? Willard pressed. Should I go drop a few hints about inconvenient legal loopholes? Or do we make a deal? I keep Delta off your back and you start playing by my rules? I didn't answer. Not that I think you killed him, he added. Even you wouldn't go that far. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded if you had. Guys like that don't belong in the army. They're here under false pretenses. You just would have had the wrong reason, that's all. Empty threat, I said. You never mentioned the complaint. Didn't show it to me yesterday. Never gave me a name. Their sergeants won't buy that for a second. You're an investigator digging up names, is what you do. They'll assume you pulled it from the paperwork. I stayed quiet. Wake up, Major, Willard snapped. Dauber's gone. Things run my way now. You're making a mistake, I said. Turning me into an enemy. He shook his head. No, I'm not. I'm just getting this unit in line. You'll thank me later. The world's changing. I see the bigger picture. I didn't respond. Help the army, he said. Help yourself while you're at it. Silence. Do we have a deal? He asked. I didn't answer. He smirked. Yeah, we've got a deal. You're not stupid. He stood, walked out, and shut the door behind him. I watched the vinyl cushion on the visitor's chair slowly puff back up, air hissing into it like a deflating tire. The world is changing. I'd always been a loner, but now I felt lonely. A cynic, but suddenly naive. Both of my families were slipping away, one because time doesn't stop, the other because the values I'd counted on were vanishing. Like waking up alone on an island, watching the last boat disappear over the horizon. Like realizing too late that everyone else was speaking a language I didn't understand. The world was changing, and I wasn't ready. Summer reappeared 3 minutes later, like she'd been waiting in the wings. She carried a stack of printouts, urgency in her eyes. Vasil and Kumar were back last night, she said. Their names are in the gate log. Sit down, I told her. She hesitated, caught off guard, then took the seat Willard had just vacated. I'm poison, I told her. You should get as far away from me as possible. Her brow furrowed. What are you talking about? We were right about Fort Bird, I said. It's a disaster. First Kramer, now Carbone. Willard sweeping both under the rug to save the army the embarrassment. He can't just erase Carbone. Training accident, I said flatly. Slipped, fell, cracked his skull. Case closed. You're joking. It's a loyalty test. Willard wants to see if I'll play along. And will you? I stayed silent. Summer exhaled sharply. Those orders are illegal. They have to be. You ready to fight them? She didn't answer. Challenging illegal orders meant disobeying first, and hoping you survived the court-martial, a rigged game where the brass always won. So none of this happened, I said. Bring me your files, then forget my name, Kramer's, Carbone's, and talk to the guys from last night. Make sure they keep their mouths shut. She stared at the floor, jaw tight. Then head back to the O Club and wait for your next assignment. Her eyes snapped up. You can't be serious. Dead serious, I said. That's a direct order. A long silence stretched between us. You're not who I thought you were. I nodded. Yeah, I'm not. She walked out without another word. I waited a beat, then grabbed the stack of papers she'd left behind. My eyes locked onto the page I needed. Vassal and Coomer had rolled through the main gate at 6:45 p.m., the same night Carbone died, and left at 10. 3 hours and change right in the window. Or just a long dinner. I called the O Club kitchen. A mess sergeant promised the head Napa would bring me back. Next, I dialed my own sergeant. Find out who's running MP operations at Fort Irwin. Get him on the line. 4 minutes later, she walked in with coffee. He's tied up. Might be 30 minutes. Name's Franz. Can't be, I said. Franz is in Panama. I saw him there. Major Calvin Franz, she repeated. That's what they told me. Call back. Verify. She left the coffee on my desk. 4 minutes later, she returned. Confirmed. Major Franz has been at Irwin since December 29th. I glanced at my calendar. January 5th. And you've been here since the 29th, she added. I held her days. Call more posts. Start with Benning, go down the list. Get me every MPXO's name and tenure. She nodded and left. The dining room Dow called back. Vassal and Coomer had eaten at the O Club halibut for one, steak for the other. They dine alone? I asked. No, sir. Mixed group of senior officers. Looked like a last-minute thing, no reservation, just drinks turning into dinner. How long? Seated by 7:30, left just before 10. No breaks. Nobody stepped out? No, sir. We kept an eye on them. Hard to miss a general's table. I hung up and dialed the gate. Who actually checked Vassal and Coomer in and out? The sergeant on duty finally called me back. I pressed him for details, and he swore he'd seen Vassal and Coomer roll through the gate at 6:45 p.m. sharp and leave just before 10. Black sedan? I asked. Government plate, sir, he confirmed. Big, dark, and official-looking. Grand Marquis. Pretty sure, yeah. Who was driving? Coomer, Colonel Coomer, that is. General Vassal rode shotgun. No one else in the car. Just the two of them, sir. We check every vehicle after dark, flashlights, IDs, the works. Rear seat was empty. I hung up, and the phone rang again before I could set it down. Calvin Franz's voice crackled through the line. Richa, what the hell are you doing in Virginia? Could ask you the same about California. A pause. No clue, man. Place is dead quiet. Nice weather, though. You check your orders. Twice. Last I knew, Panama was my playground. Now I'm babysitting sand and tumbleweeds. Garber's idea, apparently. Thought I pissed him off, but now I'm wondering if there's more to it. Same here, I admitted. What's your official role? Temporary XO for the Provost Marshal. Except the guy's gone detached the day I got here. So you're running the show? Looks that way. You too? Yep. Any idea what's happening? Not yet, I said. But while I figure it out, tell me this Vassal and Coomer were supposed to head your way for an armored conference on New Year's Day. They ever show? Franz snorted. Conference got scrapped. Word is their two-star, Kramer, bit the dust. Guess they couldn't function without him. Or they're too busy clawing over his command. So they never made it to Irwin? Not a chance. California's big, but they didn't darken my doorstep. Who else was supposed to be there? Armor's usual suspects. Some showed up, some didn't. No agenda, no nothing. There's always an agenda. That's what I thought. I'll poke around. Happy New Year, I said, then hung up and leaned back. Franz was solid, one of the best. If he was as clueless as I was, something was off. Panama without us. Who the hell was left? I dumped my coffee mug by the machine outside. My sergeant was scribbling furiously, then waved me over like she'd struck gold. A minute later, she slapped a page on my desk, 13 posts, 13 names, 13 dates. All MPXOs, including mine and Franz's. Fort Rucker was the last one I checked, she said. But the pattern's clear as day. Every day was identical December 29th, frozen in time, 8 days in the past. Read the names one more time, I said. She did, and I nodded. In the tight-knit, shadowy world of military law enforcement, if you were assembling an elite team after a sleepless night of deliberation, those 13 names would be the ones you'd land on. No hesitation. They were the best of the best, a powerhouse lineup. Sure, there were another 10 or so who could have made the cut, but I had no doubt they were either stationed elsewhere in the alphabet or scattered across the globe. And every single one had been reassigned exactly 8 days ago. Our A-team. I wouldn't speculate where I stood among them individually, but together, on the ground, we were the Army's finest. Strange, I muttered. And it was. Moving that many key players at once took serious coordination, and doing it during just cause. That screamed urgency. The room felt unnervingly still, like I was waiting for the next bad news to drop. I'm heading to the Delta station, I announced. I took a Humvee, not in the mood for a walk. The last thing I needed was another run-in with that jackass Willard. The sentry waved me through the gates of the old prison, and I headed straight for the adjutant's office. He was still at his desk, looking more worn out than when I'd seen him at dawn. Training accident, I said. He nodded. That's what I heard. What kind of training? Night maneuvers. Alone. Escape and evasion then. On base. The captain sighed. Fine, he was jogging. Burning off holiday food. Whatever. I need this to hold up, I said. My name's going on the report. He rubbed his temples. Then scrap the jogging. Carbone wasn't a runner. More of a weights guy. Most Delta guys are. Most Delta guys are what? He met my eyes. Gim rats. They all are. Any specialization? They're jacks of all trades. Good at everything. Not comms. Not medical. They all handle radios. And they're all medics. It's a survival tactic. If they're caught alone, they can claim to be the unit medic might keep them alive. And they can back it up if pressed. Any nighttime medical drills? He shook his head. Not standard. Could he have been testing comms equipment? Or road testing a truck, the captain said. He was solid with mechanics. Probably the closest thing he had to a specialty kept the unit's vehicles running. All right, I said. So maybe a tire blew, the jack slipped, and the truck crushed his skull. Works for me, the captain agreed. Uneven ground, soft dirt under the jack, whole thing could have gone sideways. Perfect. I'll say my team hauled the truck back. Fine. What model truck? Pick one. Your CO around? He's out. Holiday leave. Who is he? You wouldn't know him. Try me. Colonel Brubaker. David Brubaker? I said. I know him. Sort of. By reputation. The guy was a hardcore special forces zealot, thought the rest of the army could pack up and go home while his hand-picked units handled everything. Maybe keep a few chopper units on standby to ferry his guys around. Maybe one Pentagon office to order his toys. When's he back? Tomorrow. You call him. The captain shook his head. He won't want any part of this. And he definitely won't want to talk to you. I'll have him update the safety protocols once we figure out what kind of accident we're dealing with, the captain said. Truck crushed in, I replied. That'll simplify things. Vehicle safety regs are a lot shorter than weapons procedures. Where's that written? Field manual. The captain smirked. Brubaker doesn't follow manuals. I need to check Carbone's quarters, I said. Why? Because if I'm signing off on a truck accident, I don't want any surprises lying around. Carbone's space was typical for his unit, small, functional, and far from regulation. His cell was 6x8, concrete walls, a sink, and a toilet crammed in the corner. A standard cot, a footlocker, and a shelf above the bed completed the setup. For a sergeant, it wasn't bad. Plenty of guys overseas would have traded places in a heartbeat. Summer had slapped police tape across the door. I tore it down, crumpled it into my pocket, and stepped inside. Delta Force doesn't sweat the small stuff salutes, spit-shined boots, pressed uniforms. Not their style. If a guy prefers old-school fatigues over the latest issue, he wears them. If he'd rather lace up running shoes than combat boots, no one bats an eye. And if the army hands out Berettas but he trusts a SIG more, that's what he carries. Carbone's shelf wasn't lined with crisp uniforms or polished boots. Instead, it held a pile of well-worn gear, faded BDUs, old cold weather layers, a green bandana, and t-shirts so thin they were practically see-through. A rolled-up Alice harness sat beside them, the kind of no-frills belt you'd strap gear to. The last section of the shelf had a few dog-eared paperbacks, military thrillers, by the looks of them, and a small framed photo of an older woman. His mother, no question. I remembered the tattoo on his arm, the eagle clutching a scroll with mother etched across it. For a second, I thought of my own mom, waving us off as the elevator doors closed. The books were a mix of well-loved paperbacks, adventure stuff, prototypes, and submarines, and a single hardcover, a Rolling Stones tour book, from a decade back. I flipped the mattress, checked under the sink, even lifted the toilet tank lid. Nothing. The footlocker was next. A brown leather jacket lay folded on top, decent quality but nothing flashy. Underneath, 2 button-downs and a couple pairs of jeans soft from wear, the kind of outfit you'd throw on for a night out. Shower, shave, grab a beer, forget the job for a few hours. Standard soldier downtime. Beneath the jeans lay a slim brown leather wallet, its color nearly matching the jacket draped over the chair. Inside, everything was arranged for a night out, just enough cash for a few rounds of drinks, a military ID, a North Carolina driver's license tucked in case things got rowdy, and an unopened condom, just in case. Behind a plastic sleeve was a faded photo of a girl, maybe family, maybe a friend, maybe just a prop. Below the wallet sat a half-empty shoebox filled with 4x6 snapshots. Most were candid shots of soldiers, Carbone among them, grinning in the sun, or bundled up in snowy streets, arms slung over each other's shoulders. The kind of pictures that spoke of easy camaraderie, the kind you took when you were young and alive and sure you'd stay that way. His tiny cell held nothing else, no secrets, no clues, no hints about who he really was. Just a man who kept his life locked down tight. I headed back to my Humvee, only to find the bearded sergeant blocking my path, his expression hard. "You made me look like an idiot," he said. "Did I? About Carbone. Letting me run my mouth like that. The clerk just dropped some paperwork on us. And now we're asking questions." "Don't strain yourself," I said. "You think this is a joke? Won't be so funny if we tie this to you." "You won't." "That's what you say." I didn't blink. "Yeah, that's what I say. Now move." "Or what?" "Or I'll put you on the ground." He stepped closer, close enough for me to smell the coffee on his breath. "You really think you could?" I held his gaze. "You're wondering if I took down Carbone. And trust me, he was twice the soldier you'll ever be." His voice dropped low. "You won't even see it coming." I didn't answer. Because he was right. If Delta decided I was a problem, I'd never hear the shot, never spot the knife. Just a dark alley one day, a shadow stepping out, and then nothing. "You've got a week," he said. "To do what? Prove it wasn't you. Or make those 7 days count. Cross off that bucket list. Maybe skip the long novels." Back at my office, the Humvee still idling outside, I found the desk empty except for the Louisiana corporal and a cold coffee pot. 2 message slips waited, one from Major Franz, the other from Detective Clark. Franz picked up on the second ring. "Reacher," he said. I dug into Armored's paperwork. And, officially, no agenda. They're sticking to that story. But we both know that's crap. There's always an agenda. Get anything useful? Secure fax from Germany late on the 30th. Then a bunch of copies made New Year's Eve. By the time Kramer's death hit, they were shredding and burning. Incinerator guy confirmed 1 full bag, about 60 pages worth. "How secure is their fax line?" Franz snorted. "Secure enough to make you wonder what they're hiding. The only way this makes any sense is if the agenda was classified beyond top secret. I mean the kind of secret you'd take to the grave. And if it was that sensitive, why commit it to paper at all? Come on, Reacher. Z-Corps has been in the trenches for decades. Secrets are their currency. How many attendees were expected at the conference? The mess hall prepped 15 boxed lunches. 60 pages divided by 15 people, that's a 4-page agenda per person. Seems that way. But those copies are ash now. Not the original fax from Germany, I pointed out. They'd have torched that one stateside. My bet? Kramer was carrying it when he died. So where is it now? Gone. Banished into thin air. Worth tracking down. Hard to say, I admitted. The author's dead. Only Vassal and Coomer might know, and they probably had a hand in drafting it. Vassal and Coomer flew back to Germany this morning. First flight out of Dulles. The rumor mill's buzzing about it. Ever run into Willard, the new guy? I asked. Not yet. Consider yourself lucky. Total jerk? Great. What did we do to get stuck with him? No clue, I said before hanging up. I dialed the Virginia precinct and asked for Detective Clark. After a brief hold, his voice crackled through the line. Clark. Reacher. Army Sid. Fort Bird. You needed me. You called me, remember? Wanted an update on Mrs. Kramer. But we've got nothing. Hitting dead ends here. Honestly, we could use some help. Not my jurisdiction. It's your case. Wish it wasn't, he muttered. What have you got? Less than nothing. Perp left zero traces, gloves, obviously. Frost on the ground, some gravel from the driveway, but no usable footprints. Neighbors see anything? Most were either gone or 3 sheets to the wind. New Year's Eve. We canvassed the block, but nada. A few cars rolling through, but that's expected with parties happening. Tire marks on the driveway? Nothing useful. Silence hung between us. Crowbar did her in, Clark added. Same one used to bust the door. Perp wiped it on the rug, then rinsed it in the sink. We pulled residue from the drain. Faucet was clean, gloves again. I stayed quiet. Here's another thing, he continued. Forensics swept the place, prints, hair, fibers, even the shower drain. Almost everything traces back to the victim. A couple stray prints matched the husband, but the ratio suggests he barely lived there the past 5 years. Normal for a general? He'd bunk on post a lot. But holidays, he should have been home. Rumor is the marriage was on the rocks. People like that should just cut the cord. Divorce isn't a career ender these days, right? Not that I've heard, I said. A pause. Then Clark's voice turned speculative. How bad was it? Bad enough the husband could have arranged this? Timing's off. He was already dead when it happened. Life insurance, assets, nice house, probably hers. So a prearranged hit? Set it up months ago? Now he was reaching. Then why not schedule it while he was in Germany? Clark had no answer for that. Who asked for this update? I said. Your team did, he replied. About an hour ago. I frowned. I don't remember making that call. Not you directly, he clarified. It was the young black woman, your lieutenant. I was tied up at the scene, so she left me a number. Lost track of it, so I dialed the original contact instead. Was that a problem? No, I said. You handled it right. Wish I had more for you. The line went dead. I sat there, silent, then buzzed my corporal. Get Lieutenant Summer in here, I told him. She walked in less than 10 minutes later, still in her fatigues. Everything about her, her posture, the tightness in her jaw, told me she was equal parts wary and unimpressed. I motioned for her to sit. Detective Clark just called, I said. She didn't react. You ignored my order, I added. Still, nothing. Why? I pressed. She tilted her head. You tell me. Because you're playing Willard's game. He's the commanding officer, I said. That's the game we're in. Not mine, she shot back. You're in the army, Summer. You follow orders, not opinions. And we don't bury the truth, just because someone tells us to. I leaned forward. Actually, we do. That's how it works. Then it shouldn't. Since when are you calling the shots? She crossed her arms. Carbone and Mrs. Framer deserve better. They didn't ask for this. I studied her. Why mention her first? You think she matters more than Carbone? Summer scoffed. I didn't. I already went through Carbone's records, checked personnel logs, gate entries, alibis. You handed me those files. After making copies. You're reckless, I said. Or maybe you're just scared. How old are you? 25. I exhaled. Next year, you'll be 26, a black woman with a dishonorable discharge and 0 civilian prospects. Meanwhile, The job market's flooded with decorated vets. What's your plan? Wait tables? Join Sin at the club? She stayed silent. You should have left this to me, I said. Funny, she fired back. I thought that's what I was doing. What? I'm taking Willard down. One of us isn't walking away. I stared at her. I serve the army, not him. I won't let him wreck it. She didn't blink. I warned him not to cross me, I said. He didn't listen. Bold move, she muttered. Bolder than yours, I countered. Why cut me out? Because if I fail, I'm not dragging you with me. You were covering for me. She rolled her eyes. Don't. I make my own choices. I let the silence hang. How old are you? She finally asked. 29. Next year, you'll be 30, a washed-up ex-soldier with no skills, no connections, and no clue how the real world works. Maybe you're the one who should be hiding, not me. I didn't answer. You should have looped me in, she said. My call to make, I said. Too late, she said. I've already made mine. Guess Clark spilled it for you. Exactly, I snapped. One wrong move and you're done. This isn't a game. And I'm all in Reacher. So catch me up. 5 minutes later, she knew everything I did, which wasn't much. Garber's signature was fake, she said. I nodded. Yeah. And we're just getting started. All right, what about Carbone's complaint? You think that's fake too? She asked. I pulled the copy Willard had handed me from my desk drawer, flattening it against the blotter before sliding it over. She folded it carefully and tucked it into her jacket. I'll have the handwriting analyzed, she said. Less hassle for me than you at this point. Nothing's simple for either of us now, I told her. You need to understand that. So think hard about what you're getting into. She didn't hesitate. I know exactly what I'm doing. Bring it on. I studied her for a long moment. That quiet confidence, she'd earned it. Growing up dirt poor in Alabama, watching churches burn, she'd learned to hold her ground. Maybe facing off against Willard and his crew was just another Tuesday for her. Thanks, I said, for backing me up. She shook her head. I'm not backing you up. You're backing me up. The phone rang. The Louisiana corporal outside my office announced North Carolina State Police on the line. They're asking for a duty officer. You taking it? Not like I have a choice, I muttered before the call connected. A dispatcher's voice crackled through, telling me a trooper had found an abandoned green canvas briefcase on the shoulder of I-95. Inside was a wallet belonging to General Kenneth R. Kramer, U. Army. Since Fort Byrd was the nearest base, they figured we might want to send someone to retrieve it. Summer took the wheel. We grabbed the Humvee I'd left parked outside, no time to requisition a sedan. Not exactly her preferred ride. Those things are built for rough terrain, not speed, and she looked almost comically small behind the massive steering wheel. The engine roared, tires humming against the pavement as we rolled out. The sky was already dimming, that dull gray haze of late afternoon settling in. We headed north toward Kramer's Motel, then cut east through the Cloverleaf before merging onto I-95. 15 miles in, we passed a rest stop, scanning for the state police building. 12 more miles and we spotted it, a low, tan brick structure with radio towers jutting from the roof like metal spikes. The place had seen better days. The faded lettering spelled out North Carolina State Police in sleek retro font. We parked by the glass doors, killed the engine, and stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of stale coffee and floor wax. The linoleum gleamed under fluorescent lights, and the walls had that layered paint look only government buildings achieve. The desk sergeant barely glanced up our uniforms, and the Humvee outside did the talking. No questions, no paperwork. Just a quick once-over before he ducked under the counter and produced the briefcase, sealed in a generic plastic bag with some store's logo stamped across it. The case itself matched Kramer's luggage perfectly. The briefcase was identical in every way: color, design, age, even the scuffs and wear. No initials, no personal markings. I flipped it open and scanned the contents: a wallet, plane tickets, a passport, a thick itinerary held together with a paperclip, and a hardcover book. No conference agenda. I shut it and set it back on the counter, lining it up neatly. Disappointed, but not shocked. Was it in the plastic bag when the trooper picked it up? I asked. The officer behind the desk shook his head, his gaze lingering on Summer instead of me. I bagged it myself, he said. Wanted to keep it clean. Didn't know how long it'd take for someone to show. Where exactly was it found? He hesitated, finally tearing his eyes away from Summer to drag a thick finger down a ledger before stopping at a mile marker. Then he turned to a long, narrow map of North Carolina's stretch of I-95, tracing the highway from the South Carolina border up to Virginia. His finger hovered, then tapped decisively. Right here, he said. Northbound shoulder, a mile past the rest stop, 11 miles south of us. Any idea how long it'd been sitting there? Could have been weeks, he admitted. We don't patrol shoulders looking for lost items. Stuff piles up. So, how'd they spot it? Routine traffic stop. Trooper noticed it while walking from his cruiser to the pulled-over car. When exactly? Today, he said. Early afternoon, just after his shift started. Definitely not a month, I said. When was it stolen? New Year's Eve, I replied. From where? A motel 30 miles south of here. So the thieves were heading back north. Seems that way, I said. He picked up the briefcase like an appraiser examining a rare artifact, tilting it under the light. January weather, night dew, road salt, freezing temps. Stuff left outside deteriorates fast. This has some grit in the fabric, but not enough to have been out there since New Year's. My guess? Less than 24 hours. You sure? Summer pressed. He shrugged and set it back down. Just an estimate. Got it, I said. Appreciate it. You'll need to sign for it. I nodded. He spun the ledger toward me. My name reacher was stenciled above my pocket, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Too busy staring at Summer. I scribbled K. Kramer on the line grabbed the briefcase and turned to leave. Strange robbery, he called after us. Wallet still had cash and an Amex card. We logged everything. I didn't answer. Outside, Summer waited for a break in traffic before gunning the Humvee across 3 lanes, bouncing over the median's grass, down into a ditch, and back up the other side. She paused, then swung left onto the southbound lanes. Classic Humvee maneuver. Try this, she said. Vassell and Coomer left Bird at 10 last night with the briefcase. Headed north toward D. Pulled the agenda and tossed the case out the window. They were in the bar and dining room the whole time. Then someone they dined with passed it along. Let's see who they were dining with, I said. Maybe one of the women from the Humvee list was at the table. All of them had alibis, Summer replied. Only on the surface. New Year's Eve parties are a mess, people everywhere, drinks flowing, no one keeping track. Outside the window, daylight was slipping away, replaced by a cold, shadowed dusk. 60 miles, I muttered. The briefcase turned up 60 miles north of Bird. That's an hour's drive. If they took the agenda, they wouldn't have waited that long to dump it. Summer stayed silent, and they would have pulled over at a rest stop to do it, I continued. Tossing it in a trash can would have been smarter. Chucking a briefcase out the window. Too risky. Maybe there wasn't an agenda at all. That'd be a first in military history. Then maybe it wasn't that important. They ordered bag lunches at Irwin, I countered. 2 stars, 1 stars, colonels all skipping a real meal to keep working. That's even rarer. Trust me, Summer, that meeting was big. She didn't respond. Flip another U-turn, I said. Cut across the median. I want another look at that rest area. The place was standard for an interstate twin lane splitting to form a wide median, a brick building serving both sides. Dormant flower beds, bare trees, gas pumps, and slanted parking spots. It was caught in that post-holiday limbo, families dragging themselves home, dreading work and school. About a third of the spaces were taken, most clustered near the entrance, people grabbing the first spot instead of risking a longer walk. Human nature, I guess. Fear of missing out, even on a parking space. A small plaza led to the main doors, neon signs glowing inside. Outside, 6 trash cans sat clustered near the entrance, people milling around. Too exposed, Summer said. This is a dead end. I nodded. I'd drop it if not for Mrs. Kramer. Carbone's case matters more. We should focus. Feels like quitting. We headed north. Then Summer veered off-road again, cutting back south. I shifted in the stiff seat, settling in for the drive. Darkness stretched on my left, a faint sunset bleeding red to the west. The pavement looked slick, but Summer didn't seem worried about ice. After 20 minutes, I flicked on the dome light and combed through Kramer's briefcase. No surprises. His passport was 7 years old. He looked slightly less dead in the photo, but not by much. Stamps from Germany and Belgium. Nothing else. A true specialist, laser-focused on tank warfare and NATO's command hub. The plane tickets matched Garber's Intel Frankfurt to Dulles, then D to L. All coach government rate. His itinerary was precise, seat assignments included. Aisle seat, naturally. Guess even colonels aren't immune to middle-age bladder issues. The reservation at Fort Irwin's visiting officers' quarters had gone unused. Inside his wallet were $37 in crumpled bills and 67 German marks, small denominations. Nothing flashy. The American Express card was the basic green version, set to expire in 18 months. According to the member since date, he'd had one since '64, which struck me as unusual for a military man back then. Most officers relied on cash or military scrip, but Kramer? He was ahead of the curve. His Virginia driver's license listed Green Valley as his permanent address, though he clearly hadn't spent much time there. Behind a plastic sleeve was a faded photo of Mrs. Kramer taken decades earlier. The woman in the picture bore little resemblance to the one I'd seen sprawled on her hallway floor. Back then, she'd been striking long auburn hair that now looked almost orange from age. The wallet held nothing else, no receipts, no scribbled numbers, no forgotten scraps. Not surprising. Generals tend to run tight ships. They need battlefield instincts, sure, but they also need to keep their paperwork in line. I imagined Kramer's office was the same, no clutter, just what he needed, and nothing more. The hardcover in his briefcase was a dry academic study on the Battle of Kursk, published by some Midwestern university. July 1943, the Nazis' last big push, their first major defeat in open combat. The biggest tank battle in history, and probably the last, unless guys like Kramer got their way. I wasn't shocked by his reading choice. Maybe part of him knew he'd never see real war on that scale, just the ghosts of Panthers and T-34s churning through the dust. The briefcase was otherwise empty, save for a few paper shreds caught in the seams. The kind of guy who shook it out before every trip. I repacked it, buckled the straps, and set it at my feet. "Talk to the dining room staff when we get back," I said. "Find out who sat with Vassal and Coomer." Summer nodded. "Got it." We rolled into Bird in time for dinner, joining a table of MPs in the Officers' Club bar. If Willard had eyes on us, they'd see nothing but two exhausted people going through the motions. But between courses, Summer slipped away and returned with a spark in her gaze. I took my time with dessert, sipped my coffee slow, no rush, no urgency. Eventually, I wandered outside, waiting in the cold. 5 minutes later, Summer joined me. Felt almost like we were sneaking around. "Only one woman ate with Vassal and Coomer," she said. "Who?" "Lieutenant Colonel Andrea Norton." "The PSYOPs officer?" "The very same. She was at a New Year's Eve party." Summer smirked. "You know how those things go. Crowded bar, people coming and going, drinks flowing, couples vanishing. She could have slipped out." "Where was the bar?" "Half an hour from the motel. So she'd have been gone at least an hour." "Possible. Was she there at midnight?" "Singing Auld Lang Syne." "Someone would have noticed if she wasn't." "People say she was. But even if she left, she could have made it back. The kid saw the Humvee roll out at 11:25. Should have had 5 minutes to spare, plenty of time to blend in." The moment the news broke, everyone came crawling out of the shadows, waiting for the next bombshell to drop. It was like the whole circus started up all over again. I stayed silent. "She would have taken that briefcase to clean it up," Summer said. "Maybe her number was inside, or her name, even a photo. Could've been a journal. She wasn't about to let a scandal blow up. But once she was done, she wouldn't have cared about the rest. If someone asked, she'd have handed it back without a second thought. How would Vassal and Coomer even know who to ask? Hard to keep an affair quiet in a place like this. Everyone talks." "Doesn't add up," I said. "If people already knew about Kramer and Norton, why risk breaking into a house in Virginia?" "Fine, maybe they didn't know for sure. Maybe it was just a hunch, buried deep on their list. Something people assumed was over." I gave a slow nod. "What do we get from her?" "Confirmation that Vassal and Coomer took the briefcase last night. That proves they were hunting for it, which ties them to Mrs. Kramer. They didn't call from the hotel, and they sure as hell didn't have time to drive down there. So how do we pin them to it? What else do we have? We'd know what happened to the agenda. If they got it back, at least the army can breathe easy, knowing it won't end up splashed across some tabloid." I stayed quiet. "And maybe Norton saw it," Summer added. "Maybe she read it. She could tell us what all this mess is really about." "That's tempting." "Damn right it is. Can we just walk in and ask her?" "You're 1/10. You can ask anyone anything. Willard's got me on a short leash. She doesn't know he warned you off." "She does. He talked to her after the Carbone thing." Summer exhaled. "We still have to talk to her." "Not exactly a friendly chat," I said. "She's gonna be pissed." Only if we screw it up. And what are the odds we don't? We can play it smart. She won't want this getting out. There's shame in it. Push too hard, and she'll call Willard. You scared of him? I'm scared of paperwork. Doesn't help anyone if we both get shipped to some frozen base in the middle of nowhere. Your call. I let the silence stretch, thinking about Kramer's book, July 13, 1943, The Turning Point at Kursk. We were like Vasilevsky, the Soviet commander. Attack now, and we had to keep pushing until the enemy broke. Hesitate, and we'd get crushed. All right, I said. Let's do it. We found Andrea Norton in the Officers' Club lounge. I asked if we could speak privately in her office. She looked confused. Willard had told her Carbone was closed, so what else was there to discuss? But she agreed, telling us to meet her there in half an hour. Summer and I killed the time in my office, flipping through her list of personnel on post the night Carbone died. Yards of dot matrix printout, folded into a thick accordion stack. Names, ranks, service numbers most checked off. What do the marks mean? I asked. Present, she said. I grimaced. Exactly what I was afraid of. I thumbed through the stack. How many? Nearly 1,200. I nodded. Narrowing down 1,200 names to one killer wasn't impossible. Police did it all the time. Hell, in Korea they'd sifted through the entire military. But that didn't make it easy. Cases like this demand massive manpower, full teams, and deep resources. They need total coordination, no way. 2 people working solo under the radar could pull it off. No shot, I said. Everything's possible, Summer shot back. We just need a different angle. Like what? What did he bring with him? Nothing. Wrong, I said. He brought himself. Summer shrugged, running her fingers along the creased edges of her stack of papers. The pile puffed up before settling again as air escaped between the sheets. Pick a name, she said. He had a K-bar, I said. 1,200 names, 1,200 knives. Or a tire iron. Maybe a crowbar. She nodded. And yogurt, I added. She stayed quiet. 4 things, I said. Himself a blade, a blunt weapon, and yogurt. Where'd the yogurt come from? His fridge, the mess hall, a commissary, some store off base, Summer listed. I imagined a guy breathing hard, moving fast, maybe sweating, gripping a bloody knife and crowbar in one hand, an empty yogurt cup in the other. Stumbling in the dark, spotting the trash, hurling it into the bushes before tucking the knife away and hiding the crowbar under his coat. We should find that container, I said. Summer didn't answer. He wouldn't keep it, I added. Not right by the scene, but not miles away either. Would it even matter? Product codes, expiration dates could trace where it was bought? Then it hit me. And prints, I said. He'd have worn gloves. I shook my head. Ever seen someone peel yogurt foil with gloves? There's that tiny tab. No way. We're talking 100,000 acres here. Square one. Normally, a couple calls would have every grunt on post crawling on their knees, combing the grass inch by inch until they found what we needed. With the Army's numbers, you could find a needle in a haystack, hell. Both halves of it, plus the speck of metal that chipped off. Summer checked the wall clock. Time's up, she said. We took the Humvee to PSYOPs, parking in a spot that probably wasn't ours. 9 o'clock, cold as hell when we stepped out. I carried Kramer's briefcase. The old tiled halls led us to Norton's office, light still on. I knocked and we walked in. She was behind her desk, shelves neat, no clutter, just a perfect circle of lamplight on bare wood. 3 chairs waited for us. She gestured and we took them. Summer on the right, me on the left. I set the briefcase upright on the middle chair, facing Norton like an uninvited guest. She ignored it. "How can I help you?" she asked. I nudged the briefcase straighter. "Tell us about last night's dinner." "What dinner?" "The one with the armored staffers." "Basil and Coomer," she said. "So?" "They worked for Kramer." She nodded. "I believe so." "Tell us about the meal." "The food." "The vibe," I said. "The talk." "The mood." "Just dinner at the O Club," she said. Someone handed Vassal and Coomer a briefcase. "Did they?" "Like a gift." I stayed silent. Norton frowned slightly. "I don't recall that happening." "When was this supposed to be?" "Either during dinner or right as they were heading out," I told her. The room fell silent. "A briefcase," Norton repeated, eyebrows raised. Summer cut in. "Was it you?" Norton turned to her with an expression that could have been genuine confusion or Oscar-worthy acting. "Was it me, what?" "The one who handed them the case." "Why in the world would I do that?" "I barely knew those guys." Summer leaned forward. "How well did you know them?" "Ran into them a couple times years back. At Irwin." "If I had to guess, yeah." "Then why share a meal with them?" Norton shrugged. "I was at the bar. They invited me. Would have been awkward to say no." "Did you expect them to be there?" I asked. "Not at all," she said. "Honestly, I figured they'd still be stationed in Germany." "So you knew them well enough to know their usual post." "Kramer was Armored Branch over there. Those two were his aides." "Not exactly the type you'd bump into at a beachside bar." Silence settled again. I studied Norton's face. Her gaze had barely flickered toward the briefcase, just long enough to register it as some random guy's luggage before dismissing it entirely. "What's this really about?" she demanded. When I didn't answer, she pressed, "Just tell me." I tapped the briefcase. "This belonged to General Kramer. Went missing New Year's Eve, magically reappeared today. We're tracking its detour." "Where'd he lose it?" Summer shifted in her seat. "At a motel," she said. "Midst of a hookup with someone from this base. Woman showed up driving a Humvee." "So, we're narrowing it down. Ladies who knew Kramer have Humvee access, were off post that night, and at dinner yesterday." Norton's lips thinned. "I was the only woman at that table." "A beat." Summer gave a slow nod. "We're aware. And we'll keep it discreet, but we need you to confirm who you passed the briefcase to." The air went stiff. Norton stared at Summer like she'd just heard the setup to a bad punchline. "You think I was sleeping with Kramer?" she said, voice dripping with disbelief. Summer stayed quiet. "Yeah, no," Norton snapped. "Not in this lifetime." Another stretch of silence. "I can't decide if this is hilarious or insulting," Norton finally said. "Honestly, more insulting." "That's a wild accusation, and I'm shocked you'd even suggest it." She let out a dry laugh, more amused than angry, then shut her eyes briefly like resetting a mental screen. "Something missing from the case?" she asked me. I kept my mouth shut. "Work with me here," she pressed. "Trying to understand why you're grilling me. Did Kramer lose something important?" "Vassal and Coomer claim nothing's gone. But I don't buy it." "You should. They outrank you." "I didn't bite." "What's your new CO say about it?" "He wants it buried." "Too much potential fallout." "Maybe take the hint." "Not how investigations work." Norton sighed. The Army's a family. We're supposed to have each other's backs. Did either of them walk out with this last night? I asked. She closed her eyes again, not just annoyed, I realized, but replaying the scene at the officers' club coat check. No, she said firmly. Neither one touched that thing. Positive? 100%. How would they seem at dinner? Her eyes opened. Chill. Like they were just killing time. Why'd they come back to Bird? Kramer's funeral was yesterday. Noon at Arlington. Didn't know that. Walter Reed released the body. Pentagon handled arrangements. Arlington's a 5-hour drive. Roughly, if traffic's kind. So, why haul down here for steak and small talk? Didn't share their itinerary, she said. I held her gaze. Anything else? She asked. I shook my head. She exhaled sharply. A motel, she muttered. Does this seem like the kind of woman who'd arrange a secret motel meetup? I stayed silent. You're dismissed, she snapped. Rising from my seat, I grabbed Kramer's briefcase from the middle chair and headed for the door, Summer trailing behind. Outside, we settled into the Humvee, its engine rumbling while the heater blasted warm, fuel-scented air. You buy her story? Summer asked. Every word, I said. The way she ignored the briefcase. Dead giveaway. If she'd recognized it, she would. I've panicked. And the motel bit? Please, you'd need a penthouse at the Ritz just to get her attention. So what did we actually gain from that? Nothing useful, I admitted. Except that Bird must be one hell of a hotspot if Vassal and Coomer keep making the trip down here for no clear reason. Summer smirked. And Norton thinks we're related. Officers, I muttered. What else would she assume? You're one. I'm one. I sighed. 4 years at West Point, and what do I have to show for it? Should have enlisted as a private. By now, I'd be a specialist, maybe even a sergeant. Life would have been simpler. What's next? I checked my watch. Nearly 10 p.m. Sleep. At dawn, we hunt for a yogurt cup. 13, I'd never actually eaten yogurt, but I'd seen those tiny containers about 2 inches wide. Do the math. 300 could fit in a square yard, 1.5 million in an acre. Multiply that by Fort Bird's sprawling perimeter, and you're searching for one in 150 billion. Like trying to spot a single anthrax spore in Yankee Stadium. I ran the numbers while showering in the dark, then sat on my bed, waiting for sunrise. No sense stumbling around blind and missing our 1 in a billion shot. But maybe we could narrow it down. The guy had to get from point A to point B. If we played it smart, we could cut the odds, unless some raccoon had already licked the thing clean. At the motor pool, Summer was buzzing with energy, but neither of us spoke. No point admitting the impossible out loud. We grabbed a Humvee and took off. I drove this time, retracing the same 1.5 mile route south and west until we hit the crime scene. Faded MP tape still clung to the trees. Parking off the trail, I climbed onto the hood, scanning the horizon. The air was crisp, the landscape barren under a pale dawn. Which way did he go? I called. North and east, Summer answered without hesitation. Why? She joined me on the roof. Had to have a vehicle. We didn't find one abandoned, and they wouldn't have walked all this way. Because if they had, the body would have been closer to where they started. This spot. At least a 30-minute hike from anything. The idea of a suspect hiding a tire iron or crowbar under his coat for half an hour while walking seemed ridiculous. It would make his movements stiff and unnatural. Carbone would have noticed in a heartbeat. No, they must have driven. The weapon was probably stashed under a jacket or something in the back seat, along with the knife and the yogurt container. Where did they start? Doesn't matter. What we need to know is where he went after. If he was in a vehicle, he didn't head toward the perimeter fence. No way a car or truck could squeeze through. A person. Maybe. A deer. Sure. But nothing bigger. Right, I said. So he circled back to the post. No other option. You can't just vanish into the wilderness in a car. He drove back, parked, and went on with his day. I scanned the horizon, then turned back toward the post, picturing the empty yogurt cup, lightweight plastic, crumpled foil lid flapping like a tiny parachute. If you threw it, it wouldn't go far. Maybe 10 feet at most. A mile and a half of road, a narrow shoulder on the left. The odds shrank, then ballooned again. Good news and bad news, I said. You're right, this narrows the search area by 99%. Maybe more. That's the good part. And the bad? If he was in a car, did he even toss it out? Maybe he just dropped it inside. Summer stayed quiet. Or chucked it in the back, I added. Not if it was a government vehicle. Then maybe he dumped it in a trash can later. Or took it home. 50-50 shot. More like 70-30, I said. Still worth checking. I pushed off the windshield frame and dropped to the ground. January wasn't perfect. February would have been better, with everything dead and bare, but the undergrowth was thin, the ground flat and brown. A white or pink yogurt cup would stand out like a flare against the dull backdrop. Nobody packages Darien black. If it was here, we'd spot it. We combed a 10-foot perimeter around the scene. Nothing. Then we moved along the road, Summer walking 5 feet from the edge while I covered the next 5 feet out. 2 sets of eyes scanning the critical zone where the cup should have landed. We moved slow, half speed, me rocking my head side to side like some kind of overgrown bird. Felt ridiculous, but it worked. The ground blurred as I tuned out the usual debris, waiting for anything out of place. 10 minutes in, still nothing. Switch, Summers said. We swapped sides and kept going. A million leaves, twigs, and dirt clods, but no yogurt cup. Military bases don't tolerate litter. The cleanup crews are relentless. Beyond the perimeter, the terrain would have been littered with debris. But inside, nothing. Just empty ground stretching ahead. We trudged forward another 10 minutes, covering 300 yards, before pausing to switch positions again. The frigid air seeped into my bones as we moved at a crawl. My gaze stayed locked on the dirt, like I was searching for buried treasure. Something told me we were nearing our best shot. A mile and a half, 2,640 yards. The first few hundred. Too frantic. The last stretch? Too calculated. The middle was where logic kicked in. Any smart guy would have eased off the gas, rolled down his window, and taken a breath before making his next move. I slowed my pace, scanning left and right until my eyes burned. Still nothing. How much blood? I asked. Some, Summers said beside me. On his gloves, maybe his shoes. Not as much as he'd think, I muttered. Unless he's a surgeon, he'd expect a mess. Meaning? Meaning he didn't take a pool car. He knew there'd be blood and didn't want it splattered in a ride someone else would use tomorrow. So he tossed whatever he had in his own trunk, she said. Which means we're wasting our time out here. I didn't answer, just kept walking. We covered the entire middle stretch, 2,000 yards of dead grass and silence. Not a single scrap of trash, not even a gum wrapper. The post commander deserved a medal for cleanliness. Too bad it didn't help us. The buildings loomed ahead, 300 yards off. Let's go back, I said. Do the middle again. Summer turned without a word, and we reversed course, swapping sides this time. No real logic, just a change in perspective. I was taller, so I saw farther. She was closer to the ground, sharp on details. The wind bit hotter as we retraced our steps. My eyes watered, and I shoved my hands in my pockets. Nothing in the first pass. Nothing in the second. Then, on the third sweep, something caught my eye way off to the right, 20 feet out. Too far to make sense. No way a piece of trash could have landed there from the road. My brain almost dismissed it. Then instinct kicked in, because for a split second it looked like a snake. And that primal flicker of fear, the same one that kept cavemen alive, locked my gaze on it. The whole thing happened in a blink. My rational side kicked in fast. No way there's a snake out here in January. Too damn cold? I exhaled, took a step, then glanced back on impulse. Something dark and curved lay tangled in the brittle grass. Too heavy to be a belt or hose. Buried deep where only something dense could settle. Metal, then. Not hollow. And definitely not standard issue. I moved closer, crouched. A crowbar, black as pitch, one end crusted with blood and hair. Summer sprinted back to the truck faster than I expected, breathless when she returned. Got an evidence bag? I asked. Not evidence, she said. Training accidents don't need paperwork. I'm not filing charges, I replied. Just don't want my prints on it. Willard would spin that into a confession. She rummaged through the truck. No bags. Normally, you'd handle evidence like it was glass one slip, and prosecutors rip you apart. But with Willard lurking, a mistake meant jail time. Means, motive, opportunity, my fingerprints on the weapon. Too perfect. If the accident story unraveled, he'd pounce. We could call in a specialist, Summer offered, her presence sharp behind me. No outsiders, I said. Didn't even want you involved. She knelt beside me, brushing grass aside. Don't touch it, I warned. Wasn't planning to, she muttered. Up close, the crowbar was sleek, brutal, forged steel, glossy black like marine paint. Brand new, never swung at anything but a skull. The curve reminded me of a saxophone, if saxophones could crush bone. Hardly used, Summer observed. Never for construction, I agreed. Standing, I shook my head. No need for prints. Gloves were a given. Summer rose beside me. No need to test the blood either. It's carbones. Silence hung between us. We could just leave it, she said. No, I replied. We can't. I yanked the lace from my boot, tied it into a loop, and fished the crowbar out of the grass like hauling up some grotesque catch. It swayed as I hobbled to the truck, careful not to let it touch my legs. Where to? Summer asked, sliding into the driver's seat. Mortuary, I said. The pathologist should have been at breakfast. Luck wasn't on our side. The building hummed with activity as we stepped inside, everyone busy at their stations. The pathologist spotted us in the lobby, his arms loaded with files as he hurried towards some unknown destination. His eyes flicked from us to the trophy tied to my boot just long enough to recognize it. Then another beat to grasp the uncomfortable position we'd all landed in. We could come back another time, I offered, hinting at a more convenient moment. No, he said flatly. My office. He moved quickly, a compact man with sharp efficiency in his stride, older than me, but no less capable. Decent guy, probably. Smart too, most doctors were. You don't survive med school without a working brain, and ethics usually came with the territory. Scientists, at their core, tend to care about facts. That was good, because we needed him neutral at best, not making calls that could bury us. His office was all-function steel desks, overstuffed shelves, diplomas lining the walls. No eerie specimens floating in jars, just paperwork and reference manuals. It could have passed for any military office if not for the medical degrees. He dropped into his chair, set his file down, and Summer shut the door behind us, leaning against it. I stayed planted in the center of the room, crowbar dangling like an unanswered question. The silence stretched, waiting for someone to break it. Carbone was a training accident, the doctor said, like he was testing the waters. Absolutely, I agreed, matching his tone. Glad we're on the same page, he replied, though his voice carried the unspoken. You've got to be kidding me. Summer exhaled quietly. We had an ally, but a careful one. A guy with student loans and a career to protect wasn't about to stick his neck out. Fine by me. Carbone took a bad fall, I said. Case closed. Tragic but straightforward. But I hefted the crowbar slightly. Pretty sure this is what cracked his skull. 3 times. Maybe he bounced. Autumn leaves, dead branches could have made the ground uneven, like a trampoline. The doctor nodded. Terrain's tricky this season. Deadly, I said, lowering the crowbar again. Why bring it here? He asked. Thought there might be a negligence issue. Whoever left this lying around deserves a talking to. Littering's a serious offense, he deadpanned. In this outfit? Absolutely. He drummed his fingers on the desk. What do you want from me? Nothing. Just figured you wouldn't want those plaster casts cluttering up your space. We'll dispose of them for you. Another nod. Saves me the trouble. A pause. Then he swept his file aside, pulled out fresh paper and slides, arranging them neatly. That thing looks heavy, he remarked. It is. Put it down before you strain something. Medical advice? Preventative care. I stepped forward and set the crowbar gently across the slides, the glass clicking under its weight. I crouched low, working my fingers through the tangled mess of my bootlace. One by one, I fed it back through the metal eyelets, pulling it snug before tying it off. When I glanced up, the doctor was hunched over his microscope, scraping a slide against the blood-crusted end of the crowbar. Damn, he muttered, frowning at the smeared glass. Sloppy work. He repeated the same clumsy move 5 more times before pausing. Should we bother with fingerprints? He asked. I shook my head. Safe bet they wore gloves. Still, negligence is negligence, he mused, snapping on a latex glove with a puff of talc. He carried the crowbar out and returned minutes later, the weapon scrubbed clean, its black paint gleaming like it had just rolled off the factory line. Nothing, he announced, dropping it onto his chair before rummaging through a file drawer. He pulled out a plain brown box and lifted 2 chalky plaster casts from inside. Both were labeled Carbone in black ink, one a positive impression of the wound, the other a negative, mirroring the shattered skull. He placed the positive cast beside the crowbar, lining them up. A perfect match, same length, same contours, same brutal efficiency. The negative cast lay on the desk, a grim replica of the damage done. The doctor lifted the crowbar, testing its weight before bringing it down in slow, deliberate strokes. 1, 2, 3, each movement precise, each impact fitting flawlessly into the plaster. I'll run the blood and hair, he said dryly, though we already know what they'll say. He swung the crowbar again, this time with force, like a batter aiming for the fences. The steel looked heavy in his grip, unwieldy. "Strong guy," he remarked. "Tall, right-handed, in shape." Then again, half the base fits that description. "There was no guy," I said. "Carbone took a bad fall." The doctor smirked, balancing the crowbar across his palms. "It's got a certain elegance, don't you think?" He mused. I knew what he meant. No wasted design, pure function, like a well-made knife or a revolver. He slid it into a steel drawer with a metallic scrape, then a hollow thud as it settled. "Safer here," he offered. I nodded. "You right-handed?" he asked. "Yep." "Willard swore it was you," he said. "Didn't buy it." "Why not?" "You flinched when you saw his face. Real shock. Can't fake that. Tell Willard." The doctor nodded. He wasn't thrilled. "Didn't stop him, though. I bet he's already cooked up some excuse to justify it," I muttered. "I'll stay sharp," Summer said. A few Delta guys dropped by earlier. "Word's getting around. You should be extra careful." "Already on it," I told her. The doctor nodded in agreement before Summer and I climbed back into the Humvee. She started the engine, shifted into gear, but kept her foot on the brake. "Quartermaster," I said. "Not standard issue," she replied. "Looked pricey," I pointed out. "Pentagon level pricey, maybe. Would have been olive drab if it was." I gave a slow nod. "Most likely. Still, we should verify. Sooner or later, we'll need everything lined up just right." She eased off the brake and steered toward the quartermaster's building. Having been stationed at Byrd longer than me, she knew the layout like the back of her hand. She pulled up outside a standard issue warehouse, the kind with a long counter up front, and a maze of restricted storage space behind it, packed with everything from uniforms to mess kits to spare tires. Inside, we found a fresh-faced kid in crisp BDUs behind the counter. He had the cheerful, earnest look of a guy who grew up stocking shelves in his dad's small-town store and loved every minute of it. I asked about construction gear, and he flipped open a manual thicker than a stack of phone books, licking his finger to find the right section. 2 entries stood out. A standard issue pry bar with a single claw and a shorter crowbar with claws on both ends. "Mind showing us the second one?" I asked. The kid vanished into the towering shelves, leaving us to breathe in the warehouse's signature scent dust, rubber, and the faint dampness of stored fabric. 5 minutes later, he returned with a heavy crowbar that hit the counter with a solid thud. Summer had been right. It was army green, but nothing like the one we'd left with the pathologist. This one was shorter, sleeker, with a different curve, clearly the product of some long-forgotten military committee. You could almost picture the process. Endless meetings, stress tests, debates over durability in Arctic winters or desert heat. A Pennsylvania steel mill probably won the contract, churning these out by the thousands, whether anyone needed them or not. "Appreciate it, soldier," I said. "You taking it?" he asked. "Just needed a look," I told him. Back in my office, the morning dragged on, gray and uneventful. The 90s weren't exactly winning me over yet, 6 days in. "Writing that accident report for Willard?" Summer asked. "Not yet. He'll want it today." "I know. Let him ask again." "Why?" "Because watching him squirm is oddly satisfying." "It's like watching worms squirm in a rotting piece of meat," I muttered. "What's rotting?" she asked. "My will to crawl out from under the covers every morning." "One rough day doesn't define everything," she said. "Maybe," I replied. "Unless it's not just one." Silence settled between us. Crowbars, I finally said. 2 different cases, same weapon. I hate coincidences, but I can't make sense of this. Carbone and Mrs. Kramer. They might as well have lived on different planets. Vassal and Coomer bridged the gap, she pointed out. They had a stake in something that might have been in Kramer's house, and they were here at Bird the night Carbone was killed. I rubbed my temples. Exactly. It should fit, but it doesn't. They took one call in D. Nowhere near Green Valley to act, and no calls from their hotel. Then they show up here the night Carbone died, but they were glued to the O Club all evening, surrounded by witnesses eating steak and salmon. First trip, they had Marshall driving them, she countered. This time, no escort. Feels off. Like they didn't want an audience. Not much secrecy in sitting at a bar and then moving to a dining room. They were in plain sight the entire night. Then why ditch Marshall? He was at the funeral with them. Why drive 600 miles round trip alone? Maybe he was busy, I said. She scoffed. Marshall jumps when they snap their fingers. He'd have cleared his schedule. Why even make the trip? That's a long haul for a mediocre meal. They came for the briefcase reacher. Norton's mistaken someone handed it to them. They didn't leave empty-handed. Norton seemed solid to me. Then they grabbed it outside. She wouldn't have seen that doubt she stood in the cold waving goodbye. But they took it. Why else would they skip back to Germany so cheerfully? Or they gave up. They had Kramer's command to fight over, couldn't stay here forever. She didn't answer. Either way, I said, there's no link. The universe doesn't care about neat connections. I exhaled. So Vassal and Coomer stay on ice. Carbone's still priority 1. Should we go hunt down that yogurt container? I shook my head. Trash or trunk by now. Could have been helpful. We'll work the crowbar instead. It's fresh, probably bought around the same time as the yogurt. We're stretched thin. Clark up in Green Valley can handle it. He's already checking hardware stores for his case. We'll ask him to widen the net. That's a big ask. I nodded. We'll dangle something for him. Make it worth his while. Like what? I grinned. We could bluff. Toss him Norton's name. Show her exactly how we operate. Instead, when I called Clark, I fed him a different story. Told him the damage to Kramer's door, and Skull screamed crowbar, mentioned a string of military break-ins along the East Coast with the same MO, and asked if we could hitch a ride on his local legwork. No names, just enough to keep him hooked. He stopped talking, leaving a gap I filled by explaining that military supply depots didn't stock crowbars anymore, so whoever we were chasing had to have gotten theirs from a civilian supplier. I threw in some vague talk about not stepping on his toes since we had a hotter lead to chase. He went quiet again, that universal cop pause waiting for the trade-off. I promised him we'd share any names, profiles, or descriptions as soon as we had them, straight to his fax machine. That got his attention. Clark was running out of options, hitting dead ends. He asked what I needed. I suggested he widen his search to hardware stores within a 300-mile radius of Green Valley, checking sales from late New Year's Eve through January 4th. What's this hot lead you've got? He pressed. Could be a military link to Mrs. Kramer. Might hand you the suspect wrapped up with a bow. I wouldn't mind that. Teamwork, I said. Keeps things moving. Sure does, he agreed, sounding pleased. He took the bait, promising to broaden his search and keep me in the loop. The second I hung up, the phone rang again. A woman's voice, smooth and southern, asked me to hold for a secure call from Fort Jackson's MP executive officer. I waited, listening to the static hum before a sharp click connected me to my counterpart in South Carolina. Sanchez, a guy I knew and respected, delivered the news fast. Colonel David C. Brubaker, Fort Byrd's Special Forces commander, had been found in a run-down Columbia alley with 2 bullets in his skull. He'd been dead a day or two, far from the North Carolina golf resort where he'd been vacationing with his wife. I put the call on speaker so Summer could listen. We half-heartedly debated jurisdiction, but we all knew the score. Brubaker had been off-duty in civvies. In a city alley, Columbia PD had dibs. And since his last stop was out of state, the FBI had already been called in. That meant we were out of the game before it even started. Federal case, federal rules. The best we could hope for was a courtesy copy of the reports, if we were lucky. Summer scowled and walked off. I took the phone off speaker. "What's your gut say?" I asked Sanchez. "Someone he trusted," he said. "You don't sneak up on a Delta guy like Brubaker." "What they shoot him with?" "Paramedics pegged it as a 9mm. They've seen enough to know. The ER sees its share of gunshot wounds, especially on weekends in that neighborhood. They're used to patching people up after late-night chaos." "Any idea why he was there?" "Best guess, meeting someone. Someone he trusted." "How long ago?" "The body's cold, skin's discolored, and rigor's past. They're estimating 24 to 48 hours. Split the difference, call it early morning 2 nights ago. Trash crew spotted him at 10 a.m. during their usual pickup." "Where were you on the 28th? "Overseas." "You?" "Same. Different assignment." "Why'd they reassign us?" "Got a hunch we'll find out soon," I said. Sanchez exhaled. "Something's off. I dug around, there are over 20 of us, shuffled the same way. Garber's name is on the orders, but it doesn't add up." "Because it's fake," I said. "Anything unusual before Brubaker?" Dead quiet. Eerily so. The line went silent. I stayed still, running the numbers. Columbia, South Carolina, roughly 200 miles from Fort Byrd. A straight shot southwest, crossing into Georgia before hitting I-20. The timing lined up too neatly. The night before last, I'd left Norton's office just after 1 a.m. The autopsy started at 7. That left a 5-hour gap, with Brubaker's death smack in the middle. Summer caught my expression. "What now?" "Delta already thinks I'm tied to Carbone. Now Brubaker? 400 miles round trip in 5 hours. What do you think?" She shrugged. "Depends on the car, traffic, cops. Pushing 80 the whole way. Possible but tight. Fantastic. Barely doable. It better be. To them, Brubaker's untouchable. You telling them yourself?" "Yeah. It's about respect. But notify the post commander for me." The Special Forces adjutant was usually a pain, but the news hit him hard. Brubaker wasn't just a commander, he was the backbone of the unit. A legend. The kind of leader who fought for Delta's existence when the brass dismissed them as rogue operators. Losing him, like losing a president. "Carbone was bad enough," the adjutant muttered. "But this, any link between them?" I held his gaze. Why would there be? Carbone was an accident. Silence. Why was Brubaker at a hotel? Golf. Hated the courses near Bragg. Wife played too? Yeah. He caught himself. Played together. His voice cracked before he turned away. I closed my eyes, picturing Brubaker, the man, the myth, the void he'd leave behind. I recognized the type immediately, even though we'd never crossed paths before. Some guys spend their days calculating the perfect trajectory for shrapnel to tear through flesh, then switch gears like it's nothing: polo shirts, golf courses, holding hands with their wives in a cart like they hadn't just been discussing lethal efficiency. My dad was cut from the same cloth, though his hobby wasn't golf. He chased birds instead, ticking off species in every corner of the world. I pushed back my chair. "Let me know if you need anything," I said. The adjutant gave a curt nod. "Appreciate you stopping by." Better than a call. Back at my desk, Summer was nowhere in sight. I burned an hour combing through personnel files, making quick cuts. The pathologist, gone. Summer, out. Andrea Norton, not a chance. I axed every woman on the list. The medical reports pointed to someone taller, stronger. The dining staff? Their sergeant vouched they'd been busy serving officers all night. Cooks, bartenders, gate guards, all cleared. Anyone bedridden or hospitalized got scratched off. Myself too. Even Carbone, since this wasn't self-inflicted. The final tally. 73 names staring back at me. The phone shattered the silence. Sanchez again, calling from Fort Jackson. "Columbia PD just looped me in," he said. "Their coroner's report contradicts mine. Time of death wasn't dawn, it was 1:23 a.m., night before last. That's awfully specific." Bullets shattered his watch. A stopped clock isn't proof. They're confident. Stomach contents lined up 5-6 hours post-meal. His wife said he vanished after dinner around 8. Just walked out mid-bite. She didn't report it. Special Forces wife. Used to him disappearing mid-meal, mid-sleep, no explanations. She was in the spa before dinner. They'd golfed 27 holes. Call her yourself. She'll talk to you faster than local cops. Worth a shot, he muttered. Anything else? 9mm GSWs. 2 rounds, clean entry, messy exits. Full metal jackets. Contact shots, powder, burns, soot. I frowned. 2 bullets, point blank, but one somehow exits, curves back, and takes out his watch. Hands on his head. Shot from behind. Double tap to the skull. Second round must have clipped the watch on its way down. Shooter was tall. Silence hung between us. "Right," Sanchez finally said. "How does a guy like that get popped from behind?" "Had to be someone he trusted," I said. "No other way." "Then why would he turn his back in a dark alley at night?" "You checking folks from Jackson?" "That covers half the city." "Tell me about it. Any enemies at Bird?" "Not that I know of," I said. "But higher-ups? Plenty?" "Those guys don't do alley meetings after midnight." Where exactly was this alley? "Not the kind of place you'd take a date." "Any witnesses?" "Nothing," Sanchez said. "Columbia PD knocked on every door and got zip." "That's strange. They're civilians." "What do you expect?" He went silent. "You met Willard yet?" I asked. "He's on his way." Real hands-on emphasis on the whole. What was the alley like? Full-time residents included dealers and working girls. Not exactly Chamber of Commerce material. "Willard hates bad press," I said. "He'll lose sleep over image." "Columbia's image?" "Since when does he care?" "The Army's image," I said. "No way he lets Brubaker's name get tied to that scene." "Not an elite colonel." "He thinks this Soviet mess is gonna blow back hard. Thinks we need clean optics." thinks he's the only one who gets the big picture. The big picture is I'm locked out of this case. So, how much sway does he have with Columbia PD and the feds? 'Cause that's what it'll take. Just brace yourself, I said. This gonna drag out for years. Not that long. Why not? Gut feeling, I said. You good with me running point here? Or should I have them call you direct? Technically, Brubaker's your stiff. You handle it, I said. I've got my own fires to put out. The line went dead and I turned back to Summers' lists. 973 names. 972 clean, 1 dirty. But which one? Summer walked in an hour later and slid a photocopy across the desk, a weapons request from Sergeant First Class Christopher Carbone, dated 4 months back. A Heckler & Koch P7, chambered in 9mm with extra mags. Standard issue, no red flags. H&K was NATO-friendly, and we had enough 9mm rounds stockpiled to fight World War III twice. So, I said. Check the signature, Summer said, pulling Carbone's complaint from her pocket. I lined them up. Identical. We're not graphologists, I said. Don't need to be. Look at it, Reacher. It's him. I studied the loops and slashes, the bold loop in C's, the whip-crack E-tails, the fluid middle. The kind of signature you'd see on a lease or a bar tab, confident and practiced. Could it be faked? Sure. But that'd take an artist. The task seemed impossible, handling this between midnight and sunrise on a North Carolina military base. All right, I said, tapping the paper. This complaint is real. I left it on the desk. Summer flipped it over and scanned it again, even though she'd probably memorized it by now. It's brutal, she said. Feels like a betrayal. More like bizarre, I replied. I've never crossed paths with this guy before, not once. And he was Delta. Those guys aren't exactly known for their delicate sensibilities. Why would he care? It wasn't his leg I shattered. Could have been personal, she suggested. Maybe the guy you took down was his buddy. I shook my head. He'd have jumped in, stopped the fight himself. Turns out this was his first and only complaint in 16 years of service. You've been digging. Everywhere. Here, over the phone, you name it. Discreetly. Like a ghost, she said. And guess what? You've got a clean slate, too. No other complaints ever. You checked my whole record? She nodded. All the way back to when dirt was new. Trying to figure out what kind of guy you're working with? No, she said. I wanted proof for the Delta team that you don't have a pattern. Not with Carbone, not with anyone. Now you're looking out for me. Someone has to. I just came from their side, they're furious. I didn't need to ask why. Brubaker. Yeah, I bet they are, I muttered. My mind flashed to Delta's isolated barracks, built first to contain, then to exclude, now just simmering with tension. Brubaker's empty office. Carbone's vacant cell. So where was Carbone's new sidearm? I asked. Wasn't in his quarters. In their armory, Summer said. Polished, loaded, ready to go. They log weapons in and out. You should see that place, it's like a toy store for soldiers. Armored Humvees, crates of explosives, enough gear to start a small war. Comforting, I said dryly. Sorry, she muttered. Why'd he file it then? No clue, she admitted. I thought back to the strip club on New Year's. Walking in, spotting 4 sergeants, pure chance, who faced me, who turned away. No plan, no history. Just dumb luck. And yet Carbone had singled me out over a bar fight, the kind of chaos he'd seen and probably caused 100 times before. Show me a soldier who claims he's never brawled with a civilian, and I'll show you a liar. You Catholic? I asked suddenly. No. Why? Just wondering if you knew any Latin. Plenty of people know Latin. I went to school. All right, creep bono. Who benefits from the complaint? It's always about motive, I said. Explains half of history, politics, everything. Like follow the money? Close enough, I said. Except I doubt money's involved here. But Carbone had to get something out of it. Otherwise, why bother? Maybe it was a moral stand. A crisis of conscience. Not after 16 years of silence. He's seen worse. I broke one leg, one nose, hardly front-page news. This is the Army, summer. Pretty sure he knew what he signed up for. She shrugged. Still no answers. I slid her the scrap with 973 scrawled on it. That's our list, I said. He was at the bar till 8, she added. Checked that, too. Left alone. No one laid eyes on him after that night. Any signs he was off his game? Delta operators don't do off. Showing emotions a liability in their line of work. Was alcohol involved? Just a single beer. So he strolled out of the mess hall at 2,000 hours, cool as ice. Seems that way. He trusted whoever he was meeting, I said. Summers stayed quiet. Sanchez called again while you were gone, I added. Brubaker took 2 rounds to the back of the skull. Close-range execution style. Guess he trusted his guy, too. Probably, I said. Time of death was 0123. Bullet shattered his watch. That's 3 to 4 hours after Carbone bought it. Clears you with Delta, at least. You were still here at 0123. Yeah, I said. With Norton. I'll pass that along. They won't buy it. You think Carbone and Brubaker are linked? Logic says yes. But I can't connect the dots. Brubaker was a big deal Carbone kept to himself. Maybe for good reason. You think the military will ever accept openly gay soldiers? They've been there all along. World War II? 14 million Allied troops. Statistically, 1 million of them were probably gay. And last I checked, we won that war just fine. Big change though, she said. Same arguments when they integrated black troops. And women. Everyone whined about morale and unit cohesion. Total nonsense then. Total nonsense now. Right. You're proof it doesn't matter. You Catholic. I shook my head. Mom made us learn Latin. She was big on education. Taught me and Joe all kinds of things. You should call her. Why? Ask about her leg. Maybe later, I said, turning back to the personnel files. Summer stepped out and returned with a map of the East Coast. She pinned it to the wall under the clock, marking Fort Byrd in red. Then Columbia, where Brubaker was found, and Raleigh, where he'd been golfing with his wife. I handed her a ruler from my desk and she measured distances, adjusting for the winding highways. 200 miles from Raleigh to Columbia, she said. If he left after dinner, he could have made it by midnight. An hour before he died. Next, she checked Fort Byrd to Columbia, 50 miles, less than I'd thought. 3 hours, give or take. She locked eyes with me. Same shooter. If Carbone was hit by 2200, this guy could have reached Columbia by 0100. Her fingertip hovered over Fort Byrd. Carbone. Then she stretched her hand to Columbia. Brubaker. The timeline fits. Or it's a stretch, I said. She didn't argue. Do you even know Brubaker drove from Raleigh? Safe assumption. Check with Sanchez, I said. See if they found his car, or if his wife says he took it. She left to make the call. 10 minutes later, she was back. He drove himself, she said. Sanchez's wife mentioned they kept 2 cars parked at the hotel, his and hers, since he was always in a hurry to leave. And she didn't want to risk getting stranded. What model? I asked, knowing she'd have checked. Chevy Impala SS. Solid choice. After dinner, he took off, and she assumed he was heading back to Bird. That was routine. But the car hasn't surfaced yet, at least not according to Columbia PD or the FBI. Got it, I said. Sanchez thinks they're keeping him in the dark, like they've got intel we don't. Wouldn't be the first time. He's pushing them, but it's not easy. Never is. He'll reach out, she said. Soon as he gets a lead. Half an hour later, the phone rang, but it wasn't Sanchez, and it wasn't about Brubaker or Carbone. Detective Clark from Green Valley, Virginia, was on the line, buzzing with excitement over a break in Mrs. Kramer's case. Got a hit, he said, sounding smug. He walked me through his process, mapping out every possible route into Green Valley within a 300-mile radius, then cross-referencing hardware stores along those paths. Winter was a dead season for crowbar sales. People preferred power tools or chainsaws for firewood, so he struck out there. Undeterred, he dug into crime databases, hunting for crowbar-related incidents. No matches, but he stumbled on a New Year's Day burglary at a rundown hardware store in Sperryville. The thief had kicked in the front window, ignored the empty register, and swiped a single crowbar. Summer moved to the wall map, jabbing a pushpin into Sperryville, then another into Green Valley. The pins were barely a quarter inch apart, just 10 miles separating them. She added a third for D. Tracing the path with her fingers. Vassal and Coomer, she said. Left D. Grabbed the crowbar in Sperryville, hit Mrs. Kramer's place in Green Valley. Except they didn't, I countered. They flew in, had no car, and never called for one. You saw the logs. Besides, those desk jockeys wouldn't know how to break into a hardware store if you handed them a manual. She dropped her hand from the map. I straightened the personnel files on my desk, stacking them into a tidy pile. We should focus on Carbone first, I said. Then we'll need a fresh approach, Summer replied. Detective Clark's done with crowbars. He's got the one he wanted. I nodded. Guess we're back to old-school detective work. What does that even mean? Beats me. I went to West Point, not the police academy. My phone buzzed. Same southern drawl, same 1033, 1016 dispatch from Jackson. I hit speaker and leaned back, letting the static hum fill the room before Sanchez's voice crackled through. Reacher? Me and Lieutenant Summer, I said. You're on speaker. Anyone else listening? Just us. Doors shut. Good. Columbia PD's playing games again. Feeding me scraps like I'm some stray dog. And they're loving every second of it. Why? Brubaker had heroin on him. 3 dime bags and a fat stack of cash. They're calling it a botched drug deal. I was born in '60, missed the worst of the military's drug haze. By the time I enlisted, things had settled. Sure, I'd smoked a little here and there, enough to know good weed from bad, but I was never a heavy hitter. As an MP, though, I'd seen enough deals go down to know one thing. If a deal turns deadly, nothing stays in the dead guy's pockets. No cash, no product. The winner takes all. This is garbage, Sanchez, I said. It's staged. Obviously. You think I don't know that? Did you call them out? Didn't have to. They're not idiots, just lazy. This lets them off the hook. Brubaker takes the fall, not them. Any witnesses yet? Not a peep. Someone had to hear those shots. Not according to Columbia PD. Willard's gonna lose it, I muttered. Least of our worries. You got an alibi? Me? Why would I need one? Willard's desperate. He'll twist anything to keep you in line. The line hissed, static, swallowing the silence before Sanchez finally spoke. I'm covered. It's their theory, not mine. Watch your back, I said. Always do. The call died. Summer was quiet, fingers tracing the map, one on Fort Byrd, one on Columbia. You're sure it's fake? She asked. Has to be. Good. Her jaw tightened. Then there's a pattern. The drugs in Brubaker's pocket, the branch, the yogurt, all misdirection. Someone's playing us. The pattern was undeniable now. This wasn't speculation. The same man had committed both murders. He took out Carbone here, then got behind the wheel and made the drive to Columbia to kill Brubaker. The timeline lined up perfectly, travel distance, the killer's logic, every detail clicked into place. I studied Summer as she stood there, her fingers splayed like tiny starfish against the desk. Her nails gleamed under the fluorescent lights, polished and neat. There was a sharpness in her gaze, focused and alert. Why dump the crowbar? I asked. After Carbone but before Brubaker? Because he wanted a gun, she said. Like any sane person would. But he couldn't risk the noise here, too close to base, too many ears. One loud shot and half the post would have come running. In a rough part of the city, though, nobody blinks. And that's exactly how it played out. You think he was that confident? Not entirely, she admitted. He picked the meeting spot so he knew the area. But he couldn't predict every variable. A backup weapon would have been smart, but the crowbar was covered in Carbone's blood, no time to clean it. Frozen ground, no grass to wipe it on. Probably didn't want it rolling around in his car, either too risky if he got pulled over. So he tossed it. Made sense. A crowbar was disposable. A handgun was far more effective, especially against someone alert in a cramped urban alley. Not like the open dark where he'd ambushed Carbone. I rubbed my eyes, replaying it. He killed Carbone here, I muttered. Then drove straight to Columbia for Brubaker. Exactly, Summer said. But you originally thought he parked his car after Carbone, I pointed out. She nodded. I did. The crowbar's location supported that. Except now we know he didn't stop. He drove right off post. No time to waste 3 hours to Columbia. He never parked. Never even slowed down. Just rolled straight through the main gate after killing Carbone around 9 or 10. Check the log, she said, nodding toward the desk. We poured over the photocopy together. After Operation Just Cause, every base had tightened security, logging every vehicle in and out. The page for January 4th looked legit, no missing entries, no errors. The MPs might cut corners elsewhere, but not with paperwork. Summer taped it next to the map and we scanned the columns, date, time in, time out, plate number, occupants, reason. Slow night, she remarked. I stayed quiet. 19 entries might have been light for Byrd, but I had no frame of reference. Compared to the stacks of New Year's logs, though, definitely quiet. Summer flipped through the logbook pages. Mostly folks checking back in after leave, she said. I scanned the entries, 14 names logged in without matching exit times. 14 soldiers who'd returned to base and stayed put. Some back from holiday, others from personal time. My own name was there too, 1490. DAC Bill Koo, Reacher, J. Major, Reapy. January 4th, 1990, just past 11 at night, Major J. Reacher reporting back from Paris via Colonel Garber's old office in D. My mode of transport. Listed simply as pedestrian. Summer had arrived earlier, clocking in at 9:30 p.m. in a car with North Carolina plates. 14 arrivals, but only 5 departures. 3 were supply trucks, standard deliveries for a base full of hungry soldiers. The timestamps lined up, early afternoon drop-offs out before 3. Then nothing for 7 hours. The 4th departure was General Vassell and Colonel Coomer, leaving at 10:01 p.m. after dinner at the Officers Club. Their names, ranks, and DOD plates were logged, reason listed as courtesy visit. That left one. A single line stood out, 1490-2214, Trifonov, S. I Dor Sergeant. No arrival time, no reason given. Just a North Carolina plate number and a sergeant bolting out at 10:11 p.m. No one questioned soldiers leaving, assumed they were headed for a bar, a diner, maybe a movie. But Trifonov hadn't come back until 5 a.m. the next morning. Summer tapped the page. Sergeant Trifonov. That's our guy. Has to be, I agreed. I called the gate guard, the same one I'd spoken to earlier. He flipped through the ledger, confirming Trifonov's return at 0500 on January 5th. Remember anything about him? I asked. Left in a hurry, the guard said. Didn't wait for the gate to fully lift, just ducked under in his Corvette. Not new, but sharp-looking. Anything unusual when he came back? Nothing that stuck. Summer exhaled. So Trifonov leaves right after Vassell and Coomer, drives off in a sports car, and ghosts for 7 hours. What's a sergeant doing with a Corvette anyway? I didn't answer. Some questions don't need one. The moment I got him on the line, I could tell something was off. His accent was thick Eastern European, maybe. Definitely not local. Was he in uniform? I asked. Civilian clothes. A leather jacket. Figured he wasn't on duty. Busy still on base. There was a pause, the sound of pages flipping. I pictured some clerk dragging his finger down a logbook, scanning entries from 0500 onward. No record of him signing out, sir. So yeah, he's still here somewhere. Got it. Appreciate the help. I hung up. Summer was watching me, waiting. He rolled in at 0500, I said. 3.5 hours after Brubaker's watch died. 3-hour drive, she muttered. And he's still here. Who is this guy? A quick call to HQ gave me the answer. The second I hung up, I locked eyes with Summer. Delta, I said. Bulgarian defector. They brought him in to train our guys knows things we don't. I stood crossing to the map on the wall. My fingers traced the pushpin's bird to Colombia. 150 miles. 3 hours out, 3.5 back. Did the math in my head. 47 miles an hour, going, 41, returning. At night, empty roads in a Corvette? He could have done it blindfolded. We bringing him in? Summer asked. Nah, I said. I'll handle it myself. That a good idea? Probably not. But I'm not letting them think they've got me rattled. She didn't hesitate. I'm coming with you. I nodded. It was 1700 on the dot, 36 hours since Trifonov had slipped back onto base. The air was sharp, the sky gray. We grabbed sidearms, cuffs, evidence bags, then headed for the motor pool. Found a Humvee with a cage partition and no interior handles on the rear doors. Summer took the wheel. At Delta's prison gate, the sentry waved us through on foot. We circled the main block until I spotted the Enco Club entrance. I stopped. Summer shot me a look. "You're going in there?" "Just for a minute. Alone." I nodded. "Then we hit their armory." "Bad move," she said. "I should be with you." "Why?" She hesitated. "Back up. Witness. Whatever goes down." I smirked. "Fantastic." Inside, the place was packed. Dim lights, cigarette haze, voices loud until they saw me. Then silence. I pushed forward. Bodies shifted, shoulders bumping mine. I gave as good as I got. At 6'5", 230, I wasn't getting shoved around. The bar was worse. Eyes locked on me. The scrape of boots, the thud of shoulders. Then the bearded kid stepped into my path, beer in hand. I didn't slow down. He leaned, we collided, and half his drink hit the floor. "You spilled my beer," he said. I glanced down, then met his stare. "Lick it up." We stood there, tension crackling. Then I moved past him, the itch between my shoulder blades screaming turn around. But I didn't. Not unless I heard glass break. Silence. I made it to the far wall. I brushed my fingers against the wall like a swimmer tapping the pool's edge at the end of a lap, then pivoted and retraced my steps. The trip back was just as uneventful, same silence, same tension. I quickened my pace, weaving through the crowd with more force, letting momentum do the work. People began stepping aside before I reached them, clearing a path like I was parting waves. By the time I neared the lobby, they were already backing off, getting the message loud and clear. Inside, I adjusted my route slightly, and the crowd mirrored the shift, giving me space like we'd all silently agreed on the rules of engagement. When I reached the entrance, I paused, scanning the room methodically, one face at a time, counting off the seconds in my head. Then I turned and stepped outside, the crisp air hitting me like a slap. No sign of Summer. A moment later, she emerged from a service door 10 feet away, slipping out from behind the bar. She must been watching my back the whole time. Her eyes met mine. "Now you know," she said. "Know what?" "How the first black soldier felt. And the first woman." She led me to an old aircraft hangar where they kept their arsenal. The place was lit up like a stadium, arc lights glaring down on rows of specialized vehicles and enough firepower to start a small war. It looked like someone had convinced the Pentagon to hand over their entire surplus stock. "Over here," Summer said, guiding me to a wire enclosure 15 feet square, 3 walls of hurricane fencing, like a kennel for weapons. Inside, a soldier in fatigue stood behind a makeshift desk, eyeing me with the detached professionalism of a guy who'd seen it all. No salute, no formality, just a flat stare. "Help you?" he asked, like I was browsing a hardware store. Behind him, racks held an assortment of well-used firearms, submachine guns, Min-16 variants, handguns in various states of wear. Tools, nothing more. A logbook sat open on the desk. "You check them in and out?" I asked. "Like valet parking," he said, glancing at Summer like they'd had this conversation before. "Post regs don't allow personal weapons in the barracks." "What does Trifonov carry?" "Steyr Jeep." "Show me." He turned, grabbed the pistol and dropped it into the evidence bag I held open. Through the plastic, the gun looked sleek, oiled, and cared for, but with a history of bad luck. The Steyr G was supposed to be Austria's next big thing, until Glock swooped in and stole the spotlight. Still, it had its merits. 18 rounds, lightweight, easy to disassemble. And that gas system's smart engineering. A solid weapon just never got its fairy tale ending. Automatic firearms rely on the gas pressure from each round to eject the spent casing and chamber the next one. But not all ammunition is created equal. Some rounds are duds, others overcharged. A weak load might leave the action sluggish, while a hot one could turn the gun into a pipe bomb. That's why the Steyr was built to handle whatever junk you fed it. If I were deep in the field, relying on sketchy ammo from who knows where, this would be my pick. You want a weapon that fires every damn time. No excuses. I pressed the mag release through the plastic bag and shook until it dropped free. 18 round capacity, but only 16 left inside. I racked the slide, ejecting the chambered round. So he'd left with 1918 in the mag, one ready to go. Came back with 17. 2 shots fired. Phone. I asked. The clerk jerked his chin toward a booth in the hangar's far corner. I dialed my sergeant's desk, and the Louisiana corporal picked up. The night shift woman was probably still home, wrestling a kid into pajamas or gulping coffee before her drive-in. Patch me through to Sanchez at Jackson, I said. The line clicked, then silence. 1 minute. 2. What? Sanchez finally grunted. They recovered the casings. No. Guy must have policed his brass. Too bad. Could have sealed this shut. You got him? His Steyr GB's in my hand. 2 rounds missing. Who is he? Later. Let the suit squirm first. One of ours? Unfortunately. The line went quiet. What about the bullets? I asked. Nothing. It's a damn alley. How hard is it to dig them out of the break? Even if they did, they'd be pancaked. Useless. Full metal jackets don't fragment. We could still weigh them. They're not looking. Witnesses? Zip. Brubaker's car. Gone. It's gotta be there, Sanchez. He rolled in around midnight. Flashy ride like that doesn't just vanish. Something's off. They're holding back. Willard there yet. Any minute. Tell him Brubaker's case is closed. And drop a hint that the other incident wasn't an accident. Watch his head explode. I hung up and walked back to the wire cage. Summer was inside, shoulder to shoulder with the clerk flipping through his logbook. Check this, she said, stabbing 2 entries with her fingers. Trifonov had signed out his Steyr at 7:30 p.m. on the 4th, returned it at 5:15 a.m. on the 5th. His signature sprawled like a kid's first cursive attempt, probably more comfortable with Cyrillic. Why'd he take it? I asked. The clerk shrugged. We don't ask. Just log it. Outside, we cut across the parking lot. When the rows of beat-up sedans and pickup trucks, the usual soldier specials. Not a single important sight. The parking lot was a mix of beat-up sedans and rugged pickups, with a few flashy muscle cars sporting racing stripes and lifted suspensions. Tucked at the far end of a row sat a lone red Corvette, gleaming under the sun, parked with deliberate space around it. We took a detour to check it out. The car was a decade old, but looked pristine, freshly washed, waxed to a mirror shine, not a speck of dirt in the wheel wells. The tires gleamed like they'd just been dressed, and a coiled hose hung nearby, still damp. Peering inside, we saw a spotless interior, vacuumed and wiped down with meticulous care. The 2-seater had a small rear shelf, just enough space to stash something under a jacket. Summer crouched, running her fingers along the undercarriage. No dirt from the track, she said. No stains on the seats. No empty coffee cups either, I added. I tidied up real nice. We left the Corvette behind, locking Trifonov's confiscated pistol in the Humvee before doubling back inside. No need to drag the adjutant into this, better to keep things quiet. Slipping in through the mess hall kitchen, I flagged down a steward and told him to fetch Trifonov under some pretense. 5 minutes later, the guy returned alone. Not in the mess, he said. So we moved to the cells. A soldier fresh from the showers pointed us in the right direction. Passing Carbone's empty room, we reached Trifonov's door wide open, the man himself seated on his cot, flipping through a book. I wasn't sure what to expect. Bulgaria wasn't exactly known for elite forces. Most Eastern Bloc armies relied on sheer numbers, not finesse. The Soviets had their hard cases, sure, but this guy? NATO's best were lean, endurance-built, trained to push through hell with 50-pound packs. Trifonov was the opposite, a mountain of a man, 6.5 feet tall, built like a linebacker. His shaved head and deep-set eyes gave him a brooding intensity, though the flickering fluorescent light overhead didn't do him any favors. He looked exhausted, resigned, like he'd been waiting for this moment. On your feet, I ordered. He marked his page and set the book aside without protest. The cuffs went on without a struggle, and he stayed silent as we led him to the Humvee. No resistance, just quiet acceptance, like he'd known the paperwork would catch up to him eventually. Back at my office, we resecured him to a chair, his right wrist locked to the leg. He didn't fight it. Just sat there waiting. The second set of cuffs clicked into place around his left wrist, just as snug as the first. The guy had massive hands. His wrists were as thick as some guy's calves. Summer lingered by the map, her fingers brushing the pushpins like she was silently pointing out every damning detail. I stayed behind my desk, flipping open a notepad. Let's start with the basics, I said. Name. Trifonov, he answered, his voice rough, the syllables sharp in his throat. First name. Slavy. Slavy Trifonov, I repeated, scribbling it down. Rank. Colonel back home. No. Just a sergeant. Where's home? Sofia, he said. Bulgaria. I raised an eyebrow. Pretty young for a colonel. He shrugged. I was good at my job. And what exactly was that job? Silence. I leaned back, tapping my pen. Nice ride you've got, I said instead. Thanks, he replied, a flicker of pride in his voice. Always wanted a car like that. Where'd you take it on the night of the 4th? No answer. I shifted tactics. Bulgaria doesn't have special forces. Correct, he said. So what did you do there? Regular army. Liaison work, Bulgarian military, secret police, and our Soviet friends. Qualifications. 5 years with the GRU. I smirked. And what's that? He gave me a knowing look. You already know. I did. The GRU was the Soviet Union's brutal mix of military intelligence and elite forces, ruthless, efficient, and just as happy to turn on their own as the enemy. So why are you here? I pressed. In America. He exhaled. Waiting. For what? For my country to be free again. It's coming soon. Then I go back. I love Bulgaria, beautiful land, strong people. I'm a patriot. And what are you teaching Delta? Old tricks, he admitted. How to fight what I used to be. But that war's over. You won. Let's talk about the 4th, I said. Where were you? Silence. Why'd you defect? I tried instead. Because I believed in something, he said. Newfound belief. Always believed it. Just got caught before I could act. How'd you escape? Turkey. Made it to an American base. The 4th Slavy. Tell me. Nothing. I leaned forward. We've got your gun. You signed it out. Left post at 10:11, back at 5 a.m. 2 rounds fired. Still nothing. Why do you wash your car? Because it's a dream car, he said, almost wistful. I wash it twice a week. Ever been to Kansas? No. Well, you're going. Not Sophia Fort Leavenworth. Why? You know why. He didn't flinch. Just sat there, cuffed low to the chair, motionless. I mirrored him, weighing my options. Delta guys were trained to resist everything drugs, sleep deprivation, worse. And this guy? 5 years with the GRU meant he'd seen things I couldn't imagine. Hitting him wouldn't work. So I switched to the oldest play in the book, lies and deals. Some folks think Carbone was an embarrassment, I said casually. Might be easier to sweep it under the rug. Talk now, and maybe you catch a flight back to Turkey. Wait it out there, go home a hero. His eyes flickered. People say you killed Carbone. People are wrong, I shot back. I wasn't here. Didn't kill Brubaker either. Because I wasn't there. Neither was I, he said softly. Either. Then it hit him. His gaze sharpened, darting like he'd just pieced something together. His gaze darted left, then right before lifting to study Summer's map. His eyes traced the pins, lingered on her, then settled on me. His lips twitched silently, Carbone, then Brubaker. No sound, just the shape of the words in his heavy accent. Wait, he muttered. For what? I asked. No, he said. No what? No, sir. I leaned forward. You believe I had a hand in what happened to Carbone and Brubaker? His jaw tightened. You think you didn't? Silence. His eyes dropped to the floor before flicking back up. It wasn't me, he insisted. I stayed quiet watching him. 6 years in investigations, and Trifonov was just another face in the crowd, swearing innocence. But here's the kicker, sometimes they were telling the truth. And the longer I studied him, the more that nagging doubt crept in. You'll need proof, I said. I can't. You'd better. They'll lock you up and toss the key. Carbone might have been a fluke, but Brubaker? No way they let that slide. He stayed mute. Start from the top, I pressed. January 4th, where were you? A slow shake of his head. You were somewhere, I said. You logged out. You and your sidearm. Still nothing. Just that hollow stare. I matched it, letting the silence stretch until he cracked, shifting in his seat, cuffs rattling against the chair legs. Tiny, restless movements, like a man torn between two impossible choices. Did you break the law that night? His eyes locked onto mine, dark and unreadable. Time to pick a side, I said. Was it worse than putting a bullet in Brubaker's skull? No answer. Did you sneak into D and assault the president's grandkids? No. Then you're running out of excuses, I said. Because from where I'm sitting, that's about the only thing that tops murder. His voice was barely a whisper. It was personal. Define personal. Summer exhaled, stepping away from the map. She shot me a look. This isn't adding up. Trifonov wasn't in Colombia that night. He fidgeted again, chains clinking. What's gonna happen to me? Depends on what you did. I got a letter, he blurted. Mail's not illegal. From a friend of a friend. Explain. He hunched forward, wrists straining against the cuffs, and spun his tale. A man in Sofia. A sister who defected during a gymnastics tour, married an American, got citizenship. Then the nightmare beatings, isolation, letters full of despair. The communist censors let them through, happy to paint the U in grim shades. The brother had a contact, someone who knew the underground. And that contact had Trifonov's address at Fort Byrd, because Trifonov had history with the dissidents before he vanished into Turkey. The letter had traveled a long way before reaching Trifonov's hands. A friend in Sofia had passed it to a machine parts dealer heading to Austria, who then mailed it overseas. By the time it arrived at Fort Byrd on January 2nd, the envelope was plastered with foreign stamps and airmail stickers. Trifonov's name scrawled across it in bold Cyrillic. He read it alone in his quarters, the words pressing on him like a weight. National pride twisted time and distance into something personal, like hearing his own sister had been hurt. The woman lived near a place called Cape Fear, a name that felt grimly fitting. He studied a map in the company office, pinpointing the location before marking his calendar for the evening of January 4th. He rehearsed what he'd say, something sharp about the consequences of laying hands on a Bulgarian woman with friends nearby. "Still have the letter?" I asked. He nodded. "But you wouldn't understand it. It's in Bulgarian." "What were you wearing that night?" "Regular clothes." "I'm not an idiot. Define regular." "Leather jacket, jeans, a shirt." "All American." "That's as plain as it gets." "What happened to the guy?" He shook his head, silent. "Fine," I said. "Let's take a trip to Cape Fear." We cuffed Trifonov and loaded him into the back of the MP Humvee. Summer took the wheel. The drive stretched 100 miles southeast along the Atlantic coast, slow, monotonous, the kind of ride that would have been bearable in something faster. Not that I'd ever been in a Corvette, or even known someone who owned one. Cape Fear was just another name on the long list of places I hadn't seen, though I remembered the movie Black and White, Gregory Peck, Robert Mitchum being a menace. Soldiers didn't have patience for civilians dragging out problems for 90 minutes. Mitchum should have been dealt with in the first 10. Darkness swallowed the road long before we got close. A sign for Wilmington touted its historic charm, but we blew past it when Trifonov told us to turn left into swamp country. The Humvee rumbled through the blackness until he directed us towards Southport. "Cape Fear is an island off the coast," Summer said. "Probably a bridge." But we stopped short. A trailer park loomed on the right, a patch of reclaimed land the size of 2 football fields, dotted with 100 trailers. Some were well kept with picket fences and flower beds. Others sagged on their blocks, battered by storms that rolled in from the ocean 10 miles away. "Here," Trifonov said. "Turn right." We followed a maze of dirt tracks before stopping in front of a faded lime green trailer, its paint flaking, roof curling at the edges. The place had seen better days. The trailer's chimney puffed out thin wisps of smoke, and the flickering glow of a TV screen leaked through the curtains. "That's Elena's place," Trifonov muttered. We left him cuffed in the back of the Humvee and walked up to knock. The woman who answered looked like she'd been pulled straight from a documentary on domestic violence. Her face was a patchwork of fading bruises, her nose crooked from an old break, and the way she held herself hinted at deeper injuries, ribs still healing, maybe. She wore a faded Hausa dress and oversized work boots, but her hair was pulled back neatly, and despite everything, there was a quiet defiance in her eyes. She hesitated in the doorway, wary, like she was used to bad news showing up unannounced. "Yes?" she asked. her voice higher than Trifonov's but with the same Eastern European lilt. "We need to talk," Summer said, keeping her tone soft. "About what?" "About what Slavy Trifonov did for you," I said. Elena stiffened. "He didn't do anything." "But you recognized his name." A beat of silence. Then she stepped aside. "Come in." The inside wasn't what I expected. No chaos, no mess. Just a small, tidy space smelling of bleach and lemon soap. The TV hummed quietly, tuned to a PBS documentary. No sign of a husband. "He's not here?" I asked. She shook her head. "Hospital?" Summer guessed. Elena's silence was answer enough. "Trifonov helped you," I pressed. "Now we need you to help him." She crossed her arms. "What if both things he did were bad?" "Trust me, they don't compare." I glanced around. No clutter, no traces of the life she'd escaped. Just a woman starting over, one scrubbed floor at a time. "Tell us what happened." She exhaled. 2 nights ago at midnight. He showed up, said he had a letter from my brother in Sofia. Took my husband away. I did the math. Midnight meant Trifonov had hauled ass here after leaving Bird. "How long was he here?" 5 minutes. He was polite. Explained everything. "What was he wearing?" "Leather jacket. Jeans. Car. Red." Loud. Summer and I exchanged a look. That tracked. As we turned to leave, Elena's voice stopped us. "Will my husband come back?" I thought of Trifonov, mountain of a man, military trained, eyes like a lit fuse. Doubt it. Back in the Humvee, Summer fired up the engine while I turned to Trifonov. "Where'd you dump him?" "Outside Wilmington. Called 911 around 3. Didn't leave a name." 3 hours with him? He gave a slow nod. "Had to make sure the lesson stuck." Summer pulled onto the highway, heading north. The Wilmington city limits sign flashed by, and 10 minutes later, we spotted the hospital, a modest brick building that looked like it had seen its share of late-night emergencies. The hospital was a 2-story brick building with a wide ambulance bay out front. Summer pulled into a spot marked for a doctor. "Patel," and we climbed out. I popped open the back door, uncuffed Trifonov, and motioned for him to follow us. "What the guy call himself again?" I asked. "Pickles," Trifonov muttered. Inside, I flashed my badge at the orderly behind the intake desk. Just a prop, really, but civilians never seem to realize that. The guy straightened up like I was FBI. "Looking for an admission from early January 5th, I said. "Around 3 a.m. The orderly thumbed through a rack of metal clipboards, pulling 2 halfway out. "Male or female?" "Male." He shoved one back and held up the other. "John Doe. No ID, no insurance. Says his name's Pickles. Cops found him on the side of the road. That's him. Your guy." The orderly eyed my uniform skeptically. "We might cover his bill," I said. That got his attention. He glanced at his stack of paperwork like he was counting down a mountain of unpaid tabs. "Post-op. 2nd floor." We took the elevator up, following signs to the recovery ward. A nurse at the station stopped us, but another flash of the badge got us pointed to a private room. 5 minutes, she warned. "Nanika's in bad shape." Trifonov smirked. Inside, the room was dim, the air thick with antiseptic. A figure lay motionless under layers of plaster and bandages, legs suspended in traction. The wall opposite the bed was plastered with X-rays ribs, arms, legs, each labeled pickles in messy script. Looked like he'd gone 10 rounds with a freight train. I flicked the light on, studied the films, then shut it off and kicked the bed frame. The guy jolted awake, eyes locking onto Trifonov. Pure terror. Wait outside, I told Summer and Trifonov. Once the door closed, I leaned over the bed. How's life treating you, tough guy? Pickles was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. That's him, he rasped. He's the one who shot me. Where? My knees. I glanced at the bandages. Classic kneecapping. Front or side? Side. Could have been worse. I didn't do anything wrong. Met your wife. She disagrees. His face twisted. That foreign bye, don't. She wouldn't listen. A man's got rights. I sighed, then swiped a hand near his sheets, just grazing his injured knee. He howled. Outside, the nurse shot me a look. Like you said, I told her. Very sick. We took the stairs down, slipped past the front desk, and walked to the Humvee in silence. The only sound was Trifonov's quiet chuckle. I held the car door open for Trifonov, but paused before letting him inside. Gripping his hand firmly, I said, "Sorry about earlier." "Am I in trouble?" he asked. "Not from me," I replied. "You're my kind of guy. But you got lucky. A few inches over, and you could have nicked an artery. That would been a whole different conversation." A quick smirk flashed across his face, but his voice stayed steady. 5 years with Gru, he said. I know when to kill, and when not to. 16, we handed Trifonov his Steyr and dropped him off near the Delta Gate. He probably checked the weapon back in, grabbed his book, and picked up right where he left off like nothing happened. Meanwhile, Summer and I parked the Humvee and headed to my office. She went straight for the gate log taped to the wall beside the map. Vassal and Coomer, she said. Only ones who left post that night. Northbound, I pointed out. If you think they tossed the briefcase, they weren't heading toward Columbia. She sighed. So Carbone and Brubaker aren't connected. We just wasted hours chasing nothing. Welcome to reality, I said. Reality got worse 20 minutes later when my phone rang. My Sergeant Patch Sanchez through from Fort Jackson. Willard came and went, he said. Total meltdown. Told you. Threw a fit like a toddler denied candy. But you're untouchable. Thank God. I hesitated. Did you mention my lead? A pause. You told me to. Bad idea. Dead end. Looked solid at first, but it wasn't. Well, he's headed your way. Left 2 hours ago. Gonna be pissed. Fantastic, I muttered. Summer crossed her arms. What's your play? What's Willard's deal? I countered. At his core. Climber, she said. Exactly. The Army's rank structure is a 26-run ladder. A fresh private starts at the bottom, scraping by as an E1, then climbs to E2 if he doesn't screw up. By E3, he's proven he's not completely helpless. At the top, 5-star generals, though good luck joining Washington and Eisenhower in that club. Count the warrant officers and the sergeant major tiers, and a major like me has 7 ranks above and 18 below. That means I've seen insubordination from every angle, giving it, taking it, mastering the art of pushing boundaries without crossing the line. I sent Summer away, despite her protests. One of us needed to stay off Willard's radar. She left for a late dinner while my sergeant brought me a roast beef sandwich, pink meat, Swiss cheese, just enough mayo and mustard to hold it together. Perfect. The coffee was strong, and I was halfway through my second cup when Willard barged in. He left the door open. I didn't stand, didn't salute, just kept sipping. He let it slide for now. Tactical patience. As far as he knew, I had a suspect that could blow Brubaker's case wide open, linking a high-ranking officer to some back-alley dealers. So he played nice. Or maybe he wanted a bonding moment with his staff. He sat fussing with his pant legs like they'd personally offended him. The guy flashed me this weird, overly friendly grin, like we were suddenly best buddies after some imaginary bonding moment. "Nice drive up from Jackson," he said. "Smooth roads the whole way." I stayed silent. "Just picked up a classic '69 Pontiac Geo," he went on, puffing up a little. "Threw on some polished headers, custom exhaust. Everything moves like a rocket. Still nothing from me." "You into muscle cars?" "Nope," I said. "I prefer public transit. That's boring. Let me rephrase, I'm comfortable with who I am. Don't need a loud engine to prove anything." His face drained of color, then flushed deep red like the paint job on Trifonov's Corvette. He shot me a look like he wanted to throw a punch. "What's the update on Brubaker?" He snapped. "Not my case. Sanchez said you ID'd the guy." "False lead," I said. "You sure?" "Positive." "Who were you looking at?" "Your ex-wife." His jaw dropped. "Just kidding," I said. "Dead end. Nothing there." He turned away, fuming. I stood up, shut the office door, then sat back down and met his glare. "You've got a real attitude problem," he growled. "Then file a complaint, Willard. Go cry to command about how I bruised your ego. See if anyone cares. Or better yet, see if they believe you can't handle your own mess. Watch how fast that note lands in your file right before your next promotion review." He shifted in his seat, restless, then zeroed in on Summer's map hanging on the wall. "What's that?" "A map." "Of where?" "The East Coast." He stood up, walked over, and started poking at the pins. "D. Sperryville, Raleigh, Fort Byrd. What's the deal with these?" "Just pins." He yanked one out of Green Valley. "Mrs. Kramer," he muttered. "I told you to leave it alone." Ignoring me, he ripped out the rest, scattering them on the floor. Then he spotted the gate log, skimmed it, and froze at Vassal and Coomer's names. "I told you to stay out of that too," he said, tearing the paper off the wall. "The tape took chunks of paint with it." He grabbed the map next, leaving behind a mess of tiny holes in the drywall like some abstract star chart. "You damaged government property," he snapped. "This is unprofessional. What kind of impression does this give visitors?" "They'd see a map," I said, "until you turned it into confetti." He crumpled the paper and dropped it. "You want me to walk over to Delta and have them snap your spine?" I leaned back. "You should worry about your own career, Major. You really think you'll make lieutenant colonel while I'm around?" "Honestly, no. But I doubt you'll be around much longer. Think again. The Army always needs cops." "Yeah, but not incompetent ones. You're talking to a superior officer." I glanced around. "Funny, I don't see any witnesses." Silence. "You've got a real problem with authority," I said. "Might be fun watching you try to fix it. We could settle it in the gym, man to man." "You up for that?" He clenched his jaw. "You got a secure fax?" "Obviously. It's in the outer office. You walked right past it, blind and dumb. Be standing by it at 900 tomorrow. You'll be getting written orders." One last glare, and he stormed out. The door crashed shut behind him with enough force to rattle the walls. sending a gust of air that sent papers fluttering off the floor. I stayed put, staring at the phone. My brother and Dee didn't pick up. I considered calling my mom, but what was the point? She'd see right through it. She'd know I was just checking if she was still breathing. So instead, I pushed back from the desk and gathered the scattered map, pressing it flat against the wall before securing it with fresh tape. The gate log got the same treatment until I yanked it down again. Useless. Crumpled it into a ball and tossed it. The map stayed up, alone. My sergeant walked in with coffee, and for a second I wondered about the deadbeat who'd knocked her up. Probably rotting in some backwoods ditch if he'd ever laid a hand on her. The phone rang, and she grabbed it first. "Detective Clark," she said, handing it over. "Virginia calling." I dragged the cord around the desk and dropped into my chair. "We've got a match," Clark said. "Sperryville crowbar's our weapon." Hardware store sample lined up perfect with the ME's report. "Nice," I said. "Listen, we're done here. Found ours, so yours isn't our problem anymore. Budget's tapped. Figured. You're on your own, pal. Sorry." Silence. "Then, got anything for me?" "A name." I almost laughed. Like hell there was a name. "No favors left to call in." "I'll keep you posted," I lied. Summer walked in, and I told her to take the night off, meet me at the officers' club at 9 sharp. We'd kill time over eggs and coffee, stroll in late just to spite Willard. "You fixed the map," she said. "Willard happened. I unhappened it. Guy's unhinged. Or just loud. We'll see." She left. And so did I, heading to my quarters, a glorified motel room on a street named after some forgotten war hero. The path to my door was lit by busted streetlights, glass crunching underfoot. 3 shadows waited. The first one, a Delta guy with a sunburned beard, tapped his watch. The second copied him. The third just grinned. I shut my door behind me, didn't hear them leave. Slept like crap. By morning, they were gone. The old club was quiet. The buffet picked over, but Summer and I didn't care. She demolished enough grits and biscuits to feed a platoon, despite being half their size. We lingered over coffee, strolled into the office at 10:20, and found chaos. Phones screaming, the Louisiana kid sweating bullets. "Don't answer," he hissed. "Willard's losing it, wants confirmation you got your orders." "What orders?" He shoved a fax at me. The phones kept ringing. I didn't take it. I leaned over my corporal's shoulder and scanned the orders. 2 tight paragraphs spelled out my fate. Willard wanted me to dig through the quartermaster's delivery records and distribution logs, cross-reference them with the warehouse inventory, then hunt down every missing item like some glorified accountant. After that, I was supposed to draft a full report on how to recover the lost supplies, all of it done yesterday, of course. The cherry on top, a mandatory phone call to confirm I'd received his little masterpiece the second it hit my hands. This wasn't just busy work, it was a masterclass in pointless punishment. Back in the day, they'd have you whitewashing rocks or counting grains of sand. Now, paperwork purgatory. 2 weeks of my life gone. I smirked as the phones kept ringing. "Never got the order," I said. "I'm not even here." Summer raised an eyebrow. "Then where are you?" "Tell Willard I'm tracking down some litterbug who tossed a gum wrapper near the commander's office. Tell him I take defacing military property very seriously. Tell him I've been on the case since sunrise." I steered her outside, away from the noise. "Jerk," I muttered. "You should lay low," she warned. Who'll have every phone on post ringing. I paused, scanning the bleak landscape, gray buildings, gray sky, the kind of cold that seeped into your bones. Let's bail, I said. Just for the day. We've got work to do. She was right. Carbone, Kramer, Brubaker. But staying here meant playing Willard's game. Columbia's a dead end, I said. Sanchez has it covered. And it's too damn cold for the beach. For a second, I pictured summer stretched out on warm sand. Sunlight glinting off a tiny bikini. Then reality snapped back. We should hit Green Valley, I said. Clark might have crowbar notes we can use. 4 hours there, 4 back could be worth it. And if they notice we're gone. I shrugged. Let them try to find me. Summer disappeared and returned minutes later, behind the wheel of the green Chevy. She rolled down the window before I could move. This is a bad idea, she said. Gate logs, he'll show you left at 10:30. Willard will check. I stayed silent. You could always ride in the trunk, she teased. Not happening, I said. If Willard asks, I'll tell him the gum wrapper lead went international. Maybe we'll end up in Tahiti. I climbed in, adjusting the seat, my mind drifting back to beaches and bikinis. Summer hit the gas, and we rolled toward the gate. An MP scribbled our plates and IDs, peered into the back seat, then waved us through. The striped barrier crept upward. Summer waited just until it hit vertical, then floored it. The Chevy's tires screeched, leaving a haze of exhaust as we sped north, the cold air thinning with every mile. The car broke through the thick layer of clouds into sharp winter light. Since it was a military vehicle, there was no radio, just an empty dashboard, where a civilian car would have had dials and a tape deck. We filled the silence with scattered conversation, the rest of the ride slipping by in quiet. It felt strange, almost illicit, to be untethered like this. My entire life had been scheduled down to the minute, every movement dictated by orders. Now for once I was just drifting, watching the world rush past messy, unpredictable, alive. I leaned back, letting the scenery flicker by like frames of an old film reel. You prefer a bikini or a one-piece? I asked. She shot me a look. Why? Just curious. Imagining summer. Not exactly beach weather. August will be. You think you'll still be around by then? Doubt it, I said. Too bad, she replied with a smirk. Guess you'll never find out. You could always send me a postcard. Where to? Probably Fort Leavenworth, I said. Maximum security, if I'm lucky. No, really, where will you be? Who knows? August might as well be next year. She shifted gears. Best place you've ever been stationed. I grinned. Same answer as always. Right here. Right now. Even with Willard breathing down your neck? Willard's temporary. He'll be gone before I am. Why's he even here? My brother thinks it's corporate logic put someone clueless in charge so they don't question the system. So, a guy who spent his career crunching fuel numbers ends up with 2 dead soldiers in his first week. And he doesn't even want to look into it. Because digging into the past is outdated. We're all about the big picture now. She laughed and hit the gas, taking the Green Valley exit way too fast. The police station was bigger than I'd expected. Green Valley itself sprawled farther north than I'd realized, stretching past its quaint downtown into a patchwork of strip malls and warehouses. The station was built like most places where land is cheap, sprawling, single-story, with concrete walls pretending to be stone. A weathered flag hung limp over the brown lawn. We parked between two cruisers and stepped into the glare of midday. Inside, the desk sergeant pointed us toward the left wing. The hallway was cluttered, leading to a cavernous room that looked like it had once been a gym. A low wooden fence marked off a waiting area with a few chairs, while beyond it, the detective's bullpen stretched out a maze of desks, paper piles, and grimy windows with broken blinds. No receptionist, just two guys in tweed jackets with their backs to us. One was Clark. He turned when I rattled the gate, hesitated for a second, then waved us in. We settled into chairs on either side of his desk while he finished his phone call. The lieutenant's office had glass walls from the waist up, empty except for a large desk with two plaster casts sitting on top just like the ones our pathologist had made. I didn't move closer. No point in being rude. Clark finally hung up, scribbled something on a yellow legal pad, then leaned back in his chair, studying us. He knew we weren't here for small talk, but he wasn't about to ask the obvious question, not unless we had answers. Just passing through, I said. Uh-huh, he replied. Could use a little help. What kind? Figured you might hand over your crowbar notes. Now that you've wrapped up your case. Notes. You made a list of hardware stores. Saves us time if we pick up where you left off. He raised an eyebrow. Could he fax them? Didn't want to bother you. Probably a long list. Could have been out of the office. Lucky for us, you weren't. He exhaled, swiveled toward a file cabinet, and pulled out a thick green folder. Dropped it on the desk with a solid thud. Good luck, he said. Summer flipped it open, scanning pages of names, addresses, and phone numbers stretching from New Jersey to North Carolina. The first 90 or so were checked off. The next 400, not so much. She passed it to me with a grimace. Gotta be careful, Clark warned. Some places call them crowbars, some say wrecking bars. Make sure they know what you're asking for. Different sizes. Plenty. Ours was big. Mind if I see it? Or is it locked up in evidence? Not evidence, he said. Just a loaner from the Sperryville store. Identical sample. Can't use it in court, but it matches your casts perfectly. He stood, walked into the lieutenant's office, and carried back the plaster molds, one in each hand. They were nearly identical to ours, just shorter where the crowbar had struck Mrs. Kramer's smaller skull. The wound was just as deep, just as vicious. Hart traced the groove with his finger. Brutal hit. We're looking for a tall, strong guy, right-handed. Seen anyone like that? Every morning when I shave, I said. The weapon's cast was shorter too, but the same smooth, brutal shape. Can I see the actual crowbar? Sure. He opened the desk drawer, leaving it wide so I could lean in. There it was, black, curved, identical in every way to the one we'd left back at Fort Byrd. 10 miles later, we were in Sperryville, scanning Clark's list for the hardware store's address. The air smelled like fresh-cut lumber, and the street was lined with small-town storefronts. Summer drummed her fingers on the steering wheel, impatient. You think this is the right place? She asked. I glanced at the folder. Only one way to find out. The address was listed 5th on the page, just a short drive from Green Valley. No check mark by the phone number, just a scribbled note in pencil, no answer. Probably too busy dealing with a broken window and insurance claims. Clark's team would have circled back eventually, but the NC search beat them to it. Sperryville wasn't exactly a metropolis, so we drove slow, scanning for the right spot. A short strip of shops, 3 passes, and finally a faded green sign pointed us down a tight alley. The buildings on either side were old clapboard, squeezing us through until the path opened into a small yard. At the far end stood the hardware store, a squat, one-story building dressed up to look more Main Street than backwoods. The sign bore a family name, no corporate branding in sight. Just a stubborn little business holding its ground through good years and bad. Perfect for a late-night break-in. Quiet, tucked away, no upstairs neighbors. The front had a display window on the left, a door on the right, barely an inch between them. The glass had a clean, moon-shaped hole patched with plywood cut to fit no jagged edges. Looked like a boot had done the job. Close enough to the door that a tall guy could reach in, elbow bent, just right, fingers groping for the latch. I imagined him pressed against the glass, breath fogging it up, working blind in the dark. We paused right out front and took a look through the window. No fancy displays, no artful arrangements, just rows of tools and gadgets lined up like soldiers, each with a price tag. No illusions here. This is what we sell. Take it or leave it. Some of it looked specialized. Stuff I wouldn't know how to use if my life depended on it. But everything had a purpose, carefully chosen. The bell jingled when we stepped inside. Same neatness inside racks, shelves, bins, wide wooden floors. The air smelled faintly of oil and old wood. Empty except for the guy behind the counter. Late 60s maybe, thin and slightly hunched, round glasses perched on his nose. He wore a gray cardigan that made him look more like a professor than a hardware store owner. Like he'd rather be lecturing on the history of wrenches than selling them. "May I help you?" he asked. "We're here about the stolen wrecking bar," I said. He wrinkled his nose. "Crowbar. Wrecking bar sounds a bit crude, don't you think?" "Fine. The stolen crowbar," I corrected. His lips twitched. "You're the military. Should I be expecting martial law?" "Parallel investigation," Summer said. "Military police?" the man asked, eyeing us with mild curiosity. Summer confirmed, introducing us both with our names and ranks. He gave his in return, sane as the sign above his shop door. "We need some details," I said, "about the crowbar market." His expression shifted, like we'd just asked him to explain the difference between a screwdriver and a power drill. Crowbars clearly weren't the cutting edge of innovation anymore. "Where do you want me to start?" he said. "How many types are we talking?" "Dozens," he admitted. 6 manufacturers I'd actually trust, and a whole lot more I wouldn't touch. I glanced around the shop. "Because you only stock the good stuff." "Exactly," he said, crossing his arms. "I can't win on price against the big box stores, so I focus on quality and service. That's how I stay in business." "Niche market," I said. He gave a slow nod. "Keep crowbars?" "Those come from overseas China, mostly. Cast iron, low-grade steel, mass-produced junk. Not my style." "So, what do you sell?" "Titanium models from Europe," he said. "Pricey but unbeatable, lightweight, corrosion-resistant. Designed for first responders, underwater work, anyone who needs serious durability in a compact tool." "But the stolen one wasn't titanium." He shook his head. "No, those are specialty orders. The ones I stock regularly are more, let's call them refined." "Meaning?" "This isn't a warehouse," he said, gesturing around the modest space. "Every item here is hand-picked. That's the challenge and the joy of running a place like this. My choices, my standards. For crowbars, high-carbon chromium steel. double-tempered for maximum strength. Slim, case-hardened claws for precision and safety. You ever seen a guy on a roof beam when his tool snaps? Not a pretty sight. Wouldn't be, I agreed. So, high-grade steel, double-tempered, reinforced claws. What'd you go with? Had to make a compromise on one model, he admitted. My usual supplier won't make anything under 18 inches, but sometimes you need a 12-inch bar. I must have looked lost. For studs and joists, he explained. 16-inch spacing means an 18-inch bar's useless. So I carry a 12-inch from another maker, single-tempered, but it holds up fine. Less leverage means less strain. Got it, I said. And the rest. Everything else comes from Fortis, a Pittsburgh outfit. They make two models for me, 18-inch and 3-foot. 3/4-inch steel, double-tempered, case-hardened claws, flawless finish. And the 3-footer's the one that went missing, I said. He blinked surprised. Detective Clark showed us your sample, I added. Ah, he said, shoulders slumping slightly. Well, the 36-inch Fortis isn't exactly flying off the shelves. I sell maybe 1 or 2 a year. People don't appreciate craftsmanship like they used to. Is that just here or everywhere? Everywhere, he scoffed. Fortis makes those bars for me. Custom specs, my design, they don't exist anywhere else. I just stared at him. These are only sold here, I asked, eyeing the tool in the clerk's hand. He gave a slow nod. Perks of being a small business. Like, only here? One of a kind, he confirmed. Nowhere else on the planet. How long since you sold one? Nearly a year. I ran my thumb over the edge. Does the finish fade? He smirked. I see where you're going. Yeah, it wears down. If you spot one looking fresh out the box, that's the one that went missing New Year's Eve. We borrowed a duplicate, same model, same specs, just like Detective Clark had. The thing gleamed under a thin coat of oil, its center wrapped in tissue like some fragile artifact. We treated it like evidence, placing it carefully across the back seat of the Chevy. Lunch was a quick drive-through, stop burgers devoured in the parking lot. 3 things we know, I said between bites. 1, same weapon, killed both victims. 2, we're chasing ghosts trying to link them beyond that. Summer wiped ketchup off her fingers. And 3, I sighed, our guy knew Sperryville inside out. You think you could have found that shop in the middle of the night if you didn't? We stared past the windshield. The alley entrance was just visible if you already knew where to look. Summer shut her eyes like she was tracing the crowbar's path in her mind. Forget motives, forget connections. Just follow the tool. It left that alley, showed up in Green Valley at 2 a.m. New Year's Day, then turned up at Fort Bird 3 nights later. We know it passed through the main gate sometime in that 86-hour window. That's our target every name on the logs between 6 a.m. January 1st and 8 p.m. January 4th. She opened her eyes, jaw set. We're going back. And it's gonna be a long damn list. No argument there. The restless energy from earlier was gone, replaced by grim focus. We hit the highway, cutting south under a sky that darkened as we crossed into North Carolina. Past the state police building, past the ditch where Kramer's briefcase was found, past the rest stop that never seemed to rest. The motel flashed by, then 30 miles of nothing before Fort Bird's gates loomed ahead. The MPs logged us in at 7:30 sharp. I ordered copies of every entry during that 86-hour stretch, then headed to my office. The place was eerily quiet, the morning chaos long gone. The night shift sergeant, the one with the baby, Looked like she'd been running on coffee and willpower for days. "Delta's pissed," she said, handing me a mug. "They think you've got their guy locked up. I just talked to him. Try telling them that. They've been sniffing around here all afternoon." She eyed the door like she expected a mob any second. "You ought to restrict them to barracks. You've got the authority." I took a sip. The coffee was bitter, just like the situation. "Yeah," I said. "Might come to that. You're the acting MPCO here," she said. I shook my head. "Anything else I should know?" "Colonel Willard wants a call before midnight or he's tagging you as AWOL." Said it's not a threat, just a fact. I nodded. Classic Willard. An AWOL charge wouldn't make him look bad, just me. Easy way to shift blame. "Anything else?" I repeated. "Sanchez needs a 1016 at Fort Jackson," she said. "And your brother called." Again. "Did he leave a message?" "Nothing." I walked to my desk, grabbed the phone, and dialed Joe. He picked up fast. "I talked to Mom," he said. "She's holding on. She said soon, Joe. That doesn't mean we need to camp out waiting. Could be sooner than we're ready for." "How'd she sound?" "Fragile." "You doing okay?" "Hanging in," he said. "You?" "Not exactly winning any awards this year." "Call her next," he said. "I will," I said. "In a couple days." "Make it tomorrow," he shot back before hanging up. I sat for a second, then tapped the cradle and told my sergeant to patch me through to Sanchez at Jackson. Summer was watching me, arms crossed. "A daily vigil?" she asked. "She's waiting for the cast to come off," I said. "Hates the thing." Summer studied me a beat longer before turning back to the map. I set the phone on speaker, and after a click, Sanchez's voice crackled through. "I've been writing the Columbia PD about Brubaker's car," he said. "They still haven't found it?" "Nope. And they weren't even trying." So I kept pushing. And they finally coughed up the truth, which is, "Brubaker wasn't killed in Columbia," Sanchez said. "Just dumped there." The Columbia medical examiner found messed up lividity patterns. Brubaker's blood had pooled weird after death. Normally, when someone dies, gravity pulls the blood down, staining the skin purple where it settles. After a few hours, it sets like concrete. But Brubaker's stains were all over the place. The examiners figured he'd been dead about 3 hours before someone flipped him onto his stomach in that alley. The kicker: a stripe across his back where the skin had baked. "He was in a trunk," I said. "Right over the muffler," Sanchez confirmed. 3-hour drive, plenty of heat. This flips everything. Explains why his Chevy wasn't in Columbia, he said. No witnesses, no shell casings. So what's our range? 3 hours at night. Empty roads. Could be 200 miles in any direction. That's a lot of ground, Sanchez said. Roughly 125,000 square miles, I said. Basic geometry. What's Columbia PD doing now? Dropping it like it's radioactive. The FBI's handling it now, he said. You think they'll buy the drug angle? They're not convinced. Heroin's not exactly our scene. They assume we stick to weed and uppers. Wouldn't that be nice? I muttered. I could use a pick-me-up right about now. Still, they know Delta operates everywhere. Pakistan, Colombia, places where heroin flows. So they're keeping it as a backup theory, same as the Columbia PD did before them. Total waste of time. Brubaker. That guy would have eaten a bullet before touching heroin. Maybe he did. The line went dead. I dropped the receiver back in its cradle. Summer leaned against the desk. Brubaker was stationed in Raleigh first. If this went down up there, his car could still be parked somewhere nearby. Not our circus, I said. Let the Bureau handle it. Bet they already are. A sharp rap at the door cut in. An MP corporal marched in, crisp salute, dropped a stack of papers on my desk, then snapped back another salute before pivoting out. Gate logs, sir. First through the fourth, like you asked. 7 pages. Manageable. Time to dig in, I said. Operation Just Cause had an upside. The raised DEFCON meant canceled leave, though Panama was barely a blip on the radar. But that's the Army for you. If you're gonna play with threat levels, you might as well make people sweat. And if you're gonna scrap their time off, you'd better give them busy work extra drills, Don PT, the whole song and dance. The silver lining? Most of the unit had stumbled back from New Year's Eve by sunrise. The logs showed a ghost town after 0600. Over the next 4 days, only 62 names came through the gate, 19 on the 1st, including Summer and me returning from D. 16 on the 2nd, 12 on the 3rd, 17 before 2000 on the 4th. We axed the civilian delivery drivers. Then the repeat offenders, my night sergeant, in and out like she was punching a time clock. That left 41 names, just initials and ranks. No height, no dominant hand, no way to tell who could have overpowered Brubaker. I'll cross-reference genders, Summer said. Still got those strength assessment rosters with full names. I left her to it. Grabbed a phone, strong-armed the pathologist into meeting me at the morgue pronto. Didn't fancy lugging a crowbar across post, so I took the Chevy. Parked outside, waited. He showed up in 5, looking mildly irritated, probably mid-meal. I pulled the crowbar from the back seat. He eyed it, said nothing, then led me inside. The pathologist nodded like he already knew where I was headed. He flicked on the office lights, unlocked his desk drawer, and pulled out the crowbar, the same one that had ended Carbone's life. He set it down carefully, and I placed the borrowed duplicate beside it, peeling back the tissue paper to expose the cold metal. Side by side, they were perfect matches. Are crowbars usually this consistent? He asked. Not even close, I said. I've had a crash course in crowbars lately. His eyes flicked between the two. They're identical. Exactly. Custom jobs. One of a kind. Did you know Carbone well? Not really, I admitted. What was his build like? What do you mean? Did he hunch over? I pictured him in that dim bar, then under the harsh parking lot lights. No, he wasn't the type. Compact, lean, stood straight. Balanced, like he was ready to move. Interesting. Why? The angle of the strike, it wasn't a straight chop. More like a swing that dipped on impact. Carbone was 5'10". The wound was 5'5" off the ground, assuming he wasn't slouching. But the blow came from above, meaning his killer was tall. You already mentioned that. Taller than we thought, he corrected. I've been running the numbers. The guy had to be 6'4", maybe 6'5". Like me, I said, and just as solid. Crushing a skull like that takes serious force. I replayed the scene, the uneven ground, the scattered branches, but nothing suggested a height advantage. No slope, no platform, just 2 men on level terrain. 6'4" or 6'5", I repeated. You sure enough to stake your reputation on it. In court? This isn't going to court. It's just us. Should I ignore anyone under 6'4"? He exhaled slowly. 6'3", to be safe. Accounting for variables. I'd testify to that. Good enough. He ushered me out, killed the lights, and locked up. Back at my desk, Summer was waiting, her work already done. The gender breakdown hadn't taken long. Military paperwork was nothing if not thorough. 33 men, she said. 23 enlisted, 10 officers. Names. Mixed bag. Delta and Ranger leave was cancelled, but they had evening passes. Carbone was in and out on the first, obviously. Cross him off. 32 left, she said. The pathologist is on the list. Eliminate him too. 31. Vassal and Coomer are still in play, in and out on the first, back on the fourth at 7. Scratch them, I said. They were busy eating. Fish and steak. Down to 29. 22 enlisted. 7 officers. Now hit Post HQ for their medical files. Why? We need their heights. Won't work for Major Marshal Vassal and Coomer's driver. He was a visitor. His records aren't here. He wasn't around when Carbone died, I said. Drop him. 28. Then pull 28 files, I said. She slid a scrap of paper toward me, the one with 973 scrawled on it. Our original suspect pool. Progress, she said with a grin before walking out. I settled into her still warm chair, savoring the fading heat until it disappeared. Then I grabbed the phone and told my sergeant to get me the quartermaster. It took her longer than expected to track him down. I imagined she had to pull him away from his meal in the mess hall, another dinner interrupted, just like the pathologists. Not that I was any better off, considering I hadn't eaten yet either. Yes, sir, the man answered, his tone edged with irritation. Got a question for you, Chief, I said. Something only your department would know. Like what? Average height and weight for a male soldier in the Army. The silence on the line told me. His annoyance had shifted to curiosity. The Quartermaster Corps didn't just order uniforms and boots by the truckload, they lived and breathed the numbers. Budgets depended on precision, down to the half-inch, the half-ounce. And they never missed a chance to show off that expertise. No problem, he said. For the general male population aged 20 to 50, average is 5'9.5", 178. But our ranks skew heavier on Hispanics compared to the national average, which drops our median height to 5'8.5". Training adds muscle, so median weight bumps up to 181. Those current stats. Last year's, he corrected. This year's barely started. What's the spread on height? What exactly are you after? How many guys hit 6'3" or taller? 1 in 10, he said. Army-wide, that's around 90,000, like a packed Super Bowl. On a base this size, maybe 120. Picture a half-empty 737. Got it. Thanks, Chief. I hung up. 1 in 10. Summer would return with 28 medical files, and statistically, only 2 or 3 would even be worth a second glance. 2 or 3 down from nearly 1,000. Progress, even if it didn't feel like it. The clock read 8:30. A bitter laugh almost escaped me. Sorry, Willard, sometimes the universe just screws you over. Except this time, the joke was on us. When Summer came back, every single file was for a guy under 6'1". The tallest was a wiry chaplain at 6'1", 160, soaking wet. It reminded me of a time when I was a kid, stuck in some off-base rental with no dining table. My mother ordered 1 flat packed, ready to assemble. We laid out the pieces, the laminate top, 4 chrome legs, 4 bolts. Simple, right? Except nothing fit. No matter how we turned them, how we pressed, the pieces refused to connect. My brother tried. My dad tried. We ate in the kitchen for a month, still wrestling with that damn table when we moved out. Now it felt like history repeating. Every lead looked promising, then fell apart. The crowbar didn't walk in alone, Summer said. Each of those 28 brought it. No other way. I stayed quiet. You hungry? She asked. Thinking's easier on an empty stomach, I said. She nodded, gathering the files into a neat stack, 28 dead ends, plus her original list of 33 names. Minus Carbone, because dead men don't smuggle crowbars. The pathologist was off the suspect list too short, too weak with the crowbar, and just not a believable threat. Vassal and Coomer were out too, along with their driver, Marshall, thanks to airtight alibis. While the two officers had been busy stuffing themselves at dinner, Marshall hadn't even shown up. Why wasn't Marshall there? I asked. Summer nodded. That's always bugged me. Feels like Vassal and Coomer didn't want him around for a reason. All they did was eat, but he was with them at Kramer's funeral. They must have told him to stay behind like an actual order to skip the ride. I pictured it, the long row of black sedans at Arlington, the gray January sky pressing down. The flag folded, the rifles fired, the slow march back to the cars, men hunched against the cold, maybe snowflakes drifting. Marshall would have held the doors for Vassal and Coomer, then driven them back to the Pentagon lot before stepping aside so Coomer could take the wheel. We should talk to him, I said. Find out what excuse they gave. Had to be awkward a guy like Marshall left out like that. I grabbed the phone and called my sergeant, told her to track down Major Marshall, Caen Corps, Pentagon. She said she'd get back to me. Summer and I waited, in silence. My eyes drifted to the wall map. The pen in Columbia was throwing things off. Brubaker hadn't died there. He'd been killed somewhere else, north, south, east, or west. You calling Willard? Summer asked. Probably. Tomorrow. Not tonight. I don't want to give him the satisfaction. That's risky. I've got some cover. Won't last forever. She exhaled. Doesn't matter. Once Delta comes after me, the rest will feel like a footnote. Call him tonight, she pressed. As a friend. I was serious, no need to dig the hole deeper. Fine. Do it now. I reached for the phone, but my sergeant knocked and stepped in. Marshall wasn't stateside anymore, his temporary duty got cut short. He'd been recalled to Germany, flown out of Andrews on the morning of January 5th. Whose orders? I asked. General Vassal's, she said. The door clicked shut. January 5th, Summer said. Morning after Carbone and Brubaker died, I finished. He knows something. He wasn't even here. Then why ship him out? Coincidence. You hate those. I nodded. Guess we're going to Germany. 18 Willard would never sign off on an overseas trip. So I raided the Provost Marshal's office for travel vouchers, forging Garber's signature on the authorization lines. We're committing fraud, Summer said. This is the Battle of Kursk, I shot back. No turning back now. She hesitated. Your call, I said. In or out, no pressure. Silence. These vouchers won't get flagged for months, I added. By then, either Willard's gone or we are. Nothing left to lose. She caved. Fine. Pack light. 3 days. She left, and I told my sergeant to figure out who'd be acting CO in my absence. She returned with a name I knew, the female captain I'd spotted in the officers' club dining room, the one with the arm in a sling. I scribbled a quick note, explaining I'd be gone for 3 days, and left her in command. Then I grabbed the phone and dialed Joe. Heading to Germany, I said. Got it, he replied. Stay safe. You know I can't fly to Germany without swinging by Paris on the way back. Not after everything. A beat of silence. Yeah, he finally said. I get it. Wouldn't feel right skipping it, I added. But she shouldn't think I care more than you do. That's not fair. You should come too. When? Catch the red-eye 2 days from now. I'll meet you at Charles de Gaulle. We'll go together. Summer was waiting outside my quarters when I stepped out, both of us lugging our duffels to the Chevy. We wore BDUs, our best shot at catching a late-night military transport out of Andrews. Commercial flights were booked, and we weren't about to waste hours waiting for the morning departures. Summer took the wheel as usual, pushing the speed just enough to outpace the other cars on the road. I leaned back, watching the blur of strip malls and highway shoulders as we rolled north. We passed Kramer's Motel, took the Cloverleaf onto I-95, and cruised past the rest stop, then the stretch of road where the briefcase had turned up. I shut my eyes and dozed until we reached Andrews well past midnight. Parking in a restricted lot, we traded travel vouchers for seats on a C-130 bound for Frankfurt at 3 a.m. The waiting lounge was a fluorescent-lit purgatory of vinyl benches and exhausted transients. Nobody spoke. The military never sleeps, but nobody's ever in the mood for small talk at this hour. The loadmaster finally rounded us up and we trudged onto the tarmac, climbing into the belly of the plane. Rows of cargo pallets filled the center, forcing us onto webbed jump seats against the fuselage. No first-class perks here, no coffee, no stewardesses, just the icy metal wall against my back. We took off late, banking over D, before turning east. No windows, but I could picture Joe somewhere below, asleep in his apartment. The cold seeped through the fuselage, so we hunched forward, elbows on knees, the engine roar drowning out any chance of conversation. I stared at a pallet of tank rounds until my eyes glazed over, slipping back into a restless half-sleep. 10 hours later, the engines shifted pitch, signaling our descent. No announcement, just the sudden drop in altitude and the pressure in my ears. Around me, people stretched stiff limbs. Summer leaned against an ammo crate, looking sharp despite the trip-short hair still neat, eyes alert. She had that determined glint, like she was ready for whatever waited on the other side, doom or victory. We braced ourselves as the plane touched down, gripping the webbing until the wheels hit the tarmac. The plane shuddered as the landing gear hit the runway, engines roaring in reverse thrust before the brakes locked tight. Cargo straps strained against the sudden stop, and then everything went quiet as we rolled to a distant corner of the airfield. When the ramp finally lowered, a gray twilight spilled in Germany, 6 hours ahead of home, with that damp chill that clung like a second skin. My stomach growled, reminding me the last thing I'd eaten was a greasy burger back in Virginia nearly a full day ago. Summer and I hauled our bags into the aisle, shuffling with the rest toward the open air. The tarmac smelled of jet fuel and damp concrete, the cold biting just enough to feel familiar, like winter back in the Carolinas. We were deep in the military zone of Frankfurt Airport, far from the civilian terminals. A cramped bus took us to the main building, where we joined the taxi line, no welcome party waiting for us, just a voucher and a bored driver who perked up when we said tour. The Mercedes purred as we rolled east through suburbs that looked like every other West German town, blocks of pale, boxy buildings from the 50s, streets curving in patterns that still traced the paths of old bombing runs. Defeat had reshaped this place down to its bones. I'd seen the photos from 45, whole cities reduced to jagged silhouettes. Even now, construction crews turned up relics with every dig rusted weapons, shattered dishes, sometimes worse. The driver didn't seem to mind the history. He'd make good money cashing in our voucher, maybe even snag a couple of soldiers heading into town for beers later. The farther we went, the more the army's presence showed black and white street signs giving way to olive drab arrows pointing toward the core. Then the city fell away, replaced by open fields that felt like a buffer zone. Up ahead, the compound loomed. A relic of the Nazi era, some industrialist's sprawling factory complex half destroyed by bombs, then patched up by GIs and German women trading labor for rations. Now, it was all polished brick and razor wire, flagpoles and guard shacks standing sentry over a place that had turned war's wreckage into something permanent. The kind of spot where you could still taste the old battles in the air, no matter how many layers of fresh paint they slapped over it. The base sprawled across 1,000 acres of open land, a relic of the Cold War era. By 1953, it had been packed with American tanks, all positioned in perfect rows, facing east, poised to defend the Fulda Gap. When we arrived 37 years later, night had already fallen, hiding most of the details. Still, I knew the essentials remained unchanged, only the models of the tanks would be different. The old M4 Shermans that had helped win World War II were long gone, except for two pristine examples flanking the main gate like silent sentinels. They stood tilted on concrete ramps, their noses raised as if frozen mid-climb, dramatically lit and gleaming in fresh olive-green paint, white stars shining on their sides. They looked better now than they ever had in combat. Beyond them stretched a long driveway with crisp white curbs, leading to the floodlit headquarters, once an office building, now the post command center. Somewhere behind it, row after row of M1A1 Abrams tanks sat in their storage yards, each one worth nearly $4 million. We stepped out of the taxi, crossed the sidewalk, and approached the guard shack. My unit badge got us through without a hitch. It worked at any Army checkpoint except the Pentagon's inner ring. Summer walked beside me, her bag slung over her shoulder. "Ever been here before?" she asked. I shook my head. "Spent time in Heidelberg with the infantry. Plenty of times." "Is that close?" "Not too far." The headquarters loomed ahead, its broad stone steps giving it the look of a state capitol back home. Everything was meticulously kept, no cracked pavement, no chipped paint. Inside, a soldier sat at a desk just past the entrance, not an MP, just some G-Corps admin guy. We flashed our IDs. "You got space in the vault?" I asked. "No problem, sir," he said. "2 rooms. Just for tonight." He nodded, picked up the phone. "Follow the signs out back." I checked my watch, still set to East Coast time. Noon there meant 6 in the evening here, already pitch black. "I need to see your MPXO," I said. "He's still in." The guy made a quick call, then pointed us toward a wide staircase. "Second floor, first door, on your right." We climbed the stairs and turned down a long hallway lined with offices, their doors solid wood with frosted glass windows. The one we needed had a sergeant stationed outside, a guy who looked like he'd been cloned from every efficient, no-nonsense I'd ever met. He barely glanced up before deciding who we were and why we were there. "You'll want the major," he said, then buzzed us through. Inside, behind the desk, sat Swan, a guy I knew well. Last time I'd seen him was 3 months ago in the Philippines, just starting a year-long tour. "Let me guess," I said. "You got here December 29th. "Nearly froze to death," he grumbled. "All I had was tropical gear. Took Gincourt 3 days to scrounge up a winter uniform for me." No surprise there. Swan was built like a brick, broad and solid, probably a nightmare for supply clerks trying to fit him into standard issue. "Your provost marshal around?" I asked. He shook his head. "Temporarily reassigned." "Garber signed your orders?" "Supposedly." "Figured it out yet?" "Not even close." "Same here," I said. He gave a casual shrug, as if to say, "That's the military for you." "This is Lieutenant Summer," I introduced. "Special Forces?" Swan asked. Summer shook her head. "She's solid," I added. Swan leaned across his desk, extending a hand for a quick shake. "Might need to track down a major marshal," I said. "Works with X-Corps. You familiar?" "Should I be worried?" "Depends who's asking," I said. "I'm trying to untangle a mess. Think he could help." "Name doesn't ring a bell," Swan admitted. "Just transferred in myself." "Yeah, December 29th, I said. He flashed a grin, that same "what are you gonna do" gesture, then grabbed his phone. I caught him instructing his sergeant to locate Marshall and have him meet me whenever worked for him. While we waited, I scanned the room. Swan's setup screamed temporary, just like my old office back at Bragg. Same bland electric clock on the wall, no second hand, silently marking 6:10. Anything interesting going down here?" I asked. "Quiet," Swan said. "Some chopper pilot got hit by a car in Heidelberg. Then there's Kramer's death shook things up. Who's stepping into his shoes?" "Vassal, probably." "Met him," I said. "Not exactly inspiring." "Bad timing," Swan said. "The mood's grim. You should hear these guys like they're preparing for a funeral." "Change is coming," I said. "That's the word anyway." His phone buzzed. A quick listen, then he hung up. "Marshall's off post," he said. "Night exercise. Back tomorrow." Summer shot me a look. I shrugged. "Join me for dinner," Swan offered. "Cavalry types aren't great company. Officers' Club, 1 hour." We hauled our gear to the visiting officers' quarters. My room was a carbon copy of Kramer's, minus the Grimes' same generic motel vibe. Some corporate chain had probably won the contract decades ago, shipping over every last detail, right down to the toilet seats. I cleaned up, swapped into fresh fatigues, and knocked on Summer's door with 5 minutes to spare. She answered, looking sharp. Behind her, the room was identical to mine, except for the faint scent of something floral in the air. The Officers' Club took up half the ground floor, high ceilings, ornate trim, the works. Lounge, bar, dining room. Swan was at the bar with the lieutenant colonel in dress blues, combat infantry badge pinned to his jacket. Odd sight for an armored post. His nameplate read Simon. "Lee's an officer," he explained, shaking hands. "Infantry's eyes and ears here. There's an armored guy doing the same down in Heidelberg." "How long you been stationed here?" I asked. 2 years, he said. "Good." I needed context, and Swan was as clueless about this place as I'd been at Burt. Then it hit me Swan had set this up. Knew what I needed before I asked. That was Swan. "Pleasure, Colonel," I said, nodding at Swan in silent thanks. We sipped frosty beers, then moved to the dining room. Swan had reserved a corner table. I took the seat with a clear view of the room, no familiar faces. No Vassal, no Coomer. The menu was textbook military, nothing adventurous, just the usual comfort fare. Oh, clubs weren't about local flavor. They were about pretending you weren't thousands of miles from home. The menu offered fish or steak, likely flown in from Europe or some ranch out west, courtesy of a politician who'd wrangled a Pentagon deal. We made small talk, grumbled about paychecks, swapped names of mutual acquaintances. Panama's Just Cause operation came up. Lieutenant Colonel Simon mentioned he'd just returned from Berlin with a piece of the wall, which he planned to encase in plastic like some family heirloom. "You know Major Marshall?" I asked. "By Dunstable the Sikh sifted." "Well enough," he said. "What's his deal?" Simon raised an eyebrow. "This official?" "Just curious," I said. "He's a strategist, long-term thinker. Kramer kept him close, made him intel officer." "He have actual intel experience?" "Not on paper, but he's done the rotations." "So he's inner circle. I hear Kramer, Vassal, Coomer mentioned together, never Marshall." "Oh, he's in," Simon said. "But you know how flag officers are. They'll use a guy like a glorified chauffeur, then ask his opinion when it counts." "Think he'll move up now that Kramer's gone? Take Coomer's spot?" Simon grimaced. "Should. He's Alma through and through, like the rest. But who knows? Kramer's death screwed up their whole playbook." "World's changing," I said. "And what a world it was," Simon mused. "Kramer's world, start to finish. Graduated West Point in '52, had these bases locked down by '53. 40 years of this being the center of the universe. You know who really built this theater? Not the tankers, not the grunts, the engineers. Sherman tanks were 38 tons, 9 feet wide. Now we've got 70-ton Abrams. Every step, the Corps had to widen roads, reinforce bridges, build new ones. Hundreds of miles, all prepped for a war that never came. Billions spent," I said. "And they knew exactly where to spend it," Simon added. "They mapped every route, every choke point, then built depots, fuel dumps, repair shops hardened, permanent. The battlefield's literally set in stone. People say we invested, we won." Simon nodded. "And they're right. But what's next? More investment. Like when battleships gave way to carriers. Abrams are dinosaurs, magnificent, but obsolete unless we're rolling down roads we paved 40 years ago. Some are cut in, they're still mobile." "Barely," Simon said. "Where's the next fight?" "Not here." I shrugged, wishing Joe were around. He'd have an answer. "Middle East." I guessed. "Iran, Iraq." The two men had finally caught their breath, and now their minds were racing toward the next move. "Or the Balkans," Swan suggested. "Once the Soviets fall apart. That place is a powder keg with a 45-year fuse just waiting to blow." Simon nodded. "Exactly. Take Yugoslavia, it's a tinderbox. Everyone's just waiting for the signal. So, what's our play?" "Drop in the airborne," Swan said. Simon exhaled. "Right. The 82nd and 101st could get boots on the ground in a week, light gear, maybe 3 battalions. But then what? They're just roadblocks, nothing more. We'd be stuck waiting for the heavy armor, and that's where the nightmare starts. An Abrams tank? 70 tons. You can't fly that in its trains, ships, a logistical nightmare. And that's just the tank. For every ton of steel, you're hauling 4 tons of fuel, parts, and crew. These things guzzle gas like it's water. Spare engines, ammo, mechanics. It's like dragging an entire city across the ocean. 6 months minimum, working non-stop before we've got enough firepower to matter." "Meanwhile, the airborne's getting chewed up out there," I pointed out. Simon grimaced. "Tell me about it. Those are my guys. Light infantry against armor? It'd be a massacre. 6 months of praying they hold out. And when the heavy brigades finally show up, they roll off the ships and immediately hit a wall. Narrow streets, weak bridges, they'd be stuck in the port, watching their own infantry get slaughtered miles away. Over the table. Or take the Middle East, Simon continued. We all know Iraq's itching to take back Kuwait. If they move long term, we win open deserts perfect for tanks. But what about the first 6 months? Our infantry's sitting there like a speed bump. What if Iraq rolls right over them in 2 weeks? Air support, summer cut in. Helicopters, airstrikes. Simon shook his head. Planes look good on paper, but they don't hold ground. Never have. It's always about boots in the dirt. I smirked. Part infantry pride, part truth. So what's the answer? Same as 1941, Simon said. Battleships were obsolete, overnight carriers took over. We need to adapt. Ditch the old light-heavy divide. Fast, mobile brigades. Armor under 20 tons, small enough to fit in a C-130. Get in quick, hit hard. No more dinosaur battles. He grinned. Basically, we put the infantry in charge. You ever run this by Marshall's planners? Those guys, no shot. What's their take on the future? Who cares? Simon said. The future belongs to the grunts. Dessert was apple pie, followed by strong coffee. The conversation shifted from war games to casual chatter as the stewards moved quietly around the room. Just another night in an officers' club, thousands of miles from the last one. Marshall's back at dawn, Swan said, finishing his cup. Keep an eye out for a scout car at the tail end of the first convoy rolling in. I gave a quick nod. Dawn in Frankfurt during January would hit around 7 a. So I mentally set my alarm for 6. Lieutenant Colonel Simon muttered a tired goodnight before disappearing down the hall. Summer stretched back in her chair, her small frame barely filling the seat, while Swan leaned forward, elbows planted on the table. You think there's much of a drug scene around here? I asked him. You looking for something? He shot back. Brown heroin, I said. Not for me. Swan shrugged. Word is, some of the Turkish workers in town could hook you up. Or one of the local speed dealers, they'd probably know where to find it. Ever crossed paths with a guy named Willard? I asked. The new CO. He smirked. Got the memo, never met him. But some of the guys here have. Supposedly he was some intel geek, worked with armor. Wrote algorithms, I said. For what? Calculating Soviet T-80 fuel efficiency. Helped predict their training cycles. And now he's running the 11/10th? I nodded. Yeah, makes no sense. How would he pull that off? Someone upstairs must have liked him. We should find out who and start mailing them glitter bombs. I smirked. Nearly 1 million soldiers, billions in funding, and it all boiled down to who buttered up the right person. Typical. I'm hitting the rack, I said. My Volk room was so bland I forgot which base I was on the second I shut the door. I hung up my uniform, scrubbed my face, and slid between stiff sheets that smelled like the same industrial detergent the army used everywhere. My mother in Paris was probably asleep by now. Joe, back in D, would still be buried in whatever shadowy work he did. I muttered 6A under my breath and shut my eyes. By 6:50, I was standing with Summer at Nikor East Gate, steaming coffee in hand. The ground was frozen solid, a thin mist hanging in the air. The sky was a dull gray, the landscape a washed-out green flat, unremarkable like most of this part of Europe. Scattered stands of trees broke up the monotony. The air smelled of cold earth and damp. The road stretched past the gate, cutting straight through the fog before veering northeast toward Russia. It was wide, built for heavy traffic, the concrete edges chipped from tank treads. Steering those beasts was never precise. We waited. Silence. Then we heard it. What's the defining sound of the 20th century? You could argue for a lot of things: the drone of a prop plane, the scream of a jet, the thud of a helicopter's blades, the thunder of a 747 taking off, the distant crump of bombs. All of them fit. None existed before 1900. Some might push for a Beatles song, the yeah 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 drowned out by screaming fans. I'd get that. But music and frenzy? Ancient history. No. The real sound of the century is the metallic shriek of tank treads on pavement. Warsaw heard it. Rotterdam. Stalingrad. Berlin. Then Budapest, Prague, Seoul, Saigon. It's the sound of raw power, unstoppable, indifferent. The squeal and clatter tell you resistance is pointless. Then one track locks, the other spins, and suddenly the whole machine lurches toward you, roaring like judgment. The sound of the approaching tanks was unmistakable, a deep, mechanical growl cutting through the fog before we even caught sight of them. The rhythmic clatter of treads, the high-pitched whine of turbines, the crunch of gravel under their weight, it all vibrated through the ground, rattling our boots. Then, like shadows emerging from the mist, the first Abrams rolled into view, massive and unstoppable, followed by another and another, a relentless procession of steel. These weren't just tanks, they were predators, sleek and lethal, built to dominate. The M1A1 Abrams is a beast wrapped in armor so dense that enemy rounds might as well be pebbles thrown at a fortress. Its depleted uranium core and layered steel plating make it nearly invincible, and its long-range firepower ensures it never has to fight fair. Watching one of these monsters in motion is like seeing a shark glide through water. Tank rumbled past us, its sheer bulk shaking the earth, its tracks leaving fresh scars on the pavement. 11 feet wide, 26 feet long, 70 tons of raw power. The air filled with the stench of diesel and scorched metal as the column rolled by, gun barrels swaying with each jolt. 20 of them in total, a rolling wall of destruction. Then, just as the noise began to fade, a Humvee burst out of the fog, skidding to a stop in front of us. 2 guys inside, both captains, both geared up in tanker suits, helmets, and enough clipboards to start a small office. I stepped forward, blocking their path. "I'm looking for Major Marshall," I said. The driver squinted at me, taking in my uniform. "He's not here." "Then where is he?" "California. Fort Irwin. Emergency deployment." "What kind of emergency?" "No idea." I stepped back, letting them roll past. Summer sidled up beside me, kicking at the fresh gouges in the pavement. "Wasted trip," she muttered. I shook my head. "Maybe not." The air still hummed with the echoes of the tanks, and somewhere out there, Marshall was moving. And that meant we had work to do. The timing of Marshall's departure mattered. If he left after Swan's call, it changed everything. We bounced between offices at Tin Corps, digging for answers. Upstairs, we found General Vassal's command post, but the man himself was gone. Instead, we got stuck with another captain, some admin guy who handled travel vouchers. "Major Marshall caught a civilian flight at 2300, he said. "Frankfurt to Dulles, then a long layover before heading to Lax." I processed the paperwork myself. When did you issue the vouchers? Right before he left. Which was when? 3 hours before his flight. 8 o'clock sharp? The captain nodded. I frowned. I heard he was supposed to be on night maneuvers. Plans changed. Why? No idea. That seemed to be the go to answer around here. What's the emergency at Irwin? I pressed. No idea, he repeated. I almost laughed. When were Marshall's orders cut? 7 o'clock. Been writing. Verbal. From who? General Vassal. Did Vassal sign off on the travel vouchers himself? Yeah, the captain said. He did. I need to talk to him. Good luck. He's in London. London. Last-minute meeting with the British Ministry of Defence. When did he leave? Same time as Marshall headed to the airport together. Where's Colonel Coomer? Betrayal. Turlin. Hunting souvenirs. I groaned. Let me guess he took off with Vassal and Marshall. Nope. Train. Summer and I retreated to the O Club, snagging our usual corner table. We sat with our backs to the wall, scanning the room. So, I said, Swarren's office called for Marshall at 1810. 50 minutes later, he had orders for Irwin. An hour after that, he was gone. And Vassal bolted for London, Summer added. Coomer took the night train to Berlin. Who takes a night train for fun? I muttered. She smirked. Everybody's got something to hide. What? The Beatles, I said. Classic. She just stared. So, what are they hiding? She leaned in, palms flat on the table. I can piece some of it together. The Irwin Conference wasn't just about defense, it was a countermove. Simon was drooling over the infantry taking down armored, but Kramer saw it coming. 2 stars aren't dumb. The meeting was about holding their ground. Hard to let go of power, I said. Like battleship captains back in the day. So what was in the agenda? A mix defensive arguments. Offensive tactics. Pushing back against integrated units. Trashing lightweight armor. Playing up their own expertise. Makes sense, I said. But that's not enough. The Pentagon's about to drown in position papers just like that. There had to be something else in that agenda, something worth killing for. Summer shook her head. No clue. Me neither, I admitted. But why run now? They could have destroyed every copy, fed us a fake document, lied straight to our faces. Because of Mrs. Kramer, I said. Summer nodded. Vassal and Coomer killed her. I'd bet on it. Kramer's dead, and now the ball's in their court under the circumstances. They know they've got to clean up the mess. Mrs. Kramer just ended up as collateral damage. Sounds logical, I said. Except neither of them struck me as particularly imposing. They're both bigger and stronger than Mrs. Kramer was. And in the heat of the moment, adrenaline pumping, forensics could get messy. Plus, who knows how competent the Green Valley coroner is? Could be some small town doc filling. And what's he really going to catch? Maybe, I admitted. But the timeline doesn't add up. Subtract the drive from D. 10 subtract 10 minutes to grab the crowbar that leaves them 10 minutes to act. No car, no calls for backup. They could have taken a cab. Or a town car. Straight from the hotel lobby, untraceable. New Year's Eve, the busiest night of the year. That's a long ride, I said. Big fare. A driver might remember that. New Year's Eve in D. Cabs run all over 3 states. Weird trips happen. It's possible. Doubt it, I countered. You don't take a taxi to commit a burglary. The driver wouldn't have seen anything. Vassal or Coomer could have slipped into that alley in Sperryville, come back with the crowbar under their coat. Same deal at Mrs. Kramer's cab waits out front while they handle business in the back. Too risky. Cabby's read the news. If he sees a story about Green Valley, he might connect the dots. They didn't think it was a risk. They expected Mrs. Kramer to be at the hospital. And 2 small-town break-ins. Not exactly front-page material for D. I nodded, remembering something Detective Clark had mentioned days earlier, people canvassing the street, cars spotted nearby. Maybe, I conceded. Maybe we should check cab records. Worst night of the year for alibis, Summer said. Imagine that, I muttered. Taking a cab to pull off something like this. Nerves of steel. If they've got nerves of steel, why run last night? She paused. That doesn't track. They can't run forever. Sooner or later, they'll have to turn and fight. Exactly. And they should have done it here. This is their turf. I don't get why they didn't. When they do, it'll be brutal. Their careers are on the line. You need to watch your back. You too, I said. Not just me. Best defense. A good offense. Agreed, I said. So we're going after them. Damn right. Who first? Marshall, I said. He's the one I want. Why? Simple rule, chase the one they sent farthest. Means they see him as the weak link. Now? She asked. I shook my head. Paris first. I've got to see my mom. 19 we packed up, checked out of our VOC rooms, and stopped by Swan's office as a courtesy. He had news. Orders are to arrest you both, he said. Why? I asked. You're OWL. Willard put out a warrant. Worldwide. Just this post. They found your car at Andrews, and Willard talked to transportation. Knew you were headed here. When's the alert come in? An hour ago. When we leave. An hour before that. Where'd we go? No idea. You didn't mention where you were headed. I thought you'd be going back to base. Appreciate it, I said. Probably best if I don't know your actual destination. Paris, I told him. Taking some personal leave. What's the deal? If only I knew. Need me to flag down a taxi? That'd be perfect. Before long, we were rolling in another Mercedes, retracing the route we'd taken just half a day earlier. At Frankfurt Airport, we had 2 options, Lufthansa or Air France. I went with Air France, betting their coffee would be drinkable and figuring if Willard bothered checking airlines, he'd zero in on Lufthansa first. Classic predictable move. We traded a couple more fake travel vouchers for coach seats on the 10 a.m. flight and killed time in the terminal. Our BDUs didn't draw much attention. Military uniforms were everywhere. I spotted G-Corps MPs patrolling in pairs, but they weren't hunting for us. Just routine coordination with local law enforcement. I had a hunch Willard's telex would gather dust on Swan's desk for a while. Boarding went smooth. We shoved our bags overhead, buckled in, and settled among a dozen other service members. Paris was always a hot spot for R&R from Germany. Outside, the sky hung misty but clear enough for takeoff. We lifted off over the dull sprawl of Frankfurt, then climbed above patchwork fields and dense forests until the clouds swallowed the ground. Short flight. By my second cup of lukewarm coffee, we were descending. Summer sipped juice beside me, her fingers tapping the armrest. Equal parts excitement and nerves. First time in Paris, first time owl, both clearly gnawing at her. I'd be lying if I said it didn't unsettle me too. Complication we didn't need, but no surprise. Willard's next move was obvious. Now we'd have bolos dogging us everywhere, or worse, an ab with our names on it. We touched down at Charles de Gaulle by 11:30 a.m. The terminal buzzed with crowds, the taxi line a chaotic mess just like last time with Joe. We bailed and headed for the Navette instead, squeezing into the packed shuttle. Uncomfortable, but warmer than Frankfurt. Pale sunlight glinted off the windows, promising a city that would dazzle. First time here? I asked. Never been, Summer admitted. Don't judge it by the outskirts, I said. Wait till we're inside the Peripherie. What's that? Like D. Beltway. The real city starts there. Your mom live inside it? I nodded. Prime Real Estate Embassy Row, near the Eiffel Tower. We heading straight there? Tomorrow. Playing tourist first. Why? Waiting for my brother. We go together or not at all? She fell quiet, just shot me a glance. The bus lurched forward, and she stayed glued to the window, watching the scenery shift from drab suburbs to grand boulevards. Her reflection in the glass told me she agreed the heart of Paris was worth the wait. We hopped off at Aubert, let the crowd surge ahead, and stood for a moment, taking it in. Find a hotel, ditch the bags, then explore. We cut south down Rue de la Paix, past the gilded Vendôme column, through the manicured Tuileries, then hooked right onto the Champs-Élysées, the city unfolding like a postcard. The afternoon sun filtered weakly through the Parisian haze as we strolled down the boulevard, turning onto Rue Marbeuf. Summer walked beside me, her boots clicking against the cobblestones. Ahead, the grand facade of the George V Hotel loomed. Think they'll let us in looking like this? She asked, eyeing our rumpled travel clothes. I grinned. Only one way to find out. A doorman in a pristine top hat swung the entrance open without hesitation. Inside, the concierge, a woman with a row of tiny flag pins on her lapel, greeted us in flawless French. I returned the courtesy, and her smile widened. 2-room keys slid across the marble counter as if we were regulars, not a pair of travelers in worn-out gear. The rooms were exactly what you'd expect from a place like this, spacious, immaculate, and just shy of absurdly luxurious. Mine had a sitting area and a bathroom big enough to host a small party. Summer's 3 doors down boasted an iron balcony straight out of a romance novel. I'll take the one with the view, she said without hesitation. 15 minutes later, freshly washed and marginally more presentable, we reconvened in the lobby. Lunch, I suggested. Summer shook her head. Not yet. I need real clothes. Tourists don't wander Paris in combat boots. Some do, I pointed out. She rolled her eyes. Live a little. Where's the best place to shop without selling a kidney? I thought for a second. Samaritain. Right by the river. They've got a rooftop terrace with a killer view. We took the long way, meandering along the Seine, pausing at every bookstall and bridge. Summer squinted at the ancient Pont Neuf. New bridge. She read off a sign. That thing looks older than dirt. It was new once, I said. 400 years ago. Inside the store, the air was thick with perfume from the cosmetics section. Summer vanished into the women's department while I claimed a plush chair, bracing for the inevitable wait. When she finally reappeared, she was transformed. Sleek black skirt, Breton sweater, wool jacket, and, of course, a beret. She looked like she'd stepped out of a French film. My turn. The men's section had exactly one pair of jeans long enough for me, so that settled it. I grabbed a sweatshirt, a bomber jacket, and under Summer's insistence, a black beret. The changing room mirror confirmed I looked halfway decent, if slightly ridiculous. Upstairs, the cafe offered a panoramic view of the city Notre Dame in one direction, Montparnasse Tower in the other. The sun hung low, casting everything in golden light. Summer stirred her coffee. How did Willard even track our car down? She mused. It's not like we left a trail. I shrugged. Maybe he's better at his job than we thought. The city stretched out before us, beautiful and full of secrets. The U is massive, she said. He wouldn't have known where to look, I replied. Not until someone tipped him off. Who gave him the heads up? Vassal, I said. Or Coomer. Back at Sagcourt, Swan Sergeant dropped my name over the phone. So while they were busy getting Marshall off base, they were also calling Willard back in D, letting him know I was in Germany, stirring up trouble again. They were demanding to know why he ever let me leave in the first place and ordering him to pull me back. Since when do they get to decide where an investigator goes? Since Willard got involved. Their old friends just click for me. Swan practically spelled it out, but I didn't catch on right away. Willard's got connections to Armored from his intelligence days. Who was he talking to all those years about Soviet fuel reports? Armored, that's who. There's history there. That's why he was so worked up over Kramer. It wasn't about the Army's reputation, it was about protecting his own people. Because they're his tribe. Exactly. And that's why Vassal and Coomer bolted last night. They weren't running scared, they were just giving Willard room to handle us. He knows he never signed off on our travel orders. I nodded. No doubt about it. So, now we're officially AWOL, traveling on bogus paperwork. We'll be fine. How? Once we get answers. You really think we will? I stayed quiet. After lunch, we crossed the river, taking the long way back to the hotel. In our casual clothes, toting shopping bags, we blended right in with the tourists, just missing a camera to complete the act. We wandered past high-end boutiques on Boulevard Saint-Anne. Germain lingered near Luxembourg Gardens, then cut past Les Invalides and the École Militaire. Walking up Avenue Bosquet, we passed within spitting distance of my mother's apartment. I kept that to myself. Summer would have dragged me inside for an awkward reunion. We crossed back over the Seine at Pont de El Alma, grabbed coffee at a sidewalk cafe on Avenue New York, then hiked up to the hotel. Siesta time, Summer announced. Then dinner. I didn't argue. Exhausted, I crashed on the bed in my pale blue room and was out cold in minutes. 2 hours later, Summer's call jolted me awake. She wanted restaurant recommendations. Paris wasn't short on options, but between my jeans, sweatshirt, and empty wallet, less than $30 choices were slim. I suggested a low-key spot on Rue Vernay, close enough to walk to and forgiving of my outfit. We met in the lobby. Summer still looked sharp, her skirt and jacket effortlessly transitioning from day to night. She ditched the beret, I kept mine. As we headed toward the Champs-Élysées, she did something unexpected. She grabbed my hand. The fading light, the couples strolling around us, it must have felt natural. It did to me, too. Took me a second to even notice. Took her the same second to realize it might have been a mistake. She tensed, glanced up, and let go. Sorry, she muttered. Don't be, I said. It was nice. Just happened, she mumbled. We turned onto Rue Vernay, found the restaurant, and scored a corner table with flowers and a flickering candle. We ordered water and a carafe of wine while scanning the menu. "You seem at ease here," Summer said. "Not really," I replied. "I don't feel at ease anywhere. Your French is solid. So's my English. Doesn't mean I belong in North Carolina. But some places click more than others." I nodded. "This one's fine," I said, swirling my wine glass. "Ever think about the future?" she asked. "You sound just like my brother. Always pushing me to have some grand plan. Things won't stay the same forever. People will always need cops," I pointed out. "Even ones who vanish without leave? All that matters is getting answers," I said. "Mrs. Kramer, Carbone, Brubaker, 3 shots at this. 3 ways to make it right." She stayed quiet, her fingers tracing the rim of her glass. "Relax," I told her. "We've got 2 days where none of that exists. Let's enjoy it. Worrying won't change a thing. We're in Paris, for crying out loud." She gave a slow nod. I studied her face, watching the struggle play out in her eyes. The candlelight caught the tension there, like she was navigating a maze of problems stacked high like old moving boxes. Finally, she seemed to push past them, retreating to some quiet corner in her mind. "Drink up," I said. "Tonight's for us." My hand lay on the table between us. She reached over, squeezed it briefly, then lifted her glass. "At least we'll always have North Carolina," she said with a faint smile. We ordered from the prix-fixe menu 3 courses each and stretched dinner into 3 unhurried hours. No shop talk, just life. She asked about my family. I gave her the basics on Joe, skimmed over my mom. She shared stories about her own folks, siblings, and enough cousins to make my head spin. Mostly, though, I just watched her. The candlelight warmed her skin, a deep copper beneath the dark. Her eyes were sharp as obsidian, her jawline delicate as porcelain. It was hard to reconcile her slight frame with the soldier she was, until I remembered the sharpshooter badges. More than I'd ever earned. "Will I meet your mom?" she asked suddenly. "If you want," I said. "But she's not doing well." "More than just a broken leg?" I shook my head. "Cancer." "How bad?" "Worst kind." Summer exhaled. "I had a feeling it was something like that. You've been off since you first came back." "Have I?" "Of course it's eating at you." I nodded. "More than I expected." "You don't get along." "We're fine." "But you know how it is, nobody's immortal." "You think you're ready, but maybe I shouldn't go." "It'd be better if it was just you and Joe. She likes company." "What if she's not up for visitors?" "We'll play it by ear. Maybe she'll feel like lunch out." "How's she look?" "Like hell," I admitted. "Then she won't want strangers around." Silence settled between us. The waiter dropped the check. We split it down the middle, left a decent tip, and walked back to the hotel, hand in hand. It felt natural, like we were clinging to each other in the middle of a storm, some of it shared, some ours alone. The doorman tipped his hat, wished us bonne nuit. The elevator ride up was quiet, inches apart, but not touching. Then came the awkward fork in the hallway, her door to the left, mine to the right. Neither of us spoke. I could see it in her eyes, the same pull I felt. I pictured her room, soft yellow walls, the faint scent of her perfume, the bed. Imagined peeling off that new sweater, the whisper of her skirt hitting the floor. Silk lining, probably. A quiet, tempting sound. It wouldn't be right. But then, we were already a wall. Already in deep. Would it really make things worse? "What time tomorrow?" she finally asked. "Early. Flight's at 6. I'll go with you. Keep you company. Thanks. Any time, she said. We lingered. So 4A. Guess so, I said. 4. Another beat of silence. Night then, she murmured. Sleep tight. I turned right, didn't look back. Heard her door click shut a second after mine. The clock read 11. The night stretched on, but sleep never came. I lay motionless, eyes fixed on the ceiling as the glow of Paris seeped through the window, cold, dim, and restless. The Eiffel Tower's lights pulsed in the distance, gold flickering against the dark, steady as a heartbeat. Shadows shifted above me with each flash, painting the plaster in fleeting patterns. Outside, the city murmured tires screeching, a yappy dog, footsteps echoing on empty pavement, a lone car horn. Then silence, thick and heavy, pressing in until it felt like its own kind of noise. I glanced at my watch. Midnight. The weight of it hit me all at once, a sudden ache in my chest so sharp I had to turn on the lamp just to shake it off. The phone sat on the nightstand, instructions printed neatly beneath the dial pad. Press 3 for another guest's room. I did. She picked up on the first ring. You awake? I asked. Yeah, she said. Want company? A pause, then, yeah. I tugged on my jeans and sweatshirt, padding barefoot down the hall. Her door swung open before I could knock. She grabbed my wrist, pulling me inside. Still dressed skirt, sweater, the whole thing, but her lips were warm, insistent. The door clicked shut behind us, sealing us in. The bed was unmade, the sheets tangled. She wore dark red lingerie, smooth against her skin, the kind that made you want to touch it just to feel the slide of fabric. Her perfume clung to the air, sharp and sweet. She was small but not fragile, quick but deliberate. The same city light spilled through the window, but now it felt alive, electric, like it was fueling us. The tower's glow flickered across the ceiling, and we moved with it slow, then fast, then relentless. After, we lay tangled but quiet, backs turned like we weren't sure what to say. I dozed for an hour, waking to find her still curled against me, her breath steady, her body warm. My arm was numb under her shoulders, but I didn't move. The city outside had gone still, just the distant growl of a motorcycle, a dog barking somewhere. 2 million people asleep. Joe was mid-flight, probably over the Atlantic. My mother's face was a blur. At 4, my internal alarm kicked in. Summer didn't stir as I slipped free, rolling the stiffness from my shoulder before heading to the bathroom. When I came back, dressed and caffeinated, I kissed her awake. Rise and shine, Lieutenant. She stretched, the sheet slipping down. Morning, she murmured. I kissed her again. Paris isn't half bad. She grinned. Had fun. Yeah, me too. A lot of fun. Lobby in 30, I said. Back in my room, I ordered coffee, shaved, showered. The tray arrived as I was towing off. Fresh BDUs, a scalding cup in hand, 420A. In Paris meant bankers on the East Coast were long gone, while the West Coast was still grinding. Somewhere out there, a guy was probably hunched over his desk, wishing he were here instead. I glanced at the phone's keypad and pressed 9 for an outside line. The only number I'd ever bothered to remember was the Rock Creek switchboard in Virginia. A crisp voice picked up instantly. Reach her here, I said. I need Fort Irwin's MPXO on the line. The operator hesitated. Colonel Willard's orders are clear, sir. You're to report back to base without delay. I'll be there, I said, but not before I get that number. Your current location, sir? A charming little establishment in Sydney, I said. Now give me Irwin. He rattled off the digits, and I punched them in as soon as the line cleared. Kelvin Franz's sergeant answered after 2 rings. Put Franz on, I said. There was a pause, then his voice came through. What do you need? He asked. A favor, I said. There's a tank corps officer named Marshall at Irwin. You know him? Never met him. I need him to stay put until I get there. It's critical. I can't detain him without cause. Just tell him I called from Berlin. That'll keep him in California. Why? Because his orders say so. Franz exhaled. So I'm supposed to walk up to a stranger and say, "Hey, some guy you don't know says you're stuck here?" Be creative, I said. Tell him I asked you to pass along a question since I'm stuck overseas. Ask him about Kramer's funeral. Was he at Arlington? Why didn't he drive his team to North Carolina? What excuse did they give him? That's more than one question. Make it sound casual. Like I'm just curious from afar. Where do I reach you? I read out the George V number. That's Paris, he said, not Berlin. Marshall doesn't need the details, I said. I'll be back there soon. When are you hitting California? 2 days max. Got it, he said. Anything else? Yeah. Call Fort Byrd. Have my sergeant pull service records on Vassell and Coomer, any ties to Sperryville, Virginia. Stores, family, anything. Tell her to hold the info until I check in. And have her contact Detective Clark in Green Valley. He'll know what to send. Glad someone does, Franz muttered. I heard his pen scratching. We done. For now, I said and hung up. Summer was already in the lobby when I got downstairs, her boots polished to a mirror shine. No calls, no coffee, just efficiency. We didn't have cab fare, so we walked through the quiet streets to the Opera and caught the first bus. The city blurred past, dark and still until we hit the outskirts, all concrete and dim streetlights. By 6, we were at Charles de Gaulle, swallowed by the early morning chaos, travelers rushing, announcements echoing, the place alive in a way it wouldn't be for hours. The terminal buzzed with restless energy, exhausted travelers dragging suitcases, buses idling at the curb, a constant shuffle of arrivals and departures. The arrivals board blinked, confirming Joe's flight had landed. We pushed through the crowd to the customs exit, blending into the sea of people waiting for loved ones. Joe would be quick, he never checked bags, always moved with purpose. A handful of stragglers from the earlier flight trickled out, parents wrangling toddlers, a guy wrestling with an oversized golf bag. The crowd perked up, then deflated when they realized it wasn't their person. It was fascinating, the way bodies betrayed hope. A slight lean forward, then a disappointed shift back. A flicker of recognition, then nothing. Then Joe's flight spilled into the terminal, businessmen power walking, women in designer shades clicking across the tile. A few government types, easy to spot, sharp but not flashy, probably mid-level bureaucrats from D. Joe appeared 12th in line, same coat but a fresh suit, his stride eating up the distance. He paused at the exit, scanning the crowd. He looks just like you, Summer said. But I'm nicer, I replied. He spotted me instantly, hard not to when you're both towering over everyone. I gestured to a quieter spot, and he carved a path through the crowd. Lieutenant Summer, he said, shaking her hand. Pleasure. I hadn't seen him check her rank or name tape. He just remembered. You good? I asked. Nye asked. Exhausted, he admitted. Breakfast, better options in the city. The taxi line snaked forever. so we skipped it, opting for the shuttle instead. Missed the first one but snagged prime seats on the next. Joe quizzed Summer about Paris while we waited. She kept it light, skipping the messy details. I watched the horizon dawn bleeding pink over the terminal. January 10th, and it already felt like the year's best weather. The bus seats were a joke cramped plastic, zero legroom. Joe's knees practically hugged his chest, his head bobbing with every lurch. Not exactly a hero's welcome after a red-eye. Then again, I wasn't faring much better. Same size, same sleep deprivation, same empty wallet. At least we were moving. By the time we crossed into the city, Joe's mood lifted. Houseman's grand boulevards had a way of doing that. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the city, turning the streets into ribbons of gold. Sidewalk cafes buzzed with chatter as locals lingered over coffee, their unhurried pace a testament to the French love of leisure. With a 35-hour work week, Parisians had perfected the art of savoring time, strolling with fresh bread under their arms or flipping through newspapers without a care. It was a rhythm that made even the simplest moments feel indulgent. We stepped out near the Opera and retraced our steps from the week before past the river, along the Quai d'Orsay, then cutting south toward the Eiffel Tower's distant silhouette. Summer paused at Rue de Université, her gaze fixed on the Iron Giant. "I'll check out the tower," she said. "You two go ahead and visit your mom." Joe shot me a look. "Does she know?" I gave a slight nod. "She knows." "Thanks, Lieutenant," he said. "We'll see how she's doing. If she's feeling up to it, maybe you can join us for lunch." "Just call the hotel," she replied. "You remember where it is?" I asked. She gestured north. "Over the bridge, up the hill, left side. Can't miss it." Joe raised an eyebrow. "The George Vive. That's on the Army's tab." "More or less," I said. "Nice." Summer stretched up, kissed my cheek, and shook Joe's hand before melting into the crowd of tourists heading toward the tower. We watched her go, her figure shrinking against the backdrop of souvenir stalls and early visitors. "She's good," Joe remarked. "Where'd you find her?" "Fort Bird. Figured out what's going on there yet?" "Getting closer. You'd better be. 2 weeks is long enough." I brought up Willard again, his ties to Armored Branch, the names he might have worked with. Joe shrugged. "Never paid much attention to him. His work was niche, not mainstream." "What about Marshall?" "Doesn't ring a bell." We fell into step with the slow-moving crowd, the scent of butter and espresso drifting from nearby cafés. "Should we grab breakfast first?" I asked. "Don't want to wake her." "The nurse'll let us in," Joe said. A wrecked car jutted onto the sidewalk, forcing us into the street. Ahead, a black hearse idled double-parked. We froze. "Encorbillard." Joe muttered the word like a curse. We scanned the buildings, counting floors, ornate limestone, then my mother's simpler facade. The hearse sat directly outside her door. We broke into a sprint. A man in a silk top hat stood sentinel on the sidewalk, the building's entrance gaping open. The concierge hovered in her doorway, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. She didn't even glance our way as we bolted for the elevator. The elevator crawled up to the 5th floor, each second stretching longer than the last. The apartment door hung open, revealing 3 men in dark coats standing motionless inside. They stepped aside without a word as we entered. The girl with the glowing eyes emerged from the kitchen, her face drained of color. She hesitated when she spotted us, then moved across the room with slow, deliberate steps. "What happened?" Joe demanded. She didn't reply. "When?" I asked. One tree. Last night, she murmured. It was quiet. The men in coats exchanged glances, recognizing us, then slipped silently into the hallway. Their exit was soundless, like shadows retreating. Joe swayed slightly before sinking onto the couch. I remained frozen in the center of the room. What time? I pressed. Midnight, she said. She never woke up. I shut my eyes, letting the words settle. When I opened them again, the girl hadn't moved. Her gaze held mine. You were there? She nodded. The whole time. Was there a doctor? She told him to leave. Then what? She said she was fine. Went to bed at 11. An hour later she just stopped. I tilted my head back, staring at the ceiling. Did she suffer? Not at the end. But she said she was fine. Some things can't be fought, she replied softly. I couldn't hold her stare. Do you want to see her? She asked. I glanced at Joe. He shook his head, staying put. The bedroom was dim, the air thick with silence. A mahogany coffin rested on velvet-covered stands beside the bed, empty, lined with white silk. My mother lay beneath the sheets, her hands folded over her chest, her face barely familiar. Summer had once asked if the dead bothered me. I'd said no. Now, standing there, I wondered why. My father's death had been different: a heart attack, a VA hospital, a rushed funeral. I'd arrived and left in the same day. 5 minutes passed before I turned away. Back in the living room, the space had filled again. The men in coats had returned, and an elderly stranger sat rigidly beside Joe, clutching 2 walking sticks. His suit was formal, a faded ribbon pinned to the lapel, red, white, and blue, maybe a war medal. A small cardboard box tied with frayed string rested on his knees. This is Monsieur Lemonnier, Joe said. An old friend. The man fumbled for his sticks, trying to rise, but I motioned him down and stepped closer. His frame was wiry, his face lined with years. Your Reacher, he said. That's me. We never met, but I knew your mother well. Appreciate you coming. Likewise, he shot back. I eyed the box. What's inside? Things he wouldn't keep here, he said. But things you should have now. He passed it to me like it held the weight of the past. Under my arm, it felt substantial, maybe a book, maybe more. Joe, I said, let's get out of here. We walked without direction, cutting through side streets. Cafes blurred past as we crossed against traffic, turning at random. Joe ducked into a tobacco shop, emerging with cigarettes. I didn't smile. I couldn't. The road was called Nicotine Lane, a nod to the scientist who first isolated the addictive compound. We stood under the awning of a corner cafe, sharing a smoke before stepping inside. Neither of us had the energy to wander anymore. Words needed saying. You didn't have to stick around for me, Joe muttered, stirring his coffee. You could have gone to see her before the end. I exhaled slowly. I knew when it happened. Felt it right around midnight. You still could have been there. Wouldn't have changed anything. I wouldn't have minded. She would. Joe rubbed his temple. We should have stayed longer last week. That wasn't what she wanted, I said. She had her own way of doing things. Being a mom was just one part of who she was. The waiter slid 2 cups toward us, along with a basket of pastries, careful not to intrude. You handling the arrangements? I asked. Joe gave a tired nod. 4 days from now. You sticking around? Can't. But I'll be back. Fine, he said. I'll stay, sort through her things. There's probably a will somewhere. Place'll have to go on the market, unless you want it. I shook my head. Not my style. You? Wouldn't make sense for me either. Going alone wouldn't have been right, I said. Joe stayed quiet. Last week was good, I added. All of us together. She made sure of that. You really think so? She wanted it that way. Why else drag us to Polydor? She barely touched her food. Joe just shrugged. We sipped our coffee in silence. I picked at a croissant, but it tasted like cardboard. After a while, Joe leaned back. Life's a strange joke. 60 years of memories and then, poof. Like none of it ever happened. We'll remember her. Bits and pieces, he said. The parts she let us see. The rest, gone with her. We lit another cigarette, then walked back slowly, drained but settled. When we reached her building, the hearse was already waiting. The coffin must have been wedged up right in the elevator. The concierge stood outside with the old veteran and his cane, the nurse a few steps apart. The pallbearers stared at the pavement. They're taking her to the mortuary, the nurse said. Joe nodded. Got it. I didn't linger. I shook hands with the old man, thanked the nurse, and gave Joe a silent nod before turning away. Crossing the river, I walked the rest of the distance to my hotel, the veteran's box tucked under my arm. Upstairs, I dropped it on the bed and stood there, numb, until the phone rang. Calvin Franz, the voice said, from Fort Irwin. It took me a second to place the name. Right. What's up? Talk to Marshall, he said. Your ENSCOR contact. I stayed silent. You all right? Fine, I lied. What about Marshall? He claims he drove Vassal and Coomer to Kramer's funeral, then had urgent meetings all afternoon. But nobody at the Pentagon saw him. Guy's a glorified errand runner. If they wanted him behind the wheel, he'd have been there. So where was he? Franz sighed. Your guess is as good as mine. There was no doubt he was up to something. His answers were way too polished. 6 days had passed since those meetings, and honestly, who remembers every detail from that long ago? But this guy rattled it off like it was yesterday. You told him I was in Germany. I asked. Didn't have to. He already knew. And that I was staying there. Pretty much assumed you weren't flying to California anytime soon. I scoffed. Willard's got them covered. He's treating the 110th like his own personal security detail. By the way, he added, I looked into Vassal and Coomer's records, just like you asked. Neither of them has any connection to Sperryville, Virginia. Vassal's from Mississippi, Coomer's from Illinois. No postings, no family ties, nothing. You're sure? Positive. Both married local women, no in-laws from that area. I exhaled. So what's your next move? I'm heading to California. After hanging up, I walked down the hall and knocked on Summer's door. She answered, fresh from sightseeing. She passed last night, I said. I heard, she replied softly. Your brother called. He wanted me to check on you. I'm fine, I muttered. I'm sorry. I shrugged. It wasn't exactly unexpected. When did it happen? Midnight. She just let go. Summer frowned. You should have gone to see her yesterday, instead of wasting time with me. All that shopping last week was enough. We had a good visit. Better to leave it at that. I'd want every extra minute I could get. There's never a perfect time, I said. If I'd gone yesterday afternoon, I'd regret not staying longer. If I'd stayed until midnight, I'd wish I'd been there even later. But you were here with me at midnight. I feel awful about that. Don't, I said. She wouldn't have minded. She was French, she'd have told me to enjoy myself. Summer gave me a skeptical look. Okay, maybe she wasn't that open-minded, I admitted. But she wanted us happy. Did she give up because she was alone? I shook my head. She wanted to be alone so she could let go. Summer stayed quiet. We're leaving, I said, catching a red eye. Back to California? East Coast first. There's something I need to look into. What? She asked. I didn't answer. She'd have laughed, and I wasn't in the mood for that. Summer packed up and followed me to my room. I sat on the bed, fiddling with the string on an old box from Monsieur Lamenier. What's that? She asked. Some old guy dropped it off. Said it belonged with my mother's things. Open it. I slid it toward her. You do it. Her fingers worked at the stubborn knot, her nails catching the light. Finally, she lifted the lid. Inside was a shallow, sturdy cardboard box, the kind they don't make anymore. There were 3 items, a small blue case, a book, and a cheese cutter. Except the cutter wasn't for cheese. The wire was too thick, coiled and rusted like it had been sitting for decades. The wooden handles were worn smooth. What is this? Summer asked. I studied it. Looks like a garrote. She handed me the book with a shrug. It's in French, she said. No idea what it says. The cover was worn, the pages yellowed at the edges, and the whole thing carried that old library smell, dust and time. Definitely not fiction. Some kind of historical account, maybe. The title mentioned railroads, and when I flipped it open, there was a faded map of France's train lines from the 1930s. The first chapter explained how every northern route funneled through Paris before branching south again. Made sense, France wasn't huge, and everything revolved around the capital. Like most countries, really. One big hub, a million little spokes. I skipped to the back and found a photo tucked into the dust jacket. Monsieur Lamenier, decades younger, staring back at me. The caption said he'd lost both legs in the war. Suddenly, the way he'd sat so rigidly on my mother's couch clicked. Those weren't just stiff knees. Prosthetics, wood and metal where flesh should have been. The bio listed his awards, medals from France, Britain, even the U, for something called Le Chemin de Fer Humain, the human railroad. Summer leaned over. What's it about? Turns out we just met a war hero, I said. She raised an eyebrow. And this connects to your mom, how? Maybe they were an item back in the day. That's his big reveal. Bragging about his glory days now? She scoffed. Classy. I skimmed a few more pages. The writing was dense, full of that formal French tense nobody actually speaks. The opening dragged endless details about passengers arriving at Gare du Nord, then trekking across Paris to catch another train south. Riveting stuff. So far, it's more about railroads than humans, I muttered. Summer took the book back, flipping until she paused. It's signed, she said, pointing to the inscription. Au Béatrice de Pierre. Mom's name was Josephine, I said. Never Beatrice. She handed it back. Weighed the human railroad. That was a we thing, right? Rescuing down airmen, smuggling them to Spain. Kept pilots out of POW camps. Explains the medals, I said. One from every ally. I tossed the book onto the bed, eyeing my bag. The clothes from Samaritan could go no point, hauling them home. But then I noticed uneven edges in the pages. Curious, I reopened it and found grainy photos tucked inside. Some were stiff studio shots, 6 faces crammed on a page. Others were blurry, snapped in shadows. The kind of pictures you took when you didn't want to be seen taking them. The photos revealed Allied pilots concealed in dim cellars, candlelight flickering on wooden barrels, and small clusters of nervous men in ill-fitting peasant clothes shuffling along rural paths. Others captured Pyrenean guides navigating treacherous snowy peaks. One image stood out: a young girl, barely a teenager, grinning as she held hands with 2 men, guiding them down a city street. Paris, most likely. The caption read, "Béatrice de service fait ses travaux." Beatrice on duty, doing her work. I flipped back to the studio portraits and found her again, a school photo from 1947. Same girl, older now. Beatrice in 1947. Beatrice in 1947. The pieces clicked together as I skimmed Lamennier's account of the human railroad. The biggest challenges weren't locating the downed airmen, they fell like rain over occupied Europe, but moving them safely. If the resistance reached them first, they had a shot. If the Germans did, they didn't. Luck decided it. Once hidden, the airmen traded uniforms for disguises, forged papers in hand, then boarded trains to Paris with a courier. But danger lurked everywhere. Spot checks on the trains were a nightmare. These guys looked nothing like war-weary Frenchmen. Some pretended to sleep, others feigned illness or muteness while their guides did the talking. Then came Paris, swarming with patrols and checkpoints. Foreigners stuck out, and traveling in groups of men was asking for trouble. So Lamenier got creative. He used women and one kid. A girl who'd meet airmen at Gare du Nord, laughing, skipping, gripping their hands like a little sister leading her big brothers through the streets to Gare de Lyon. No one suspected a child. She slipped them past checkpoints like shadows. 13 years old. Code name, Beatrice. I pulled the blue case from the box. Inside, a gold medal Ami de la Resistance gleamed against its tricolor ribbon. Flipping it over, the engraving stared back. Josephine Mathieu. My mother. Summer broke the silence. She never told you. Not a word. I dug back into the box. What was the garrote for? Call Joe, I said. Tell him we're coming. And get Lamenier there. 15 minutes later, we stood in the apartment. Lamenier waited, maybe hadn't even left. I handed Joe the box. He zeroed in on the medal first, the name clicking instantly. A quick scan of the book, a glance at Lamenier's author photo, then back to me. She ever mentioned any of this? Never. You? Never? I turned to Lamenier. What was the garrote for? Silence. Tell us, I said. She got caught, he said. By some kid in her class, a real piece of work. The kind of boy who enjoyed making others miserable. His parents had sided with the enemy, and he took after them. He figured out her secret and made her life hell, dangling threats over her head. What happened next? Nothing at first. That silence messed with her head worse than anything. Then he started making demands, ugly ones, thinking she'd cave to keep him quiet. But your mother wasn't having it. When he threatened to turn her in, she played along. Set up a meeting under the Pont des Invalides after dark. Snuck out of the house, but not before grabbing her mom's cheese cutter from the kitchen. Swapped the wire for a piano string G below middle C, if I remember right. That string was still missing years later. She met him there, and, well, she took care of it. Wait, what? Joe's voice cracked. She killed him. 13 years old, Lemonnier said quietly. Lemonnier gave a slow nod. At that age, strength isn't as uneven as you'd think. Desperation evens the odds. My mom was 13 and she murdered someone. War does things to people, Lemonnier said. She had no choice. Walk me through it, I pressed. She used the garrote, simple, effective. All it took was nerve. Afterward, she tied a weight to him with the original cheese wire and rolled him into the Seine. Just like that, he was gone. No loose ends. The operation stayed safe. Joe looked like he'd been slapped. You let her do that? Lemonnier lifted his shoulders in that classic French shrug, the same one my mother used. Found out after the fact. If I'd known, maybe I'd have said no. But I couldn't have handled it myself, no legs, no balance for a fight. Had a guy for that kind of work, but he was tied up in Belgium. Waiting wasn't an option. So yeah, I'd have probably told her to go through with it. War makes monsters of us all. You're sure this happened? Joe demanded. Positive. Took a few days, but the fish chewed through his belt. He washed up downstream. Tense week, but nothing came of it. How long was she with you? I asked. All of 43. Best courier I had, fearless. At first that baby face kept her safe. Who'd suspect a kid? But after a while, the Germans started recognizing her. Too many relatives passing through. Had to pull her out. She just volunteered. Badgered me until I caved. Saved 80 men before it was over. Carried that fear in her gut every single day, but never once slipped up. The room went still. How'd you even start this? I finally asked. Wounded vet. Useless to them as a hostage or laborer, so they left me in Paris. Couldn't fight, but I could organize. Bomber crews were worth more than gold had to get them home. Joe shook his head. Why wouldn't she ever talk about this? Another shrug, tired this time. France was a mess after the war. Half the country pretended nothing happened. And the boy, it haunted her. I told her it wasn't murder, it was survival. But some things, you just bury. Lamonnier's words hung in the air like smoke after a gunshot. None of us spoke, Joe, Summer, or me. The silence was thick, suffocating. I just wanted her boys to understand, he finally added. Summer and I left without another word, the weight of the revelation pressing down on us as we walked back to the hotel. It was like discovering your entire life had been built on a lie. All those years, I'd believed I was shaped by my father, the disciplined Marine, the man who followed orders. But now I felt something else inside me, something raw and unfamiliar. My mother had done what my father never had. At 13, she'd taken lives to survive. The realization hit me like a gut punch. I missed her in a way I hadn't expected, a deep, gnawing ache that wouldn't fade. The hotel bill was a slap in the face. One night, but charged for two because we'd checked out late. My coffee cost more than a diner breakfast. The call to Rock Creek, a 3-course meal. Franz in California, a full 5-course dinner. Even Summer's quick call to Joe, barely 2 minutes, cost as much as that overpriced coffee. And incoming calls, extra, because apparently the universe wasn't done kicking me while I was down. The clerk handed me the bill in a fancy embossed envelope, all polite smiles. For your records, she said. I shoved it into my jacket, already picturing the disciplinary hearing. 6 hours later, it finally clicked. Who, what, why, everything fell into place. We dragged our bags to the bus stop, the same route I'd taken half a dozen times that week. The seats were just as uncomfortable, the ride just as miserable. At the airport, we traded vouchers for tickets on the red-eye to Dulles. Too much time to kill. We found a bar, but Summer wasn't in the mood for talking. Neither was I really, but not for the reasons she thought. Life had a way of stripping you down, one loss at a time. Orphanhood wasn't optional, just inevitable. No sense fighting it. We scraped together enough cash for a meal at a fake bistro near the gates. Steak frites, fries drowning in mayo, juice for her, coffee for me. Even an airport in France served better food than most stateside diners. The gate was nearly empty when we got there, just a handful of exhausted travelers. We sat apart, staring at nothing. Feels wrong, going back, Summer said. Yeah, like leaving something unfinished. The weight of our failures pressed down harder than the cramped airplane seat. You can pretend things aren't a mess when you're not staring right at them, Summer muttered. All we need is one solid lead, I said. But 10 days in, and we've got nothing. She wasn't wrong. 10 days since Mrs. Kramer's death, 6 since Carbone's, 5 since Delta handed me an ultimatum. We struck out on everything, Summer added. Couldn't even track down the woman from Kramer's motel. That should been simple. I clenched my jaw. Simple, except it wasn't. We boarded early, wedged behind an elderly couple in the exit row. The extra legroom would have been a mercy, but no such luck. The flight took off on schedule, and within an hour, my knees were jammed against the seat in front of me. The flight attendant slid a tray in front of me, but maneuvering the plastic utensils in the tight space was impossible. My mind wandered to Joe, flying coach the night before, no perks for a civil servant on personal time. He'd been folded into a seat just like this, probably worse, given his height. Guilt gnawed at me again for sticking him on that rattling shuttle into town. The stiff seats, the jostling, I should have scraped together cash for a cab. Then my thoughts jumped to Kramer, Vassell, and Coomer flying in from Frankfurt on New Year's Eve. American Airlines, a standard Boeing, no luxury there. They'd have stumbled off the plane stiff and exhausted, straight into whatever mess awaited them. I pulled the George Vive receipt from my pocket, scanning each line hotel, flight, shuttle. Over and over, like the pieces would rearrange themselves into sense. Closing my eyes, I replayed every conversation. Sanchez, Clark, Norton, even Summer. The arrivals hall at Roissy, the quiet streets of Sperryville, Mrs. Kramer's empty house in Green Valley. And then it clicked. The dominoes fell, revealing a pattern that painted everyone in a bad light, especially me. I'd screwed up badly, and that mistake was about to come back swinging. Too busy dwelling on past errors, I'd ignored the future. No plan, no defenses, nothing for what was coming. We landed at Dulles at 2A. Trudged through customs and walked right into Willard's trap. The same 3 warrant officers from the provost marshal's office stood waiting, just like before. How? Did Willard have teams stationed at every airport? Were the FBI or Interpol looped in? The question spun uselessly. No time to stall. Getting dragged to Willard now meant game over. I needed 48 more hours, just enough to wrap this up. Then I'd face him willingly, because by then I'd be the one holding all the cards. The officer approached us with his team trailing behind. I have orders to cuff both of you, he said. Skip it, I told him. I can't. Try harder. He hesitated. I can't. I shrugged. Fine, let's make a deal. You try putting cuffs on us, I break your arms. You escort us to the car. We go without a fight. He weighed his options. He had a gun. So did his guys. We didn't. But nobody wants to open fire in an airport, not on unarmed colleagues. Too much guilt. Too much paperwork. And a brawl. 3 against 2 wasn't fair, not with my size and Summer's slight frame. Deal? He asked. Deal, I lied. Last time, he'd walked ahead while his overconfident team hovered behind us. I was counting on a repeat. The W3s thought they were tough, and they weren't wrong, but the W4 was the real problem. He had the look of someone who knew his business. Lucky for us, he didn't have eyes in the back of his head. He took the lead. Summer and I kept pace, bags in hand, while the W3s fanned out behind us in a loose formation. Outside, the air was sharp, the pavement slick from earlier rain. The airport roads were empty, just dim yellow lights casting lonely circles on the wet asphalt. Past 2 in the morning, the world was asleep. We crossed the pickup lane, past the bus shelters, and moved toward the dark stretch where they'd parked before. The parking garage loomed to our left, their green Chevy Caprice waiting in the distance. Then I dropped my bag. I shoved Summer clear, spun, and drove my elbow into the first W3's face. Twisted the other way and caught the second one just as hard. The W4 whirled toward me just in time to eat a straight left to the chest. A right hook sent him sprawling. The W3s were already down, dazed, blood trickling from their noses. Broken bones, rattled brains. Good. They were skilled, but I was better. I stripped their Berettas, found the car keys in the right-hand W3's pocket, and tossed them to Summer. She looked shaken but unhurt. I handed her the guns, then dragged the W4 to the nearest bus shelter. Went back for the other 2, hauling them one-handed. They were conscious but groggy. Head trauma hits harder in real life than in movies. I was breathing hard, adrenaline burning through me. I crouched beside the W4. Sorry, Chief, I said. You were in the way. He just glared anger, shock, wounded pride. Listen close, I told him. You never saw us. We weren't here. You waited, but we never came. You stepped outside and found your car gone, stolen, overnight. That's the story, got it? He opened his mouth, but nothing coherent came out. Yeah, I get it, I said. Sounds flimsy. Makes you look like an idiot. But how much worse is it that you let us slip away? That you ignored orders to cuff us? Silence. Run with that version, I said. We never showed. Your car vanished. Stick to it, or I'll spread the word that a lieutenant took you down. 100-pound woman. 3 against 1. People will eat that up. And you know how whispers stick. Still, nothing. Your call, I said. He just shrugged. Sorry, I added. No hard feelings. We snatched our bags, bolted for their car, and Summer jammed the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. Take it easy, I warned as she pulled away. Once we rolled past the bus stop, I cranked the window down and pitched their Berettas onto the sidewalk. No way their story would fly if they lost their guns and their ride. The 3 guys scrambled toward the weapons like crabs on hot pavement. Now go, I said. Summer floored it, the tires screeching, and in seconds we were out of pistol range. She kept her foot down, hitting 90 as we blew past the airport. You good? I asked. For now, she muttered. Sorry I had to push you. We could have ditched them inside the terminal, she added. Needed wheels, I said. I'm done with buses. Now we're way off script. No kidding, I said, checking my watch. Nearly 3 a. But reeling south from Dulles with no plan. Just darkness and speed. You remember my number at Bird? I asked. Yeah, Summer said. Good. Pull over at the next phone. 5 miles later, a 24-hour gas station glowed on the horizon. We swung and Mini Mart closed, gas paid through bulletproof glass. A payphone hung in a perforated metal box by the air pump. Summer dialed, then passed me the receiver. One ring. My night duty sergeant picked up. The one with the kid. Reach her, I said. You're in deep, she shot back. And that's the good news, I said. What's worse? You're dragging me down with you. What's your babysitter situation? Neighbor's kid watches him. From the next trailer over. Can she stay an extra hour? Why? Meet me. Bring some things. It'll cost you. How much? $2 an hour. For the sitter. I'm broke. That's one of the things I need cash. You want me to front you money? A short-term loan. Couple days. How much? Whatever's in your wallet. When and where? After your shift. 6A. Diner by the strip club. What else? Phone records, I said. Every call from Fort Bird New Year's Eve midnight through January 3rd. Plus an army directory. I need to track down Sanchez, Franz, others. And pull Major Marshall's file Concord. Get it fixed. That it? No. Find out where Vassal and Coomer parked on the 4th. Ask around. And dig up Marshall's whereabouts on the 2nd and 3rd. Check travel vouchers. I need the number for the Jefferson Hotel in D. I said. Summer sighed. That's a lot to handle in 3 hours. Which is why I asked you and not the day shift, I replied. You're sharper than they are. Save it, she shot back. Sweet talk doesn't work on me. Can't blame a guy for trying, I said. We climbed back into the car and merged onto the highway, heading east toward I-95. I told Summer to take it slow if I didn't. She'd have us at the diner way too early. My sergeant was due around 6:30, and I wanted to roll in after her, closer to 6:40. Just in case she'd decided to make a call and set a trap. Unlikely, but not impossible. I needed to scope things out before walking in blind. Summer glanced over. Why do you need all this info? Because I've finally figured out what happened to Mrs. Kramer, I said. How? Should seen it sooner, I admitted. But I wasn't thinking. Didn't have the right angle. Imagination doesn't solve cases, she said. Sometimes it's all you've got, I countered. You have to step into their shoes, picture how they moved, how they thought. Vassal and Coomer, we know their type. That means we can guess their moves. She raised an eyebrow. So what did they do? They flew in from Frankfurt on New Year's Eve, dressed to impress in their Class As, hoping for a first-class upgrade. Maybe they got it, maybe not. Either way, they weren't about to stand in some taxi line at Dulles or squeeze into a shuttle. Not their style. Summer nodded. They'd have someone waiting for them. Exactly. Marshall. Their golden boy was already stateside, ready to chauffeur them around. Probably picked up Kramer too. No way a guy like him took the rental bus. Marshall drove them straight to the Jefferson, then stuck around. Maybe they needed him for the next day's flight to National, or maybe they just wanted him close for a private chat. Either way, he was there. And his car was in valet parking, I said. Here's the kicker, remember our Paris hotel bill. They charged an arm and a leg for outside calls, but internal ones? Free. No record. Vassal and Coomer's bill showed nothing, so we assumed they didn't make calls. But they did. Just not the kind that leave a paper trail. Vassal moved from one room to the next, clutching the urgent message from de Ticor in Germany. He dialed Coomer's room, and the two of them debated how to handle the mess they'd created. Eventually, one of them grabbed the phone again, this time calling Marshall's room. They ordered their obedient assistant, the one with the bright blue eyes, to sprint downstairs, fire up his car, and take care of their problem. Marshall actually did it. I gave a slow nod. They sent him out in the dead of night to cover their tracks. Do we have proof? We can start building a case, I said. I'll bet you 3 things. First, if we call the Jefferson Hotel, they'll confirm Marshall had a reservation for New Year's Eve. Second, his file will show he used to live in Sperryville, Virginia. And third, his records will describe him as a big guy, right-handed. She fell silent, her eyes flickering as she processed it. Is it enough? She finally asked. Will nailing Mrs. Kramer get us out of this mess? There's more where that came from, I said. The world outside the car felt surreal, like we were moving through molasses. Summer kept the speed low, the Chevy's engine barely rumbling as we rolled past familiar landmarks, the state police building, the ditch where Kramer's briefcase had turned up, the rest stop, the turnoff to the back roads. We eased onto the Cloverleaf, and I scanned the gas station, the diner, the bar, and the motel. The whole place was bathed in sickly yellow light, thick with fog and deep shadows, but I could still make out enough. No ambush in sight. Summer circled the lot once, slow and deliberate. 3 semis sat like sleeping giants, alongside a couple of beat-up sedans that looked like they hadn't moved in years. Flat tires, faded paint, sagging on their axles. A rusty Ford pickup with a child seat strapped in the cab was probably my sergeant's ride. Nothing else. 6:40 in the morning, and the world was holding its breath. We tucked the car behind the bar and crossed the lot to the diner. The windows were fogged from the kitchen steam, the inside glowing like an Edward Hopper painting. My sergeant sat alone in a back booth. We slid in beside her, and she hauled a grocery bag onto the table. First things first, she said, pulling out a single bullet and setting it upright in front of me. A standard 9mm Parabellum NATO issue, full metal jacket. The brass casing had something scratched into it. I picked it up, turned it in the light. A single word carved in a hurry, Reacher. A bullet with my name on it, I said. Straight from Delta, she replied. Hand-delivered yesterday. Who brought it? The kid with the beard. Charming, I muttered. Remind me to return the favor. Don't laugh it off. They're pissed. They're chasing the wrong man. Can you prove it? I hesitated. Knowing the truth and proving it were 2 different battles. I pocketed the bullet and rested my hands on the table. Maybe, I said. You know who killed Carbone too? Summer cut in. Eagle thing at a time, I said. Here's your cash, my sergeant said, sliding $47 across the table. Thanks, I said. Call it 50. $3 interest. 52, she corrected. You owe me for the babysitter. What else you got? She handed over a stack of printer paper, covered in columns of numbers. Phone records, she said. Then came an Army memo sheet with a D. Number, Jefferson Hotel. Next, a curled fax. Marshall's file. Finally, an Army directory. The pieces were falling into place. The map was thick, shaded in green, and marked with numbers for all our posts and installations worldwide. Then she handed me another bundle of tightly curled fax paper, Detective Clark's street canvass results, from New Year's Eve, up in Green Valley. Franz in California said you asked for this, she mentioned. Perfect, I replied. Thanks. I appreciate everything. She nodded firmly. Believe me, I'm better than the day shift. And when they start cutting the force, someone better be ready to say that. I'll make sure they hear it, I said. Don't bother, she warned. Doesn't matter what you say. You'll either be dead or locked up. You brought all this with you, I observed. You're not ready to give up on me, huh? She stayed quiet. Where exactly did Vassal and Coomer park their car? I pressed. On the 4th level. No one's certain, she replied. The first night patrol spotted a staff car, backed in alone at the far end of the lot. But you can't bank on that. They didn't get a license plate, so it's not a confirmed ID. The second patrol doesn't recall seeing it at all. So it's just one report against another. What did the first guy say exactly? He called it a staff car. The black Grand Marquis? Black something, she answered. All staff cars are black or dark green. Nothing distinctive about a black one. But it was parked off by itself? She nodded, way out at the far end. But the second patrol can't back it up. And Major Marshall? Where was he on the second and third? That part's easier, she said. 2 travel warrants. He flew to Frankfurt on the second, then came back the third. An overnight trip to Germany? She nodded again. There and back. We lapsed into silence. The counterman approached with a notepad and pencil. I glanced at the menu and the $47 on the table, then ordered just coffee and eggs, barely $2. Summer caught on and went for juice and biscuits. We were keeping it as cheap as possible while still managing to stay upright. All set here? My sergeant asked. I nodded. Thanks. Seriously. Summer slid aside so she could stand. Tell your kid I said hi, I said. The sergeant just stood there, lean and tough, staring right at me with a gaze as hard as stone. My mom just died, I said quietly. Ear day, your son will remember mornings like this. She gave a single nod and headed for the door. Minutes later, we spotted her in her pickup, a small figure alone behind the wheel. She pulled away into the early morning mist, leaving a thin trail of exhaust that drifted off. I gathered the papers into a neat stack and started with Marshall's personal file. The fax quality was rough, but readable. The first page revealed that Marshall was born in September 1958, making him 31 years old. No wife, no kids, no exes. He was married to the military, I guessed. Listed at 6'4" and 220 pounds details. The Army always tracked to keep their equipment stats accurate. Right-handed too, which mattered since bolt-action sniper rifles are designed for righties. Left-handed soldiers rarely became snipers. The military pigeonholed you from day one. I flipped the page. Marshall grew up in Sperryville, Virginia, attending all his schooling there. I smiled slightly. Summer looked at me, her eyes searching. I spread the pages out and slid them over, pointing to the key lines. Then I handed her a memo with the Jefferson Hotel's number. Find a phone, I told her. She spotted one near the register, slid 2 quarters in, dialed, and started talking. I watched her give her name, rank, and unit. She listened, spoke again, waited, and listened some more. She added more quarters. It was a long call. I figured she was getting bounced around from one department to another. She thanked whoever was on the other end of the line before hanging up, her expression shifting to something between relief and determination as she turned back to me. He booked 3 rooms himself the day before, she said. 1 for him, 1 for Vassal, and 1 for Coomer. And there was a valet charge they parked a black Mercury. I flipped through the stack of papers until I found the fax from Detective Clark in Green Valley. His canvas report listed plenty of late-night traffic people heading to and from New Year's Eve parties. One neighbor mentioned what they thought was a taxi cruising Mrs. Kramer's street just before 2 a.m. A plain black sedan could pass for a cab, I said. Especially if it's seen from a distance, something like an old Crown Vic. Summer agreed. Makes sense. We settled the check, left $1 on the table, and counted what was left of my sergeant's loan. Cheap meals were still on the menu. Gas, phone calls, and other expenses weren't going to pay for themselves. Where to now? Summer asked. Motel across the street, I said. We're bunking down for the day. A little more digging, then sleep. We left the Chevy tucked behind the bar and crossed the street on foot. The guy at the motel desk was half asleep when we walked in. 1 room? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I nodded. Summer didn't argue. We both knew the budget wouldn't stretch for 2. Besides, we'd shared worse. Paris hadn't been bad, all things considered. $15, he said, sliding a key across the counter. It was the same room Kramer had died in. I didn't react. Dark humor didn't faze me after all. A room where a guy bled out was still better than one rented by the hour. The place hadn't improved since my last visit. Still damp. Still smelled like stale cigarettes and bad decisions. The body was gone, but the rest was untouched. Definitely not the Ritz, Summer muttered. No kidding. I tossed my bag on the floor and spread the paperwork across the bed, the sheets slightly clammy under my hands. The heater coughed to life after a few jabs at the controls, pushing out a weak stream of warm air. What's next? Summer asked. Phone records, I said. Looking for a call to a 919 area code. That's local, same as Fort Byrd. Perfect, I said dryly. Only about 1,000 calls to sift through. I started at midnight on New Year's Eve, working forward. Ignored repeat numbers, probably pizza places or bars. Skipped the ones with Fort Byrd's exchange, too many soldiers calling home after midnight. Focused on the outliers, the one-offs, especially anything dialed around 12:30 a.m. Found it on the 3rd fold of the printout. 3:22 a.m. A 15-minute call. Exactly the kind of thing I was looking for. I scanned ahead, the pieces starting to click. For the next half hour, I combed through the records but found nothing as promising as that first lead. I circled the number with my finger. It was my only shot. You got a pen? I asked. Summer fished one from her jacket and handed it over. Got any change? She pulled 2 quarters from her pocket. I scribbled the number on the Army memo paper beneath the Jefferson Hotel's D listing and passed it to her. Make the call, I said. See who picks up. You'll need to use the diner's payphone. Ours is dead. She was back in under 10 minutes. While she was gone, I brushed my teeth. I had a rule. If you can't catch sleep, a shower's the next best thing. If you can't shower, at least freshen up. I left my toothbrush in the bathroom cup, just as Summer pushed through the door, bringing a gust of chilly air with her. Golf resort near Raleigh, she said. Works for me, I replied. Brubaker was there, she added. On leave. Probably mid-dance when you called, I said. New Year's Eve, midnight bet, the clerk had to pry him off the dance floor. That's why it took 15 minutes. Half of it was waiting for him to get to the phone. Who dialed him? The printout had location codes, meaningless at first glance, just strings of numbers and letters. But my sergeant had included a key. On the last folded sheet was a breakdown of the codes and their corresponding spots. She'd nailed it. No surprise she outranked the day shift guy by a full pay grade. E5 sergeants with a backbone of the army. I matched the code to the list. Payphone in the Delta barracks, I said. So a Delta soldier called his CO, Summer said. How does that move us forward? Timing suspicious, I said. Had to be something urgent, don't you think? Who made the call? One thing at a time, I said. Don't freeze me out. I'm not. You are. You're putting up walls. I stayed quiet. Your mom's gone, and you're hurting, and you're pulling away, she said. But you can't shut people out. You can't do everything solo, Reacher. Nobody can. I shook my head. It's not that, I said. I'm just winging it here. Taking wild guesses. And I don't want to crash and burn right in front of you. You'd lose all respect. She didn't answer. I get it, I said. You already don't respect me after seeing me naked. A beat. Then she grinned. Better get used to it, I said. Because it's happening again. Right now. We're clocking out for the day. The mattress sagged like a hammock and the sheets had a suspicious dampness or worse. Given the place's standards, I doubted they'd been changed since Kramer's death. He hadn't made it under the covers, but he'd bled out right on top of them. Summer didn't seem bothered. Then again, she hadn't seen him sprawled there, pale and lifeless. But hey, what do you expect for $15? She took my mind off the sheets. Big time. We were exhausted, but not that exhausted. Second time's the charm always is. You're still eager, not worn out by routine yet. Afterward, we slept hard. The heater finally kicked in, warming the room, the sheets, everything. The hum of highway traffic acted like white noise, lulling us deeper. Safe, hidden, Kramer had picked the perfect spot. We sank into the mattress dip, tangled together, and for once I decided it was the best bed I'd ever been in. We woke up starving well past 6. The room was dark, the world outside moving on without us. The evening had settled in, the sky outside the window pitch black. January was slipping past us, day after day blending together without much notice. We cleaned up, threw on our clothes, and crossed the street to grab a bite. I tucked the military phone directory under my arm. We aimed for cheap eats with the biggest portions, but even then, the tab still came out over $8. I made up for it with coffee. The diner had free refills, and I took full advantage. Afterward, I lingered by the counter and picked up the wall phone. Flipping through the Army directory, I dialed Sanchez at Fort Jackson. Word is you're knee-deep in it, he said. Just a temporary mess, I replied. You hear anything new about Brubaker? Like what? Like, did they ever find his car? Yeah, they did. And it wasn't anywhere near Columbia. Let me guess, I said. Somewhere over an hour north of Fort Byrd, maybe a little southeast of Raleigh. Smithfield, North Carolina. How'd you pull that out of thin air? Just a hunch, I said. Had to be near where I-95 crosses U-70. Right on a main road. They think that's where it happened? No doubt. He was shot right there in his car backseat execution. The windshield was shattered on the driver's side, glass coated in blood, and worse. Steering wheel had spatter, untouched. No one drove it after. That's the kill spot. Smithfield. Any shell casings? Nothing. No real trace either, just the usual junk you'd expect. They got a theory. Parking lot of some industrial building, big place, empty at night. They figure it was a meet. Brubaker shows up first. Another car pulls in. Two guys hop out. One slides in front, one in back. Maybe they talk, maybe not. Then the guy behind him pulls the trigger. That's how they think his watch got busted, arm resting on the wheel when it happened. They drag him out, toss him in their trunk, haul him down to Columbia, and dump him, with cash and drugs in his pockets. Still no clue where that came from. Why leave the car? I asked. Seems sloppy to haul the body, but leave the evidence sitting there. Who knows? Maybe driving a blood-soaked car with a blown-out windshield draws attention. Or maybe crooks aren't geniuses. You got notes on what Brubaker's wife said about his calls? The ones after dinner on the 4th. No, earlier. New Year's Eve. Right after the whole Auld Lang Syne moment. Maybe. My notes are decent. Let me check. Make it fast, I said. I'm on a payphone. I heard the receiver clunk down, then faint shuffling in the background. I fed the machine more quarters. Between toll calls, food, and the motel, we'd burned through most of our cash. $18 left, and I knew at least 10 of that would be gone soon. I caught myself wishing the Army didn't insist on caprices with gas-guzzling V8s. A compact like Kramer's rental would have stretched our last $8 a lot further. Sanchez came back on the line. Okay, New Year's Eve, he said. She told me he got pulled away from some dinner dance around midnight. She sounded a little hurt when she mentioned it. Did he explain the phone call to her? No. But she said he moved differently after that, like something had lit a fire under him. Like he was chasing a lead. He was practically buzzing. You could tell all that just from his dancing? They were married for years, Reacher. You pick up on things. Got it, I said. Thanks, Sanchez. Gotta run. Stay sharp. Always do. I ended the call and headed back to the table. What's next? Summer asked. Now we're going to watch women undress, I said. The strip club was just a short walk from the diner, its neon sign flickering in the early evening. Only a handful of cars dotted the lot, still too early for the usual crowd. Locals were probably at home scarfing down dinner or catching the latest sports highlights. Meanwhile, guys from Fort Byrd were finishing up in the mess hall, cleaning up, swapping stories, and figuring out who was driving. But I stayed alert. Running into a group of Delta guys in the dark wasn't on my to-do list. No time for distractions. We pushed through the door. A new guy sat at the register, maybe a cousin or a buddy of the usual heavyset owner. No recognition in his eyes, and our BDUs didn't give us away. Just another pair of soldiers ready to spend. He gave us an easy nod, already counting the extra cash we'd bring. Inside, the place felt hollow. With barely anyone there, the music bounced off the walls, tinny and too loud. The stage lights cut through the emptiness, making the whole space feel like an abandoned warehouse. Only one dancer was working, bathed in a dull red glow, moving like she'd rather be anywhere else. Summer's eyes tracked her, then she shivered. I'd asked her before, so you gonna join Sin up here? Face to face. The idea lost its appeal fast. Why are we here? Summer muttered. Looking for answers, I said. And my biggest screw-up. Which was, just watch. I circled to the dressing room and knocked twice. A woman I didn't recognize cracked the door, keeping herself hidden behind it. I need to talk to Sin, I said. She's not here. Yeah, she is. Christmas bills don't pay themselves. She's busy. $10. Just to talk. Hands-off policy. The door shut. I stepped aside so Summer would be the first thing Sin saw when she came out. We waited and waited. Then the door swung open, and there she was, tall, wrapped in a tight pink dress that caught the light, balancing on clear heels. I moved behind her, cutting off her escape. She turned, saw me, and froze. Couple questions, I said. That's it. She looked better than last time. The bruises had faded, mostly hidden under thicker makeup. But her eyes were distant, like she'd just numbed herself to get through the shift. Whatever works. $10, she said flatly. Let's sit. We found a quieter table. I held up the cash but didn't let go. Remember me? She nodded. That night who hit you? That soldier, she said. The one you were talking to right before. I kept my grip on the 10 and walked her through it again. She told us she'd gone around asking the other girls after I pushed her off my lap. Whispered conversations, but nobody knew a thing. Nobody had heard a thing, no whispers, no rumors, nothing. She checked the private rooms, the dressing area, even asked around discreetly, but came up empty. Business was booming, the girls either performing or across the street. Normally, gossip traveled fast in places like this, so the silence was telling. If something bad had gone down, she was sure someone would have known. Then the soldier from earlier walked in. She gave us a solid description of Carbone hookers, remember faces, especially the regulars who like feeling important. He had warned her not to say a word to any MPs, his voice sharp, his threat clear. To drive the point home, he'd slapped her twice, fast, hard, no warning. The way she described it, she almost sounded impressed, like she was comparing it to other hits she'd taken. Tell me again, I said. It was the soldier, not the owner? She gave me a look, like I was slow. The owner doesn't hit us, she said. We're how he makes his money. I handed her the cash, and we left her there. What's this mean? Summer asked, as we packed up in Kramer's motel room. Everything, I said. The wand, you figure it out. I shrugged. Started clicking in Paris, waiting for Joe at the airport. That crowd half ready to cheer, half ready to ignore whoever walked out. Same vibe in the bar that night. I walk in, people notice, then they shut me out. Except Carbone. He didn't just look, he turned toward me. I thought it was random, but it wasn't. He picked me as much as I picked him. He didn't know you. No, but he knew an MP badge when he saw one. 16 years in the army, he knew exactly what he was looking at. So why engage? Double take. He started to turn away, then changed his mind. Wanted me to come to him. Why? To find out why I was there. Did you tell him? I nodded. Not details, but enough. Said it was just lost property. Maybe one of the girls had it. He played me, reeled me in like I was on a hook. Why bother? Same thing I told Willard, things happen to dead-end other things. Carbone wanted my questions to go nowhere. So he thought fast. Delta doesn't take idiots. He smacked the girl to shut her up, then let me assume the owner did it. Didn't even lie, just let me fill in the blanks. Sent me right where he wanted me. I went after the owner, we brawled, and there was Carbone watching. He knew I'd take the bait. Then he filed the complaint, covered both ends. The girl fell silent, and he assumed I'd be sidelined by the disciplinary process. He was sharp, Summer. I wish I'd crossed paths with him sooner. Why target you? What was his endgame? He didn't want me uncovering who took the briefcase. Why? I sank onto the bed. Why couldn't we track down the woman Kramer supposedly met here? She shrugged. No idea. Because she didn't exist, I said. Kramer was meeting Carbone. Her eyes locked onto mine. Kramer was gay, I added. Him and Carbone, they were involved. Carbone took the briefcase, I continued. Right from this room. He had to keep their relationship hidden. Just like we assumed there was a mystery woman, maybe he feared something personal was in that case. Or maybe Kramer had been bragging about the Irwin conference, how Armored was gearing up for a fight. Carbone could have been curious. Or even worried. 16 years as infantry, then Delta? That kind of guy bleeds unit loyalty. Might have cared more about his team than his lover. No way, Summer said. You should believe it, I countered. It adds up. Andrea Norton practically spelled it out. I think she knew about Kramer, consciously or not. Remember how she reacted when we accused her? Not angry, just baffled. As a sexual psychologist, she might have sensed something off. Or maybe she noticed what wasn't there. We pictured her with Kramer, and it didn't click for her. That's why she didn't get mad. And we know Kramer's marriage was a front. No kids, hadn't lived with his wife in years. Detective Clark once asked me, would divorce tank a general's career? I said no. But being gay? Absolutely. That's why he kept up the charade. The army wouldn't tolerate it. Just like Carbone's fake girlfriend photo in his wallet. We've got no hard proof. We can get close. Carbone had a condom in his wallet bet. It matches the one from Kramer's body. And I'd wager we'll find overlap in their service records, some joint exercise where they met. Plus, Carbone handled Delta's vehicles. Their adjutant confirmed it. He could take a Humvee any time. So I doubled down that he was out alone on New Year's Eve. Was he killed over the briefcase? Like Mrs. Kramer? I shook my head. Neither of them died just for that. She stared, waiting. Later, I said. Well, lured 10 at a time. But Carbone had the briefcase. You said he stole it. I nodded, and he went through it as soon as he got back to Bird. Found the agenda, read it, and whatever was in there made him call his CO immediately. Brubaker. How? He couldn't just say, hey, I was sleeping with a general and look what I found. He could have lied, said he found it on the street. But I'm starting to think Brubaker knew about them all along. Delta's tight-knit, and Brubaker was the type to exploit every angle. Maybe Carbone traded intel for Brubaker's silence. Pillow talk for protection. That's brutal. I nodded. Like selling yourself. I told you no one wins here. Everyone's gonna look terrible. Except us. If we crack this, you'll be fine. I won't. Why? Just wait, I said. We hauled our duffels to the Chevy, still tucked behind the dive bar's back wall. The parking lot had filled up since we'd arrived, nightlife kicking into gear. My watch showed just past 8 in D. Barely 5 in California. No time to stall. One hesitation, and we'd be swarmed. 2 more calls, I told Summer, grabbing the dog-eared Army directory. We ducked into the diner, scrounging coins from our pockets, mostly my lint-covered nickels, plus a quarter she tossed in. The cook swapped our pennies for dimes without a word. First call, Franz at Fort Irwin. Willard's got me on his radar, I said after the dial tone. Think your gate guards will play along? Wouldn't bet against it, Franz replied. No alerts yet. Unplug your telex for a couple days. And send someone to Lax tomorrow, first flight from D. And track down a black Mercury Grand Marquis. Marshall signed it out New Year's Eve. Could be at Andrews or the Pentagon garage. Tear it apart forensically. Yesterday. Looking for what? Anything that sticks. Click. Flipped the directory to the Pentagon's Chief of Staff office. Summer leaned against the sticky counter. Vasil and Coomer are holed up at Irwin, I said. Hiding? From us. They think we're still overseas. Willard's got airports locked down, they're sitting ducks. She frowned. They didn't know about Kramer's wife. That much was obvious in your office. Shocked pale when you mentioned it. I nodded. Coomer's guilty stammer, was it a burglary? Had given it away. Marshall had kept them in the dark until the last second. 3A. Hotel reunion. Him spilling half-truths. By the time they'd faced me, they were scrambling to connect dots. Bet the car ride back was real cozy. Legally, they're all culpable, I said. Good luck proving it. Kramer's the tip of the iceberg. The Pentagon line rang twice before a woman answered, polished, mid-Atlantic. The kind of voice that could negotiate a treaty before breakfast. Listen close, I said. Major Jack Reacher, MP. Formerly Panama, now Fort Byrd, North Carolina. Summer smirked. Starting at the top, huh? Only way to land the punch, I said, feeding the last dime into the slot. I'll be waiting at the E-Ring security checkpoint inside your building at midnight. Whether the Chief of Staff shows up is his call. There was silence on the line before the woman finally spoke. That's all? She asked. Yeah, I said, ending the call. I pocketed the last few coins from the payphone, slammed the directory shut, and tucked it under my arm. Let's move, I told Summer. We pulled out of the gas station after throwing in $8 worth of fuel, then merged onto the highway heading north. Summer gripped the wheel, eyes fixed on the road. So the Chief of Staff gets to decide if he meets you? What's that supposed to mean? I-95 stretched ahead. Still a solid 3 hours from D. Maybe less with Summer's lead foot. Night had settled in, and the post-holiday traffic was thick. The world was back to business. Something big's happening, I said. Why else would Carbone call Brubaker in the middle of a party? If it wasn't urgent, it could have waited. This is high stakes with serious players involved. Who else could have shuffled 20 MPs across the globe in a single day? You're a major, Summer pointed out. So are Franz and Sanchez. Any colonel could have reassigned you. Except the provost marshals were pulled too. They were cleared out to make space for us, and most of them are colonels themselves. Fine, then a brigadier general could have done it. With forged signatures? Sure, anyone can fake a signature. But pulling it off without consequences? No, this was orchestrated by someone who knew they were untouchable. The Chief of Staff. I shook my head. More likely the Vice Chief. He came up through infantry, and he's no idiot they don't hand that job to morons. He saw the signs, read the room. The Berlin Wall fell, and he knew the dominoes would follow. The whole system was about to shift. And he got nervous. Ahmed Branch had everything to lose. My guess? He saw trouble coming, some kind of power play, so he positioned the right people to stop it before it started. And he wasn't wrong. Armored saw the writing on the wall too. They didn't want integrated units under infantry command. They wanted the old way back. That Irwin conference. Probably planning something ugly. That's why they panicked about the agenda leaking. But change is inevitable. You can't fight it forever. Tell that to anyone clinging to the past, I said. Head down to the Navy yards and dig through the archives. You'll find a mountain of yellowed reports insisting battleships were irreplaceable and aircraft carriers were glorified scrap metal. Admirals poured their souls into those memos, swearing their way was the only way. Summer stayed quiet. I smirked. Bet if you dug through our records, you'd find Kramer's grandfather arguing tanks would never replace horses. So what were they planning? No idea. We never saw the agenda. But we can guess. Smearing opponents, digging up dirt, cozying up to defense contractors. If they could get manufacturers to claim lightweight armor wasn't safe, that'd help. They'd spin it to the public, tell parents their kids would be sent to war in glorified soda cans. Scare Congress into backing down. The numbers didn't lie. A C-130 fleet capable of making an actual impact would burn through hundreds of billions. Typical military griping, she muttered. Or maybe there's more to it. Kramer's heart attack threw a wrench in the works. For now, you think they'll try again? Wouldn't you? If your whole world was on the line? She lifted a hand from the wheel, letting it rest in her lap before turning toward me. Then why insist on seeing the chief of staff? If you're right, the vice chief's the one backing you. He's the one who got you here, who's kept you out of the fire. Chess moves, I said. Push and pull. The vice chief plays the hero. Someone else plays the villain. The good guy brings me in. The bad guy ships Garber out. Garber's harder to move, which means the bad guy outranks the good guy. And who outranks the vice chief? Only one man. We know the rotation: vice chief's infantry, so the chief's armored. Which means he's got skin in the game. You're saying the chief of staff is the enemy? I nodded. Then why walk straight into his office? Because we're soldiers, Summer. We don't run from fights, we walk right up to them. The closer we got to D, the quieter we fell. Confidence wasn't my problem. Youth and arrogance had me convinced I could hold my own against anyone. But facing down the chief of staff? That was a different beast. The man wasn't just high-ranking, he was untouchable. In all my years of service, I'd never laid eyes on him, or any of the polished brass who orbited that world. They might as well have been a different species. Sure, we'd started in the same place, West Point. But while they'd gone on to Ivy League grad programs, Rhodes scholarships, and White House fellowships, I'd taken a different path. Somewhere along the line, they'd pegged me as more of a brawler than a bureaucrat. So while they wined and dined in the E-ring, I'd been knee-deep in the back alleys of Seoul. On my turf, they wouldn't last 5 minutes. But theirs, that remained to be seen. I'm going in alone, I said. Like hell you are, Summer shot back. Call it an order if you want. You're staying in the car, even if I have to cuff you to the wheel. We're partners in this. Partners with common sense. This isn't some chat with Andrea Norton. This could blow up in our faces. No reason we both go down. Would you stay behind if you were me? I'd crawl under the damn car, I said. She didn't answer, just kept her foot heavy on the gas. The beltway blurred past as we curved toward Arlington. Security at the Pentagon was tighter than usual. Maybe someone was paranoid about remnants of Noriega's forces making a run at D. But we rolled into the near-empty lot without a hitch. Summers circled once before pulling up near the entrance, killing the engine with a sharp twist of the key. The parking brake groaned under her grip. She put a little extra force into it more than necessary. I got the message loud and clear. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was 11:55 p.m. "Are we really doing this?" I asked. She just shrugged. "Knock 'em dead," she said. "And don't hold back." Stepping outside, the chill hit me instantly. I shut the door and paused, taking in the massive silhouette of the building against the night sky. Rumor had it this was the biggest office complex on the planet, and standing there, I didn't doubt it. My boots crunched on the pavement. As I made my way toward the entrance, a long ramp leading to doors that opened into a lobby the size of a high school gym. My badge got me past security without a second glance. Inside, the place was a maze of 5 pentagon-shaped rings, each with its own checkpoint. My clearance breezed me through B, C, and D, but E-ring? No chance. I stopped at the last barrier, exchanging a nod with the guard. He barely blinked, used to people loitering there, I guess. Leaning against the cold concrete wall, I listened to the hum of the building. Water in the pipes, the whisper of air vents, the guard's steady breath. The floors gleamed under fluorescent lights, stretching into infinity like some optical illusion. The clock in the guard booth ticked past midnight, then 12:05, then 12:10. Doubt crept in. Maybe they were playing a deeper game than I could handle. Maybe I was outmatched. Or maybe my message had ended up in the trash. At 12:15. The sharp click of dress shoes echoed down the hall, confident, unhurried. The sound bounced around the corner before I saw him, a rhythmic warning. Then he appeared, striding through the intersection of light and reflection. The Chief of Staff of the Army, decked out in full mess dress, blue jacket, gold stripes, a constellation of medals. Average height, solid build, textbook modern military. I snapped to attention and saluted before I could think. He didn't return it, just held out his hand. "Apologies for the delay," he said smoothly. "White House dinner. Diplomatic obligations." We shook and he motioned me forward. My office. Past the E-ring checkpoint, we turned left, then stepped into a suite. And there she was, the voice from the phone. Even sharper in person, dressed in a suit so crisp it could have been armor. "Coffee, Major?" she asked. The coffee was fresh, probably started just before midnight, the kind of precision you'd expect from the Chief of Staff's office. The cup she handed me was delicate, almost weightless, like holding a hollowed-out egg. I followed him inside, the porcelain clinking nervously against the saucer as I walked. His office wasn't what I'd pictured. No polished mahogany or leather-bound books, just the same dull concrete walls and a steel desk straight out of a government surplus catalog. "Sit," he said. "Let's keep this short. It's late." I stayed quiet. He studied me for a second before speaking. "Got your message." Loud and clear. Silence again. He tried to lighten the mood. "Noriega's inner circle is still in the wind." "Why do you think that is?" 30,000 square miles of jungle, I said. "Plenty of places to disappear." "You think we'll round them all up?" "Eventually," I said. "Someone always talks." He smirked. "You're jaded." "Practical," I corrected. "What's this about, Major?" I took a sip, the bitter warmth grounding me. The dim lighting made the room feel smaller, more intimate, Just me and the most powerful soldier in the country, about to drop a grenade on his desk. Only one other person knew I was here, and for all I knew, she was already in cuffs. I was in Panama 2 weeks ago, I said. Then I got yanked out. Why do you think that happened? I exhaled. Because the vice chief wanted certain people in certain places. He was expecting trouble. What kind? A coup. From your old friends in Armored Branch. He didn't react at first. Then slowly, was that a real possibility? I nodded. There was a meeting at Irwin set for New Year's Day. The agenda wasn't just controversial, it was treasonous. But it fell apart when Kramer died. The fallout could have been messy, so you stepped in. Moved Garber out. Put a clown in charge of the 1th to let the investigation implode. Why would I do that? To let the problem solve itself. He leaned back, silent. Then, to my surprise, he smiled. Sharp thinking. The Soviet collapse shook everything. Of course there'd be scheming. And of course we'd take steps to shut it down. I didn't answer. Like chess, he mused. The vice chief makes a move, I counter. You were looking for a hierarchy, one outranking the other. I held his gaze. Am I wrong? Only in the details, he said. You're right about the changes coming. The CIA didn't see the user crumbling until it was too late, so we've been playing catch-up. But we're ready. He bent down, hefted a massive binder onto the desk. The cover read Transformation in bold black letters. Your first mistake. He flipped it toward me. You weren't looking at the bigger picture. Try seeing the bigger picture here, he said, leaning forward. This isn't just about tanks and armor. It's about the entire military shifting into something unrecognizable. We're talking about fast, adaptable forces that blend everything together. And no, they won't just be foot soldiers with extra gear slapped on. This is a total reinvention. Maybe we'll even hand control to pilots in the air or tech specialists running cyber ops. The whole game is changing. I stayed silent. His hand pressed flat against the folder. Nobody walks away untouched. Sure, armored takes a hit, no denying that. But so does infantry, artillery, transport, logistics, even MPs. Every branch gets flipped upside down. No exceptions. You could argue some will have it worse. Still, I didn't respond. This isn't some petty rivalry between tank crews and grunts, he continued. That's missing the point. It's every branch against every other branch. No winners, but no losers either. We're all in the same sinking boat. He pulled his hand back. What's my second mistake? I asked. Pulling you out of Panama, he admitted. That was my call, not the vice chief's. I handpicked 20 guys and placed them where I thought they'd matter most. Spread them thin because I couldn't predict who'd crack first light units or heavy armor. Once commanders started doing the math, they'd all panic. I sent you to Fort Byrd because Brubaker worried me. Too much initiative. But armored folded first, I pointed out. He gave a slow nod. If you say so. It was always a coin toss. Disappointing. Sure, those were my guys once. But I've moved on. Let the pieces fall where they may. Then why move Gobber? Wasn't me. Who did? Who's above me? Nobody, I said. He smirked. I wish. Silence hung between us. How much does an M16 cost? He asked suddenly. Not much, I guessed. $400, he said. Now an Abrams tank? $4 million. So, tell me, when defense contractors look at the future, who do you think they're betting on? Light units or heavy metal? I didn't answer. The question answered itself. Who outranks me? He repeated. The Secretary of Defense, I said. Exactly. A slimy politician. Defense firms donate to campaigns, and they can read the writing on the wall. He slid the thick transformation file back into his drawer, replacing it with a thinner one labeled argon. You know what argon is? He asked. Inert gas. Used in fire suppression, smothers flames before they spread. Hence the name. Operation Argon shuffled you all out in December. Why use Garber's signature? Same reason you mentioned earlier, let things play out naturally. If orders came from the top, everyone would have clammed up or gone into hiding. Made your job impossible. Defeated the whole purpose, which was prevention, obviously. The stakes were high, but curiosity got the better of me. I had to see who'd crack first, Major, I admitted. He slid the file across the desk. You're with the 11th Special Investigators with full authority, he said. You could arrest any soldier, even me, right here in my office if you wanted. Read the Argon file. It'll clear me. If you agree, move on. He stood, shook my hand, and walked out, leaving me alone in his Pentagon office in the dead of night. Half an hour later, I climbed back into the car with Summer. The engine was off to save fuel, and the cold had seeped in. Well, she asked. One big mistake, I said. It wasn't the vice chief against the chief. It was the chief and the Secretary of Defense going head to head. You sure? I saw the file. 9 months of memos, orders, different typewriters, different pens. No way to fake that in 4 hours. The chief was clean the whole time. How'd he take it? Better than expected, I said. But I doubt he'll be doing me any favors now. Favors for what? The mess I'm in. She raised an eyebrow. Which is? You'll see. She gave me a long look. Where to now? California. The Chevy was running on empty by the time we reached National Airport. We ditched it in long-term parking and trudged a mile back to the terminal. No shuttles, no people. Just the eerie hum of fluorescent lights. A clerk dozed in a back office until we woke him. I handed over the last of our vouchers, and he booked us on the first flight to Lax. We had hours to kill. What's the plan? Summer asked. 3 arrests, Vassal, Coomer, and Marshall. On what charges? Murder. Mrs. Kramer, Carbone, and Brubaker. Her eyes widened. Can you prove it? I know what happened, when, where, how, why. But proof? None. We'll need confessions. They won't talk. I've made it happen before, I said. There are ways. She stiffened. This isn't some knitting circle, Summer. It's the army. Then tell me about Carbone and Brubaker. Food first, I said. I'm starving. We're broke, she reminded me. Most places were shuttered behind metal grates. Maybe the airline would toss us a meal. We hauled our bags to a seating area by a massive window, the night outside pitch black. The benches were vinyl, rigid with armrests to keep anyone from stretching out. Cock, she said. This still sounds like a string of wild guesses. Fine. Start with Mrs. Kramer. Why did Marshall go to Green Valley? Because it was the obvious first stop? Wrong. Kramer hadn't been there in years. His staff knew that. Yet Marshall went straight there. Why? Because Kramer told them to? Exactly, I said. He lied to cover for Carbone. But why lie at all? I don't know. Because some people demand an explanation. Think about it. If you're a rich man sneaking around with a mistress, you tell her something to keep her from asking questions. Even if it's a lie, she'd accept it. It's part of the deal. Kramer didn't have a mistress. He was gay. He had Marshall. She shook her head. No way. I just nodded. Kramer had been playing Marshall from the start. Marshall thought they were exclusive. Kramer even gave him a fake intelligence officer title just to string him along. But the truth was, Kramer had another guy on the side, Carbone. So, when Kramer lied on New Year's Eve, claiming he was visiting his wife, Marshall bought it, like any devoted partner would. That's what drove Marshall to Green Valley. Deep down, he knew Kramer was there. No one else would have been so sure. Summer stayed silent, her gaze fixed on the dark outside. Does this change what happened? She finally asked. Maybe a little, I said. Mrs. Kramer probably recognized Marshall from Germany. Generals' wives aren't stupid. She likely knew about her husband's affairs. Maybe she even threw it in Marshall's face. You can't keep him either, can you? If she pushed hard enough, Marshall might have snapped. That's why he hesitated before telling Vassal and Coomer. It wasn't just about the burglary, it was personal. Mrs. Kramer didn't die just for the briefcase. She died because she poked a jealous man who had nothing left to lose. Pure speculation, Summer muttered. The body in the morgue isn't. The rest is. Marshall's 31, never married. That doesn't mean anything. I know, I admitted. There's no proof. Just pieces that fit. Summer exhaled. Then what? Vassal, Coomer, and Marshall went all in on finding the briefcase. They had the upper hand. They knew they were hunting a man, not a woman. Marshall flew back to Germany, tore through Kramer's office and quarters, and found something, a photo, a letter, a name scribbled somewhere. Enough to track Carbone. They set up a trade. The briefcase for whatever dirt Marshall had. Carbone took the deal. He'd already tipped off Brubaker, so why not? But this time it backfired. Marshall made sure of that. Except Marshall wasn't even there. Oh, he was, I said. You figured it out yourself. Remember when Willard was breathing down my neck on the phone? You said at first Marshall was in the trunk. Coomer drove, Vassal rode shotgun, and Marshall hid in the back. That's how they slipped past the gate. They parked at the far end of the O Club lot. Popped the trunk just enough for Marshall to slip out later. Vassal and Coomer went inside, built their alibis, while Marshall waited. 2 hours in a cramped trunk, then he was gone. That's why the first patrol saw the car, and the second didn't. Marshall picked Carbone up, drove him out to the woods, and made sure he never walked away. Marshall popped the trunk and handed Carbone a sealed envelope. Carbone stepped into the pale glow of the moon to verify the content's standard procedure for a guy like him, even a Delta operator. His career hung in the balance. As he inspected it, Marshall swung the crowbar without hesitation. It wasn't just about reclaiming the briefcase that was already part of the deal. No, this was personal. Marshall couldn't stomach the time Carbone had spent with Kramer, and that rage fueled the strike. Afterward, he snatched back the envelope, tossed it and the briefcase into the trunk, and drove off like nothing happened. He'd planned every move, right down to ditching the crowbar on his way back to the post. Vassal and Coomer emerged from the officers' club just in time to play their part. They climbed into the car, oblivious, and took off. The drive was tense, jittery excitement mixed with dread. They knew what Marshall had done to Mrs. Kramer, and now they were stuck with him in the trunk. No safe stops, no easy exits. Finally, an hour north, they pulled into a deserted rest area. Marshall climbed out, handed over the briefcase, and they were back on the road. 60 seconds later, the case was hurled out the window, vanishing into the night. Summer stayed silent, her eyes narrowing as she processed it all. "It's just a theory," she murmured. "But can you think of another explanation?" She shook her head before I could answer. "What about Brubaker?" A boarding announcement crackled overhead, cutting her off. We grabbed our bags and joined the line. Outside, the sky was still pitch black. The plane looked packed, no chance of extra breakfast trays. LA in January was a magnet for D. Types all eager for an excuse to escape the cold. We squeezed past an elderly nun in the aisle, hopefully hard of hearing, and settled into our seats. As the engines roared to life, Summer pressed again. "Brubaker, how does he fit?" The wheels left the tarmac, and I watched the floodlit ground shrink below. "Hard to say," I admitted. "Did he reach out, or did they?" He had the agenda before dawn on New Year's Day. Maybe he tried to strong-arm them. Or maybe Vassal and Coomer assumed Carbone had looped him in. Could have been a mess of crossed wires, threats, promises, everyone scrambling for leverage. Think they played him. Integrated units are a wild card. Brubaker was already deep into unconventional ops. Maybe they sold him on some grand alliance. I shrugged. Either way, they met late on the 4th. Brubaker picked the spot somewhere familiar from his drives between Bird and his golf club. And judging by how it went down, he walked in way too confident. He wouldn't have let Marshall ride in the back if he was concerned, I said. Summer frowned. "How do you know Marshall was behind him?" "Military protocol," I explained. A colonel speaking to a general and another colonel. Vassal gets the front seat. Coomer sits behind him on the passenger side, easy eye contact. Marshall, just a major. Out of sight, out of mind. You think they planned it? Or was it spur of the moment? Oh, it was planned. Remote dump site, heroin planted from his Germany layover, a gun ready to go. We were right, but only by luck. The same guys who took out Carbone rolled straight through the gate, and did Brubaker too. Barely slowed down. Double misdirection, Summer mused. The drugs. Plus dumping him south instead of north. Amateur move, I scoffed. Columbia medics probably noticed the lividity and muffler burns right away. Vassal and Coomer got lucky they didn't report it sooner. Leaving Brubaker's car up north? Total brain fog. Stress, exhaustion, they were running non-stop, she said. Arlington to Smithfield, back to Columbia, then Dulles. 18 hours straight. Mistakes happen. They'd have walked if you hadn't blown off Willard. I stayed quiet. It's a flimsy case, Summer added. Not even circumstantial, just guesswork. Tell me about it. That's why we need confessions. You better think twice before confronting anyone. A case this shaky could land you in cuffs for harassment. Behind us, the flight attendant appeared with breakfast trays. She handed one to the nun, one to Summer, and one to me. The meal was pathetic cold juice and a lukewarm ham and cheese. Coffee was Mia, but I held out hope. I demolished mine in seconds. Summer wasn't far behind. The nun, though, left hers untouched. I elbowed Summer. Ask her if she's eating that. I can't, she muttered. Charity's her whole deal. It's literally her job. I can't, she repeated. You do it. She sighed. Fine. In a minute. But she hesitated too long. The nun unwrapped the foil and took a bite. Damn, I muttered. Sorry, Summer said. I shot her a look. What did you just say? That I'm sorry? No, before that. Right before breakfast. She rewound the conversation in her head. I said it's a weak case. Before that. Her eyes flickered. I said they'd have gotten away with it if you hadn't ignored Willard. I let that sink in. Then I shut my eyes and didn't open them again until we hit L. The jolt of landing jerked me awake, tires screeching, engines roaring. Outside, the dawn was smog brown. The PA announced 7 a. Local time. After 2 days chasing the sun, every day felt like 28 hours. I wasn't tired, just starving. We shuffled to baggage claim, scanning for Calvin Franz. No driver, he'd come himself. Good. I trusted him. I've got news, he said as I introduced Summer. He shook her hand, grabbed her bag, and led the way. The gesture felt like a mix of old-school manners and a not-so-subtle nudge to get us moving toward his Humvee illegally parked in the no-stopping zone. Not that the cop seemed eager to ticket it. Something about a military-grade vehicle in desert camo tends to make law enforcement look the other way. We climbed in and I waved Summer to the front seat. Call it chivalry. Or maybe I just wanted the back seat to stretch out after being folded into a coach seat for hours. Franz fired up the engine, the diesel growling under the hood as he pulled away from the curb. Irwin was a solid 30 miles north of Barstow, which meant fighting through LA's morning gridlock. I estimated an hour minimum. Summer was studying Franz's driving with the quiet judgment of someone who could have shaved 20 minutes off that time. They located the Grand Marquis, Franz said, eyes flicking to the rear view. Dumped at Andrews. 5th of the month, right when Marshall got recalled to Germany. I leaned forward. Transportation Corps paperwork? Yeah, but the FBI hauled it in overnight. Started off dragging their feet, then suddenly couldn't work fast enough. He smirked. Turns out it overlaps with an active case. Brubaker. Bingo. Trunk mat had traces of him. Blood, brain matter. Someone tried wiping it down, but not well enough. I exhaled. Anything else? Transfer smears from another source could be fabric, maybe a blade. No knife, though. Carbone's blood, I said. From when Marshall was stashed in there afterward. His prints are all over the trunk, Franz added, along with a single dog tag. Chain must have snapped, one got left behind. Carbone's. Yep. Rest was a mess, fast food trash, soda cans, the usual. Oh, and a yogurt cup in the trunk. Strawberry. Marshall's prints on the lid, but untouched. He popped it open, I muttered. Didn't eat it. Franz tossed another detail over his shoulder. Found an empty envelope, too. Addressed to Kramer in Germany, no return. Like a photo mailer, but nothing inside. I stayed quiet, staring out the window. Any of this help? Franz asked. I cracked a grin. Moves us from guessing to building a case. One small step for justice, he deadpanned. The joke didn't land. My mind was already elsewhere. Carbone, Brubaker, Kramer's widow. And my own mother. Seemed like January 1990 was hell-bent on collecting lives. The drive took longer than expected. LA traffic lived up to its nightmare reputation. When we finally rolled onto Irwin's sprawling desert base, the place buzzed with the usual energy tanks rumbling across the sand, crews shouting over engines. It had the vibe of a high-stakes playground. You wanna jump straight into it? Franz asked. They under surveillance. Low profile. Then breakfast first. The officers' club buffet was a godsend after airline slop. Piles of fresh fruit, real orange juice, California, did it better than Germany. I loaded my plate like I hadn't eaten in days. Summer outdid me while Franz sipped coffee, already fed. I gulped down enough coffee to keep me wired for hours, then shoved my chair back and stood up. "All right," I said, exhaling hard. "Time to get this done." Franz drove us to the Vaku in his Humvee, the desert sun glaring down on us as we stepped onto the cracked sidewalk. The air smelled like dry earth, and the faint tang of creosote bushes stretching endlessly across the landscape. The Volvo looked like it had been slapped together by the same cheap contractor who built every other military lodging, rows of identical rooms circling a dusty courtyard, with a communal rec area on one side. Inside, Vassal and Coomer were perched in leather chairs, knee to knee, like they'd been waiting for us. I'd only seen them once before back at Bird, but they'd taken up way too much space in my head since then. Dressed in their fresh chocolate chip BDUs, they still looked like a couple of guys who belonged at a Chamber of Commerce luncheon, not in the middle of a conspiracy. Bassel's bald head gleamed under the fluorescent lights, and Coomer adjusted his glasses as they both turned to stare at me. I took a steadying breath. "General Vassal, Colonel Coomer," I said. "You're under arrest for conspiracy to commit homicide under the UCMA." Silence. No shock, no outrage, just quiet resignation, like they'd known this was coming for years. No denial, no bargaining, just straight to acceptance. Summer handled the formalities, her voice crisp and by the book, while they nodded along like they were reviewing a grocery list. When she finished, they stood without a word. "Handcuffs?" Summer asked. "Absolutely," I said, and marched them straight to the brig. "Let everyone see what they are." After getting directions from a cavalry sergeant, I took Franz's Humvee to track down Marshall. He was supposedly holed up near an old Sheridan tank on a disused range, just me, a borrowed sidearm, and the Mojave stretching out in every direction. The warning about unexploded ordnance and desert tortoises wasn't exactly comforting. One mistake, and I'd either be blown to pieces or buried in federal paperwork. But I wasn't waiting for summer. This was the end of the road, and I wanted it over. Irwin's desert was big enough to double for the Middle East, or, if you squinted hard enough, the open plains of Eastern Europe. But right now, all I saw was heat, dust, and one last loose end to tie up. The Humvee felt like a toy as I rolled across the endless expanse of Fort Irwin's training grounds. By the time I lost sight of the main buildings, I wasn't even close to the Sheridan tank I'd been sent to find. January in the Mojave wasn't scorching, but the air was dry and warm enough to make me crank down both windows and push the speedometer to 40, what soldiers jokingly called the 240 air conditioning. Normally, 40 in a Humvee rattled your teeth, but out here it barely felt like moving. An hour later, the landscape still stretched on forever, nothing but dust and scrub. Irwin was massive, maybe not Soviet-level huge, but close. I grinned, thinking of Willard's endless trivia about military bases. Cresting a ridge, I spotted a smudge on the horizon, maybe the hut. To the west, a distant dust plume hinted at tank maneuvers. I stuck to the worn track, my own dust trail swirling behind me. The smudge sharpened into shapes. A rusted M551 Sheridan tank on the left, a cinderblock observation hut on the right, and surprise Marshall's Humvee parked in the middle, tucked in the morning shade. The Sheridan, an old airborne favorite, was barely recognizable under plywood skirts meant to mimic Soviet armor. Trading props, nothing more. I rolled to a stop 30 yards out, the heat hitting me like a wall. After months in cooler climates, Even 60 degrees felt oppressive. Through a gap in the cinder blocks, Marshall's dark eyes tracked me. I'd only seen him once before through tinted glass, tall, broad, olive-skinned. Now he stood motionless, half hidden in shadow. Marshall? No answer. I raised my voice. Military police. Exit the structure. Silence. Then he vanished into the gloom. The Beretta M9 in my hand felt unfamiliar. An old instructor's voice echoed in my head. Never trust a gun you haven't fired yourself. I racked the slide, the click cutting through the quiet. Somewhere west, that dust cloud still churned. Something was coming. The structure seemed slightly bigger and nearer than I remembered. I flicked the Beretta's safety off. Marshall. No answer. Just a muffled voice and a crackle of radio noise. No antenna on the roof, had to be a handheld unit inside. Who you planning to call, Marshall? I muttered. Ghostbusters. Then it hit me. Not ghost tanks. I glanced west at the dust cloud and reality sank in. Just me, exposed, facing a guy with blood on his hands. Him tucked in a concrete box, me out in the open. My backup, 100-pound woman, 50 miles off. His friends. A battalion of armored vehicles rumbling below the horizon. I bolted from the track, circling east. Spotted Marshall shifting between gaps in the wall, eyes locked on me. Step out, Major, I shouted. Silence. Then his voice flat. Not happening. Resisting arrest now, I called. Nothing. I kept moving, skirting north. Solid wall there, just a heavy metal door, no lock, because who'd rob a glorified shed? Could have waltzed right up and yanked it open. But was he packing? Igraz said no, but a guy like him wouldn't play by rags. The dirt outside was worn into paths. Desire lines, some fancy architect would say, all leading east or west for shade. None toward me. I edged closer, stopping 10 yards out. Not bad. Could wait him out. January sun wasn't scorching anyone. I'd eaten more recently than he had. And if he came out guns blazing, well, I'd shoot straighter. Problem was the gaps in the other walls, wide enough for a man to squeeze through. He could go west to his Humvee or south to mine. Military rides don't need keys, just a panic button for quick escapes. Couldn't cover both angles. Needed intel. Never trust a gun you haven't fired yourself. I sighted the door and pulled the trigger. The Beretta roared, kicking back, leaving a shiny dent in the metal. Echoes faded. Marshall, you're making this hard. Next, I start shooting through those gaps. Bullets or ricochets, your choice. Hands on your head and it stops. Another burst of static. I ducked west, moving fast. If he was armed, he'd shoot. And miss. Give me a pencil pusher with a gun over a trained killer any day. He wasn't entirely useless with Carbone or Brubaker, so I adjusted my approach, inching closer to get behind his Humvee or the rusted-out Sheridan tank. Midway, I stopped and squeezed off a shot. Breaking a promise wasn't ideal, but I angled high on the window frame. Any hit would have had to bounce off 2 walls and the ceiling first, sapping most of its force. The 9mm wasn't magic. I ducked behind the Humvee's hood, resting my gun hand on the sun-warmed metal. The gritty texture of the camo paint felt like sandpaper. From my lower position, I fired again, aiming high on the opposite side of the window. Marshall, I shouted, if you're looking for suicide by cop, I won't stop you. Silence. 3 rounds gone, 12 left. A smart guy would stay low and let me waste ammo. Every shot would angle upward, thanks to the dip in the windowsill. Ricochets weren't pull shots. They didn't follow rules. Then movement. A shotgun barrel, thick as a drain pipe, jutted from the window. Black, mean an Ithaca Mag 10. A beast of a gun, nicknamed the Roadblocker for a reason. I ducked behind the engine block, making myself small. The radio crackled inside the hut, a burst of static, then a 3-syllable question. Say again. Marshall's voice followed, muffled. 4 syllables, maybe. Affirmative. Who was he talking to? Give it up, Marshall, I called. How deep do you want to dig this hole? A negotiator's trick, meant to rattle him. But legally, it didn't matter 400 years or 300, it was all the same. He didn't bite. Rational. Then he fired. The Mag 10's boom rattled my bones, not hitting me but shredding the Humvee's front tire. The truck lurched, sand and smoke swirling. The barrel vanished. I shot high, hoping for a lethal ricochet. No luck. Reloading, he taunted. Bullshit. The Mag 10 held 3 shells, he'd only fired 1. A trap. I stayed put. 4 rounds down, 11 left. The radio hissed again. The radio crackled with static, 4 sharp syllables. Then silence. Marshall fired again. Through the shattered window, I caught the glint of the shotgun barrel before another deafening blast rocked the Humvee. The rear corner dropped hard, slamming into the dirt like dead weight. I hit the ground, scanning beneath the chassis. He wasn't just flattening tires, he was obliterating them. A 10-gauge doesn't leave much behind, just shredded rubber scattered across the desert. Now the Humvee was useless, tilted at an angle that gave me cover. I crouched behind the hood, pressing against the fender, the engine block solid between me and Marshall. The stench of diesel hit me, a ruptured fuel line. No matches, no fire starter, and diesel doesn't burn easy anyway. Not like gasoline. Reloading, Marshall called out. I didn't move. Let him waste his breath. I had a clearer shot now, crawling along the Humvee side until I reached the rear bumper. Ahead stretched 25 yards of open desert, his only path to my vehicle. If he ran, he'd have to cross it. Backward, probably, firing as he went. But 3 shells wouldn't last long. Either he'd space them out and leave himself exposed, or dump them all at once and run dry. Either way, he wasn't making it. I had 11 rounds left, a steady grip, and a steel bumper to brace against. Then the world behind me erupted. A shell the size of a car tore through the Sheridan, flipping it like a toy. The turret spun lazily through the air before crashing into the sand. No explosion, just a sickening crunch of metal. Another shell whistled overhead, slamming into the dirt 50 yards out. Practice rounds. No boom, just brute force. The distant growl of tank engines rolled in. The rhythmic clatter of treads. They were closing in, lobbing inert shells like wrecking balls. Marshall was still in the hut. I kept my eyes on the kill zone. The tanks could wait. He couldn't. The projectile screamed through the air, not some small arms round, but a massive tank shell nearly half a foot wide and over a foot long. Marshall had rerouted their training exercise. That much was clear from the frantic radio exchanges. He'd pulled them away from their original position, miles west, and redirected their fire toward his own coordinates. The crews had hesitated, demanding confirmation. Say again, but Marshall's response left no room for doubt. He'd turned their guns on himself as a diversion. How many tanks were out there? How much time did I have left? If even half of them bracketed the area, the odds of survival plummeted. A direct hit from one of those shells would vaporize a man. Even a near miss would be catastrophic. A 50-pound hunk of steel slamming into the Humvee beside me would tear it apart like paper, sending razor-sharp shrapnel flying at lethal speeds. The sheer force alone would be like standing next to a frag grenade. Then came the thunder too deep, shuddering booms from the northwest, closer than before. The ash shrieked as shells tore through it. One overshot, but the other punched clean through the side of the Sheridan, slicing through its aluminum hull like a hot knife. If Simon had been here to witness it, his confidence in the future might have shattered on the spot. More guns fired in rapid succession, a brutal symphony of destruction. No explosions, just the raw, deafening violence of metal on metal, like some prehistoric battle raging in the dust. Debris spun through the air, clattering against the sand. The choking haze of dirt and smoke burned my lungs. Marshall was still inside the hut. I crouched lower, Beretta steady, eyes locked on the open stretch between us. Why wasn't he moving? The tanks were closing in, their treads grinding, their guns sweeping the area. Any second now, my Humvee would be reduced to scrap. His escape route would vanish in a fireball, or the hut would collapse on top of him, burying him alive. The math was undeniable. So why wait? Then it hit me. I pushed up onto my knees, staring at the hut with cold clarity. Suicide. I'd offered him a quick end at my hands, but he'd chosen something far more final. He'd seen me coming, recognized when I represented the inevitable reckoning. Like Vassal and Coomer, he'd been waiting for the axe to fall. And now here it was, roaring toward him in a storm of armor and gunfire. The tanks were close now, maybe half a mile out. I could hear the squeal of their treads, the low growl of their engines. They'd fan out, just like the manual said, guns pivoting inward like the teeth of a trap. I glanced back at my Humvee, but moving meant crossing 25 yards of open ground, a death sentence, with Marshall watching. So I waited. And the desert waited with me. The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed, followed by the hollow thud of an incoming shell. I didn't hesitate, I bolted in the opposite direction. Another shot rang out, then another impact, and the first shell plowed into the Sheridan, flipping it like a toy. The second hit Marshall's Humvee, turning it into scrap. I dove behind the hut's north wall, pressing myself flat as shrapnel pinged against the cinder blocks. The Sheridan's armor groaned before finally giving way. The tanks were closing in. Their engines roared as they climbed over uneven ground, tracks clanking against their sides. Hydraulics whined as turrets swiveled, searching for targets. I wiped grit from my eyes and pushed myself up, stumbling toward the iron door. The dent from my earlier shot gleamed in the sunlight. Marshall had to be watching, either from the south window, scanning for movement, or the west, expecting to find my body in the wreckage. Tall, right-handed. I pictured where he'd be, gripped the doorknob, and waited. The next barrage came too fast. Boom, whump, no pause between. I yanked the door open and stepped inside. There he was, silhouetted against the window, facing away. I lined up my shot, aiming for his shoulder blade, and pulled the trigger just as a shell tore the roof off. The room exploded into chaos dust, falling beams, jagged metal. I hit the ground, pinned under debris. Struggling free, I fought through the wreckage like a machine, shoving aside twisted sheets of roofing and chunks of concrete. The dust was so thick I could only see the sky above, a bright slash of blue. Tank engines rumbled all around. Another shell hit, obliterating the front corner of the hut in a storm of gray dust. The shockwave knocked me flat again. I crawled forward blindly, shoving through rubble until my hand closed around the Mag-10, its barrel bent beyond use. I tossed it aside and kept moving. Marshall lay motionless under the wreckage. I hauled him up, dragging him toward the window. Dust clogged my throat, stung my eyes. With a final heave, I shoved him over the sill and tumbled out after him. Outside, the air cleared just enough to reveal the tanks, dozens of them, encircling us at 300 yards. Their barrels leveled, engines idling. Another muzzle flashed. The tank rocked back from recoil, its shells screaming overhead before smashing into what was left of the hut. I hit the dirt again, feeling debris rain down on me. Then another shot. This one sent the tank's front end lifting off the ground. 70 tons of steel, thrown back like it weighed nothing. I stayed low, trapped in the kill zone, waiting for the next strike. The roar of artillery shells split the air above us. I forced myself forward, gripping Marshall by the collar as I half-dragged, half-crawled through the dirt. Whatever orders he'd radioed in were a mystery. Maybe he'd told them to ignore the Humvees. Maybe he'd marked them as targets. Either way, the confusion in their responses didn't matter now. The tanks wouldn't stop. Visibility was shot dust hung thick as fog, and the view from inside an Abrams wasn't exactly panoramic. More like squinting through a mail slot at the end of a tunnel. I wiped grit from my eyes and pushed ahead. My Humvee stood intact, miraculously untouched. 10 more feet. I yanked Marshall to the passenger side, shoved him in, then vaulted over him into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life as I punched the gas, the door slamming shut from sheer momentum. Headlights blazing, I aimed straight for the tank line 200 yards, then 100. At 80 miles an hour, I threaded the needle between two hulking Abrams, tires kicking up dirt as we shot through. A mile later, I eased off the gas. Another mile, and I stopped. Marshall was out cold, bleeding heavily. The bullet had torn clean through his shoulder, leaving bone fragments and a mess of blood mixed with concrete dust like some grotesque clay. I strapped him in, packed the wound with bandages, and jabbed him with morphine. A grease pencil M on his forehead warned medics not to double-dose him later. Stepping outside, I paced the road, coughing up dust and spitting out the taste of debris. Bruised and battered, I listened to the distant thunder of tank fire. No ceasefire yet, just rounds burning through until someone called it off. The AC hummed as we rolled back. Halfway there, Marshall stirred, his head lifting groggily. Doped up and one-armed, he was still a risk. Before he could lunge for the wheel, I snapped a backhand across his temple. Manual sedation. He didn't wake again until we hit base. At the hospital, I summoned Franz and a guard detail, offering promotions to anyone who delivered Marshall to a courtroom alive. Read him his rights, I said. And watch him like he's got a death wish. Franz was grinning when I walked into his office, my uniform crusted with dirt. Desk jockeys put up a fight, huh? He said. Where's Summer? On the phone with Jag, he replied. I shrugged. Lost your Beretta. Where are they now? Buried deep enough that archaeologists won't dig them up for a century. What about my Humvee? Still running, unlike Marshall's, I said. I grabbed my bag, snagged an empty vac room, and stood under the shower until the hot water ran out. After swapping my ruined BDUs for a fresh set, I tossed the old ones. No quartermaster would argue they were salvageable. I sat on the bed for a minute, just inhaling, exhaling, before heading back to Franz's place. Summer was there, glowing like she'd just cracked the case. She clutched a thick new file folder. "We're good," she said. Jack Coer confirmed the arrests were clean. You laid everything out for them. They want confessions. I stayed quiet. "We've got a meeting with the prosecutors tomorrow," she added. "Indeed. That's on you," I said. "I won't be there." "Why not?" I ignored the question. "You good? Are Vasil and Kuma talking yet?" She shook her head. "Not a word. Jag's flying them to D. Tonight lawyers are already assigned." "Something's off," I said. "What?" It was too easy. I let that sink in for a second. "We need to get back to Bird. Now." Franz fronted me $50 and 2 blank travel vouchers. I signed. Leon Garber countersigned from halfway across the world in Korea. And Franz drove us to Lax in a staff car. His Humvee was still a crime scene. The roads were clear, and we made it fast. Inside the terminal, I traded the vouchers for the first flight east. This time I checked my bag. No way I was lugging it around again. We took off at 3 p.m., exactly 8 hours after landing in California. Flying east stole back the hours we'd gained. By the time we touched down at Washington National, it was past 11 p.m. I grabbed my duffel. We caught the shuttle to long-term parking, and there it was, the Chevy, right where we'd left it. Francis Cash covered a full tank, and Summer took the wheel, pushing 95 like always. We blew past the state police barracks, the rest stop, the motel, the bar, every landmark from before. Fort Bird's gates swung open at 3 a.m. The base was dead silent, wrapped in a low hanging mist. "Where to?" Summer asked. "Delta Station." The sentry waved us through. We parked near the old prison lot, where Trifonov's red Corvette sat gleaming under the dim lights, freshly washed and waiting. "Why are we here?" she said. "Our case was weak," I said. "You said it yourself. The forensics helped, but it's all circumstantial. We can't place Vasil, Kumar, or Marshall at any scene definitively. No proof Marshall ever touched the crowbar, no proof he didn't just eat that yogurt, and 0 proof Vasil and Kumar gave him orders. If they wanted, they could paint Marshall as a rogue agent. So, we walked in and slapped cuffs on 2 senior officers with a flimsy case. What should have happened? They should have fought back. I nodded. They should have laughed in our faces, threatened us, kicked us out. But they didn't. They just sat there. Their silence was as good as a confession. "Felt that way to me too," Summer said. "Absolutely," I said. She hesitated, then finally spoke. "Maybe they feel guilty." I scoffed. "Try again." Another pause. "Damn," she muttered. "What if they're biding their time? Waiting to drop the whole case right in front of everyone tomorrow in D. With their lawyers lined up. To humiliate us. To remind us who's in charge. Could be pure spite." I shook my head. "What was the actual charge?" "Conspiracy to commit murder." I nodded slowly. "They misread me." "Your words were clear." "They heard the charge, but not the meaning. I was talking about one thing. They assumed another. They confessed to the wrong crime, Summer. They admitted to something they knew we could prove." She stayed silent. "The agenda," I said. "Still missing." Carbone screwed them over. They popped that briefcase open on I-95, and it was already gone. "Then where is it?" "I'll show you." "That's why we came back. So you can use it tomorrow in D. Leverage it against the rest. The parts we can't pin down yet." We stepped out into the biting cold. crossed the parking lot, and slipped inside the cell block. The air was thick with the stale scent of sleeping men. We moved through the dim corridors, turning corners until we reached Carbone's empty bunk. I flicked the light on, stepped to the bed, and ran my fingers along the shelf. The tall Rolling Stones book came loose in my hands. A quick shake, and 4 typed pages fluttered onto the mattress. Brubaker told him to stash it, I said, handing it to Summer. I killed the light, but as we stepped out, we nearly collided with the bearded Delta sergeant barefoot in a t-shirt, reeking of beer. Well, he drawled. Look who's sneaking around. I didn't answer. You woke me up, he said. All that talking, lights flashing. Still nothing. He peered into Carbone's cell, reliving old memories. He didn't die here. You know what I mean. His grin faded when I slammed him against the wall, my forearm crushing his chest. His head bounced off the concrete, dazing him. I leaned in, cutting off his air. Do yourself a favor, I said. Check the news this week. With my free hand, I dug out the bullet, the one he'd delivered, the one with my name on it. I held it up, letting the dim light catch the brass. Watch close, I said, then shoved it into his nostril. Back at the office, my sergeant had coffee brewing. I poured 2 mugs while Summer spread the agenda across my desk like a prize. She pulled the staple, laying out the 4 original pages, typed, not copied, with scribbled notes, crammed between the lines. 3 different handwritings, mostly Kramer's, but Vassal and Coomer's too. A rough draft, debated and revised. The first page laid out Armored's problems in stark detail. The document painted a bleak but unsurprising picture: consolidated units, diminished authority, and the inevitable transfer of power. The Chief of Staff's assessment was grim yet predictable. The next pages detailed exactly what I'd warned Summer about. Smear tactics, leveraging every piece of damaging intel they could dig up. Some of the handwritten notes in the margins hinted at juicy details, and I couldn't help but wonder where they'd unearthed it all. Would JAG even bother following up? Knowing how investigations worked, someone probably would. They had a way of spiraling in unexpected directions. Then came the PR strategies, most of them embarrassingly out of touch. These guys hadn't rubbed shoulders with regular folks since their plebe days at West Point. The real intrigue started with the defense contractor references, political maneuvers within the Army and Congress, all tangled up in a web of favors and funding. The Secretary of Defense's name popped up more than once, underlined with a scrawled note: bought and paid for. Classic power plays, shady, desperate, but nothing that would land anyone behind bars. Then came page 4. The header read T, the extra mile, followed by a Sun Tzu quote about pushing back when cornered. Next to it, in what I guessed was Vassal's handwriting, a line from Wavell: coolness in disaster proves courage, but relentless pursuit proves will. Why's Wavell? Summer asked. British Field Marshal, I said. Lost an eye in World War I, ran India later. Below that, another note, probably Coomer's, scribbled. Volunteers? Me. Marshal? The words were circled, connected by a looping line back to the header. Summer frowned. What's that mean? Keep reading, I said. The next section listed 18 names, some familiar, some not. Battalion commanders from elite divisions like the 82nd and 101st, Pentagon staffers, rising stars, and a few wild cards. One name, Abelson, had a checkmark beside it. Who's Abelson? Summer asked. I called my sergeant at the desk. Ever heard of a guy named Abelson? No, she said. Find out. Probably a light colonel or higher. The list wasn't long, but the implications were clear. These weren't just names, they were critical nodes in the army structure. Take them out, and the damage wouldn't just be immediate. It would ripple into the future, stunting the next generation of leadership. The list in front of me was a carefully curated hit list, 18 names, each one a rising star in the military's forward-thinking units. Not the old guard clinging to outdated tactics, but the innovators shaping the future. 18 might seem insignificant in an army of millions, but whoever put this together knew exactly what they were doing. This wasn't random, it was surgical. The best minds, the ones who could actually change things. My phone buzzed and I hit speaker. My sergeant's voice crackled through. Abelson, the Apache helicopter specialist. The guy who pushed for modernizing the fleet. You remember him? I asked. Died right before New Year's. Hit and run in Heidelberg. Driver never stopped. I hung up. The pieces clicking. Swan mentioned that, I muttered. Summer's eyes locked onto mine. The check mark, she said. Eel down, I replied. 17 left. What's T? She asked. Old CIA term, I said. Terminate with extreme prejudice. The silence stretched. I glanced back at the absurd quotes scribbled beside the name's grandiose nonsense about courage and enemies. Who writes that kind of thing before ordering a hit? Ego, desperation, or just plain delusion? I couldn't decide. I reassembled the pages, slid them into an envelope. They lost this back in January, I said. Killed 3 people looking for it. Never found it. Now they're just waiting for the fallout. I pushed the envelope toward Summer. Take it to D. Use it to bury them. Buy 4. A. She was gone. I crashed for a few hours, woke up at 8, knowing the day wasn't done with me yet. At the office, the Louisiana corporal gave me a nod. Jag's inside, he said. No coffee. Great. I walked in to find 2 officers, a captain in the guest chair, a lieutenant colonel behind my desk. Both in dress uniforms, both wearing JAG insignia. Where do I sit? I asked. Anywhere, the colonel said. He leaned back. Saw the reports from Irwin. Impressive work, Major. I stayed quiet. And Kramer's agenda? He added. Just got off the phone with the chief of staff. That alone makes Argonne worth it. You're not here about the case, I said. No, he replied. We're not. The conversation was already underway at the Pentagon, involving your lieutenant. I grabbed an extra chair and slid it against the wall beneath the map before dropping into it. Tilting back, I reached up and idly flicked at the pushpins. The colonel leaned forward, watching me, waiting for me to break the silence. You getting a kick out of this? I asked. Duty calls, he replied. You enjoy that duty? Not always, he admitted. He paused, then added, This case was like a tide, one of those heavy waves that crashes in, lingers, then pulls back like it was never there. I stayed quiet. Except this one left something behind, he continued. A mess right on the shore, and now we've got to deal with it. He waited. I considered stonewalling him, making him drag it out of me. Instead, I shrugged. The brutality complaint, I said. He nodded. Colonel Willard flagged it. And it's messy. The travel warrant issue? We can write that off as part of the investigation. But this? 2 civilians, no connection to the case. That's a problem. I was given bad intel, I said. Doesn't change the facts, he countered. My witness is dead. He left a signed statement. That's as good as live testimony in court. I didn't respond. Simple question, the colonel pressed. Yes or no? Did you do what Carbone claimed? Silence. The colonel stood. Talk it over with your lawyer. I glanced at the captain, apparently my legal counsel. The colonel left, shutting the door behind him. The captain leaned in, shook my hand, and introduced himself. Cut the colonel some slack, he said. He's handing you an escape route. This whole thing's theater. I stirred the pot, I said. Now the army wants payback. You're on Reacher. Nobody's gunning for you. Willard forced their hand. So they've got to go through the motions. Which are, just deny it. Carbone's statement gets contested, and without him here to testify, your Sixth Amendment rights kick in. Case dismissed. I stayed still. How's it work? You sign a counter affidavit. His says one thing, yours says the opposite. Problem vanishes. Official paperwork. 5 minutes. Your corporal types it up, witnesses it. Easy. I nodded. What's the other option? You'd have to be crazy to consider it. Spell it out. Like pleading guilty. What happens? Rank stripped, pay docked, backdated. Civilian affairs wouldn't accept less. You'd be demoted to captain regular MPs, not the 1/10th. But seriously, just deny it. I thought about Carbone. 16 years in infantry, airborne, Rangers, Delta. A career of hard service. All he'd done was try to keep a secret he shouldn't have had to keep. Tried to warn his unit. And now he was gone. Just a body in the woods. A name on a slab. Then there was the strip club guy. The farmer's busted nose didn't bother me much. But the other one, he'd taken a beating. Then again, he wasn't exactly a model citizen. Doubtful the governor was pinning any medals on him anytime soon. Those two men stayed with me, Carbone and the heavy-set guy from the parking lot. Then I turned the spotlight on myself. Major, golden boy, elite investigator, the guy everyone called when things got messy. A fast-track career until now. All right, I said. Bring the colonel back in. The captain pushed himself up, swung the door open, and waited as the colonel shuffled past. He dropped back into his chair beside me, while the colonel settled behind the desk. Let's put this to bed, the colonel said. The complaint's unfounded, correct? I met his gaze and stayed silent. Well, you know what you have to do. It's true, I said. His expression froze. Every word of it happened just like Carbone said. Jesus, the colonel muttered. You out of your mind. The captain snapped. Maybe, I admitted, but Carbone wasn't a liar. That shouldn't be the last thing in his file. 16 years in, he earned better. The room went dead. Just the sound of breathing. They were staring at a mountain of paperwork. I was staring at a demotion back to regular MP duty. No more special assignments. But I'd seen it coming. Ever since I shut my eyes on that plane and felt everything tipping over, one piece after another. One condition, I said. 2-day suspension starting now. Why? Funeral. I'm not begging for leave. The colonel looked at the wall. Done. Back in my quarters, I stuffed everything I owned into my duffel. Cashed a check at the commissary, left $52 for my sergeant, mailed 50 to Franz. Grabbed the crowbar Marshall had used from the pathologist and paired it with the one we'd borrowed. At the motor pool, Kramer's red rental was still sitting there. Nobody gave us orders, the clerk said. Why not? Sir, you tell me. Your case. I needed something low profile, and the bright red Ford stuck out like a sore thumb among the military vehicles. But outside the base, it blended right in. "I'll return it," I said. "Heading to Dulles anyway. No paperwork, not Army property." I rolled out of Fort Byrd at 10:20, taking my time up to Green Valley. No pit stops, just the road. Pulled into the police station at 3:15. Found Clark at his desk. Told him the case was closed, that Summer would fill him in. Collected his borrowed crowbar, then drove 10 miles to Sperryville. The hardware store's window was fixed, no more plywood patch. I handed all 3 crowbars to the old guy behind the counter, climbed back in the car, and took the only road out toward D. I looped the Beltway, hunting for the roughest neighborhood I could find. Plenty of options. Settled on a 4-block stretch of crumbling warehouses and tight alleys. Third alley in, I spotted a skeletal woman stepping out of a doorway. Inside, a guy in a hat had what I needed. Took a minute to establish trust, but cash smoothed things over. Small-time deal, a little weed, some speed, 2 dime bags of crack. The guy smirk said it all. Amateur hour. Then I pointed the car toward Rock Creek, Virginia. I arrived just before 5, parking my car on a slight incline about 3 football fields away from the 1110th Special Units headquarters. From there, I had a clear view over the chain-link fence into the parking lot. Willard's car wasn't hard to spot, a vintage Pontiac Gito, exactly like he'd bragged about, parked near the back exit. I slid low in my seat, watching. Right on cue at 5:15, he strolled out early for a guy who clearly loved his banker's hours. The Jill roared to life, the deep rumble of its exhaust carrying all the way to me, even with my window barely cracked. Summer would have loved that sound. I made a mental note. If I ever hit the jackpot, I'd buy her one. Willard pulled out, heading east toward the D. Suburbs. I gave him a head start before swinging a U-turn and following at a distance. No need to rush, his driving was predictable, slow and steady, hugging the center of the road. The evening traffic made it easy to blend in. I figured he'd be holed up in Arlington or McLean, some leftover rental from his Pentagon days. A house, not an apartment, definitely with a garage for that muscle car. Lucky for me, houses are simpler. The place was exactly what I expected, a lonely stretch of road north of Arlington, dotted with bare trees and overgrown yards. The kind of neighborhood that screamed divorced government employee, no manicured lawns, no nosy neighbors. I drove past, parked a mile away, and waited for nightfall. By 7, the sky was thick with clouds, no moon or stars to give me away. My woodland BDUs did the rest. The street was quiet. Most houses still dark, probably filled with middle management types burning the midnight oil, desperate for a promotion. I cut through a pair of unlit backyards, slipping past sagging fences until I reached Willard's place. His yard was a disaster, dead grass, a rusted grill left to rot. Army standards. Not even close. The fence groaned as I bent it just enough to slip through. No porch light. No warning. I rang the bell and stepped back. Willard yanked the door open like he was expecting takeout. Wrong guess. I drove my fist into his chest, sending him stumbling back. The house smelled like stale air and bad decisions. He gasped, clutching the banister, so I decked him. When he hit the floor, I kept at it until he got the message, scrambling toward the kitchen like a kicked dog. He ended up slumped against the cabinets, wheezing. Not bad for a night's work. Fear twisted his expression, but beneath it lay something worse, utter bewilderment. Like the idea of me standing there, gun in hand, didn't fit into his neatly ordered world of paperwork and protocols. His mind spun, trying to reconcile this moment with his carefully constructed reality. You heard about Vassell and Coomer, right? I asked. His head jerked in a quick, nervous nod. Remember Lieutenant Summer? Another nod. She made me realize something, I said. Simple, really. They would have gotten away with it if I hadn't ignored you. Silence. His eyes locked onto mine, unblinking. So I started thinking, I continued. What exactly was I ignoring? Still nothing. I was wrong about you, I admitted. I thought I was dealing with some pencil-pushing bureaucrat with a stick up his well. You get the idea. But no, you weren't just incompetent. You were part of it. A willing participant. His breath hitched as I leaned in. You weren't embarrassed about Kramer. You weren't protecting the Army's reputation. You were following orders. Orders to bury 3 murders. That's why they put you there, Willard. Not because you were useless. Because you were reliable. His fingers dug into the floor, scrambling for purchase. You could have said no, I said. If you had, Carbone and Brubaker might still be breathing. A flicker of defiance crossed his face. You can't prove any of this, he spat. Maybe it was just bad luck. Maybe you're seeing conspiracies where there's only incompetence. I reached into my jacket and pulled out Franz's Beretta, the one that wasn't supposed to exist. This gun disagrees, I said. His throat worked, but no sound came out. You don't get it, he finally whispered. It was an order. From the top. We don't get to question those. I almost laughed. That excuse went out of style after Nuremberg. Then you're no better, he shot back. You think you're righteous. You're just another loose end. For a second, I hesitated. He saw it, his eyes lit up with desperate hope. Be smart, he urged. Walk away. I shook my head. I used to think the system was mostly good, with a few bad apples. Turns out, it's the other way around. His breath came faster now. What did I ruin for you? He asked, voice cracking. Everything, I said. I stepped back. The safety clicked off. His face went slack. Goodbye, Colonel. I pressed the cold barrel of the gun against my temple. His eyes locked onto mine, wide and unblinking. Relax, I said with a deadpan stare. Then I pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through his forehead, a clean exit, standard 9mm work. The impact sent fragments of his skull crashing into the kitchen cabinets, shattering plates and glasses in a spray of blood and porcelain. I tucked the drugs into his pocket's weed speed track along with a wad of cash, just for appearances. Slipping out the back, I moved through his yard, over the fence, and into the neighboring lot before circling back to my car. Inside, I swapped my dust-caked boots from the Mojave for a fresh pair, then hit the road toward Dulles. Hertz wasn't stupid. They knew renters left cars trashed, so they parked massive dumpsters near the return lanes, hoping people would toss their own mess. Every minute saved on cleanup meant more profit. I dropped my ruined boots in one bin, the Beretta in another. With the volume of rentals at Dulles, those bins were emptied fast, no questions asked. I walked to the terminal, skipping the shuttle. At the counter, I flashed my military ID, wrote a check, and booked a one-way ticket to Paris, on the same red-eye Joe had taken years ago, back when things were simpler. By morning, I was on Avenue Rap. Joe said the cars would arrive at 10, so I cleaned up, shaved, showered, ironed my dress uniform with precision. I polished my shoes, pinned on every metal, 4 rows deep, each one aligned just right. The oak leaves on my collar gleamed. Joe waited in the living room, dressed in a sleek black suit, probably silk or cashmere. Not that I'd know. Crisp white shirt, black tie, shoes buffed to a mirror shine. He looked sharp, though tension flickered behind his eyes. We didn't speak. Just stood there until it was time. At 5 to 10, we stepped outside. The hearse arrived first, followed by a black Citroën limo. We climbed in, the doors shut with a quiet thud, and the procession rolled forward. Just us? I asked. The others will meet us there, Joe said. Who's coming? Lemonnier. Some of her friends. Where? Père Lachaise. I nodded. The famous cemetery, maybe her resistance history earned her a plot there. Or maybe Lemonnier pulled strings. Joe cleared his throat. There's an offer on the apartment. Your cut's about 60 grand. Give it to Lemonnier, I said. Tell him to split it among the old-timers. Whoever's left. You sure? That's real money. I don't want it. Your call. The city outside was washed in gray, the Seine sluggish under the overcast sky. We passed the Place de la Bastille, heading northeast. Père Lachaise wasn't far, but it felt like another world. When we stopped, a small booth sold maps to the graves of the famous. We didn't need one. We knew where we were going. Père Lachaise Cemetery held the remains of legends Chopin, Molière, Edith Piaf, Jim Morrison. But today, it was my mother being laid to rest. A small group waited at the gates, the concierge from her apartment building and 2 women I didn't recognize. The pallbearers lifted the casket, steadying it before moving in slow, measured steps. Joe and I followed, the cold air biting as we walked past weathered mausoleums and crumbling headstones. The grave was already open, the dirt beside it covered with a synthetic green carpet meant to mimic grass. Lemonnier stood waiting, his canes planted firmly. He must have arrived early, not wanting to slow the procession or draw attention to his struggle. The pallbearers lowered the coffin on rope slings, guiding it into the earth with practiced ease. A man recited verses in French, the words drifting over me, dust, sorrow, inevitability, but I barely listened. My eyes stayed fixed on the casket below. When the reading ended, Joe scooped a handful of dirt and let it fall onto the wood with a dull thud. The others followed the concierge, the strangers, Lemonnier, who hesitated, his fingers trembling before the soil spilled from his grip like sand through an hourglass. Then it was my turn. I unpinned my silver star, its gold and silver gleaming against the red, white, and blue ribbon. The engraving on the back read J. Reacher, J for Josephine. I dropped it into the grave, watching it bounce once before settling face up, a small glint in the shadows. Later, I called from Avenue Rap and got my orders Panama. Joe and I shared a quiet meal, promising to stay in touch, though we both knew how that usually went. By evening, I was on a flight through London and Miami, then south to my new command. As a fresh captain, I led a company keeping order in Panama City during the final days of Just Cause. It was good work, solid soldiers, strong coffee shipped in massive tins. I never returned to Fort Byrd. Never saw that sergeant again, the one with the infant son. When force reductions hit, I wondered about her. Summer, too, faded into rumor how she'd pushed Kramer's case so hard that Jag wanted treason charges, then flipped Vassal, Coomer, and Marshall into confessions for life sentences. Rumor had it she made captain the day they shipped to Leavenworth. We ended up the same rank, but our paths never crossed again. Paris stayed in my thoughts. I imagined going back, slipping under the Pont des Invalides at night, just to breathe in the river air. But the army had other plans. I went where I was sent, and Paris remained a ghost, a place I meant to revisit but never did.